and just you did, Charlie. You chose the topics. You did. You don't remember doing that, Charlie. Charlie, you don't remember choosing the topics.
No, you gotta say the whole thing.
That really hurt, Charlie.
Only bit my
That
finger.
that hurt me, Charlie. You don't remember. You chose these topics, Charlie. But yeah, I think my guy's a black woman is right. But we'll see. If Jesus wants to give me eternal life, big boy, then he knows how to do that. He doesn't need you to deliver that message. If I'm not mistaken, the last I heard, Jesus was way more powerful than you and could be anywhere. Like, why does he need you to come tell me that he wants to give me eternal life? Make that make sense. Y'all still haven't told me yet why your Jesus needs you to speak for it. If he's speaking to you, then he can speak to me. Just like he spoke to Paul when Paul didn't want to speak to him. When Paul was persecuting his followers, he still spoke to Paul. He didn't need a big boy Elvis to show up to Paul. So I still don't understand why you need to talk for Jesus. Also, how are you?
I was just about to mute myself. How you doing?
I'm good. Are you
I'm
a
blessed. I'm
Christian?
living
Are
in
you
the.
deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm in my 50s. I backed away from all of the group and collective thing. I'm a believer, a different kind of believer, and I'm a good person. I'm a good person, period.
Okay. Do
But
you
I
believe
don't.
in the God? Well, I
Go
love the
ahead. I
fact
didn't
that
mean to
you're.
cut you off.
I love the fact that you are a good person. Good is subjective, right? To a lot of people, what you may think is good, some people may think is harmful,
Yeah, we
right?
all
So,
have.
right.
Right.
I'm
We
sorry.
all have
Also,
different.
um,
We all have different
the
definitions of life.
also, uh, uh like there's no need for you to like interject while I'm talking. Like you could wait until I finish speaking. That see, like you say, you're a good person, right? And I want to take you at your word for that.
But you cut me off
But
when you asked me a question.
I am the host,
We're
right?
gonna do
Like
this.
the
No, not
the
tonight.
I'm a drop. My
what?
account bigger than
Okay,
yours.
okay, good
Okay.
person. All right, good person.
He thinks it's bigger. He thinks it's
Go ahead
bigger
on. Go ahead on,
This is
good
my
person.
small
because
account,
he's
baby.
looking at the wrong account. Oh, dumbass.
He said what now?
He said my
What did
account
what
is
did he
bigger
say?
than yours.
What account could he possibly be looking at?
The TikTok thinker, he's not the first one to do that.
Oh, they think that the account at the bottom
Mm-hmm.
is the account that's hosting the live. How do they
Yeah.
think that?
Hmm.
And then why did he start comparing accounts?
I don't know. I have no That was his go-to. My account, let me drop. My account is bigger than yours. It's like, what the fuck?
But he a good person.
Hmm.
That that's what I said. Good is subjective, friend. Like, and if you gotta like introduce people and introduce yourself to people and tell people you a good person, you're probably not. You probably ain't. But
Yep.
damn, I really
So
I didn't want to like drop him or anything. I wanted to because I when he said that I'm a good person, like I knew that he was gonna end up like being the actual Christian that he says that he's not. Once he started talking about one of these topics, like man, I wish he would have behaved because I wanted to see how that turned out because there's no point in you saying that you are a believer and that you left uh all of that when you still like it's you walking away from the church but keeping the fucking dirt inside of you. Like you might as well just say you're a Christian and you might as well just go back to church.
I just wish they would come up and you know, to have a conversation, it requires listening skills, and they can't shut up long enough to listen. It's crazy. Like, how can you have a conversation with someone and you're talking while they're talking, and it's like, shut up and listen and then speak. It's crazy.
Because so a lot of them enter the room, they enter the stage, and they're like, I got something to say. These people need to hear what I have to say. And
Yeah,
so, yeah, so they think that they can just come on the stage and do whatever they want to do in
start
here because they
preaching.
believe that God made them. Yeah, they're the chosen of God, and everybody needs to hear this revolutionary thing that they're about to say, and it's nothing new. They don't get up here and say shit new. Kind of like the Jesus. Like there was nothing revolutionary that Jesus said in the New Testament. Absolutely nothing. Everything,
Nope.
everything he said, he borrowed from somewhere else.
But they swear he was a revolutionary. They swear up and
Mm-hmm.
down he was.
It's like, oh, I
Yeah,
follow the
it's
teachings of
crazy.
Jesus. You mean the teachings of Babylon? Don't kill. The teachings of the Egyptians? Don't steal. Feed the poor. Right? Like, you follow what teachings of Jesus do you follow?
They act like Jesus invented this stuff.
Yeah. And they always say, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Like, so it's revolutionary to you that Jesus told you not to fucking harm other humans? That's revolutionary. Like, you need Jesus to teach you that?
It's crazy. I laugh about it because I remember when I when I thought that I can't help but laugh at myself. I laugh at myself. I tickle myself thinking about how I used to act and what I used to say, and I don't even think I believed it. I just said it because it just supposed to say it. I don't know what I was doing. Ooh wee. Some of these Christians remind me of myself.
I'm sorry, Nelly. I don't know. I was never like that. I don't know. But I'm
Oh,
glad that you're not. I'm glad that you did the work. I'm proud of you. That's
I
some
had
hard
to.
shit. The internet, that one internet. So this okay. When sometimes when y'all type stuff in the comments, I just wonder and I say, now what made them say that? Because for me, it is pretty logical that you don't know any of us on the stage, or that
Of
you don't
course.
know
Yes.
any of us, right? I'm sorry. Let me finish and then you can respond, right? So what
Well,
I just don't understand the need or the purpose, right? To type something like that. It just seems like a wasteful sentence, a wasteful set of letters put together. The need for you to like go to your keyboard, to think that, right? To go to your keyboard and say, "Yep, this is what I need to type." Like, did you expect some type of response from that? Like, what did you want us to say when you said that?
well, I got a response, so there's your answer to that one question. The
Well,
quandary.
so okay, so you typed that. You typed that. You think first off, hold on. You think that that's why I brought you up?
No, just a response to what you said.
So a waste.
No, it wasn't a waste. I'm here now, so it wasn't a
So
waste.
so again, you did it so that you would be brought up on stage, and you think that that's why I brought you up on stage?
What the fuck is this circle jerk logic?
Oh,
Anyways,
so you don't have an answer, right, as to why you did it.
no, it's just
I'm
circle
trying
jerk
to
logic. It makes no sense.
again I'm trying to understand why y'all do the things you do. Like
So you put
that
effort
didn't make any
into
sense.
making alive that it is supposed to be
Yeah,
engaging to human beings. They engage.
yeah,
And when I
yeah.
do, you ask
Uh
me,
huh.
why did you?
Yeah. And you said you did it for a reason, right? You said that you got the response that you needed, and I'm trying to understand what was that. Like, was it
Narcissism
so?
is
What
large.
was it for? Do you know what the word narcissism is. Like, do you know what the characteristics of a narcissist are?
Is this a fucking joke of a life?
What
Is
what
this
what
the,
are the
the purpose
characteristics of
of a
narcissists?
life?
Yeah, like when you use words, right? I just want to make sure that you actually
Fuck, I don't
understand the
think
words
you know
that you're
what they mean
using.
either. This is terrible.
Oh, do you know when you say I don't think you know what the meaning of the word either means?
Technology.
That means you don't know what the word means. Like you included yourself in that insult. You realize that when you said either at the end, you might as well said I don't know what it means, and I don't think you do either. What are the characteristics of a narcissist?
Go away.
This it
Um,
has to be the worst live I've ever joined. This
That's
has to
cool.
be the worst one.
no.
Does a trophy come with that? Do you
No,
give out trophies for that?
I really hate you people. I already hate you,
Mm-hmm.
and I haven't even met you, and I hate you.
Okay. Well, wait. Don't you serve a God?
Serve what God?
Do you serve a God?
I don't serve any God.
So you're an atheist. Are you an atheist?
Might be that way.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with being an atheist. Do you just hate me because I'm a woman?
No, I hate you
Do you
because you're narcissistic.
what are the characteristics of a narcissist?
You.
So it says thinker in the dictionary
I hope
next
so.
to narcissist.
I hope so.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Are you saying this because you don't really know what a narcissist is, and that's a word that you just
No, I
heard
know what
people
it
throw
is.
around? Then what is it? Tell me what narcissistic characteristics am I displaying
You
right
tell
now?
me what it is.
No,
I know your
I'm not
arguing
going to do
points.
that.
I know
But
how they
okay,
work.
listen. I like to take feedback.
You're
That
taking the
one.
Socratean method of debating at heart.
I don't.
And I
Who
like
said
it.
that I was
And that's
debating
fair.
you?
But good
Who
for
said?
you.
Who said that I was debating you? Where do you see the word debate?
You are literally trying to engage me in an argumentative mind. That's
I'm
what you're
not.
trying to do. You're trying to attack me as a human being because you don't like me. You don't know me.
I don't know you to not like you.
And you're a
I'm
liar.
asking you, right? What
Yes.
characteristics of narcissism am I displaying right now?
A lot of them.
Which ones? Just tell me.
Answer your own question. That's
No, you
literally a
know,
Socratean method
you
of
can.
debating.
It's not. It's me asking you for the feedback. Like
No,
I'm
you're a
accepting your
liar.
feedback.
You're a
I'm
liar
accepting your
upon
feedback.
history is what you're doing.
Okay. So you came in and you said that I am narcissistic. I would
You
like to
are.
know what
And you're
I am
mean and
doing.
you're very,
Okay.
very abrasive.
Okay. So I would like to know what am I doing that is narcissistic that I need to change?
Look it up.
No. You tell me. I'm doing the thing to you right now, correct? I'm being narcissistic to you right now, correct?
I don't know. You look it up.
You said that I was, did you not?
I don't know. You look it up.
Well, I mean, I guess if you're going to engage like a child,
I don't play childish games.
then I guess
I'm not going to do
that
this. I know
you actually
where
do.
this leads.
You actually
You're not
do.
going to lead me anywhere. I know exactly
I'm
what to
not. Of
do,
course
when to
not.
do it, and how to do it. You're not
Of
going to
course
trick
you
me.
do. Of course, you're absolutely correct. I'm not trying to lead you anywhere, but
You're a liar.
you're okay. That's fine. You can
You're a
say
good
whatever you
liar.
want.
You're really good
Okay.
at it, which is
Okay.
really
Great.
unfortunate.
Okay, great. But like I said, if you want to play, have a childish conversation, I'm not interested in that. Okay.
No,
And so the
neither am I.
only thing left to do is to move on to an adult guest. All right.
Thank God for that. It
Yeah.
wouldn't be you. You're not an adult
Good.
host.
Okay. Great. Thank you for that feedback.
Yeah, you're full of shit, is what you
Okay.
are.
All right. Well, thank you for that too.
And
Yeah. Have a good night.
I was wondering when you was gonna drop it.
And I'm the one. Look, Bidet Daddy says she is childish. I'm the one that's childish.
Wow.
I'm the one. That is the epitome of narcissism, right? That's narcissistic. That's gaslighting. That's misogynistic. And then bidet daddy, I don't know what the fuck to say about you because you are just fucking delusional and dishonest as fuck. If you're going to sit there and watch that shit and say that I'm the one that's childish.
Like I said, you got
Don't
patience.
type in all comments and tell me what to do. Please don't do that. Don't do that. Don't tell me when I need to move on. Don't tell me when I need to talk. Do not do that. I am not anybody's robot. Go ahead, Nelly.
Wow. No, I was saying, I mean, the guy called you narcissist, but he couldn't even give you one narcissistic thing that you were doing. He could have at least named one, but I don't even think he knew the meaning of it. He just heard the word and used it. I don't know what, I didn't understand that at all. I was
And that's
trying
what I
to.
was trying to understand. Go ahead. I
That
thought you were finished.
no, you're fine. That's crazy. It's just crazy. I can't deal with ignorance. I have a, doing what I do and doing the things that I do, I have a very low tolerance for bullshit, and I just can't do it. I just can't do it no more. I don't have the patience for the bullshit. I'm too old for that now.
That's how I feel. And like when they behave that way, I want to understand what's causing the behavior, right? And if they really understand what they're saying and what they're doing. And I bet you right now he's somewhere Googling characteristics of narcissism.
Probably is.
Because I don't
Oh
think they
my
know
God.
what a
Mm-mm.
narcissist is. And here's the kicker: when he actually like sees what the characteristics of a narcissistic person is, he's going to have an awakening. He's gonna have an eye-opening moment and be like, "God damn, do I do that?" Because only when if he doesn't do that, right?
Mhm.
Then a true narcissist doesn't self-reflect. A true narcissist wouldn't read the characteristics of narcissism and ask, do I have any of these characteristics? Am I displaying any of these characteristics? A true narcissist would immediately deny because they can't
Right,
see. Yeah, they're such self-absorbed people, right?
right,
Um,
right,
and they lack accountability, and they're so good at manipulating and turning the accountability on the person who they're attacking.
yeah.
Yeah, kind of like Yahweh.
Similarities there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Well, maybe we'll get someone who wants to have a grown-up conversation.
I love your optimism, Nelly. I really do.
And it comes with old age, I guess. Wow.
Did you cut out?
No, I'm good.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for asking. And yourself?
I'm doing good. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Um, do I know you?
I don't know. I'm thinking you might, but I don't know. I can't remember.
Where would I know you from?
Probably on here, I would assume. Maybe a debate or two or something. I don't know. It
You
seems
think
like I'm
guys sit
building a
around and watch
reputation.
debates? You think guys sit around and watch debates?
No, I think I might have been in maybe one of yours before.
I don't do debates.
Or one of whatever this is. Do you do this a lot?
Yeah, but I've never talked to you before.
Okay, well, maybe you have not. I just assumed you might because it seems like a lot of people remember me on here that I don't remember. So
Yeah, I don't know you. Now, you asked in the comments, why are you so afraid to bring me up?
that's why I said
What?
that because I thought
Sure.
you knew who I was
Uh-huh.
and you didn't want to bring me
Yeah,
up.
but see, here's the thing, Gray Fox. If you knew me, right, and if you have been on my stage before, you would know that I only bring up one person at a time.
I didn't know that.
that means you've never been in here before, and that means I don't know you.
I debate a lot. I get
I
into
don't. It doesn't mean anything. I don't know you, right? I don't sit on TikTok when I'm not on live. I don't sit on TikTok and other lives all day. I don't just follow people around. Like I don't know you,
that's
right?
cool. I made a mistake. Then I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the thing that that would scare me from bringing you up? Are you that good of a debater or something?
I don't know if I am or not. I just assumed everything that that you might have been avoiding me because I've been in here before. That's what I was assuming.
Yeah, but what I'm asking, like, why? Like, what's the thing that would make me want to avoid you? Is what I'm asking.
Because I'm a Christian.
But the live, like, literally, the first question I ask is, "Are you Christian?" So why would I avoid you?
I think I'm a little different of a Christian.
That you think that you're the only Christian that's gotten on my stage and said that you're a different Christian?
Probably not.
Nope. So that wouldn't make me avoid you when literally the live is about the Christian God.
Well, I know.
I avoid Christians.
I know. But we've gotten past that. I assume.
No, you've gotten past that, Gray Fox. You've gotten past that, not me.
Oh, that's a bummer. I mean, that's too bad.
No, well, I mean, I guess it is. I'm just trying to figure out why I would be scared.
And I already explained that. I thought we kind of got past that.
No, you got past that. Like, how do you make decisions for my needs, right?
I haven't made a decision, or have I tried to?
When you say we've gotten past that, you've made the decision, right, that it is now time to move on, and you included me in your we.
I know,
what
but
gives you the right to do that?
Questions that's all going to go to the same question.
Then guess what, Gray Fox? Gray Fox. The correct way to answer that is, I've moved on. I would like to move on, not we. You don't get to make decisions for me. You don't get to tell. Stop talking while I'm talking. Stop talking while I'm talking because you keep interrupting me. You keep interrupting me while I'm talking. The problem is that y'all. Don't unmute yourself if you don't unmute yourself when you're on my live. Okay. If I mute you, stay muted.
I don't like to do that.
Okay. All right. Then guess what? You don't like to be on my stage either.
What is it going? I'm starting to think it's me.
Is there something in the water?
No, every time I get on the live from the beginning, it's like we get the most craziest people.
Yeah. What's his name? Hold on. Bolo Crime. I don't fucking need an excuse to kick anybody. I control the disconnect button. Lala controls the disconnect button. I don't fucking need an excuse.
I'm glad I don't have the disconnect button, because if I did, boy, there's been a whole lot of downtones.
They're crazy. Like they come in here and they try to exert this power that they don't have, or this control that you don't have. You can only control yourself. You only control yourself in this room. You don't control me. You don't control Lala. You don't anybody in the comments. And if you come up in here acting like a complete asshole, then we're going to get you the fuck out. And Bolo Crime, this is your third night here. If you don't like it here, then all you have to do is leave. County Joy, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm a little frustrated right now. Are you with the crew that lollygag all up in here?
No.
Okay. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a Hindu.
Okay. So the conversation tonight is about the Christian God. Okay. So I think maybe a Thursday night would be better for you to come up.
Well, I mean, I have opinions according to one of the things, your questions. I can give my opinion about.
So I'm not looking for opinions, right? The conversations are geared towards practicing Christians those who are deconstructing away from Christianity, or those who have deconstructed away and they are now non-believers. Okay, but on Thursday nights we do have more open topic forums for people who are not in one of those three categories. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
All right. JP, are you the J that told me that they were 20 years old? You got the same profile picture. Hello, Stormy.
Hello. Wait,
How
you
are
said that
you?
the other person, no Christians tonight, right? Thursday's better.
No. What? No, I said you have to be a Christian, a practicing Christian, either a Christian that is deconstructing Christianity or a former Christian that is now atheist or non-believer. One of those
Oh,
three.
okay. So
Which one
practicing would
are
be like
you?
practicing. You would say like getting into it because I mean, I've been a Christian for like 10 years.
So practicing Christian would mean that you are a Christian. If
Okay.
that is your current identity.
Yeah. I have one opinion. I don't know if that's tonight or if I should just join another time. I don't want to be rude or anything.
No, so it's not so what you would do as a Christian, that's what you're saying, that you are a Christian, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you would pick one of the topics to discuss.
Okay. Well, what made me click your stream was I saw the Christian God is evil. I'm That's the only thing I was just concerned about that I saw.
Okay, go ahead. And what did you want to say about that?
I I mean, from what I've read, and I haven't read everything in the Bible, and I have to admit that, but I just don't see any passage where, besides where someone brings up Proverbs 1 about him killing somebody, I don't see how a loving God is evil. That was just part of why I clicked on the stream. Sorry.
Sure. So you've never read the passage where he sent evil spirits to Saul, where he took out the spirit of God, took out his spirit, and sent an evil spirit to Saul to make Saul want to kill David.
Okay. Do you mind guiding me where that is?
Yeah, I think it's in First Kings. Let me grab my Bible.
Okay.
I think it's First Kings chapter 16.
Yeah, I've been on TikTok for like an hour or so already tonight. I've seen so many of these streams where the topics about God and like, or I don't believe in God or whatever. I'm surprised at how many like quote unquote Christians act so immature. I genuinely like to think both ways. Even though I am a Christian, I got my beliefs. I do like to listen and learn, observe.
Well, that's refreshing. Not a lot
Yeah.
of why is my thing doing this?
Oh, okay.
TikTok is acting weird tonight. Hold on. Entering. Is it First Kings or Second Kings? Let's see. Oh, it's not even Kings. It's Samuel. First Samuel 16 and 14.
If I go out of the TikTok app, will it kick me out of the audio or no?
Uh, it won't take you off stage, but it will. We won't be able to hear anything if you're trying to talk to us. But you can see it on the screen. Do you see it
Yeah,
up on
yeah. I
the
was just
screen?
gonna open up my own app.
So I'm going to read it to you. It says,
Okay.
"Now the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord tormented him. And Saul's servant said to him, 'See now, an evil spirit from God is tormenting you.'" That's First Samuel chapter 16, 14 through 15. And this story is recounted several times throughout the book of Samuel.
Oh wow, I never saw that.
Have you
I
ever read
know.
where he sent lying spirits to the prophets of Ahab?
No. And the only one, I mean, I've mostly read the end times type stuff, like Revelation or like the end of the world. You know, I know he sends locusts and things to torment, non-believers and like what the words say in Revelation, but I don't know. Like, I've never read these.
So even with that right there, right? Like he's sending the locusts to torment non-believers, right? Like what
Right.
for? Right? And you don't think that's
And listen, I
evil.
thought the same thing. I'm like, what for? Why? And why locusts? Of all things.
Yeah, like you don't think that's evil?
I mean, it's the kind of the same thing. Like if you get, you pick up a knife, right? You can cut fruit or you can stab somebody. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of
No,
like
I
what you
don't
what
get
you do
that.
with it. Oh no, I
No,
was saying like,
no, I don't get that because like if would it be fair for you to be tormented because you don't believe in Santa Claus? Like do you deserve for somebody to run up to you, for some 10-year-old to run up to you when you tell them that Santa Claus isn't real and stab you to death?
I know, no,
And so it is equally immoral for a person to be harmed or tortured for not believing in a God.
yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Why is that a thing that you were willing to accept, that this deity plans on, or says that he plans on torturing people for not believing in him? Why is that a thing that you were like, yep, that makes sense, and you were willing to accept as a okay thing or a justifiable thing to do?
Um, well, like when I accepted Christianity, like at an early age, I had never really read the Bible till like recently because I had a lot of dramatic life events, but recently got more into it. And certain topics, right? Because when like I've read like deconstruction, like people talk about certain topics too. I never got into the belief or thought like God is evil. I've always had the assumption, just like another human, that they had a reason for what they did, and then or also the thought that maybe. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. But what you shared is very, very something to ponder on for sure.
Yeah, I think like asking ourselves, why do we
Right.
accept the things that, we are told in life? And we're
Right.
not really, when we are first like indoctrinated into this belief system, we aren't really given the choice that we're told that we have, right? It's like as
Right.
our parents are like, this is what it is. My dad used to say this all the time: as for me and my house, we gonna serve the Lord. Like if you're gonna live here, you're gonna serve God. It's like be homeless and
Right.
serve God, right?
My mom says that as long as you live here, we're going to church. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're not really given that choice. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
As a kid, and then you're taught not to question it, right?
or
you're
question other
taught.
things. Like that's kind of reason, like right now as an adult, I'm trying to learn not only just Christianity, but like I want to know people's opinions about other stuff too. Like, you know, how do they think that this played out, or their opinions? Because other people's opinions matter too. You know, I
Hmm.
can't always just see everything from a Christian point of view.
Yeah, that helps people, humans, understand each other
Right.
better, right? Like, why
Right.
did you make the decision that you made, right? So that I can
Right.
understand where you're coming from, because I may think the move that you made um is illogical, but in your mind it makes sense, and I would like to understand why, right? And it may
Mm-hmm.
be something that I can um take further to understand how to have a relationship with you, or better communicate with you, to where we are not bumping heads with each other, right? To where we are
Right.
not um invading each other's space and causing harm to each other.
Yeah.
And then, but like, also, like, speaking to uh just not being void of humanity, and readily accepting um harmful ideologies about other people, and saying that because a deity who I've not seen it, again, like, it's okay if you believe in a higher power, right? If you believe in this God,
Right.
but then to say that this deity who I've never seen says that this person is an abomination, or doesn't deserve to live, right? Or they are the children of perdition, or children of
Right.
destruction, then I must treat them a specific way, or I have to make it my goal to change them, right? So that they
Mm-hmm.
don't burn in hell.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
part of fair I was gonna say part of my belief too is what I've heard recently is people treat more uh ones that are like hard headed, because I know in particular Jesus talks about like the hardening or softening of the heart. I don't like that. I think it's more of a mindset, because I think for me, how I treat my religion, what people put it, and that's fair, is more of a relationship. But then I realize he's not here to have that kind of relationship. And then that, like recently, my dad passed away about 5 years ago, right? And
I'm sorry to hear
it,
that.
yeah, the doctor said about 8 months left to live. He fought it for 18 years, which just still boggles my mind. I don't know how, whether it's a god or just by chance, right? But I've just had the struggle of like, if a god is so good, the kind of the thing you hear a lot is, why did he take him away? Why? You know, you're loving. If you have a wound, you heal them. Why take him away? And why exactly when I turn 18? And then I had to figure
Mm,
this all out by myself, not
mm,
using Christianity all the time. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I
mm,
cry because of the, like, if Jesus was here and could prove all the miracles and everything, there wouldn't be what's it called, discord. You know what I'm saying? That's
mm.
the thought I've had too, is why are you waiting? Why are you waiting? Why is it like this? You know what I'm saying? And then we have
Yeah.
all this shot of disbelief or opinions, because there's not enough help to get us to what we should be. Like, it's so illogical sometimes. Like, I don't, even as a Christian, I don't get the Bible. Like, why'd you do that this way when you could have done it this way? But then, like, it's so, we have so much less info and we need fill-ins.
And but the okay, so
For example, like, why did Jesus have an evil
uh,
spirit? you know
yeah. So my father died when I was 26. He was killed by a drunk driver, right? And my
Oh,
younger
I'm sorry.
brothers were thank you. It's about, so I'm a older woman now, so it's about 17 years ago this year. 16 or 17. I've lost, I used
Yeah.
to, like, count, but 2020, 2006 and 2024, where are we at? 16 years now. Um but my younger brothers were your age when he died. And
Oh, yeah.
mhm. And I remember talking to them and how they felt. They were so upset and they were mad at God because they felt that he took him away,
Mm-hmm.
before they were able to have that type of relationship with my dad, have children so my dad could see their kids. And because my dad was a pastor, he was always doing things, at the church and for the kids at the church, right? Like he would
Right.
take the kids to like baseball games and football games. So they always had to share my father with the other kids at the church. And when he died, they felt like God robbed them of that time. Because, like, when he was here, he was working for you, right? And we had to share
Mm-hmm.
him. And then you go and take him away before, we can even uh, get grown, and he never get to see our kids. And
Yeah.
I share about, my thoughts the night that my father died. How at that time I was a believer in the God, and the promise that he had given my dad, I felt like, how do you take him away before you actually fulfill that promise? You know,
Right.
and I started, you know, working on the promise and trying to keep his legacy alive. So at that point, I got really serious about the God. Um, got in church, preaching, teaching. I took over the financial uh, aspects of the
Aspect. Yeah.
church.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in 2019, I started like really really studying because I wanted to get closer to the God. I wanted to learn His name, because I,
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of questions. Right, I was at this point to where I'm like, yeah, I'm tired of answering uh, for the God. Like, I'm tired of saying, well, this is why this didn't happen or why we don't see this happening because the God this, right? Like, I was tired of gaslighting myself. And so I decided to start looking for answers to the questions that I had. Um, me and my brothers would talk about how in the black community, it just didn't seem like this God loved black people, because every time we looked around, black people were going through shit, right? Like, and
Right.
like
Right. That makes
it
yeah.
just, yeah. And so it was the conversation that I had with my brother about that and some things that were happening with our family that we were like, no, like something's got to give. And so I started really, really, really researching and studying. And as I did, it dawned on me that the the God that we're serving
Mm-hmm.
is a man. It's a human, right?
Right.
And so a lot of the things that we read in this book that don't make sense, and we're like, man, I need an answer for this. Why is there such a
Yeah.
gap in
Like
this?
that
It's
happens to me
humans.
with the sermon. Like the pastor, right? And don't get me wrong, I love the atmosphere. I don't really love the church, but I love the atmosphere, right? So it's just a getaway, it's something different, for an hour or so. I walk away from sermons and I'm going like, I just wasted an hour. I get some of it, but then he like threw things together to make sense. I'm like, that made no sense. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
the pastor isn't wrong, but like what? you know?
yeah. Like, the pastor has become a god within itself. Like, in the church, you don't question the
Right.
pastor, right?
And then
even
I
even though
don't
you're sitting there, saying this, that what he's saying doesn't make sense, you quickly answered with yourself and said that, the give me just a second.
you're good.
Y'all want somebody to be mad about this election. Like, we have moved on. Just
I
because
I
y'all
saw
did that shit.
that.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh
Just
my
because y'all
gosh.
did that shit, don't, like, I think they were waiting on us to like behave like they did, and they're pissed that they didn't get that. And they've been trying for like since the day of the election, they've been trying to like try to get us
Right.
to like be
Listen, it's
mad.
an
But
old
yeah.
man in a building. Let's just move on.
Yeah, move the fuck on. But man, what the hell was I saying? Yeah, like you even though you were like that, I just wasted a whole hour listening to this man talk about shit that don't make sense.
Right.
But instead of allowing yourself to entertain that
And
and say, I have to find out,
Right.
Whether there's logic in this, you immediately answer for yourself and say, well, that's the pastor. He can't be wrong. He has to know more than me, right? He has to have a
Right.
connection to this God. And that's what a lot of people do. They're afraid to even question the pastor because they're afraid to question God. So they just stay in it
Right.
and
And
they
like another
accept things.
right. Another part of that too, I feel like, is when you try to figure things out, right? Because I mean, one of the Bible verses I do like a lot because it helps me personally with anxiety away from like religion part is the past and the future, right? I'm trying to live most of the time mentally recently in the moment because the future will take care of itself because that'll happen when it happens, and the past has already happened. I can't go back and I can't go forward. I am where I am right now, right? And so a lot of my anxiety I try to feel out with God and like, trying to believe, and even then I still question, and I've already been this way for 10 years, so part of my lazy butt won't change, but I try to, like recently, like I said, trying to reach out and think about other people's thoughts and how they fix things. And part of the reason why I wanted to request to join the talk, because I enjoyed our time here in discussion.
Give me just a second.
Okay.
Lorna, you are about the 50th Christian that have come in here and wished death on me. Now, Lorna, what I would like for you to do is hit request. I want to talk to the death angel. Hit request and come and tell me, what would it benefit your God for me to die? Come on stage, since your God sent you in here to tell me that that's what's going to happen to me. Be bold, Lorna.
I'm pretty much done, but I would like to add one more thing if you don't mind.
Yes. And Stormy, you can, I know, like you said, it's been 5 years. It took me 14 years to grieve my dad.
Yeah.
And I could hear that there's still some grieving processing
Yeah.
going on.
Right.
Feel free to hit me up in DM if ever you need to just vent, and talk to somebody who's gone through the process of losing a father.
I appreciate
And
that.
at the same time of dealing with it with the thoughts of God, like why God, right? And
Right.
I'll say, my father was
It's always why God. If it's not a human fault, it's back to God.
yeah, because I my father was a good man, and when people would
Right.
talk about him, they would always say he's a man after
Yeah.
God's own heart. And it's like, well, if that's the case, then why didn't he protect him on that
Right.
motorcycle, right? And so,
Right.
but
I mean,
if you ever
so
need to just vent about that, feel free to reach out through DM. Okay.
okay. If you don't mind, do I have time for like two more things?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First one is part of what I've heard of like other people, they talk about like blasphemy, right? And you can't, it's like, I get so confused on that. But I was trying to go to a part of a scripture where it says something about like you cast yourself out, right? Kind of distancing yourself from God, right? And basically he says, you're on your own. I'm not going to forgive you. I'm like, what if I mess up? A loving God won't forgive me. But then
Yeah.
another verse says, hey, I forgive you. You messed up. I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then a second thing, I don't want to be racist, but I just want to say one thing. It's not.
Wait,
I swear,
don't say it. Don't say it. Hold on. Typically,
Oh.
let me say it. Typically, when you start a sentence off like that,
Okay.
the thing that you're about to say is most likely racist. And so think it over, right?
Okay.
Before you say it. And maybe think about it with yourself first, and maybe do some research on the internet or whatever. But usually when those words follow a sentence, the thing that's getting ready to come out of your mouth is offensive. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The best thing to do is to
Yeah, I'll
research
probably,
it. Yeah.
because it's such a wild topic. I'll pass on that one. I'm sorry.
No, that's
It
okay.
is interesting if you have more context and it wasn't like this circumstance. It is interesting, but I'll pass for now.
Hey,
I,
Stormy,
What's up?
I want to say this to you. It sounds like, to me, when I listen to you talk, sounds like you have your critical thinking cap on. So now that you do have that on, I noticed that you're jumping, in different scriptures in the Bible. This is really in it, and this is only my thoughts. I'm not trying to tell you what to do or anything.
Uh huh.
I'm just saying this would be the perfect time uh, to study the book. Now, when I say study the book, it's kind of like there's not a book that I can think of that you went out and read that you did not start at the beginning.
Right.
And so I think that if you're going to study this book, start at the beginning and read the book with your cap on. And then you'll get a better understanding of the book. And then you'll start seeing what people are saying, and you can start researching what the book says. Try to, like I tried to validate what the book was saying outside of the book. I couldn't validate it. If you can, please come back and tell me what you validated. Now, I'm not saying everything in the Bible is a lie. No, it's not. There are certain events that are in the Bible that are true events, but all the mystical stuff and all that's never been
Fairy
proven.
tale.
It's
Right.
just fairy tale. But it just, if you're going to study this, you sound like to me, you're a pretty smart young man. You got your thinking cap on. Start at the beginning, man, and just read the book slowly from the beginning until you get to the end. And while you're reading it, and you stumble, stop right there and start researching what you're stumbling on.
and
Right.
don't respect your enemies. I don't care what nobody's
Yeah.
saying. You don't give it your people who have declared that you are an enemy. Do not give them open access to you. Don't think that you can change them. That your love is going to change them. It's okay to respect their right to live enough to stay the fuck away from them, but they don't deserve
Right.
space with you. Okay, like don't let anybody tell you
Yeah.
that you need to love people who want to hurt you or harm you. That is a fucking fallacy, and it opens you up for them to just mentally abuse you, emotionally abuse you, financially abuse you. That's why they tell
Absolutely.
you to do it.
Yeah. I mean, part of my awakening, I mean, quote for quote, was kind of from my narcissistic birth mom, because she was part of my push towards finding some source of freedom. But that wasn't alcohol. I mean, I was younger, so, but that would make logical sense. But that wasn't hurting myself. That wasn't going to not religious wise, but just like harm myself, right? And so Christianity was a safe approach at that time. 9 years old, figuring out life literally, right? And then 10, 11, 12, going through school, trying to finish out, right? Let's say, I mean, I was already 6 foot. I was already like 5'9". I was a big kid, right? And finishing 12th
Mm-hmm.
grade, I was already a big kid trying to figure out life, and a part of that is having kind of training wheels on for a long time.
Well, I'll tell you this much, and please, come back and let me
Really?
know if I'm lying. What you're going to find out, and I think pretty much everyone who actually reads this book, they're going to find out. Most Christians that I have talked to, ran into, and I've talked to a lot of them, the strongest believers have never even read the book. They only know certain parts, certain scriptures that are just stuck in their
Yeah.
heads and they ride on it.
See, like,
But the strongest believers have never read this book.
yeah, like for me, I have read left and right of Revelation because I think it's a fascination for me for like the aspects of God, but also the end times is always just fascinated me. The end of the earth, da 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 da, right? And also Proverbs, also Psalms, because there's a lot of, I know they quote them as songs when people have translated them from Hebrew or whatever, but a lot of them do have decent wisdom, that could be agreed on. But yeah, like I've really read the book, not everything, but I've read, like, I guess you could say popular books of the Bible, like Proverbs, for example.
Right.
A lot of people who won't name names, but like satanic people, or like, that area, also use Psalms a lot, or like First Kings, to describe things.
Right.
And I do need to read the book a lot more. But yeah, I mean, I enjoyed my time on here with you guys, and I was glad to be able to discuss for, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you
you.
for coming up, and like I
Yeah.
said, like, stick around. We do have some really tough conversations in here. We do go through the book. We study the book together. When I'm
Right.
not busy as fuck, we usually do Saturday only sub lives where we study the book together, and also, like I said, the invitation is open. If you have one of those days where you're like, man, I just
Right.
need to fucking vent, just
And
reach
like
out to me in Discord.
reminders, Christians, talk, don't argue,
Yeah,
talk.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
It's not going to hurt you to share your opinion. The worst person could say is no, I don't believe that. And then move on, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, nobody needs to have a death threat.
You're
You know what
gonna
I'm saying?
die. I'm like, just calm down. you know.
Like, God, that's like the 10-year-old running towards the 14-year-old brother for telling
That's
them
like a
Santa Claus
toddler
isn't real.
throwing a fit. Like.
Gosh, yeah, I agree. But I hope you have a good night, Stormy. Thank you so much for coming up.
All right, you as well. Anybody else in here?
Thank you. Did Lorna request? Is she still here? I haven't seen her rantings in a minute. Did she get blocked? I want to. Oh, she left. Y'all come in here and say your God told you to tell me these death threats, but you only say that shit in the comments. Like, what I want to know is what's going to how is it going to benefit your God? That's what I want to know.
That is so crazy to me how a person can be a believer, be a follower of Jesus, and walk this good faith line, but in the same breath, wish a death threat.
And then with their
That's
whole
crazy.
chest say, he told me to tell you. Like, with their whole chest.
Hmm. He told me to tell you. That doesn't make sense. No.
What?
Why you can't
Oh
tell
my
me?
God. Otter. Otter.
What?
Otter said drive by proselytizer.
Wow.
That's exactly what it is, Otter. They doing drive-bys.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Drive-bys on TikTok.
Hmm.
That is crazy. Most rustic. How are you? AK. Y'all don't
Well,
forget that we are taking up uh, gifts for Lowen. One of our mods, their grandmother passed away. And you can send the gift to my Cash App that is in my bio. At the end of the night, I'll be sending everything to Lowen. And I appreciate y'all so much. Lowen, can you put your hand up? Oh, Lowen just typed. They just typed in the comments. So thank y'all so much for helping Lowen and his family. Most Rustic, are you Christian, deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
So I'm a Christian, but I'm probably a little bit different Christian than you're used to. I'm Eastern. I'm Eastern Catholic. So
Yeah,
not
we've talked. Yeah, and so I usually when an Eastern Orthodox Christian comes up, I typically tell them that this conversation isn't necessarily going to fit them because y'all have different traditions in your Bible, also different oral traditions that Protestant Christians do not subscribe to.
Yes.
And so I don't know if you feel comfortable. Like typically they say, well, it's not that different, or they try, right, to
Well,
go ahead and have the conversation. But what I'm going to tell you is that when you try to bring up your extra oral traditions, I'm not going to allow it in this discussion, because that's not, a lot of people in this room are deconstructing from Protestant Christianity.
okay, so
Okay.
maybe my background can come up to play. So I'm a convert. So I'm used to dealing with the Protestant argument, and I actually don't want to bring up any oral traditions. I'm more than welcome to bring up like Bible alone or theology or just being human,
We
which is
don't
what
do
I'm
the
hearing.
Yeah, we don't do theology in here.
Mhm.
We're straight literary analysis, critical analysis, cultural analysis,
Yeah,
archaeology. Like, we don't do dogma or theology.
yeah, absolutely. I'm totally down for that.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
So one of the things I'm starting to hear is and I guess
So I'm sorry, just one second. There's three topics on the board. Do you see the
yes.
three up there? So
So
you have to
I
pick one
guess
of those.
the whole Christian God is evil.
Okay.
Yeah. So and I guess that's what the last guy said, but that's where I kicked in at.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So one of the things that I think ties to it is the second topic, which is God did not give humans free will. And one of my questions is that if he didn't give us free will, then how do we get this idea of evil?
How do we get the idea of evil if we don't have free will?
Correct. Correct.
What does
Yeah.
free will have to do
So
with
you're
evil?
yeah. So the claim is God didn't give humans free will. So how do
Yeah,
we
what does
know
free
what
will have to do
evil is?
with what does free will have to do with evil?
So if free will is free will, and we as humans understand that to be good and bad, like you can have the will to do good
No.
and you have the will to do bad.
No, no. That so when you say we as humans understand that would be you assuming or asserting that everybody agrees with the definition of free will that you understand or believe. And that's not the case, especially
Yes,
here.
yes.
I'm sorry, Rustic, 1 second. So like let's take turns talking.
Mm-hmm.
So in here, we use the Oxford definition of free will, the Webster definition of free will. Like, we use the scholarly definition of free will, right? Which is the ability to make a decision based off of your own desires or wants without that decision being tied to a necessity or some expected fate, right? Whether that
Yes.
necessity be needing to eat, sleep, um, not be harmed, or like an expected fate could be an outcome, a reward, a punishment, a harm, something like that, right? And we don't have that ability as humans. So that's the
Okay.
definition that we work off of.
So maybe can I ask you about the definition itself? What is the
Yeah.
expected part?
The expected fate,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like fate, like a future event.
Okay. Why is it expected?
Because tomorrow, nobody expects to die the day that they're living. They expect to live tomorrow, to see tomorrow.
Yeah, but there's a lot of unexpected things.
No. An expected fate, right? Like, um, like you expect if you were to just jump off of a building, right? Because of gravity, is
Mm-hmm.
that you would fall, right?
Yeah,
And and
that'd be like
and,
a
and harm.
law. That'd be like a law of science, but
That's
what
why
if
it's expected.
we're talking about like fate itself? So
No.
I
You're thinking faith, right?
no,
Fate, like an event. right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like a consequence is a fate, right?
Right.
A reward is a fate. So, like for example, someone who wins a Grammy, right? When
Mm-hmm.
as they're working on their album, they're promoting their album, they're doing their concerts, right? They're selling their album.
Mm-hmm.
The expected fate is that they may win a Grammy one day, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of people who work hard to sell an album. They make an album, they go to concerts, they try to sell it, but they don't win a Grammy. So what
So they
makes
don't
it
get the
that?
reward. There's still a fate attached to that, right? The fate is that because of the choices that they made, right? In
Mhm.
between that the fate is that they fail, that they don't get the Grammy, or the fate could be that they just go platinum, right? Basically, you asked me what does expected mean. It's a future event,
Yeah,
right?
I think
There's
I
a
think
there's a future event tied to the decision,
yeah, I think a
and we
lot of
don't have that
people.
ability. We don't have that. I'm sorry. Let me finish talking, and then you can talk.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. We as humanity on this earth, we don't have the ability to make a decision that is neither tied to either a necessity or an expected fate. We just don't. And if you want to show me that we do, um, name one decision that we can make that's not tied to either of those things.
Okay. So one decision that we make would be to do good, right?
And you think that that decision isn't tied to a need or an intended fate, expected fate?
Yeah, I think a lot of that goes in history. So like, the American expected good would be, let's say, free capitalism. But a 1940s German expected fate would be to preserve a race. Now, which
Wait,
one?
hold on. Wait.
Okay.
Okay. So so we're talking about the decision to do good, okay?
Right.
My question to you is that decision to do good, right? Tied to a need, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or an expected fate?
What's the difference?
So again, I'm going to tell you what the definition of free will is, because that's what we're discussing. You're trying to prove to me that that we do have free will, right? You're trying to prove to me that we can make decisions that are not tied to need or fate. That's the question that I asked, and you said that one of those decisions would be the ability to do good. So
Mm-hmm.
now I'm asking you, how is the decision to do good not attached to either a need or an expected fate?
I think when a person chooses to do good, they expect a good fate. Fate.
So then the need would be that they need, right? They're doing
Mm-hmm.
it out of a necessity for a good outcome.
Correct.
So they're not doing it out of free will, right? They're doing it, their need is driving that need for whatever reward
Mm-hmm.
they're seeking is what's driving that decision to do something good.
Exactly.
That's not free will. That's the
That's
very
not free
opposite.
will.
No, because free will would be the ability to make decisions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without the constraint of a need or fate. That
Right.
the
So
without part.
what if one's outcome is completely different than another's outcome? Like
It
what if
doesn't
they both
matter.
split?
It doesn't matter what the outcome is. It's what's driving that decision, right? Is
Correct.
it the
Exactly.
hold on. Hold on. It doesn't matter what the outcome is, right? It's the driving force of the decision. Is the driving force of the decision that you're making coming, is it being driven by necessity or is it being driven by fate? If it's
So
being driven by either, then it's not free will.
so let's you were talking about your chats not too long ago. Like we have people in the chat room wanting your death, which I think is completely anti-Christian, and I completely disagree with that. I want you to live a long and happy life. They think that is a good outcome, correct? But people like you and me would say, no, we want the opposite. We want thinker to have a long and healthy outcome. So our expected need is, like you and me, would be for you to have a long life. But their expected need would be completely different. The outcome is yet to come, right? But we are opposing on what our expectations of the good are.
It doesn't matter what the expectations of the good is, right? That you have billions of people in the world. Their expectation is going to be different. Their need is going to be different. But if we take both, you as a different Christian than the Christian that came in here a few minutes ago wishing for my death, right? Mm-hmm. So that Christian is not acting out of their own free will by coming in here saying that Yahweh told her to tell me that I was going to die.
So what are they acting out?
They're acting out of the need, right, to validate their faith, right, or the expected fate that if they don't obey what they feel like Yahweh told them to do, that they may face some type of punishment.
Wouldn't that prove a free will, though?
No, because the definition of free will is to act, right, and to make decisions without, or let me say independent of, because that might be better to understand. So it's the ability to make a decision independent of a need or fate. And both of those things are present here. So she's not acting out of her own free will. But the very fact that she said that your God told her to tell me that, she's acting out of your God, right? She believes your God sent her in here to tell me that I was going to die.
Yes, but once again, my God, but at the same time, me, a Christian, a follower of my God, is saying the opposite.
Of course, because you are a different person, right? So your God speaks to you differently. And so you believe that out of your own free will, you reject what she says the God told her, right?
Right. Yeah, we have
but there is a reason why you do that, right? There is either a need for you to be a good person and reject the hatefulness that was coming from Lorna, right? Mm-hmm. Or the expected fate of, that's not what my God teaches or taught, and that's not how you get to heaven, right?
Right. Yes.
So need and fate are both present. So neither you nor Lorna are acting out of free will. Both need and fate is driving this decision for you to reject what Lorna is saying. And then Lorna's need to be hateful towards me is being driven by her need to defend her God.
Well, let's pick apart what you just said. You said our God. So me and Lorna have a shared God, correct?
Well, I don't necessarily think y'all do. I think y'all, I'm sorry, I think y'all believe y'all do.
No, well, I don't think so, but let's say we do. You know, because you put it into existence that we do. Okay. So
but that's because is your God the God of the Bible?
Sure.
That's why I say, both of your God is in this Bible. Both of y'all believe that you're serving the God of this Bible, or that, you're worshiping the God of this Bible. But both of you have different understandings of this God. And you have, this God talks to you differently, right? Yeah. Her God would kill me. Your God wouldn't. But it's the same God from this book.
Our perspective, correct?
That's all it can be, because the God is immaterial. Right? And the God is talking to you.
How can the same God from the same book give me a different perspective than her? If we don't have,
because y'all are different people.
Exactly.
Because your needs and your desires, right, are different. Except the need is still there and the fate is still there. Just because they vary does not eliminate. Like the need would be the driving force, right? It's a different need for each person.
Yes.
But need and it's still there. Necessity is still there,
Right.
right? So free will can't have necessity or fate attached to the decision.
They can't have necessity or fate attached to the
It
decision.
cannot. It
But
cannot, because those would be constraints.
her need and my need come up to a different fate.
It doesn't matter if it's different. The variation of fate and need does not affect the fact that they are still present.
Wouldn't the fact that you're putting the word variation mean that there is a free something? The fact that each
Free
person's
choice,
variation is different.
free choice. Like, I think a lot of times, yeah. So choice and free will are not the same. That's
What's
why, like so free choice is the ability to make a choice based off of the options that are presented to you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There's
The thing is, hold on. Just like this is gonna be my third or fourth time asking you not to speak while I'm speaking. Like, let's take turns speaking, right? But because you're so ingrained into this conversation, it's an exciting conversation. It's a pleasant conversation, right? Your there is a need attached to that, right? For you to prove free will. So you continue to interrupt me while I'm speaking. And I don't think that you're trying to be rude, right? I think that you're excited about the conversation. I think that it's engaging to you. So you're not acting out of your own free will. Does that make sense?
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I choose to interrupt you.
Mm-hmm. And then the options in front of you, right, would be either to continue to interrupt, right, and Lala or do that will drop you because they can't handle it. Like they're not gonna keep letting me like ask you to stop. So, or you can choose to not interrupt and we can have a great conversation. These are the options presented to you, right? You have the freedom to make that choice. Does that make sense?
That's correct. A freedom. That's correct.
To make the choice, but you're not being driven. You're not doing this out of your own free will, right? Like, because you have a need, you're going to interrupt again because you're being driven by your need. It's not free will.
But okay, but let's say I don't, right? So let's say the last talker, he was very polite, and I give him 100% kudos. Much better person than I am. He didn't interrupt you, but here I am interrupting you. But my need is different than Lorena's need. So now we have three variations of people, each with different wills, because we're acting it out, and each with different needs. So, like, Lorena wants to kill you, I don't, and I think the last speaker wanted to understand you.
Yeah, but the one thing that is consistent there is that there's still a need. You just have variations of the need. And so as long as a need is present, it is not free will. The choice or the decision is being driven by that need. Now, there could be multiple options in front of you, right? That you can choose from. You have the freedom to make a choice on the options. Like, let's say, for instance, Lorna wants to, there are options in front of her to try to carry out what she believes Yahweh is telling her to do, right? There's the option for her to, use violence. There's the option for her to use poison. There's the option for her to not to do it, right? Those are presented to her, right? She can freely make one of these choices because these options are presented to her. But the choice that she makes is either going to be driven by need or fate. She may decide not to do what she feels like Yahweh's telling her to do because the expected fate is going to be fucking jail. Or somebody may do something to her, right? So she may decide to disobey what she believes Yahweh is telling her to do because of the expected fate attached to that choice. So then she's going to choose to leave me the fuck alone right? Because of her need to stay out of jail or her need to continue living. So she's not acting out of her own free will, but she is freely choosing from the options presented. Does that make sense?
Um, in a way, but I think it leans more towards what I'm saying is that there's so many
You have
variations.
choice. You have choice. She can freely choose, right? Between the options, but the choice is being driven by need or fate. So there is no free will, but there is freedom of choice.
But
Free will and choice are not the same thing.
but there is a choice to wish a different fate.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm saying is, like, we can choose freely to act on certain things for a different fate.
And
So
that's free choice.
so many variations come together to have free will.
No, that's not free will. Free choice and free will are two different things. I would, Thinker,
Okay,
can
can
you
I?
pull? Hold on for a second. Thinker, can you pull up the definition and show it on the screen?
Yeah. Also, while you're talking to him, I'm gonna whiteboard it. I'm gonna get a digital whiteboard and try to like pull it, draw what I've been drawing here while I'm talking to you. So I've created kind of like a diagram of
Okay.
the hierarchical level of free will as it leads to the freedom of choice. So while you talk to Nelly, I'm going to create that diagram so I can put it on the screen. But give me just a second to put up the definition for you as well.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
good.
Because I wanna ask you something, most rustic. Once she gets the definition up here,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna have you read the definition,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And then I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
All right.
And I don't mean to be ugly. I really am trying to understand.
Well,
What
you getting ready to. You getting ready
okay.
to understand it. Because this is going to be, you don't even need me to say anything. You basically going to have to put this in your head and figure it out.
Okay.
Okay.
All
All right,
right. This
Ken.
is Cambridge. This is Cambridge University.
Just blow it up a little more. Let's see. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna blow it up a little bit more for the chat. Can y'all see it in the
Oh,
chat?
okay. Can you read that, most rustic?
Yeah, the
What?
ability to decide what to do independently of any outside influence.
Okay. Let's stop there. We don't even have to go no further. Now, I want you to give me one scenario
Mm-hmm.
that will fit into free will.
Okay, so
One scenario.
we'll keep it to two. So Lorena has listed what she wants. She wants a fate, a different outcome than I do. I am able to decide outside of that influence, independently of her, what my outcome would be.
And what is your outcome motivated by?
My outcome would be motivated by my own variations of what I believe God would want.
You just answered your own question.
Correct. Well,
You
I get that, but
you
it's a
just
different
said
thing
your
independently of her.
outcome. Hold on. You just said your outcome
Mm-hmm.
is based on what God would want.
No, what I believe God would want.
What you believe God would want.
Yes, it's dependent on me. That means independent.
And that's not a fate or need or none of that.
It's my need. It's it's the fate I want, dependent only on my belief.
On your belief.
Mm-hmm.
Do you hear? I need you. For some reason we're missing each other. You're not hearing yourself.
I don't think so. There's this like one letter I, correct, that keeps
Mm-hmm.
going in there. That makes independent.
Okay. You're a Christian, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you follow this. You follow the God of the Bible because of what?
I follow the God of the Bible for many, many, many variations.
You can just give me one.
But that's cutting it to a black and white that could fit me into a whole bunch of
Okay.
other
Okay. Well,
Christians
let's make it.
that don't agree.
Okay, I'll make it easy. What is the ultimate goal at the end of this road for you following this God?
To be a good servant.
That's it.
Yeah.
So you don't want to go to heaven.
Heaven is an if you could even say a secondary result.
Oh, it's a secondary result, but you do want to go, right?
If God chooses so, yes.
And so if God chooses you to go to hell, you fine with that too.
I mean, it really doesn't matter to me.
Oh, it don't matter. Wow, you the first Christian I ever heard say that. That it
I
doesn't
mean, I'm
matter
not
to
God.
you. It really doesn't matter to you.
No, my boss can choose to fire me. It has nothing to, like, there's nothing I can do. If my boss decided to fire me tomorrow morning, there's nothing I could do that could change his mind, correct? Because, this boss has made up his mind, so much so that he's condemning my soul to be unemployed.
Okay. Well, basically, if you hear what you're saying, when you read this definition and then you turn around and give me the scenario that you gave me, you
Mm-hmm.
still can't take out a need. You still can't take out a fate from it.
Yeah,
See,
there's always going to be an outcome. I'm not saying there won't be an outcome.
okay, no. It's the reasoning behind it. It's always the reasoning behind it. Let me give you an example. I'm gonna give you a statement. There is a such thing as free will in the spiritual realm of what you believe. There is a such thing as free will. Now,
Mm-hmm.
when I say that, the part that Christians are missing is that they don't have free will. Their God has free will.
I believe.
God is the only one that can make a decision to do
Mhm.
whatever he wants to do with no constraint or no fate.
Correct. But at the same time, how is that any different than, I hate to dumb it down this much, but an employer. A employer can decide if he wants to employ you the next day or not. That doesn't mean that I am acting solely on the employer's will, because I have my own will whether to come to work or not.
Wow, this is getting a little bit more. Okay, you. There is not a decision on this planet that you can make that does not have a need, a necessity, or a fate. It does. There's no way you can make any type of decision on this planet without that being in place. Because
You
whatever decision you make is because of some reasoning behind it or some expected outcome behind it.
Yes, you're hitting the nail on the head. So
Okay, but
some
but that's
reasoning,
not. But
I'm gonna replace some with I or
okay,
my
but
reasoning, behind it,
does not matter. It's
my need behind it. Correct?
okay, but that's not free will.
Hold on,
It
That is
Thinker.
sort
free
of is.
choice.
Did you see the message D that sent?
What did she say? I'm working. I'm in Canva
Please
right now.
read it.
I'm not looking at the thing. What did she send it?
I would rather you look at it
Which
once
one
you
is
get
it?
a chance.
I'm seeing an act is free. Reap what you sow.
No. That's not you. Just
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
It's
it's okay.
ridiculous.
I want to do this graph right quick.
But like I said, free choice and free will are two different things.
If
Free
you have
will
unlimited
technically,
choice, why does it negate free will?
okay, what I'm trying to say to you is
Okay, we're
this.
not gonna most rustic. Just
Yes, ma'am.
like Thinker, please wait until he finishes sentence.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying to you, most rustic, is this. There is a difference between free will and free choice. And where Christians get it confused at, because for one, free will is not mentioned nowhere in the Bible, period. I don't know who came up with free will and spreaded it out through Christianity, but it's not in your Bible nowhere. There's not a scripture that says God gives you free will. There is nothing in the Bible says that.
Okay.
So there has to be a difference. Now, if it's not a difference, then explain to me why, when you look up the definition of free choice and then look up the definition of free will, there's two different definitions.
Can you have free will without free choice?
Free will does not even exist based on the
Without,
definition.
can you have limited choice in free will?
I don't know why you insist on using that word free will. You have the freedom of choice,
Mm-hmm.
but free will is something totally different. The
When I'm
minute you
saying,
put the minute you put will behind free,
Mhm.
then you just basically said something that does not exist.
And why not?
What does it say? The ability to decide what to do independently of any outside influence.
Okay, so decide what you do independently. Can you have free will without free choice?
You can't have free will, period. You can have free choice. You're trying to get, I see what you're doing. You're trying to get me to compare the two together. They're not the same thing. I
Oh,
can't put them in the same sentence.
they are contingent on each other.
I'm almost done. I know that people are getting tired of this back and forth. I'm gonna
Yeah.
show this and then we'll move on. Give me just a second here.
I'm just trying to get most rustic to see it can't be the same thing if it has two different definitions.
No, I'm not saying they're the same thing. I'm saying they're contingent on each other.
Okay.
Like, if you can't have free choice, therefore you can't really have free will either. I mean, there's like some semi-quasi way you can. I get that. There's no way to prove it. Because
There's the
if
easy
I
way to
limit your
prove it.
choice, how am I supposed to prove that you have free will? But if I say, hey, you have free choice, well, now we have a baseline of, do you have free will?
It's very simple. Most rustic, it's very, very simple. Based on the definition of free will, it's impossible to even exist.
Something is going on with I can't do anything in TikTok studio right now. I don't know why. I'm getting hold on.
I think what y'all are trying to say is there's no way to have will without some kind of outside influence. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, well, then I'm lost.
I'm saying, no, you can't be lost. I said free will. You can't just take the free off of it, because will does exist. You can have the will to do something.
Yeah, I said just will. I didn't put free in that last one.
Right. Yeah, well, then what you said was absolutely correct. As long as you use the word will, yeah, you can have the will to do this, the will to do that, whatever it is. But when you put free in front of it,
So we agree there's no way to have will outside of influence, correct?
I would agree with that. I would.
Do we have free choice?
Free choice, of course. You have a free choice to do whatever you like to do,
Do
but
we
you can't
have
have free will.
okay. Do we have free choice to let in these outside influences? Because I can read Lorena's comment,
Okay.
but that doesn't
Okay.
mean I'm
Go
going
ahead, thinker.
to.
Okay. So here you have free will, right? Is need without need or fate, right? Without need or fate. You can make a choice, right? Without it being driven by need or fate. But when the choice here is to harm thinker, right? The need is being driven by her belief. Her fate is divine punishment, right?
No,
She
not correct.
no, that is what Lorna believes, right? If she
That's not
does
what
not
I believe.
obey Yahweh, no, I said Lorna. We're talking about Lorna,
Okay, so
right?
Lorna doesn't have free will. I get that.
No, neither do you, because
Why don't I?
yours
Because
is hold on, yours is still driven by your loyalty and your belief in Yahweh and to be a good person, right?
no, not
So
really.
with Lorna, that's you're already interrupting me while I'm talking, right? So for Lorna, right? The choice is in front of her, right? To carry out whatever she believes Yahweh is telling her to do, is to act with violence or do nothing. Okay. Now, this choice to either act with violence or do nothing is going to be either driven by a need or a fate. Right. That need could be not to go to jail, right? Her freedom to not to go to jail, or her fate to go to jail or to go to heaven. That choice is driven by a need or a fate. Free will, right, would have neither of these. Does that make sense? So she can freely make a choice, right, to either act violently or do nothing. But even these choices are driven by need or fate. Need to have her freedom and not go to jail, or her need to go to heaven.
Yes, Lorna sounds extremely basic. Can we
Yeah,
stop?
and you too, Rustic. You too, Rustic. So your
So
choice,
let's
right?
read me.
Hold on,
Let's read me.
Rustic. Your choice would be in front of you would be to do nothing or to come into the live and try to convince me to believe in Yahweh, right?
So
Hold
let's
on, Rustic. I'm talking and you're doing the thing again, and the reason why you're not acting out of your own free will is because you have a need, one, to separate yourself as a different type of Christian from Lorna,
imagine
right?
that.
So exactly. So the way that you're behaving, the choice that you are making, right, to continue to interrupt me is being driven by that need to differentiate yourself from Lorna. You're not being driven by your own free will. That need is driving you, and you
Yeah,
are making a choice to continue to interrupt me.
are you done?
No, I'm not done.
Okay.
Now, I can make a choice, right? I have the option to continue this conversation, right? Or to completely disconnect you because I've asked you several times not to interrupt me. Um, uh, both of the head mods in here have sent me a message and asked me to just end the conversation, right? Now, I made a choice to let you continue talking to Nelly, right? To continue working on his grid. And that choice I didn't do that out of my own free will. That was driven by the need, right? To try to show you using a graphic to see if I could get you to understand the difference between free will and choice and how they drive each other, right? I didn't disregard their request out of my own free will. The need was driving that. Normally, I would have already disconnected you because I've asked you several times not to interrupt me. But the need to try to get an understanding of this is driving that. Same goes for you. You don't have free will. You have the ability to freely make choices driven by a need or a fate.
Okay. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's look at the second tier. Thinker, choice, divine punishment. There's a third option missing there, which is
Because it didn't fit in the, it didn't fit. It did not, the reason why it's blank, because it did not fit in the, it was unnecessary to be there.
second wrong. Thinker, choice, divine punishment. Okay. There's a third there. The third there is I don't care about divine punishment because I don't care about divine.
Okay, I'm done with this because the reason why I put divine punishment there because I made this with Lorna in mind, not with you in mind. Your fate is your relationship with Yahweh. Your need, right, to be seen as a different Christian, right?
Yes,
yours is different. I don't care about that. I'm not going to go back over the fact that your fate, that your desires are different, right? I'm not going to go back over that. You can have different desires, or different needs, but the fate is still there and the need is still there. The fact that they are different does not change this, doesn't change the top two at all. They stay constant. The top two stay constant.
I'm looking at the top two.
And they stay constant. They do not change. Regardless if the second row changes, the top two stay constant. And those are the ones that need to be absent in order for you to have free will.
But I don't agree with the second one, though. You see what
it doesn't matter. What you need to eliminate is the top two in order to get to free will. You have to eliminate the need and the fate, regardless of what it is.
So I have to eliminate something in order to not have free will.
Because the definition of free will is the ability to make a choice without need or fate. So in order to get to free will, you have to eliminate need and fate.
Why?
Because that's the definition of free will.
I thought the definition of free will was to independent.
Okay, I'm done with this. That independently of means without
outside influence.
Yeah, I can't go over it again. Like if you can't see that from this graph, I don't think that you ever will. And you're choosing, right? Not to, out of your need free will, to have free will exist.
Be independent of what you just set up. Yeah.
Yeah, and independently of that, I'm choosing to drop you. Have a good day.
Have you ever researched that, Thinker, to find out when and where did the word free will come into play in Christianity?
It didn't come in, like it was a philosophical. Yeah, I have, and it was a philosophical concept. It wasn't originally a Christian concept.
Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is that like there are so many Christians in the comments that are still saying it's his free will. Somebody commented and said your free choice is being driven by your free will. Like you don't have it, right? They need free will because it explains why their God is a shitty God. Like it takes away him being a shitty God and it puts the responsibility, the accountability on them. They are bad humans and that's why their God isn't good. And therefore free will. They need it to exist. And they're not going to allow themselves to accept that they just don't fucking have free will.
Wow. Now, if this had been any other word that had, two different definitions, it would have been perfectly understood. No problem. Wouldn't even had a 30-second conversation about it. But since it's free will and it has two different definitions from free choice to free will, it's the same thing. I've never seen nothing that has the same definition. I mean, a different definition, but it's the same thing. No.
Like somebody just said, free will depends on capacity and capability.
Oh my God. See now there is that person named Webster or something? What's their name?
I, and this is one of the reasons why I never really liked the free will conversation, because again, what they mean, right, is choice. They just mean I can make a choice, right? I'm free to choose to do. I'm free to choose the bad thing, right?
Right.
From the options presented to me, I'm free to choose the good thing. Now, if I ask them, when you do the good thing, right, are you giving your God praise for that? And if they say yes, then I ask, then why? Because you did that out of your own free will. Why are you giving him praise for that?
Mm.
Because if you're going to take accountability for the bad shit and say that he doesn't have anything to do with the evil that humans do, then he also cannot have anything to do with the good that humans do out of their own free will either.
Facts. Wow. It amazes me that just plain old common sense, 1+1=2. They don't see it.
Tomorrow, as they stand around their Thanksgiving tables, they're all going to give away their free will as they thank him for everything that he's done. The jobs that they have, the houses that they have, the cars that they drive, the loans that they got, the loans they paid off, the children that they had, the clothes that they have, the boyfriend, girlfriends that they have, right? They're going to thank him for all of these things. And they're going to simultaneously admit, this is going to be them admitting that they don't have free will. Somebody's going to think about that tomorrow as the family goes around the table and does great.
Exactly. I don't even see how they could put it in the same sentence when they will tell you it's God's will. They'll tell you that. So if it's God's will, where's your will at? It's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. The next person. Nelly, you want to do this one?
No problem.
Okay. It's so funny. Mr. Big said, ask Jonah. Like, we literally just got finished talking about Jonah. Mr. Big, why didn't your God kill Jonah? Jonah was supposed to die. Jonah was a false prophet. In Deuteronomy chapter 18, your God said, if a prophet speaks a thing in my name and that thing does not come to pass, then that prophet should be stoned to death. It's mighty funny that the book says that Nineveh, the king of Nineveh, repented to a God he does not serve, even to the point to where he had the animals fast and the animals covered themselves in sackcloth and ashes. And then Nineveh ends up getting destroyed later. Mighty funny. Jonah should have been put to death. Jonah went into Nineveh saying in 40 days you will be destroyed, and that did not happen. And then we get this story that the king of Nineveh repented, right? Jonah should have been stoned according to your God's law.
Facts. Do they read this? I mean, do they actually read? They don't read it. That's the problem.
Apparently your God does 2020. It's in his law. He is the one who said, if a prophet speaks a thing in my name and that thing does not happen, I did not speak it, and that prophet shall be put to death. Jonah should have been stoned.
Wow. Killer 2.0, can you hear me?
I don't think they're there.
Yeah, it looked like that. Well, these names, damn.
I don't know if that one was a Christian.
Obviously not. I hope not. Well, I mean, he'll be representing right, though. Wow. Killer
Do that and
2.0.
Lala. I'm sorry for not dropping him. But again, my need to try to at least one more shot with a graph. Like I just needed to see if that was going to be the aha moment. I see that I was wrong.
Elizabeth, are you there?
Nope, they're not there either.
Hmm. Yeah, the screens are blacked out.
Thank you, Six Spade. I was trying. I was trying. Hopefully, it helped somebody, in the chat. Hopefully, somebody in the chat was like, I get it now. I see it now. Oh, no. TikTok is glitching.
Mm-mm-mm.
Really, 2020 vision? You get it? That's cool.
Well, I
I don't
guess while
know.
we
The box ain't
waiting,
opening.
I guess
The
while
box
we're
won't.
waiting, huh?
The box won't open. No, Jonah didn't preach to Nineveh. Jonah just told them. Jonah did not go to Nineveh and say, repent or else. There was no warning. There was a declaration. Jonah did not give them a warning. He didn't say, repent or you will be destroyed in 40 days. He said, you will be destroyed in 40 days. There was no preaching. There was a declaration of a prophetic divine punishment, and that thing did not happen.
Well, I guess while we're waiting for people to come up, let's see, we got what, 788 people in there? 785, whatever. Well,
Yeah.
why don't
Damn, the
y'all?
box won't open.
Well, for the people that are in the comments, can you take out just 10 seconds and tap the screen? Just everybody tap the screen for 10 seconds so we can see that number go up.
Bruh Nolo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there you go, Nelly.
Okay, bro, Nolo, am I pronouncing that right, sir?
Not bro, bruh.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, sir?
I said not bro, bruh.
Bruh Nolo?
Yes, sir.
All right, bruh Nolo. Are you a Christian, or are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Christian. I was just passing by the live and I saw the post. So I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Okay, well, great. Okay, you pick a topic on the board that you'd like to discuss.
Old Testament condones slavery. God did not give humans free will. The Christian God is evil. Hey, that last one, yo, I'm interested in that one.
Okay, go ahead.
We're saying the Christian God is evil. I'm trying to understand that. Why is they saying that? Or who's saying that?
I mean, your God is basically saying it, but
And I'm saying why you saying that. My God is saying that.
because there's different passages in the Bible to prove it. Okay, let me ask you this: do you think unaliving children is evil?
Do I believe that it's evil?
Yes.
Do I believe the act of a man is evil? Yes, I believe the act of a man is doing it. If it's off of what God is saying, no, I don't believe that.
Oh, so God can unalive children and you're perfectly okay with that. No problem. God could just do whatever he wants to do to anybody he wants to do it to. He could send evil spirits and put in people. He could do all of these things. And that's not evil to you, though. And the God can even tell you that he created evil, and he does all these things, and you still say he's not evil. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you that if God says it is a certain
Bruh,
way,
bruh,
then that's what it
bruh,
goes with that.
Nolo, you're moving
Yes, Layla.
around a lot. You're moving around a lot, and it's kind of
What you
hard to
mean?
hear.
Oh
Like, I'm
no,
not
I'm actually not
sure.
moving.
It
It must
just
be my
seems like you're
headphones
moving
tripping.
the phone or moving around.
No, I'm on headphones. One
Okay,
second,
yeah,
let me see if
because
I gotta switch something. 1 second, let me see if I gotta
Also,
switch one of
also,
these.
also, there's no need to talk while she's talking, right? Like that. That just makes even more noise, right? So if you're on headphones, if you can switch, just go ahead and do that. Thank you. I'm gonna mute you while you fix that. Okay.
Yeah, it was making a lot of noise. I could hardly understand what he was saying. Mm. I'm gonna pull up my Bible Gateway because I don't have my
Hey, does
Bibles
this
with
sound
me.
better?
It sounds scratchy every time you start talking. It's like you're moving, or the mic is scratching up against something.
I'm actually not moving. That's the crazy thing.
Hmm. Do you have like a headset on or something, or are you talking through a microphone?
Are you laying down
I
in
have a
bed?
Bluetooth. No, I have a
No.
Bluetooth on. I'm actually not laying down. I'm in a chair. So this is.
Huh.
You might have it up too loud. That's probably what it is. Probably
Let
need to
me
turn
see.
it
I'll
down
turn it
some.
down. Does this sound better?
It's still making that scrubby noise. I don't know what it is.
Let me take it off Bluetooth. All right, let's try that. Does this sound better?
Absolutely.
My
Absolutely.
Bluetooth acting up.
Okay. So, um, you were saying, what was you saying? You was replying to what I said, and you was answering for the God. So go ahead.
Oh no! Don't say that now. See, I was
Don't.
answering for God. Don't put me on the
I
corner
mean,
like
that's
that.
that's
But
what it
no.
was. You always. I mean,
Oh
Christians
no,
answer for God. They have to answer for God.
I hear you, but it's kind of like saying, "Hey, I'm black, so you talking for all black people." But you know that feeling, brother. Come on now.
Okay.
so,
Okay. Okay.
so with saying that, is that saying that God's way is the right way? Yeah, I would go with that. That comes with my faith. Now, is there people who've made that mistake? Yeah, duh. But when it comes to what God actually lays out when they're saying, like, there were certain moments, if you go to King Saul's historical reference of him disobeying God and not wiping out everybody like God has said. Now, if you see it from God's perspective, or at least from God's side, from the Christian side, it would be that these people had served another God and was doing abominations there. So we're saying the whole place is unclean. So
Okay.
it's
Well,
like everything got to go.
okay. Let me ask you this: your God is the creator of all things. God is the creator of all things. Correct? That's what you believe.
Yes, sir.
What makes you believe that God would create something that He would not participate in?
What do you mean not in participate in?
God created love, good, peace,
Mm-hmm.
harmony, but He
Yes.
also created evil. Why did your God create evil if He did not participate in it?
Well, let me put it like this. As because it says on there, that goes into the second thing that says on there, God did not give humans free will. Well, the thing is, God actually does allow people to do a lot of stuff that they don't think that they would. Even if you look at, I don't know about y'all reading or what of the Bible you have studied, but if you go back to the book of Enoch and where it shows that his own angels had disobeyed him and taught men things that they should have never known. So the fact of he didn't want them to do that, but with him giving out free will, things even in the Bible reference where he says about Israel, where he says, I didn't even know that they would go this far because he's an omnipotent God. That means he can choose to know and choose not to know something if he chooses to.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question right quick about Enoch, and then I'll pass it back to you, Nelly. Do you think that do you believe the book of Enoch was written by Enoch?
Do I think the book of Enoch was written by Enoch? No, I think it was told by Enoch, but then it was finished most likely by Noah, his grandson.
Okay, and so Noah lived during what time frame?
Exactly the time frame, I would not be able to get the years on that, but it would have to be.
So I would say it would be around about 989. Yeah, around like 989 BC. Enoch
I
would have
can't say
lived
if
around
that's right or
6.
wrong.
Well, you can research that, like according to the timeline in the Bible, like the chronology in the Bible. Okay, Enoch would have lived about 662 years after Adam and Eve. Right, the book of Enoch, the first book, the Watchers, was written around 299, 300 CE, 300 299 BCE, about 3,000 years after Enoch would have lived. Right, and so
That's not correct, because if you go to
that
the
is
Dead Sea
correct.
Scrolls, that
Sure,
actually
go
wouldn't be
ahead.
correct. No, I'm saying
Sure,
what
go ahead and
reference what you're
do
saying.
the math for me. Yeah, go ahead, do the math for me.
No, I'm telling you, if you go by the reference of, because a lot of stuff in the Bible is in the world is actually found out from not saying the miracles of God, but the landmarks that they mentioned in there. When it got confirmed with a lot was the Dead Sea Scrolls, but even before that, it's references in Babylonia and even in the.
Wait. What does this have to do with how old Enoch would have been?
Oh no, you're saying that it had to be written just about 3,000. I'm like, the Dead Sea Scrolls are older than 3,000 years, so that wouldn't apply to that.
No, they're not. No, they're not. The Dead Sea Scrolls are not older than 3,000 years.
Let me see when they are. Continue, please.
Are you talking about the Qumran scrolls?
I don't know if that's another name that they go by, but I'm talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls that they had found about maybe, what was it, the 1940s?
Yeah, and the Qumran cave.
What was it, the 1940s, I believe?
They found them in 1948 or 1945, like in the Qumran cave from the Qumran sect.
Like I said, I wouldn't know by that name. But to say they're less than 3. But no, I definitely could look that up while you're saying what you're saying. If you can go ahead. Sorry about that, Miss Layla.
So the Dead Sea Scrolls radiocarbon date back to between 250 BCE and 68 CE. So they don't have a definite date on when they were written, but sometime during that time. So again, the book of Enoch, right? The first book, the Watchers, is dated to 300 to 299 BCE. Okay. And maybe we can go as far as 260, 270, right? But Enoch would have lived 600 to 662 years after Adam. That is still 3,000 years before the book of Enoch is carbon dated, the first book, the Watchers, to be written. So what I'm trying to ask is, are you saying that Enoch's stories were written down or were told orally for 3,000 years and written down correctly for after being told orally for 3,000 years?
What I believe that they could be told orally for 3,000 years. I believe it could be passed down
and told correctly.
I believe that it was written before then, but could it have been passed down orally? I believe so.
Okay, can you find a reference that says that the book of Enoch was written before that?
Give me a second, because you made me have to pull out the computer, because then you went into the dates, so I got to catch up, sister. Let's go into the dates in a minute. But to go there, and you said, when did you say that it was written?
The first book, the Watchers.
No, go ahead.
The book of Enoch, the first book of Enoch, the Watchers, right? Is carbon dated to have been written between 300 BCE to like 270 to maybe 260 BCE, the very first book.
It's 2 BCE on there.
Yeah, I think that is between 300 and 200. I think is what it is. I'm not sure, but I think.
Hmm. Give me just a second because I'm trying to look it up. I haven't had to go into dates into a long time. We're on actually Dead Sea Scrolls. This is low. This is a trip. Give me a sec. Okay. This one, oh yeah, this one is works. Yes. Works with the watchers. So, like this. There's a couple. They're saying some is around maybe earlier than 100 BC.
Now that's later. That's the second book. The second book is said to believe to have been written around 100 BCE. But you do realize that it's later than 200 or 300
Well, a lot of the
BCE,
books
right?
they would say is later.
100 BCE is later than 300 BCE,
No. I'm saying they would say a lot of the books is later, but to say that
which
it
means it's
wasn't.
closer to our time, right?
No, I get exactly
That
what you're saying, Miss Layla.
yeah.
I'm saying that they would say a lot of the books was written later, but it still
Where
doesn't. It wouldn't.
what says that? What are you reading?
No, I'm going off a few websites that I'm seeing, but I'm saying to the reference of it. I mean, there is things that show that stuff is on older time, but to show that the fact of it was written does not. How can I say? What's the proper word? It was just on my tongue. Dang. It does not, I would say, properly throw out the references of things that it was saying in there. I mean,
Well,
the
what
book
I
could have
asked
been
you
written.
was, hold on. What I asked you was, right? Enoch,
Yes.
according to the stories in the Bible, Enoch would
Yes.
have lived about 600, maybe 662 years after Adam, right? Now, if the book of Enoch is carbon dating to 300 to 200 BCE, that would be 3,000 years, right? From when Enoch would have lived to the time that book was written. What my question to you is, are you saying that you believe that the stories of Enoch were told orally for 3,000 years and they were told correctly with nothing changing, with nothing embellishing, with nothing added, nothing taken out? That's what I'm asking you.
Do I believe in that? Yes, but I also believe in what the Bible says that, the word was inspired by God. So
Don't
there's,
nobody block water gun. Let them block their own damn self out of your own free will. What the fuck? Go
huh?
ahead. They know who I'm talking to. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm like, wait, water gun. What? Okay. Like code word? Okay. No, I'm saying that with that of saying that it could be done orally, yes, it could have. But also in the Bible, it says the word was inspired by God. So just like as the references of, if you've read the book of Enoch, as you've mentioned it a couple times, where anybody that's, they might have skimmed through it can see that where Enoch gave a description, just like a lot of people in the Bible, where it says that they had their moment with God, whether they lifted him up to heaven or that they had their talk with him, that he had revealed things to them. So I'm saying, yes, it could have been orally passed down. I'm not surprised because, I mean, I've even seen that in American history of passing stuff down orally. But
Have you ever gone to like a fast food restaurant, given your
Miss
order
Layla,
to
can
the
I finish,
person?
please?
Hold on. No, this is my stage, right?
I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying you asked me
No,
an
no,
answer.
no,
And I'm
no.
trying
Hold
to.
on. You already answered. You already said yes. You believe that it was written down. I don't need you to preach, right, about what Enoch wrote inside of it. You already answered and said yes. You believe that it could be passed down orally and still be in pristine condition because you believe that it is inspired by God. You already answered. The rest was just word salad and preaching. Have you ever gone to a fast food restaurant, given your order, got to the front, paid for it, got home, and your order was incorrect?
Sorry, it was breaking up. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Have you ever told your order to the cashier at a fast food restaurant and gotten home and your order was completely incorrect?
That has happened before.
Have you ever given instructions to your children, right? Or told your children something, and then when they repeat it back to you, it is completely different from what you said?
That is possible. That's not the same as what we're talking about.
Sure. And when you were a kid, did you ever play the game of telephone where you all got into a circle? One person starts off with one thing and then you repeat it. And by the time you get to the end, it is something completely different.
No, I did not play it, but I definitely know that game.
Yeah. And so if we today, right, in one single setting cannot repeat the same thing, right, to the next person in the same setting, why do you think that over 3,000 years without it being written down that this is an extensive book with extensive details? It's actually two books, right, with extensive details. Why do you think that could be told orally over 3,000 years and then be written down without anything being added or taken away?
Now, that last part that you added on, that wasn't on the first one, was added or taken away. What I think that is added or taken away, well, yeah, I would think stuff could be added or taken away because when it comes to the Bible, you have different versions of the Bible. So I think that is very possible with man having their way with things when they ain't supposed to do certain stuff. But do I think that it could be passed down? I mean, it might sound miraculous to you, but I believe honestly so because, I'm not preaching here. It's just that the Bible that I believe, that a lot of people do believe, that wouldn't sound so impossible, more so than Jesus walking on water.
So
You
it
get what I'm
does.
saying?
So it does sound like that would be a magic spell on the Book of Enoch.
I wouldn't say a magic spell on it, but I mean, well, no, I can get what people would call, Christians might call a miracle. Somebody might call magic. So I would understand where that would make a person go like, wow, that doesn't seem like that's possible to do.
Right.
But
Like the humans that were telling these stories orally, they were given a superpower. Like they were given a superpower to remember every single detail, right? To not add to it, to not take away from it over 3,000 years. Each individual was trusted with this information supernaturally. And then it came to whoever wrote the Book of Enoch. They don't know, right? They have no author, right? That person was also entrusted supernaturally to record every oral tradition that was passed down over 3,000 years
I can believe so. I
miraculously
mean,
with pristine detail. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Go ahead, Nelly.
Yeah, that was okay. We was talking about the Christian God is evil. Now, you said that if God does it, it's not evil. Did I hear you correctly when you said that? Brunello?
yeah, I'm sorry. I keep getting muted. I don't get to answer nothing. Now, could you ask me that question? You're
Okay.
saying something about God is evil. What was you saying now, please?
No, it was what you was telling me. You was saying, and at the end of our conversation, you were saying that if God does it, it's not evil. So God
Yes.
could so, but yet your God can tell
Hmm.
you that He creates evil and He does all these things, and you still say your God's not evil, and He's telling you He is.
But he's not
So,
telling me he is. How's he
oh,
telling me he's evil
okay.
by
Well,
somebody else doing it? No, I'm trying to ask because you said he's evil, so I'm trying to figure out what evil did God do? Now his creations might do evil, but what evil did he do?
okay, let me ask you this: if if I was to go around, or say go to a city and unalive children, would I be considered an evil person?
Yes.
Okay. If God tells someone to go in to a city and unalive children, would God be considered an evil person?
No, that would be him passing his judgment because he is the
Okay.
creator.
How can you pass judgment on a child?
Well, let me ask you this. If, just like you saying of God, let me put it in the sense of this. Now, if I say, have you played The Sims, the game, or heard of the game Sims?
No, I don't play games, so I wouldn't be able to answer
Okay.
that.
Well, let me say there's something you create, right? Program. It's not doing what you programmed it to do. You gave it the ability to basically be AI, right? But you had set rules for it. Now this AI is going outside of the rules that you had set for it. Now this AI that you've made it is bringing destruction to your creation in a way that you did not mean for it. So now you destroy it. Now you like delete the program. Did that make you evil for deleting the program that did not follow what you said to do?
Okay, let me follow you correctly. You're telling me, just so I understand, that when God created evil, he had a set program for evil.
No, I did not say that. I'm saying no, because if you listen to what I said the AI, you gave it rules and you actually said, hey, this is what you can do. This is what you can't do. And then the AI, which you're giving it free will, you say, hey, go do your thing. But this is what you can't do. And this is what you can't do. And if you do this, there's repercussions. If you do this, hey, there's prizes. The thing does the wrong thing and the repercussions come with it. Now, the repercussions is wiping out.
Okay,
Does
I
that make
understand
you
what you're
wrong?
saying. I agree
Okay.
you. But you're still not answering my question.
How am I not answering your question?
My question to you again is, God created evil for what purpose?
God did not create evil. He let it be.
No, he created it. He tells you in the book. He says, I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. It's Isaiah 45 verse, what is it? Think or
You're talking
6?
about 45 from 7. That's not, it says, I
Yeah.
form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, Lord, do all things. This is the things of, okay, see, you got to understand. When you're
No,
reading those things, no, I'm not knocking you. I'm not, it's just like, okay, if I talk about something that's in the Quran, I haven't studied the Quran, nor am I studied Arabic. So there are certain things in there that the phrase of it can be misinterpreted.
how is,
I'm not
okay, stop
knocking.
right there. Stop. How
What you
is
mean,
that
stop?
misinterpreted when he says, I create evil? How can you misinterpret that? How can you misinterpret that?
Easily.
I create evil. So you're saying that he says, I create evil, but I don't create evil.
What he's saying is this: is that through him all things exist. That is just it. Nothing can exist without him. That's the point of that. But he does not mean evil for his own.
Okay, but
Now,
when he say I form the light and I create darkness, when he say that, that's all fine and dandy. But when you hear the word evil, you move the goalpost.
wait, say that one more time for me, please.
Okay. Did God create good?
Yes, he is good. Yes.
I said, did he create good?
Yes, he did create good. And I was saying that he did create it because he
Okay.
is good. Go ahead.
And God formed the light and he formed the darkness too. He created that as well, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And he creates evil. Correct?
Yes, but with you saying that, you gotta, no, you're laughing at it, but you gotta understand the translation of what you're saying. You gotta remember, you're reading the English version, right? So it came in Hebrew. Do you know that in
Okay.
their translation, evil, which will most likely be known as in Ra, which is R-A with an apostrophe above it, is when it has two applications in the Bible.
Okay, I'm not
So,
going to even let you. Hold on. I'm not going to let you even go there. Thinker, can you pull it up in Hebrew for him?
Yeah, and I'm gonna pull up the evil spirit that he sent to Saul. We're gonna pull up that verse, and then we're gonna pull up Isaiah 45:7 as well, and compare the two.
Exactly.
Okay.
And bro Nolo, I don't ever want you to think that this is a got you moment, because I'm not trying to do a got you moment. What I'm trying to do is a teachable moment here.
well, it's not so much as so as that, because even I'm talking, you either cut me off or I get muted. So I don't even get
Because
to.
I can't let you spread misinformation.
Wait a minute. So wait. Well, I'm not knocking it because it's your live. I ain't knocking that. But how's it spreading misinformation if this is a talking point between two people, but the other person can't get their point out? Just like I respectfully hear what you're saying. I ain't knocking
Because
you.
because you have to be able to back up what you say with resources right here. That's the rule
Wait a minute.
here. If you make a claim, hold on, because this is my life. Hold on, bruh. I'm explaining my rule.
Oh no, I'm not knocking you. I'm
Wait,
just.
hold on. My rule is if you make a claim, bruh, if you make a claim, right, you have to be able to back that claim up with either the Bible, the scripture, right, or a
Okay.
scholarly resource that is peer reviewed, right? That is it. And if you cannot do that, then you cannot spread it here, right? And it is misinformation if you can't back it up.
And when you were saying Hebrew, the minute you said that, I had to stop you right then and there, because I already knew where you was going. That's the reason why I had Thinker to pull it up first, so that way you can see it for yourself before you say what you're about to say.
So what I will say is, and with this Hebrew version of Ra, it's the same word is used in all concepts of evil. In the Isaiah 45:7, it leans towards the calamity, right? Storms, destruction, natural events, things like that. So bad, evil, right? And so let's go to Isaiah 45.
When you saying bad evil, you said bad evil as in which way?
This is the
You talking about? Are you talking about
this is
moral?
Ra. This is Ra.
Yes, no. So that's why I'm asking which ones you're talking about, because one of them is moral.
Hold
One of
on, I'm going through. Wait, Bruno, I'm going through all the different definitions of it. The adjective is bad or evil, right? Now we find the reference for Isaiah 45. There's two. There's bad, unpleasant, giving pain, unhappiness, misery, evil days of trial and hardship, right? Then we have, I think it's the third one, evil, displeasing. The fourth definition is bad of its kind, land. Fifth definition, bad of low value. Six, comparative, worse than. Seventh is sad and unhappy. 8 is devise evil, a device. 9, bad, unkind, vicious in disposition or temper. When the mind is vicious, a bad temper. 10, ethically bad, evil or wicked. Let me see. I think that's all of the definitions. Now let's find the reference to Isaiah 45 and see which one it's using. Now, out of all of the 9 definitions for Ra, which one are you saying Isaiah 45 is leaning towards?
saying that Isaiah 45 is leaning towards is actually leaning towards both.
Well, so we have 10 meanings for Ra here. Which one of these are you saying?
Well, no, there's let me say what you're saying with the 10, but there's two categories mainly: the moral and calamity. Moral would be, say, wicked thoughts. Calamity will be like a
Wait.
tornado.
Before we get to theology, right? Let's deal with translation first. Okay. So
That
Ra,
is be
wait, hold on, bruh. Ra has 10 different concepts. Like Hebrew has concepts, not necessarily like word for word definitions. They have concepts, right? So it has 10 different um, meanings when it's being used because Hebrew is an intentional language. And so I'm asking, out of the 10, right? Which one are you saying? The 10 that I read, which one are you saying is what the writer of Isaiah 45:7 was leaning towards? What concept? And then let me know if you need me to go over the 10 again.
Could you go over that 10 again that you said?
Okay. Bad, disagreeable, malignant of a woman, of course. I think the women in this book are the evil. Number 2, bad, unpleasant, giving pain, unhappiness, misery, evil days of trial and hardship. Number 3, evil, displeasing. Number 4, bad of its kind, land. Number 5, bad, of low value. Number 6, comparative, worse than. Number 7, sad, unhappy, sad heart. Number 8, devise evil, like a device, like a hurtful device. Number 9, bad, unkind, vicious, indisposition, or temper, when the mind is vicious or harmful. Number 10, ethically bad, evil, wicked.
Okay, I would say with all of those, none of those would be good enough. Well, I would say that because you're telling the definition, the word usage. That's not saying what it means at that moment when somebody's saying it in that scripture. That's why I
So
said none of
again, we're
them.
not dealing with theology, right? We're not dealing with theology.
You said,
Theology says, hold
uh,
on, bruh,
you said the Bible has a reference, right?
bruh. I don't do theology in here.
I'm not
I
trying to
don't
do
do.
that.
You
You
are.
said
You
you have to be
are.
away
You're
from
doing
me.
theology. You're doing
I'm not.
theology.
You said the
You
Bible.
are.
You use the Bible.
We're dealing with a Hebrew translation, right? Here are the concepts of Ra. Okay.
You know,
Now, if you want to reject the Hebrew concepts and say, I reject these and I'd rather do a theological interpretation of that, then tell us that's what you're doing, right? But I don't do theology in here. I don't do dogma.
no, that's not the same. But
Okay,
like,
then how about I give you the big screen and you go and find the Hebrew concept, right? Do that for me.
I'm not knocking you. I'm not knocking you. You're doing your thing on your page. I can't knock it. So I'll let you do your thing. I'm just gonna back out. That ain't making no sense. That ain't making no sense. I ain't like right? Because they say
So you're going to back out because you're not able to prove what you're saying? You have to use theology on what you interpret it to be? Is Brunello still there? Nope, he gone.
No, he left.
Wow. See, that right there, the minute he said that, I knew where he was going. And I wasn't going to let him do it because I already knew where he was going to go. He was going straight in theology because he's giving me basically his interpretation of it. And then, but he
Yeah,
said Hebrew. No.
right.
You
He's the one who brought up Ra.
exactly. You brought it up, but now you don't like what Rod said.
But in they typically do lean towards calamity, but like, and it's saying like storms, like earthquakes, volcanoes,
Hmm.
famine, stuff like that, right? Which is still considered evil, right? Distress, like here it is right here: calamity, misery,
Right.
distress, right? It's still evil.
Well, I asked him. I even gave him another. I asked him another question. I asked him. I said, "Well, then, God created the evil. What for? What purpose? What was the purpose of the evil being created?" He couldn't tell me that. He kept going around the whole question, and I don't get that. But to hear someone say, it's mind-boggling to me. To hear someone actually say, "I can go out and unalive children and it's evil. But if God goes out and tells somebody to unalive children, he's not evil. But yet we're made in his image."
It literally says evil of God, right? The misery, the distress, the injury, the calamity. The God says, I created all of that. Adversity. He's murmuring, right? He says, I created all of that. It's literally right there. Do you see it? Isaiah 45:7 of God. Do you see
Yeah,
that on the screen right here?
I'm looking at it. Exactly, 100%.
Yeah, he says, I created all of that. So why deny it? This is why I don't deal with theology.
And you know what though, Thinker, this is one thing that I see that Christians miss all the time when he read that scripture. That scripture says, if you notice, he says, "I create the light, I create the darkness, I form the light, I form the darkness, I create this, I create evil." He didn't say, "I, the Lord, create all these things." He said, "I, the Lord, do all these things."
Yeah.
They don't catch that.
Yep. Let's see. I, the Lord, do all these things. Yep. And
That's
then the
what it
new
says.
the new revised standard updated edition says, I make weal and create woe.
Mhm.
They take the word evil out of it.
Yeah. They didn't take "do" though out of it, did they? It's crazy. I don't get it.
He also says, like in Deuteronomy, that he wounds. He says, I have wounded and I will heal. So, like, he's saying, like, I fucked some people up and I'll be the one to heal them too. Like, that's like a
Yeah.
doctor saying, that's like a doctor having them being able to throw them hands and like he on the street. That's some cash talking shit. You know, the doctor's like, bitch, don't step to me because I will fuck you up and then I'll heal your bitch ass. Like that's
That
some cash talking shit.
and I don't even get why. You heard Christians say it was because of Adam's discretion. So like Adam and Eve's discretion. So Eve is responsible for the evil in the world. You ever heard a Christian say that?
Yeah. Hmm.
I don't get that because evil existed way before the Garden of Eden did.
Right.
Hate, jealousy, all of this stuff existed way before Adam and Eve. It had to exist if they had a war in heaven.
Right.
It's crazy. Wow.
So that's not true, Jay Boogie. How is that not true? How can Satan sin in heaven and evil not exist? How can Satan be evil in heaven and it not already exist? If all of this took place before he formed the world, how could your God have even created this plan before the foundation of the world, right? If evil had not already existed, if there was no knowledge of evil, how did this plan come about before he even created the earth?
Boy,
It couldn't have taken place until he created heaven. Nelly, it's kind of, I'm glad that he said that. Because if God doesn't live in heaven, right?
Hmm.
Because he had not created it, where did he live? Where did he live? Was he homeless? Was he in another solar system? Like, and then he came here, built a house, called it heaven, moved in, and then started fucking with us. Like, where was he before heaven? In a Airbnb? Oh my
You know,
god.
I've asked that question before. I even asked the question where it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth was dark and blah blah blah." Blah. And then it says, "And God said, let there be light." God is the only existent person. When, why would God need to say, "Let there be light"? Who is he talking to? There's nobody there but him. If he's forming something, he can form the stuff and form all the stuff, whatever he's doing. But he said, and God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. I mean, the commentation on that is just ridiculous. So this
Mm-hmm.
book was inspired by God. So God said, "Oh, yeah, okay, by the way, I did this. And then I said, write this down. Let there be light." Make sure you get that. I said that. I mean, come on, man. This is getting ridiculous. This is getting
Are
too
y'all
ridiculous.
mad at us tonight? Like, we've been live since 11 p.m. It's 2:33, and like the the diamonds. Like, I'm only at 1,000 diamonds, and Lala's at like 151, and Nelly's at 175. Normally, like, we'd be at like at least 5,000 diamonds by now. Are y'all mad at us? Did we get in trouble?
Somebody just asked me, why do I sing in the shower?
What?
I have no idea who he was. I'm trying to go back to it.
I think we in trouble.
There it is. Wow. Yeah, they said, why do
Rustic,
I
rustic,
sing?
rustic said, rustic said we made since 60%. Oh, I get it. Saving for the holidays. Okay, I understand. I understand.
It's all good.
I just want to make sure that like we ain't in trouble. Normally the gifts be flying. This ain't normal. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Like, are we in trouble?
Yeah, we almost got 1,000 people in there.
Yeah, like somebody hot. Like, is the majority of the people in here Christians? I'm trying to get this box to open, y'all. It's taking forever to open, so I can break somebody up.
Somebody keeps, what did they say? Nelly something.
Nelly,
If
Nelly, but
no
if no
one
one but you
was
is in
in
the
the
shower, why
shower.
are you singing? What the fuck kind of question is that? Like, asking you why you sing in the shower, right? It's
I'm just, damn, how did you know I sing in the shower? You got a camera on me or something?
but
What's
I don't
going
even
down?
say like this. I don't think everybody sings in the shower. Like, I don't sing in the shower. I used to when I was younger, but um,
I,
I
I
don't know
was
what
joking.
kind of
I don't
question was
sing in the
that.
shower. No.
Nelly, you
Wow.
know damn well you be in that shower singing some Luther Vandross.
No, no, not me. No, that's not me. Mm.
I
I
can't get the
wish I
box
could
to
sing.
open.
It won't open.
There it go. It finally opened. Goodness gracious. Okay, y'all, listen. It took forever for this box to open. Okay. Please comment if you are in the request and trying to come on stage so that I can pick somebody that's in the request. I don't want to have to close this box until I need to. So if you sent a request to be on stage, comment "I'm here" so that I can go straight to you and bring you up. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Most rustic, I'm not bringing you up again. You've already been up once tonight, and that was one hell of a comment. I'm not doing that again. Sweetie Cakes, I don't see you in the box. Are you sure you're in the request? Somebody said they're on the request, but it went by too fast. Lala, are you there? There's Sweetie Cakes. There we go. Hey, Sweetie Cakes, how are you?
Hello, Thinker. I'm fine, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Gosh, thank you so much for bringing me up. Such a pleasure to be
You're
able to
very
talk
welcome.
to you.
You're welcome. Thank you for
Oh,
being a nerd. I appreciate your subscription.
do you know what? I'm actually deconstructing from Christianity and finding your life. I honestly can't explain what it's done for me. Because I come from a family of Christians. I was born into this, and you know, everything, my whole life has been engulfed in Christianity, and I've done it all. I've been a children's minister, you know, I've done, not even just the children's, I began preaching in the church. I've done everything in the church, and my whole identity was wrapped up in the church, in the Christian faith. And you know, I began to get disillusioned about 4 years ago with Christianity, with this God. I've always had questions, because I remember when I was about 16 and I went home to Nigeria and I was having a conversation with a pastor, and I didn't understand the Trinity. It didn't make sense to me. So I was asking him questions. He answered for a while, and then after a while, because it still didn't make sense what he was telling me, and then he just said, either you believe or you don't. He got quite fed up of my questions. And he said, you know, you have to believe, and just, you know, I think the Christian religion wants you to have blind faith. Question nothing, just believe, and do as you're told. And that doesn't work for me. That's not how I live. So I've always had issues.
Are you still there? Did it cut out, or Sweetie Cakes? Oh man, I think. Can y'all hear me?
Bible verbatim, because what they don't do in church is read the Bible verbatim. They sort of interpret what's written.
Sweetie Cakes, you cut out. You cut out for a second.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. The last thing we heard you say was, "I'm not that type of person," right? I don't just blindly obey. That's the last thing we heard you say.
Yes, I was saying that finding your life, and the knowledge that exists in this life with you and your co-hosts and the mods, and you know, and Lala, it's opened my eyes, because what happens in church is that they don't read the Bible verbatim, they read and interpret it. They read the words and then tell you what it means, and you sort of run with it. But being in this space where the Bible is read verbatim and looking at historical contexts and what was happening at the time, it just shows you how absolutely ridiculous the book is, how absolutely ridiculous this God is, that millions and billions of people have sort of are following, like literally blindly. I'm just really, really grateful for this space. I know it's not easy, you know, because people are so nasty. Christians are not very nice. And I'm grateful that you keep on doing it. And, you know, people like me can access. I see your live as a resource, really. I'm here every morning. When I'm getting ready, as soon as I wake up, I turn it on and I listen when I'm getting ready to go to work, and then on my way to work, in the car, and literally it's brought me to myself, and removed me from the space I was in, a state of confusion. So thank you very much.
Oh, I love that. That last part that you said is brought you to yourself and removed you from a state of confusion. I fucking love that.
Thank you. Thank you
Wow.
so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you again, like I said, for even just being here, for coming up and sharing that. Because when y'all let me know the value that you're getting, right, from us doing the lives and doing the research. I mean, we as long as y'all are getting value from it, and you're getting exactly what you need. We're gonna keep on doing it. We're gonna keep on being here because I'm getting, like I said, I'm getting what I need too. Don't think this is just like a one sided thing. We're exchanging, and I learned from y'all. I learned from these conversations, even from with the Christians, and so man, I just thank you for sharing that. I appreciate you.
No, thank
Yeah.
you for letting me up. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. I appreciate all of you, honestly, everyone in the panel. I don't know how you do it because I don't have the patience. We don't have Cash App in England, so I don't, because so often I just want to get rid of them. I pay to remove them. And I don't know how, because there was a lady that was talking about a book that was written in language. I just wanted her gone, and I thought, this is ridiculous. And then you had the Cameroonian guy yesterday. I just get so embarrassed when these Africans come up and they're the worst because they're the most ignorant. The level of, because they're so hopeless, having this God, having this religion gives them ridiculous hope. And I think it stops them doing things for themselves. And that's why the continent is as it is. If they were to look into themselves and actually say, no one's coming to save you, God's not going to do anything, you really need to take your leaders to task. You need to take the Europeans who are coming into the country to task and not expect God to come and fix this, because he's not. It doesn't exist. Nobody's going to fix it except you. No one's going to fix your life except you. There is no God anywhere that's coming to save you. You need to sort things out yourself. You need to get up and you need to make moves. That's what I've done, and I've achieved in the last 4 years, since I stepped away from the church, things I haven't achieved in the last 20 years of my life, because I stopped praying and expecting God to do things. I just stopped all that.
Yeah, somebody in the comments said that they can't imagine giving up their faith and feeling so alone. The crazy thing about it is that when I was a Christian, I was more alone than when not. I don't have feelings of
I
loneliness.
understand. No, I sort of get it. I get why they feel like that, because there are times when you feel so low, so down in the dumps, and you do prayer and you pray and you think there is an element of hope that it gives you. It's a bit like I think when I was doing my A levels, when I was in secondary school, and did a sociology, and I read that religion is the opium of the people. That's not a lie. Like when you go to church on Sunday morning and the music and you dance, you feel as if you're dancing your problems away, but you're not. They're still there.
Yeah, but she thinks
They're
that
still
if you
there.
don't, she thinks that if you don't have faith, right, that you would be alone, like you would feel alone without that faith, and that's
Yeah,
just not true, right?
it's not. It's not.
Yeah, like
It's
there,
not. You do feel lost initially. Sorry.
yeah, that's okay.
Initially,
Yeah,
you feel lost. You feel at sea. Yeah.
yeah, and then that feeling goes away, right?
It
Because
does.
you're kind of wrestling with this thing that you were that you 100% believed in, right? That you banked on,
Yes.
that you had faith in. It's kind of like a breakup, like when you
Yes.
either get divorced or break up with a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and then eventually you heal and you move on. And some people, when they get divorced, they learn to pay more attention to self, and they learn how to exist in this life, in this world, with themselves, and they can either be by themselves but not alone, or they can be in company with other people, right? And enjoy that and not feel as if they're missing something if they're not constantly attached to another person or another being. And I think that's what, wholeness is about, with being a healthy, healed, whole individual. And so
Yes.
no God doesn't equal loneliness. Now, when you are first deconstructing, because you're so used to going to church with your family, Sunday dinners, like going to Ryan's, or after dinner with your families, you may feel like you miss those days because you don't know if your family will accept it. That can feel lonely, but eventually you start to either set boundaries with your family. They either respect those boundaries or they don't, and then you set up a new pathway of living in life. And it's all about what you make it, right? You can be lonely in your deconstruction. You can be lonely in your faith. It really is your decision to make.
It's true. I was quite lucky in that initially my mum she would be, well, you're either for God or the devil. You can't be nothing. You can't sort of be not in a space. You're either in the church serving God or you're for the devil. That was her, sort of thinking. And it's funny because she listens to me. I'm really lucky.
I have to take you
So
down. Somebody reported you. Somebody
oh,
reported you. It says that you have live content that somebody reported you and lied that you said that you were showing something inside of your live, but it's most likely because you're driving, and
okay.
they're not comfortable with you driving, even if you're hands free.
I understand.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I'm sorry that somebody
Okay.
did that to you.
No, that's fine. Thank you. But thank you anyway for bringing me up, and have a wonderful day, guys.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Wow.
Whoever reported that, like, literally they took me off of the FYP because whatever the fuck you lied about, like, for me to get restricted
What?
and taken off of the FYP. And can somebody go back through the comments? There are two people who commented and said she's driving. Can we block them, people? Can you go through the comments and block them? Because whatever you did to get her taken down, you got me restricted.
You can't even say that word though.
We didn't say the word. Nobody said the word.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking to them. You can't even. They're in the comments saying it. If they don't,
I think it's fucking crazy that you would go that far. I don't know who
Oh,
reported it. I just know that I saw several people commenting on it. And then now and then the crazy thing about TikTok is that I'll get in trouble for something somebody does on the live. Like, that's crazy too.
I'm going through the comments now to see.
I just blocked one. You said there were two?
I saw it twice. I don't know. Somebody just commented and was like, "Please don't block me. I was just wondering." They said that it wasn't them, so don't block that person. Um, but, like, we don't need people in here if you're gonna go and report people unless somebody is doing something or, like, threatening. Yeah, like, y'all don't report these Christians when they come up here and threaten my life. Y'all would sit
No.
here and listen to them threaten my life and not report them.
Mm-hmm. Be backing it up. Yeah. Yeah. God gonna get you.
Like, that's crazy.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see another one.
I'm not sure whoever that was down there that said don't block me because I just blocked someone. So
I'm not gonna restart. We already have 900 people in here that we don't have to hit the FYP. I think it's crazy. We're stuck with like whoever's in here, and then the following, unless y'all share. We had 104 shares with 900 people. If you could share it through DM to get other people in here, but I'm not gonna restart the live. I think restarting the live to get the restriction going messes up the momentum of the conversation.
Right.
If we get stagnant, then I'll start the live over because we're here to 10 a.m. Central. We'll see how that goes. But right now, I'm not going to restart the live. If you're in the guest request box and you sent a request to come up on stage on purpose, can you comment in the comments and let us know? To the person that commented, first off, sweetie cakes, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. You didn't do that. We have several truckers that come in here. They're hands free. They drive while they're hands free. I think that's the whole purpose. Like when you're on Bluetooth, right? You have the headphones. Your car comes with answer call, right? And then to go and do that, like that's crazy. But to the person that said that you think it's funny that we want to be respected for not believing, but we don't respect those of you that believe. Here's the funny thing, right? Like when we talk about free will, right, and choice. Had Christians made the choice to keep their belief to themselves and not made the choice to try to force their will on others through law, right? Through social structures, through education, right? Through indoctrination, then we would not feel the need, right? To deconstruct ourselves. We wouldn't feel the need to have these conversations. We wouldn't feel the need to answer the questions that we have and know for sure why we don't believe. We wouldn't feel the need to be able to answer you intellectually when you come to us with these claims, right? So had you kept your belief to yourself, had you not tried to make it law, this wouldn't be happening. So no, you do not respect our right to not believe.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Yeah, we're pulling my grandkids out of school too.
Are they forcing the Bible on them?
Yep, and we're pulling them out, and we've already set it up to where they can be homeschooled, and we're just going to have to do, outside stuff. Where my grandson can still play football, and the girls can still, they want to do cheerleading and all that stuff. Just going to do it outside. I told my daughter, I said, well, whatever it costs, I'll take care of it. Just you're not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that. Not. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's like the separation of church and state is non-existent anymore. Not that it ever really exists, but they have really erased that line. I don't know if you are a crown of your own thorns or what. I don't know I don't even know what that means. But for you to say you guys think that you are all know-it-alls, that's you. You think that, and only you can answer if you're a crown of your own thorns, whatever the fuck that means. Lala, was you getting ready to say something?
I was, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay. Let's see. I don't normally bring up accounts that don't have a name. What's your name?
My name's Dave.
And Dave, how old are you?
52.
All right. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Actually, I'm a universal.
Okay, so in order to be on stage, you have to be a Christian, deconstructing from Christianity, or a former Christian. Okay.
But I am all that. That's what I'm saying.
You cannot be an atheist and a believer at the same time.
Wow. Can I say something?
Do you know what an
No, because you
atheist
don't
is?
fit.
Like, The hell?
You don't fit.
How I don't fit.
You
I'm a
because
Christian.
the rules
Like
of
I
my
get it.
life, right, is you either have to be a current practicing Christian
I was a
or
Christian.
or a Christian that is deconstructing.
I was a Christian.
They're Christian. Stop talking while I'm talking, please. Okay. All right. Or a non-believer, which is an atheist. You cannot be a non-believer and a believer at the same time.
Are you ready to listen?
No, I'm not.
Well, then I guess you'll think none of that.
Did Lala just took him down?
There
What the
are,
fuck?
oh, I'm not going to even go there. I,
Nakor, I don't like. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck do you mean? There she is again. Like the fact that you agree with someone saying that they are both a believer and a unbeliever at the same damn time is why I would never be a believer, because you accept any motherfucking thing.
wow.
That's not even lukewarm. That's just illogical. That's not even, that got nothing to do with a Christian concept. That's just illogical. You cannot be a non believer of a God and a believer of that God at the same time.
That's crazy.
And y'all constantly, like with these comments and your inability to speak against illogical stuff, like y'all constantly prove that your belief is illogical and that you have to accept illogical concepts to accept it. Fire Francis, way to go. That's such a intellectual response. That wasn't fifth grade at all. She said, "Back to you."
God is all. Man,
Wait a minute. She ain't say, uh-uh, I'm rubber, you're glue.
what gets me,
That's
Yeah.
what.
and I hate to even say this, but I mean, if Christians would advocate for, it's black Christians would advocate for our own people as hard as they advocate for this God, man, we might could get something done.
Mm-hmm. Like what the point of saying they just want attention, Kyle? You're fucking giving us what you think we want. Do you realize that by you being here on YouTube in my chat at 3:00 in the morning, typing in my comments that I just want attention, as you fucking give me attention, is illogical.
Why he can't use his free will and get the fuck out?
Cause he can. He's mesmerized by these conversations. He don't fucking have free will. His loyalty to this God, right? His loyalty to this faith and his need for this to be real keeps him coming back day after day after day. He probably, you know how I go on, I start the YouTube later than the TikTok, because I start the TikTok with music and I can't do that with YouTube.
Right.
I'm pretty sure he's refreshing the screen to see when the live comes on. He's there right up when it refresh, because he doesn't have free will. His loyalty to this God, his debt, and his need for this to be true drives that refresh button. He probably has the fucking notification bell on. Ain't no fucking way. Like, there's a podcast that is a red pill podcast. I'm not going to say the name. I keep seeing videos about it on TikTok. Like, ain't no fucking way I'm gonna put a notification though for a fucking red pill podcast. Like, I'm not even going to look up that red pill podcast for fucking what? To give them more traffic? Why the fuck would I contribute, right, to pushing more people to the shit that I don't like?
That's crazy. What was I can't even remember now. I was reading something. Is it Cambridge? Oh, one of these big deals. I think it's Cambridge that's offering $1 million or $5 million or whatever for any archaeological evidence or historical proof that Jesus existed. They're offering, I think, $1 million or something like that dollars. I think it's
I
Cambridge.
thought they offered $1 million if they could prove free will existed.
This was Jesus. They said Jesus.
It was one where they offered $1 million if they could prove free will existed, and nobody has been able to earn that.
Christians need to get on that. They say it enough, shoot. Prove
And
it.
it wasn't a university. It was an atheist.
It was an atheist that did it.
Yeah, it was an atheist who did it. Yeah. Most rustic. Don't request again. I've already told you no. If I see you back in my request box, that's going to tell me that you cross boundaries in life. And I don't deal with people who do not respect boundaries. I've said no. Do not get back in my request box tonight. What you do in here tells me the type of person that you are, and I will block you quick, fast in a second. Don't cross that boundary.
Mm-mm-mm. Wow.
Miss Brand 65. Okay. If you're in the guest request box and you are in here on purpose, please comment and let me know that you want to come on stage. Lorna, get the fuck out. You wish death on me. Get the entire fuck out of my space. And don't bring your ass back. And when I invited you on stage, you wouldn't come. Don't come back.
You want me to block her?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Oh, bitch.
How the hell you gonna wish death on somebody and then be all up in their space? Why I can't get the box to open? Y'all, I'm sorry.
Okay, you want me to do it?
Yeah, if you can. There's somebody named Lexi, I think, or it was two women, and both their names started with an L that commented. Joel, remember, because you're not a nerd, if you come up tonight, you have to be talking about deconstruction, like one of the topics. Only a
I
nerd
see a
can
Lily.
come. Lee, yeah, she commented, and then there was a
I don't see
Linda,
her.
a Linda and Lily. I saw them. Joel commented as well. Now I know Joel is a friendly, but he's not a nerd. So I just want to let you know, if you're not a nerd and you are friendly, if you come on stage, you have to pick a topic. You can't come up and talk about whatever you want to talk about, right? If you want that benefit to come up and just kind of like shoot the shit, change the topic, talk about like your deconstruction journey, you have to be a nerd. And you can subscribe at the bottom. And it's just $5.99 a month. Now, also becoming a nerd, you get access to our Discord, where all of our research is there. You can study on your own time. Our past recordings of our Saturday study sessions are on there. You get access to the other deconstruction journey, the other deconstruction discourse as well. So like, it's a lot of stuff that comes with the subscription. You have a community of people who are deconstructing, where you can just like create your own private rooms, have your venting sessions. We're working on a therapy program where the first step is to get the mental health tech installed and get the data privacy uh, structure in place. Once that's done, and we'll be ready to launch that part of the community. But it's a lot for $5.99. But it's just to know that you're here because you want to be here, not here to start shit or trouble. Because I don't want anybody on the Discord that's in there to create contention. But that's what comes with being a nerd. Linda, hi, how are you? Linda? Okay, they're not there. Maybe it's a different Linda.
Yeah, I don't see anybody else on my side that starts with
Okay.
an L. Do you want me to bring up Joel?
No, hold on. Give me just a second. Let me see the box. She just commented again, the other Linda. So hold on. I take accountability for my own actions. What do you mean? Where is accountability for your own actions? What do you mean? I take accountability for my actions.
Dre Day, I want to burn in hell. Thank you.
Listen, if it was to get away from y'all hateful, vile Christians, then yeah, I'll take that. But that's not going to happen because hell is made up.
Let's see.
She's
Well,
trying to
They're
do
not.
that. Can y'all please get these likes up to 150K? Please, please double these shares. Don't just copy link. Please send them out to people that you know may want to benefit from this live. And don't forget to give the host and the panelists. Thank you.
Okay, so both of those women are no longer in the guest request box. Joel, I'm gonna bring you up real quick.
Nelly, you and your Darth Vader bait.
I keep forgetting that I'm not muted. I'm sorry.
Hey, Joel, how are you?
I'm good, thank God. Y'all doing
I'm doing good.
good. Nice
What's
to
going
see
with
y'all,
you?
Lala. The other day I was listening. I think it was you, Lala, said at the end of something. I don't know. You were just straight out honest. That's a breath of fresh air. So many people acting like they know everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't know. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest.
exactly. That was beautiful. So I just wanted to say that now, if I'm agreeing with this, or do you want me to come up here and disagree that
I don't know, like which
the
topic.
Christian,
Like,
yeah,
just
the
do
Christian
just
God
be
is evil?
authentic. No. I don't want you to play devil's advocate. I
No,
can't
no,
stand devil's advocate things.
no.
Just be
Okay.
authentic. Yeah, just
What
be
I'm saying is
authentic
the
and then
Christian
pick a
God
topic.
must be evil. So that's not the conversation you want to have, right?
No, it's up to you. There's 3 topics there, whichever you want to discuss.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Christian God is evil
Okay. Go ahead.
because, as has been pointed out many times now, and what other kind of being would condone the killing, the mass murdering of not only people but children? That's evil.
I agree.
and I don't understand why people don't look at that and think twice about worshiping or serving or all that. So I'm just here to say I support, that, and it's pretty obviously that something else is going on here, and I think it has to do with control and manipulation of people, and so I'm saving my money so I could join your subscribers groups and get in here.
I can tell you want to join. I can tell you want to talk about something else. There's something else on your mind, Joel. I can
I want to
tell.
ask you a question, but I know
I
this is
know
the
it. I can't
place.
let you do it because it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't
Right,
be fair
right,
to
right.
everybody
So I'm gonna
else.
join your
Yeah.
group, and maybe I get a chance to ask and talk to you about it another time.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Have a good night.
Thank you. Take care.
You're
Y'all good.
welcome. You
God
too.
bless.
You must try hard to hold that in.
Huh? What'd you
I
say?
said he was trying hard to hold that question in. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I want to.
Let's see. All right. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, let us know. Please comment I'm here so that we can bring you up.
You guys, I mean, I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. We still have 147 shares. There is over 900 people here. You mean to tell me y'all cannot share this out? Like, come on. And the likes as well.
Yeah, if everybody would just share one person, that'll be 900 and some shares. Just like that.
There's a bad equips.
Okay. Are you able to bring him up
Let me
or her up?
see if they're in here.
Well, if I scare
Well, you
them,
have
Kyle, they
the
shouldn't be in the request. Don't you think? Like, if I scare them, they shouldn't hit request. I'm
bad
not begging
equips.
people to hit request. They're already in the request. And why
Bad
don't
equ-
you speak for yourself, Kyle? I'm sorry. What'd you say? What'd you say?
bad equips you have to request. You have to
Goodness
hit request
gracious.
so that I can bring you up.
Oh, you had an epiphany today? Um, After we talk to bad equips, send a request so you can come up and tell us.
And Dre Day, how can you promise that so many people will regret not believing in God? How can you make that promise? God told you?
Everything that they say is that, like, you notice they never are like, man, y'all are missing out on so many blessings, dude. Y'all missing out on so many healings, homie. Y'all missing out on
Uh,
so much food,
It's just
so
threats.
much land. It's all punishment, doom, death,
mm-hmm.
destruction. Like, that's all their God has to offer to make you serve them. Like, that's crazy. Like, y'all with it, y'all yourselves are like, you literally prove everything that we're saying. Like, you don't come in
Yeah.
here and say, guys, man, guys, it's so great on this side. It's amazing. Y'all are like, you're gonna die. You gonna die. You gonna burn. You
I
gonna
mean,
get in trouble
we tell them all the time how Christianity was spread, and they prove our point every day.
every day.
They prove it every day.
You gonna get
God's
a
gonna get
whoop.
you.
This them. You gonna get a whooping. I'm telling.
I don't know. There's people saying they requested.
Oh, hi.
Hi. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Uh, is that your fish tank in the background?
Sorry?
Is that your fish tank in the background?
Fish tank?
Yeah. There's water. Um.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry. No, it's a background of a photo that I took when I was at sea.
Oh, okay. So it's like one of those 3D like animation where it's real water like drizzling down the photo.
Yeah, it's a real photo that I had taken, and I just screenshotted it and then added it to my TikTok profile thing, right?
No. We hear water in the background.
Oh right, yeah, fish tank. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Are you a are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Um, I believe I'm an agnostic atheist or an agnostic. So
Okay. Now, if you come on stage as what we would consider either an agnostic or an atheist, which would be what we consider to be a friendly, you still have to discuss one of these topics. And I ask that you're bringing like some type of value to it and not necessarily just to like come up here and kind of complain about how Christians are. Does that make sense?
well, no, it totally makes sense. You know, like the point that I was going to make is it's funny how their God basically tells you that you have to live by these rules, but then if God
Well,
is actually the
hold on one
creator
second.
of the
One second. Which topic are you discussing? There's three topics on the post. Which one are you discussing?
the Christian God is evil.
Okay, go ahead.
So basically, how he can portray rules to us as his sons and daughters, apparently, but then the rules don't apply to him, where he's allowed to kill anybody that he wants, torture anybody that he wants, and let people get away with it. So he's evil because he's letting people get away with stuff that he gives us rules that we're not allowed to do to each other.
Which is kind of contradictory, right? Because if
Yeah.
he is killing, right, in this book, is he not instructing the humans to do the killing for him?
Well, I
Right? Like
haven't really.
he commands the humans in the book to go and annihilate other humans, right?
Yeah, when you yeah, if you know, if you want to go back into the slave trade,
I'm not.
then yeah.
No, I didn't say the slave trade.
No, I know.
That
I'm
was a
just using that
joke.
as an example. Like, obviously, you know, the Americans used the Bible to then
No,
punish.
no. Wait. No, what I'm saying is, right, you're talking about the rules that he give for humans to follow, and then he breaks his own rules, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And one of the rules that you brought up was don't kill, but he kills a lot of people, right?
yeah.
But in this book, in order for him to kill a lot of people, he tells the humans to do the killing for him. He commands them to go into other lands, right? And kill people. So essentially his command, thou shalt not kill, he's breaking that, like the rule that he gave for humans to not kill, he is allowing the humans to break that rule because he's the one telling them to go kill.
No, yeah, that's completely true. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was agreeing with you. I was just like
No,
elaborating
yeah.
a
You
bit
know,
more.
I just find it funny. You know, especially like, you know, some of the comments. Like, I understand like Christians have their beliefs and they have their you know, and all that, but they need to understand that all stories lead to the same story. They have their Bible does have truths in it, but the truths have been manipulated and twisted to suit the narrative to what they want it to be.
Yeah, what truth are you referring to when you say like it has truth?
So
Like,
for
are you?
example,
One
like,
second, can I finish, Carl?
yeah, sorry.
Let me finish the question, and then you'll know how to respond. What I was getting ready to ask is, are you, when you say there's truth in it, are you saying that, the Israelites were a real people, so therefore that's truth, right? That's true. Nebuchadnezzar was a real person, so that's true, right? Or are you saying that the overall story of the stories in the Bible have truth to them, therefore the Bible has truth? Like, what do you mean when you say that?
So basically what I mean by when I say that is basically, so for example, in the Bible, like the flood, right? the flood is basically a truth because the flood is referring to the Younger Dryas.
Is referring to what?
The Younger Dryas,
The young
the last ice
Dryas?
stage, the last flood. You know, the flood that
Oh,
apparently destroyed Atlantis and all that 12,000,
no.
13,000 years
But
ago.
how? But what? Why are you saying that? Like what?
Well, because
Proof
obviously
or evidence? I'm
every
sorry,
religion has
Carl,
sorry, it's my
Carl. Ooh. Okay, I'm asking, like, what evidence do you have of that? Like, what scholarly resources do you have that says that the flood stories from Babylon, from Mesopotamia, from Assyria, from Israel, all lead towards this ice age? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so all religions, including Christianity, all have the flood story in their books, right?
Not Egypt. Egypt doesn't have one.
Well, no, because obviously the Egyptian beliefs were older and before the Younger Dryas.
No, no. Egypt is one of the oldest kingdoms, right? So, like, if there was a worldwide flood, right, and you're saying that because all of the, like, really, it's Mesopotamian nations that have a oral tradition of a flood narrative, right? And so, if there was a worldwide flood, or even if there was this like large flood that covered the entire ancient Near East, then Egypt would have a record of that flood as well, right? There would be no reason for Egypt not to have a record of this worldwide flood.
Yeah, but there is a record of the flood in Egypt if you actually look into the architecture of Egypt and what actually changed in Egypt, because the Sphinx wasn't a fit Sphinx, it was a lion. So when the flood actually happened, if you look at the bottom of if you look at the lower part of the Sphinx, it's got run marks along the side of the Sphinx. Basically, that's when the flood went over the sand dunes and basically rubbed up against the thing. There's proof all over the world of this Younger Dryas flood.
Carl,
Everywhere.
Carl, Carl. So what we were discussing is that Egypt does not have a flood narrative, right?
Well, no, but what
Now,
I'm saying is
what you
obviously
are
Egypt.
suggesting, Carl. Okay, this is going to be my final warning of you speaking over me, right? If I'm going to respect you, then I expect the same respect. I will say I match energy. I don't feel like doing that tonight. I really don't. Okay. What you and I are discussing, right, is that the presence of a flood narrative in every nation in the ancient Near East, right? But and what I stated to you was that Egypt does not have a flood narrative. What you're saying is Egypt has evidence of a flood because the Sphinx used to be a lion. And now that on the architectural in Egypt, it's no longer a lion on there. Now it's a sphinx. And the reason why is because the flood wiped it away. That is another claim. And again, I'm going to ask you, right, for scholarly resources that where we can validate this claim that you're giving.
Well, in my personal beliefs, obviously the Younger Dryas was in a different time, and Egypt was going at the time of the Younger Dryas, because obviously the pyramids were built before the Younger Dryas, not like 5,000 years ago, like everybody wants to portray. So I believe there was a flood narrative, because obviously, when the people traveled from different countries and managed to get to a different country or whatever, when the flood happened, and then they taught the civilization to basically come back and repopulate again, that's when they introduced religion, because everybody was dying off at a younger age. So they basically
Okay,
made
hold
up
on.
their
You're going into something
religions.
else. Hold on. You're going into something else, and you're
Yeah, I'm sorry,
still
that's my
doing the thing.
autism.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Carl. Okay, you're still doing the thing, right? You're presenting a narrative. You're presenting a claim without resources to back up what you're saying, right? You said Egypt does have a flood narrative. Where can I find this flood narrative, and what's the name of it?
It's the Younger Dryas.
No. That's not Egypt's flood narrative. I said, what is the name of Egypt's flood narrative, and where can I find it?
I don't know. It might be like the deluge or something like that. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, on that one. But
Where did you read their flood narrative?
I've never
Like,
read
I'm sure. Have you read
the
the Epic of
Egyptians.
Gilgamesh?
I've
Ha-
read up about the Younger Dryas and stuff like that. But
no. I'm saying your claim that every nation in the ancient Near East has a flood narrative, right? And
yeah,
so the Epic of Gilgamesh is the name of one, right? The Samaritan tablets with Enki and Enlil and
no, I didn't get it.
so there's a flood narrative there, right? We got the Hebrew flood narrative with Noah. Where can I read the narrative of the flood and how the Egyptians saw it? What book?
Hey, Thinker, I'm gonna have to go because I'm gonna have to get up here in a little while.
Okay. Have a good
So,
night, Nelly. Thank you
Good
for
night,
chilling with
Ellen.
us.
hey, no
The flooding
problem.
of the Nile.
You ladies have a good one. I'll talk to you later.
All right,
Okay,
thank you. You
Ellen.
too.
All right.
Are you there, Carl?
I'm still here.
You don't have that? Are you looking for it or?
No, I'm not looking for it, and I'm not googling it because I don't Google stuff because Google portrays shit. But I know there is a narrative out. I don't think there is one in the Egyptian one, but in every other form of text, there's a flood narrative, and there's been proof of the flood in like places like America and stuff like
It,
that.
no, it hasn't. It hasn't.
Okay,
And if you
okay, yeah,
again,
okay. So the
Carl,
Rocky Mountains are just random
Carl,
big cuts
Carl,
in the.
Carl, Carl. First off, you came up here to discuss the Christian God being evil, and
I'm just gonna
somehow,
leave now because
yeah,
I'm
goodbye,
trying to
Carl.
talk and
Goodbye.
it's
Okay,
a waste of
goodbye, because
time.
you want to come up here and spread misinformation,
It's not
right? And you can't.
misinformation, but
You don't
okay,
have any
yeah,
resources to
yeah,
back it up,
okay,
Carl.
yeah.
You don't have any resources. God damn. If I ask you, where are you getting your information? Right, and you can't provide that, then you can't say the shit from my platform. Go create your own platform and spread that damn misinformation. Lala, are you able to get the box open?
Yeah,
I have no interest on elaborating on free will. Like, unless someone comes up and chooses that topic, no, I would not be elaborating on free will.
I know Guy wanted to come up.
Okay.
I'm not sure who else.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hey, Guy, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I just had a question on the Christian God is evil. With all these people saying that he's not. And
Guy, there's a lot of noise in the background, and I just got a strike for somebody driving. Are you driving right now?
oh yeah, you know I'm in my truck.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I've already gotten one strike tonight for somebody driving, I can't let you stay on stage, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, y'all, to protect the live, if you are driving, please don't come up, especially if we can hear you driving in the background. Like if you have noise canceling earphones or whatever, like you do what you do. But if we can hear that you're driving in the background, please don't come up and protect the live, okay? Thank you. Um, let's see. If I can't bring you up unless you're in the guest request. right? Like you have to submit a request for us to bring you up.
Was that instead?
Somebody named Jesus Christ. Yeah. If you're in the guest request, like you have to submit a request. There's somebody named eMasterNet asking to come up. Do you see them? Bolo crime.
Am I middle?
Hi, how are you? Yes,
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Great.
Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I suppose I would say Christian.
All right. And which one of the topics from the post do you want to discuss?
I suppose I suppose we could start with the slavery.
All right. So you only get to choose one topic. Are you sure that's the one you want to go with?
I suppose so. It's the only thing I can see on the poster. God. Oh wait, no, well, not except for the free will and the God is evil. Yeah, my space. Before I, well, actually, okay. So before I say anything else, you said you've been harassed by Christians,
Yeah, I'm not
correct?
going to discuss that. Yeah, I'm not going to discuss that.
Okay. No, I'm not gonna. I'm just, it's like, yeah, you did. So it's just like, okay, that's fine. Okay. So what exactly is your grievances on this?
On what? Which one?
The Old Testament condoning slavery. I don't believe it does.
Well, then you tell me why you don't believe it does.
Okay. All right. So I know it's gonna be a little bit of multiple verses. Some.
If you leave the app, we cannot hear you. Okay.
Hold on.
If you
I'm too
swipe
far
out, we
away.
can't hear you.
Hold on a second. Okay. So in Genesis, God does talk about how they're all one with God and under them. There are a couple other verses. I have to open up the book, actual book, because I haven't memorized them. I'm a little new to it right now. But and it might be, they always choose like, okay, but I'm sorry if I might sound like underwhelming because I don't have the quotes on hand. But Jesus also rebukes it. They constantly say it in both the Old and New Testament. If you want me to find all the verses, I can try. It'll take a
Yes,
little
please.
bit. Okay, give me a second. Yeah.
While he's looking for those verses, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Lala, you there? Okay.
Yeah, let's get these likes up to 200,000. Thank you for getting these shares out. Let's see if we can get some more shares out. Also, don't forget to subscribe to Thinker's YouTube at Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker, as well as Thinkers and Bash's YouTube, Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. Don't forget to also subscribe here. It's the gold star on your bottom left-hand corner.
This is gonna be a little tougher than I thought, because like I gotta go through the book in each verse and then hold on a second.
Oh, with over 900 people in here, I am looking at 5 o'clock as our deadline to get these likes up to 200,000, or the comments will be going off. Thank you.
All right, I'm back. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so a bit of a dilemma because if I tried to choose every verse because it's a big book, I'd have to hop between. Do you not mind? Do you mind me going through each panel and just coming back?
No, it's okay. If you give the scriptures to me, I
Okay,
will
yeah,
pull them
I
up on
got
the
one
screen.
there.
Okay, what's this? What is the scripture?
So there's Exodus 21:16.
Okay, give me just a second.
Okay.
Damn, I cannot type today. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Next is 1 Timothy.
Hold on. Go ahead and let's discuss this one.
Okay.
Are you there? Go ahead and discuss it, please.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Go ahead and discuss this one before you move on to the next.
Okay, let me get to the page in the freaking Bible again because I just went through a couple pages.
Oh, it's on the screen. Can you see it on the screen?
Right. There are other verses though. I just need to, because it's not a very good idea to use one verse. That's what happens a lot when people may or may not misconstrue what the Bible is saying by using one verse.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh wait, hold on. That might have been the wrong verse, but I suppose I can.
I think. Are you looking for 1 Timothy 1, 9, and 10? Are you looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're looking for this one. You're looking for that? Where it says slave traders here.
Right. It does say. What was it? Freaking yes, who engage in slave traders as well is like another version of them not condoning it. I need to.
Well, we're gonna discuss that, right?
Okay.
And so this is why I asked for you to discuss this because I need to understand what your understanding is. From Exodus 26:16, and then you can lead us to the 1 Timothy scripture that you brought up as well.
Deconstruction Bible. So I guess the translations are a bit different between these two, but
well, I'm using the NRSVUE, which is the most recommended Bible by biblical scholars. Right, it's the closest translation and the best translation, word for word, to the Qumran text of the Dead Sea Scrolls and to the I think it's called the Textus Receptus. Which is the New Testament, the oldest New Testament scrolls that we have. So that's what I use. Which version are you using?
The King James Version.
Okay. We can use the King James Version. It's a bad translation. I will say that.
I wouldn't say it's bad, but
most biblical scholars will agree that King James is a horrible translation. Like there's a lot that is mistranslated incorrectly. There's
I was talking about the
that,
verse. I know the Bible itself does have some mistranslations in the New Testament,
what I'm saying is the King James. What I was saying, and if we cannot interrupt each other, please, okay?
Okay.
What I was saying is, according to biblical scholars, the recommendation, right, is the NRSVUE, followed up by the ESV, would be the best Bible, to use for like studying, because it is typically a word for word translation. The ESV is a little biased, not a little, a lot of bias towards men and prioritizing the patriarchy. But it is a more honest translation than the King James. And so the King James has a lot of translation errors in it. So, but we can use that if you want to.
No, if that's the most accurate one, then there's no reason why I shouldn't use it then.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so if I looked at this, whoever kidnaps a person, whether that person had been sold or is still held in possession, shall be put to death. Has been sold or still held in possession. It is different wording, so I guess it's a little hard for me to converse with this, but probably not the best example, because it's still talking about a person who is either already sold or is not. Hold on a second. Can we do Timothy? 1 Timothy.
Mm-hmm. Is this the one that you were looking for?
Right, that one. The verse 10.
Mm-hmm. That's actually a more, well, I think it's good for us to know exactly what the writer of First Timothy is talking about here.
Okay.
So let's go back a little bit. He says, but the aim, let's see, now we know that the law is good if one uses it legitimately. This means understanding that the law is laid down not for the righteous, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the godless and sinful, for the unholy and profane, for those who kill their father or mother, for murderers, the sexually immoral, men who engage in illicit sex, slave traders, liars, perjurers, and whatever else the contrary to the sound teaching.
Okay. So that does seem to not condone it. That's one.
Well, do you know what this word means right here? The slave traders. Do you know what that word means in Greek?
In Greek?
Yeah, because this would have been written in Greek, correct? This is
right.
First Timothy.
Right,
yeah,
right.
It means kidnapping.
Kidnapping?
Yeah. If they kidnapped people, right, and sold them for the purpose of making them a slave, then that was seen as immoral, especially in Rome. Rome had an entire law against this. For example, like if we go back to Exodus 21, where it says, whoever kidnaps a person, whether that person has been sold or is still in possession, like you couldn't kidnap a free person and make them a slave, like sell them for slavery, right? That would be considered slave trading, right? You couldn't kidnap somebody else's slave and then sell them, right, to somebody else as a slave. That would be considered kidnapping, right? That was what the slave trading was. But it wasn't illegal to own a slave legally. One of the co-hosts that comes in here, Dr. Joshua Bowen, he often uses an analogy of, can you steal a car? Right?
Oh,
like,
I understand.
Is it legal?
Am I okay?
I'm sorry. Can we not interrupt each other?
I'm sorry. I thought the pause was you were done.
No, I asked a question, right? And I was saying that Dr. Bowen uses a analogy, and he will often say, can you steal a car legally? Well, of course, you cannot steal a car legally, but are you allowed to own a car legally? Yes. So just because there's a law that says you shall not steal a car, does that mean that the law is abolishing the ownership of cars?
No.
Right. Now, another thing that I want to point out. So like this law here in Exodus 21:16 is a part of the Sinai covenant. Right. And so we see the laws evolve over time. It goes from the Sinai covenant to the Deuteronomy renewal covenant. And the Exodus 21:16 is kind of updated, and there's clarification added to it. And so in Deuteronomy, the law states if someone is caught kidnapping another Israelite, so it's no longer don't kidnap a person, right? Now the law says do not kidnap another Israelite, enslaving or selling the Israelite, then that kidnapper shall die. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Why do you think that they would update that and clarify that the law is meaning an Israelite?
I'm not entirely sure. Could you give me your view on it?
Yeah, because in the Deuteronomy law, Israelites could not be enslaved forever. They were not allowed to be treated as slaves anymore. Even the women who were once in the Sinai covenant considered chattel slaves. When Israelite women were sold into slavery by their fathers, they were the property of the slave master forever. But the men were not. The men were indentured servants, and they were to be set free in the 7th year. If their master gave them a wife while they were under indentured servitude or debt slavery, unless the Hebrew servant agreed to become a lifetime slave, he could not leave with his wife and his children because they were the lifetime property of the Israelite slave master. So in order for the Hebrew man to be with his wife and his children forever, he would have to give up his freedom and become the lifetime property of the slave master. So as it moves to the Deuteronomy renewal covenant, that's no longer the case. Women could now be set free the same time that the men were set free. And then we get to the Levitical covenant, and then Israelites could not be slaves at all. Just a second. Here, it starts off explaining the indentured servitude of the Israelites. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you unto the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. So now we're at the point where Israelites just can't be slaves, period. They're servants, they're hired workers, and they get their freedom in either year 7 of volunteer debt service, or year 50.
Okay.
Depending on the debt owed. And then we move into the second institution of slavery that already existed, but now it's set for a specific people. So he says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So you have the indentured servitude or debt slavery for the Israelites, and then you have the lifetime servitude or chattel slavery for the foreigners.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to show me, or is that it?
I mean, there's more that I could, but I don't know if I need to. You're welcome to respond here.
Okay. I suppose if I were to interpret this, as I said, I was new to this. I'd say it was because the Deuteronomy? Was it Deuteronomy? I'm not very good.
Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
Yeah,
That's what.
that it is
Thank
that
you.
the word. It is the weirdest book. The name of the book of the Bible is
Right.
Deuteronomy.
So
Yeah.
the people or the people that wrote it believe that it was the commandment of God that made these statements, right? The thing I see here is you'll notice that God is slowly going through this process of slavery. I think was God trying to push them or like guide them to a slave free world. You know, the reason why he doesn't just go in and do things is, of course, people are probably gonna hit me with this, but free will thing. Otherwise, what's the point of it if he's just gonna hold your hand the whole time? So God knows that these slaveries. Why doesn't he do it? It's like the same explanation with divorce. Divorce is not considered a good thing, but God lets it be so because what was it? What was the words again? Human has a hardened heart, I believe it was. So in this way, I believe it was for God to push away the boundaries of slavery and break them down. And you'll notice this because later on, when Jesus comes down, he says that everyone is a child and everyone is under God, and nobody shall be less than the other. So I don't think this is him condoning it. I think it's him trying to mitigate it to tighten I suppose a better analogy, but the noose of slavery into something better without having to intervene completely.
So in this evolution, what you see is that the Israelites are allowed to be slaves, right? And they're allowed to enslave each other.
At first,
right?
Yeah.
From Exodus to Deuteronomy, what you don't see is that they are enslaving foreigners, right?
Right.
In Leviticus, what you see is kind of like a superiority hierarchy set up, right? And then the Gentiles, who are the foreigners, become the property of the Israelites, right? So if this God was in fact saying, oh, humans are so horrible, if I told them to stop doing slavery, they wouldn't, right? So I have to slowly get them away from enslaving one another. What he did was got them slowly away from enslaving each other because they're a chosen special people. And then he moved them into enslaving those that were not Israelites. In fact, if we go to Deuteronomy chapter 20, he tells them another way that they could get their Gentile slaves. So he says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you at forced labor. Right? So before you go to a town, right, to fight against it, offer them the opportunity to voluntarily become your slaves. Then he says, but if it does not accept your terms of peace and it makes war against you, if they fight back and they say, no, we're not going to become your vassal state, we're not going to become your slaves, then you shall besiege it, then make war against them. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all its males to the sword. So kill all the men, right? You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town, all is spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. He says, thus you shall treat all the towns that are very far from you, which are not the towns of these nations here. So he says, do this to the towns that are far away from Israel, far away from the ancestral land that I gave you, from the land of Canaan. And so he says, as for the land of Canaan, right? But as for the towns of these people that the Lord your God has given you as an inheritance, You must not let anything that breathes remain alive. So don't take the Canaanites, the Amalekites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites as slaves. Kill them. Kill all of them. Wipe all of them out. And then you can go to towns that are very far away, right? And let them volunteer to become give them an opportunity to volunteer to become your vassal states, and serve you at forced labor. If they don't, then force it. Go in and kill everybody.
I see. Yeah, I did not get to that part, I guess.
A lot of us didn't, to be fair. Like, we don't hear this a lot in church.
I mean, I just started. I'm on Genesis. I'm still on Genesis, but I've read through the people that most have the problem with. Apparently, I didn't read all of it. But can we? Where did you start this verse from?
Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 10.
Verse 10. Could we go up a little bit higher?
Yeah. When you go out to war against your enemies and see horses and chariots, an army larger than your own, do not fear them, for the Lord your God is with you, who brought you up from the land of Egypt. Before you engage in battle, the priest shall come forward and speak to the troops, and shall say to them, Hear, O Israel, today you are drawing near to do battle against your enemies. Do not lose heart or be afraid or panic or be in dread of them, for it is the Lord your God who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies to give you victory. Then the officer shall address the troops, saying, Has anyone built a new house but not dedicated it? He should go back to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another dedicate it. Has anyone planted a vineyard but not yet enjoyed its fruit? He should go back to his house, lest he die in battle, and another be first to enjoy its fruit. Has anyone become engaged to a woman but not yet married her? He should go back to his house lest he die in the battle, and another marry her. The officer shall continue to address the troops, saying, Is anyone afraid or disheartened? He should go back to his house, or he might cause the heart of his comrades to melt like his own. When the officers have finished addressing the troops, then the commander shall take charge of them.
Oh, all right. That is sounding even worse. I'm not sure if I can make any type of interpretation for this. So I guess I don't really have much else to say.
Would you like to address, like as far as like with Jesus, I know you also made a statement that Jesus condemned slavery as well. Do you want to go to those scriptures, or was that the First Timothy scriptures you were talking about?
Well, okay. So to be honest, if the way that my like clear lack of knowledge on this, I don't think that will make much of a difference. I think I need to either abandon this altogether or read through it myself and make my decision. But
that's fair.
Okay, well, thanks for talking with me. I know the chat wasn't exactly very nice to my to my views.
No, it's and I do appreciate you for being respectful while you're on stage. Like, we don't have to agree with each other, but mutual respect for each other is very important to me, and I appreciate you for that.
Right. I'll take this. I'll have this. I have this in mind, and when I read through it, I will make sure that I don't just ignore this. So if I can't find anything for this, then I will more than likely leave this and probably condemn it. So.
There is a book that I recommend. Like I said, one of my co-hosts that comes in here a lot. Let me stop calling him co-host because he has not accepted to be co-host, but he's in here every morning. But Dr. Joshua Bowen is a ancient Near Eastern biblical scholar, an Old Testament scholar, and a Syriologist. He's written several books, and one of his books is Did the Old Testament Condone Slavery? And he has 2 volumes of that book out. what he just released, that gives you an extensive view of all of the slave laws from all of the nations in the ancient Near East, right? So that you can better understand how these laws were either used or not used. And so I highly recommend his first book it's not that long, and it's really easy to understand, and he goes in depth with the laws. So it's called Did the Old Testament Condone Slavery? And it's by Dr. Joshua Bowen. You can read it on Amazon as well.
Okay. What were the names of these books again?
Did the Old Testament Condone Slavery by Dr. Joshua Bowen.
Okay, found it.
Okay. Yeah, it's a really great book with scholarly resources. You can follow the bibliographies as well, and get a better understanding of it. I look forward to having another conversation with you once you've done your research.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, like if I don't come back, that pretty much means I just condone it entirely, honestly. But
Okay. I mean, I would still like to hear an update. Like even just letting us know that
sure, I'll give you
I
a
would love to hear.
follow. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. And
You're so welcome.
yeah, bye.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
That was a
All right.
pleasant conversation.
Yeah, it was. All right. If you're in the request, please let us know.
Y'all don't forget that we are raising money for Loan. Their grandmother died, and you can send whatever you can, whether it be $1, $2, $3, to my Cash App in my bio. I appreciate y'all so much. At the end of the live, whatever we raise, I will Cash App to Loan. Living Hard is in the box, Lala. Can you see him?
Yeah, good morning, Thinker. How are you doing?
I'm good, Living Hard. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I wanted to ask a question about what you just were speaking on about the slaves. When you're talking about slavery days, doesn't that not a consistent of the Bible any longer, because the slaves are forgettable. That's what I thought, and that's what I always heard, that the slave masters or the slaves no longer partake of the Bible.
That the slaves no longer. What do you mean? They don't partake of the Bible?
No,
What do you mean?
all right, I said today in this world time, or in this economy time, or these days time, I don't hear about the slavery days, because that's from our ancestors, or that's the history that they know of. I heard that we really that's not supposed to like remember the slavery days. We supposed to live for what today Bible ads and believe what the Bible say it is now.
Living Hard. I'm not sure if like what you mean by our ancestors. Like I didn't bring up slavery in America.
No. I'm just saying the word you say slave. That's what made me get a understanding. Like, what slave masters are you talking about? Because when you say
Living
slave,
Hard. Living Hard. Living Hard. So the topic that you chose to talk about is the Old Testament condones slavery. So for you to ask me what slavery am I talking about, like it's literally in the statement. Like it doesn't say the antebellum South condones slavery. It doesn't say America condones slavery.
Okay. No, no, I'm not arguing at you, please. That's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to get an understanding. What type of slavery are you talking about? Because most of the time I'm hearing you saying the Israelites or the Hebrew Israelites or the whatever with the Israelites. I'm just saying the Israelites, ain't they a partaker of us? Like, ain't they our brothers,
No,
peoples, or ain't doesn't we supposed
no.
to love each other?
The what does that have? Like, are you asking me if the Israelites are the Black Americans in America?
Yeah, yeah. Doesn't all
No,
no? Oh,
no.
no. I thought all are supposed to be equal and help each other and
That's
encourage
not the
each other.
same question. That's not the same question, Living Hard. And what does that have to do with the topic? What does that have to do with the topic?
All right, all right. No, no. I'm just asking clarification. I don't want to be misled or
Yeah,
misdirected.
but you're
I'm
not
hearing you
talking about
say.
the topic. Living Heart, you aren't talking about the topic, right? The topic is not whether Black Americans or Hebrew Israelites, right? The topic is not about treating everybody equally. The topic is that the Old Testament condones slavery. That's the topic.
All right, all right. Let me ask you this thing. Could
And
you give
and
me?
and Living Heart, you have been read these scriptures multiple times. Multiple times.
No, no. I'm saying let's go to this first one right here. Say the Old Testament condemn slavery. Now, I'm saying, what part of the Bible that talks about that verse? Like
We
like
have
you just
already
got to.
read these to you. We've read these scriptures to you multiple times. I'm not reading to them to you again. Like, this isn't your first time in here. This is not your first time on the stage. This isn't even your first time discussing the slavery in the Bible. And you told us, right, that you were going to go and study on your own. Like, I'm not doing that again.
Why you ever thinking I'm the bad person? I'm trying to get understanding or trying to get the right wisdom. And it
Well,
seems
I've
like
already, Living Heart, I'm not your teacher. I'm not your teacher and I'm not your pastor. We've given you these scriptures multiple times. It's up to you to go and do what you said you were going to do, and that is research and study on your own.
all right, all right, all right. I don't know. I mean, you have so much of
Because you have
discrepancy.
ulterior motives every time you join, every single time. And the last time you joined, you told me that you were deconstructing.
No, it seemed like I can't. That's why I'm asking
That's not my
questions.
responsibility. I'm not asking you to deconstruct, right? That is a decision that you have to make on your own. And if you say out of your mouth, right, I get it now, I'm going to study on my own so that I can get an understanding, that's your responsibility. That isn't mine.
All right, I got you. Don't see. I'm saying I love you as a person, and I try to treat
You
you
say that
as.
every time you come in here. You say that every time you come in here. Yeah, every time you come in here, you do this right here.
It's right to get knowledge, ain't it?
What new knowledge are you getting? We have literally already gone over this with you. You are asking me to read the same scriptures that I've read to you multiple times. You're asking me to read them to you again. And I'm saying no.
Oh boy! All right. I don't know. I just be sometimes just be wondering why, like, you don't have the patience, or you
I
don't.
don't. I never promised you patience and I don't owe you patience. I am not your pastor. I am not your wife. I'm not your mother. I'm not your sister, right? I don't owe you patience for nonsense.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Anyway, but all right, maybe I gotta just find out how to do things on my own and just see
Yes.
see what's what and see how this whole system or this ways of what you thinking or what you putting out there or how things are. Maybe I just gotta do it myself then.
You told us the last time that you were going to do that. Yes, you do have to do it yourself, right? We've already had this conversation many times. I literally thought that you were coming up here to give us an update. But here you are with the same old thing. I think you come in here to waste my time. I know that you are a believer of this God. When you first came in here, you professed it, you talked crazy to us, right? We forgave you over and over and over again. And then you say, no, I get it now. I'm going to go study. Then you come in here and say, I'm finally deconstructing, right? That was about a month ago. Here you are again with the same stuff. I'm not doing this with you again.
It's hard to break a cycle that you've been involved in all your life, and then you reconstruct it. That's like you punishing God, and I just can't go backwards. I rather just stay with I know and what I
Then do
practice. And
that. Why do you keep coming in here then?
no, because I like what you put out there, but I'm asking for understanding, and I can't do it. I don't understand that.
I've already gone over stuff with you. I am not your teacher, Living Heart.
All right. I don't know. Maybe you don't have the patience or
I don't.
the
I already
gift.
told you I don't. Why are y'all saying he has dementia? Y'all don't know him like that. Living Heart, do you know Celador? Do you know somebody named Celador?
No,
Celador.
no.
Yeah.
Who?
Why is she saying you have dementia?
Oh, I don't know. You got to ask her. Whoever she is, I don't know who that
Well,
is.
she's speaking for you.
Oh,
He would,
Huh? Now, I don't know
if he
why they
had
act like
dementia,
that. I
he
don't
would
know.
know what this is. He wouldn't even know what
Exactly.
alive or anything is.
Exactly. Yeah. And don't tell me to be kind. I don't have to allow people to treat me the way they want to treat me. I am not a fucking open book. You don't get to do whatever you want to me.
I
Living
don't
Heart,
know. Whoever that is.
Living Heart, I suggest, right, that, and I'm going to say this again, and this is going to be the last time I'm going to say it, okay? If the information in here, right, makes you uncomfortable, this is not the space for you. I do not recommend that you keep coming to my live. And I've said that to you multiple times. You keep insisting, right? You keep insisting that, nope, I got it. I'm deconstructing. I'm deconstructing. You go on other people's lives, right? And tell them that you're deconstructing. You don't think that I know that you're doing that. And then you come in here and act like it's all brand new. I'm not doing this with you. Okay? I'm gonna go
Okay,
ahead
no,
and,
no,
and,
no.
and, and move on. But if you
All right.
like you said, it's just easier for you to stay with the belief that you have. I recommend that. Like if that's what you feel is more comfortable to you, I highly recommend that. It doesn't make, if you are not able to go and research it on your own, it doesn't make sense for you to put yourself in a place of uncomfortableness or confusion. I don't know why you're choosing to do that.
No, I just try to give wisdom the best I can and see which ones are the right ones or which ones are the wrong ones. That's why I try to see what's going on.
I get it. I get it. But we've already done this multiple times, more than 5 times with you
All right, all right.
over
I'm
these
not
the
gonna.
same scriptures.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue with you. See, I don't like confusion. I don't like headaches. I don't like stress.
Okay.
I just try to be a
All right.
peacemaker, but it seems like I can't be a
Okay.
peacemaker.
Have a
Not
good one,
okay.
King. Have a
Have
good
a good
one.
day.
Enjoy your day.
And unfortunately, I'm not going to let you back on my stage anymore. Okay. That's not a she. Just to let y'all know.
All right, anyone in the chat, please tag us, let us know that you have requested to come up.
No, he's not, Christina. He is not trying. Y'all think that now, like, why are y'all invalidating our experiences with him? Like, did y'all hear anything that I said to him? Why are y'all choosing to invalidate my experiences with him and prioritize his? Like, why do y'all think I owe Living Heart anything? I don't owe him anything. I'm not getting paid. I'm not his instructor. I'm not his pastor. I don't know him. I don't owe him anything to put myself in any type of discomfort for him at all.
Anyone? Has anyone said anything? All right, I'll just go through the list.
I don't fucking owe you respect when you are disregarding my boundaries. I don't owe you any respect. You don't have a right to cross my boundaries. The fuck? Y'all are too entitled to other people's time and space. You're entitled. I don't want your prayer. Keep it for yourself. You got to first prove that your God answers your prayers first before you try to pray for somebody else. And then how the fuck are you going to try to pray that your will that you think you have for my life should trump my own desires? Yet you'll get up here and argue free will. Keep your prayer to yourself. I don't want it. And y'all stop talking about his voice. Cynthia, hi, how are you?
Mm-hmm. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Non-denominational, no religion, Christian. And I'm asking like, how are
Okay.
you again? I know we
Which
talking
topic?
about,
Which topic do you want to discuss?
I was gonna say, I was asking you how you are, like for real. Like I'm not just saying, oh, how.
I said I'm good.
No, yeah, but I'm just
Yeah, ma'am, I'm not getting ready to do that,
do
right?
what?
I am good. I'm good, right? Which topic did you want to discuss?
How are you offended by me checking on you? Like,
Ma'am, I don't owe you to talk to you on that level.
wait, man.
I don't owe that to you. I told you that I'm good, right? You want me to go into this deep, intimate conversation with you? I don't know you.
Listen, just answer one of the prompts, or we'll drop you back down. Respect boundaries, okay? I'm gonna send you an
Yeah.
invitation to unmute. Pick a question.
Okay.
If you continue to type that you're going to pray for me, I'm going to block you. Again, you are the type of person that disrespect boundaries. Why the fuck would I want you to pray for me and you can't even fucking respect my boundary? Cynthia, are you there?
Yeah, I'm very patient. I'm just waiting for the, yeah,
Can you pick a topic, please?
sure. I mean, you could pick one. To be
Why
real.
would I do that? Why would I pick a topic for you?
I don't know. I'm asking. All right, I'll pick one.
Yeah,
Yeah, God did not get. Let's do the last one for sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I start. I thought you're the.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, do you agree or disagree with that statement? That's my stance, right, on the topic.
Well,
Like,
that's yours.
so you're
Okay. I'm
starting
just trying to.
off with my stance.
Okay. See, now I understand. The Christian God is evil. What's a Christian God? I just want to ask you how you feel about what's a Christian God.
The God of the Bible.
Okay. So I believe in God the Father, Jesus the Son.
Cynthia,
God is
you don't
human.
have to tell me. Cynthia, I
And
didn't
that
ask you what.
the, the Christian God
Cynthia,
is not
can
evil.
do you hear me talking to you, Cynthia?
Because I'm answering the question.
Cynthia, I'm gonna tell you what this is, okay? I'm not here to dig deep into like your beliefs. I didn't ask Cynthia, what do you believe in? Right? I did not ask you that. What I asked is, are you a Christian? How do you identify? Right? You've already told me you are a non-denominational believer of God. Right? All right. So you qualify for the conversation. Now, I don't believe in your God. That is the information that you need in order to participate in this discussion. All right. Now you've chosen that to discuss with me my stance that the God of the Bible, the Christian God, is evil. Now, what you would do now is say either I agree, right, that he has some aspects of evil, or that he is evil, or that he is not evil, and then you state why you state that, right? If you have scriptures that you want to discuss, right, cultural context that you want to discuss, scholarly articles that you want to discuss, that's how this discussion will go. And then I'll respond, right? That's how that go. It doesn't matter to me what you believe in, right? Unless that becomes part of the discussion, right? And it's prevalent to a point that you're making, right? So if you can, also, I don't want you to talk while I'm talking, and I'll try my best not to talk while you are talking. There are a couple of times where I will interrupt you. If I ask you a question and you are deliberately not responding to the question that I ask, I will interrupt you and reiterate my question until you address that question. Okay. If I need you to clarify something, I will interrupt and I'll ask you to clarify like what that has to do with the topic. Other than that, I don't plan on interrupting you, and I ask that you don't interrupt me. Okay? Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Um, you want to begin again?
If you're not gonna control how I begin, sure, but
As
so
long
the
as you
Christian God.
as long as you participate, like within the confines of the rules of the live, in the discussion, we're good. I don't care about your profession of your faith. That has nothing to do with the topic.
That does have something to do because
It
I'm
does
saying
not.
that
You
that's
believing
what
in
I
the Father,
believe.
the Son, and the Holy Ghost has absolutely nothing to do with whether this God is evil or not.
Yes, it does. That's why. Just let me
No, it
talk.
doesn't.
Finish.
It does not, because the topic is the God evil? Whether you believe in
And
the God
I
or
believe
not,
no.
okay, is he evil? Is he evil, Cynthia?
That matters. I already
Is he
answered that.
evil?
You're not even listening.
You told me you believe in him, his son, and his spirit.
Right. That answers your question that he is
No, the
spirit.
fuck it doesn't, Cynthia. It does not
Blood.
answer anything
I
pertaining
just
to his
answered
nature.
it just now. So
Okay,
there's
then I'm
no.
done. Thank you. Have a good day.
I just say he's good. He's not evil. That's what I believe.
Oh,
So
okay,
are you
thank
gonna
you.
let me
So
explain it?
he's not evil. Okay,
So,
thank you.
so am I
So
gonna
he's not
explain my
evil.
topic
He's
that I choose?
good. Yes, go ahead and explain now. Thank you.
Please don't talk over the host. And while she's talking, do not interrupt her.
I was talking and she was talking after me, so
Then
therefore
she
she
said that
interrupted
she
me.
would.
So would I be interrupting you right now?
We ain't doing that.
You're saying I'm interrupting you,
Okay,
but
you know what? Bye.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. All she had to say was, I think he's good, and here's why. All that other shit
Right.
is
Just
irrelevant.
childish for no damn reason.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. I don't want to ask you about yourself. I already heard the last conversation. So I just wanted to talk about the first point. The Old Testament condones slavery.
Oh, one second. One second. Are you
Mhm.
a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So just wanted to discuss the Old Testament condones slavery.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Okay, go ahead.
So in that, I disagree because multiple times throughout the Old Testament, God has indicated that Israel would be slaves. They were slaves to Egypt. Israel was slaves after Jerusalem was taken over. They were slaves to the Assyrians. So there were multiple times in the Old Testament where Israel were slaves. They were without homes, and they were literally under rule by multiple regimes other than their own. So, I mean, in the Old Testament, God literally says that slavery was a punishment to the Israelites at that given point in time.
Okay. So then why did he allow them to become slave masters?
To what degree?
What do you mean, to what degree? Is there a degree of slave mastery?
Yeah, absolutely. So, for example, right, if we're talking about the slaves here in the United States, they would not have been a mastery to themselves. It would have been the Caucasians that were master to them. So, to what degree were the Israelites slave masters to? Whom were they the masters of?
They were the slave masters of their slaves.
Israel did not.
Let me ask you a question. Why do y'all always jump to slavery in North America as if North America is the only other place in the world that has slavery?
Go ahead and you can name another example and we can talk about that one.
No, I'm asking why when we're talking about slavery in the Bible, right? Do Christians always jump to slavery in North America as if North America is the only nation that has slavery?
Well, you're speaking of a generalized statement. I can't speak to why other Christians may result to the slavery in the North America. I personally, being a child born in the 1980s and learning about slavery in North America as the only slavery that I have ever learned of outside of the Bible, that would be the closest reach to me. I don't like to reach out far or grab or try to do too much. So for me and my own education, I know that African Americans were slaves in the United States over 400 years ago. And I also know that the slave masters weren't the African Americans, even though they might have just been black people here in the States that were made slaves, right? Because that kind of history is also muddled up. But the closest reach to me personally would be here in my own country, since this is where I'm from.
Okay, so essentially, just to sum it up, what I heard you say is I don't read books. And that I'm sorry, I'm talking now. When you say the closest reach to me, right? You say, I have not learned about any other slavery in the world. Therefore, it didn't, exist. And slavery did not end 400 years ago. It was 159 years ago, according to the Emancipation Proclamation Act here in the United States, right? It's only 159 years ago. But going back to slave masters, the Israelites being allowed to become the slave masters of foreigners, people who were renting land from the Israelites, when there was a ger, which is a stranger or a foreigner in their land, renting property from them, they were allowed to make slaves of them, lifetime slaves. If they had children while they were renting land from them, their children were to become their lifetime property. They were allowed to buy slaves from foreign nations and bring them back to the land of Israel and enslave them for life. They would become their property, and they could pass them down to their children to inherit as property. They were allowed to go to nations that were far away from the land of Israel, offer them terms of peace, like give them the opportunity to volunteer to become their vassal states, right? And serve them at forced labor. If the nation refused, right, to serve Israel, then they were to go to war against that nation, kill all the men, and then take the women and children for themselves. There are several laws pertaining to what we would call lifetime bondservant or chattel slavery in the Old Testament for the Israelites to operate under as the slave master. And you're absolutely correct that this God would often use slavery as a form of punishment for the Israelites. Like if they disobeyed him, he sold them to the Philistines, right? In Deuteronomy 28, he tells them, if you obey all my commands, you'll be blessed. If not, I'll send you back into Egypt by ships into slavery. We see that when Nebuchadnezzar came into Jerusalem and destroyed the Davidic monarchy, they were hauled off. A lot of them were hauled off to Babylon. Some of them escaped into Egypt, into Elephantine Island, and became the Elephantine Jews. So we do see that, slavery is used as a form of punishment in this book, but they were also the slave masters in this book as well.
You're absolutely right. As you're speaking about indentured slavery, and as I just want to clarify, because I never spoke to the end of slavery in the United States. I spoke to the beginning, which would have been over 400 years ago, as I mentioned, just to kind of clear that up. So I never spoke to the end, didn't speak to 1800s or none of that. I spoke to the beginning of the slavery in the United States. Nor did I say that I was uneducated, because I do read other books. I just spoke to the closest example to me, because that's what reaches my heart. But totally agree with you in that the Israelites did have indentured slaves, and that they did have, maidens that were slaves as well as other male slaves. Job, right? Job had a plethora of slaves throughout his land. And slaves were people needed to do jobs. It's kind of like maids. So the word slave, quote unquote, gets more or less a negative connotation. And it kind of depends on how you're really using it, to which degree. In modern times, a slave would also be a maid. A slave could also be an assistant, right? A slave essentially is someone that serves the needs of the master. So you were absolutely right. The Israelites, they were slave masters. God did give them the ability to rule over others as they were coming into that promised land. And we do see that, especially as we get into the New Testament, but we're only speaking about the Old Testament. So just to kind of clarify, God never condemned slavery in the Old Testament. Israel was given as slaves. Israel was also given slaves. So nowhere in the Old Testament is slavery condemned. It's actually permitted, and it continues to be permitted.
So here's the thing. Is there a reason why you need to distinguish the slavery in this Bible as being indentured servitude and not chattel slavery?
Yeah, absolutely, because that's a different type of slavery. Indentured slavery would mean that you're working off your slavery. So in some instances, some slaves were only a slave for a time. They were only slaves for a season. They might have owed the Israelites some money. They might have owned the Israelites something, and they would have had to have worked off what they owed. Kind of like Jacob, when he went to, I can't remember his name, starts with an L, but anyways, when he went to his father-in-law to marry his daughters, he was a slave to him. And thus, therefore, he was working off his time. He was indentured to, is it Lamar, whatever his name was. But anyways, he was an indentured slave to where he could get his wife, Rebecca. So it's the same thing. Indentured slavery is quite prevalent in the Old Testament. That's pretty much.
Yeah, but my question was, is there a reason why you need to distinguish between the two? Like is there something astronomically wrong or immoral about owning people as property for life and passing them down to your children, which is chattel slavery.
Okay. So then I guess my return question to you would be, are we assuming that those people did not want to be slaves? Because
I'm
in
sorry.
some
Can you answer my question? So there
well,
are two
you're asking
right now. I'm
questions.
sorry. Did I interrupt you while you were talking?
You did actually. You did.
I did
You asked me
not.
a question. I was
I'm sorry. You
answering it.
stopped talking. No.
Wow.
Now you're gonna lie. Do I need to play it back? Because you're being streamed to YouTube. We can play it back.
We can, please.
Sure. 1 second. So here's the thing. Is there a reason why you need to distinguish the slavery in this Bible as being indentured servitude and not chattel slavery?
Yeah, absolutely, because that's a different type of slavery. Indentured slavery would mean that you're working off your slavery. So in some instances, some slaves were only a slave for a time. They were only slaves for a season. They might have owed the Israelites some money. They might have owned the Israelites something, and they would have had to work off what they owed. Kind of like Jacob, when he went to I can't remember his name, starts with an L, but anyways, when he went to his father-in-law to marry his daughters, he was a slave to him. And thus, therefore, he was working off his time. He was indentured to, is it Lamar, whatever his name was. But anyways, he was an indentured slave to where he could get his wife, Rebecca. So it's the same thing. Indentured slavery is quite prevalent in the Old Testament. That's pretty much. Yeah, but my question was, is there a reason why you need to distinguish between the two? Like is there something astronomically wrong or immoral about owning people as property for life and passing them down to your children, which is chattel slavery? Okay, so then I guess my return question to you would be, are we assuming that those people did not want to be slaves? Because I'm sorry, can you answer my question? So there are two right now. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you while you were talking? You did actually. Are you there? Hello?
Mm-hmm. Did I allow you to get out what you were saying when you were talking?
No, because you asked me a question about why I was specifying between indentured slavery and chattel slavery, and I did answer that as to why I'm speaking specifically towards indentured slavery, because it is two different types. So if we want to just categorize it into one, that's fine. Either way, the Old Testament doesn't condone slavery.
What I asked you was, is there a reason that you need to distinguish between the two? Is chattel slavery and astronomically more immoral or something than indentured servitude? Is it immoral to own a human being for life and pass them down as inheritance to your children?
That's more than one question. So is indentured slavery more immoral than chattel slavery? No, slavery is slavery, regardless of whether someone's indentured or if it's cattle or chattel, however you said that. Is it more immoral to pass a human down to your family? That would be the second question. Again, that would kind of retort back to the question I asked you, meaning, does that person want to be a slave? I remember watching Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and it seemed like Jeffrey was very happy.
Hold on, because you're not answering my question.
Oh my goodness.
There is a difference between indentured servitude and chattel slavery. Okay, chattel slavery would be the same type of slavery that, and I'm going to use America here, since that's what you're close to. Chattel slavery is the type of slavery that African Americans' ancestors were to Europeans in America. They were owned as property for life, and they were passed down to their children as an inheritance, right? And that's just the definition, right? Defining that institution of slavery, right? And then indentured servitude were a group of people that sold themselves into slavery temporarily for the purposes of paying off a debt. And then once that time was met, that person was set free and released back to their hometown or to their personal property, right? Those are two different institutions of slavery. Now, is there a reason, right? You are saying that the only slavery in this Bible that your God allowed the Israelites to participate in is indentured servitude. That's what I'm asking you.
So it sounds like you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. And I really didn't need the definition of both because I already knew what they meant. So I'm going to go ahead and just say it again. No, there is no reason why I'm specifically referring to indentured slavery. Slavery is slavery, whether indentured or chattered. Is it wrong? Absolutely. No one should be a slave. However, given the times, people were slaves for one reason or another, whether they were sold down from generation to generation to generation, or whether they just had to work for 3 full moons and a whole field of corn, whatever it was. Slavery was bad regardless. The main question was the Old Testament condones slavery. So to that point, I again disagree. And I'm not just speaking about one specific point of slavery. I agree with you. Chattel slavery is bad. Yeah, the Israelites had slaves and they sold the slaves and the slaves went to their children and their grandchildren and their great grandchildren, and they might not have never got away. However, in some instances, we don't know. Some of those slaves might have been like, you know what? I got a good home and I get 3 meals a day and I have a cot and I really like this family. So I want to be here.
Are you
And maybe
fucking kidding me?
oh my gosh,
No,
why are
she's
you
not.
interrupting?
She's not kidding. She's not kidding. So do you think the same thing for the Black Americans in North America? They were under chattel slavery.
Why are you now bringing that up? Because you just told me I was uneducated for that.
No, again, that's all you know. Like, why would I
No,
bring
it's
up
not.
any other
Actually,
slave system?
that was the
You
only
literally
example I
told me
used.
that.
Nope,
You
that's not
literally
what I.
told me that is the closest to you. You don't know about any other slave system, right?
No,
You literally said that.
you like to generalize things. I didn't say
You
that.
also said that it was like a job, and that
Nope.
a maid is also a slave today. You literally said that.
Now, I did say that about a maid. A maid is essentially a slave, is she not?
Okay. So again, in America, right? In
What?
America,
Oh, you don't
with
answer no
I'm going to
questions.
say this again.
I don't
Okay.
need you to repeat yourself. You know what?
Okay.
I think I'm done with your comment.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. You're done now because I'm taking you at your word. You're going to get up here and argue chattel slavery and call it fucking cattle and camel. Like, you don't even know how to pronounce it. The way she got up here and said, I like this family, boss. Thank you, God. Thank you,
Right?
God, for the beatings, master. Thank you for the food
She
and
would
the
have been the main one,
like,
probably
what the
telling on
fuck?
us when we tried to run.
That
The
is
main
embarrassing
one.
as fuck. Then she goes, I
They
didn't say
liked
it
it.
was so. She said, I was talking about when it started, not when it ended. I never spoke to the end. Like, what?
What the fuck? I was thinking that
Th-
too. Like, what the hell?
Dishonest as fuck. Right. When she was talking about Laban and she said Lamar, like, you get up here and you say everything fucking wrong and then run. And then, like, this is the thing. Trying to respect y'all's rambling, right? And then, like, y'all think y'all gonna get up here and say all this wrong shit and then just fucking leave. I'm not doing that shit no more. I'm not doing that no more because y'all not finna get up here and nobody. Then you gonna lie? How are you locked out and you're in the fucking comments and you are the one who said you were leaving? Nobody picked you. You are a fucking liar. You left on your own. Everybody heard you say that you were leaving. Of course you agree with her. Like you don't have any standards for yourself when it comes to belief. Y'all are like y'all eat whatever it is put in front of you. You ask no questions. You don't even do your own research. Of course you agree with her. Your belief drives your agreement. But you are a liar. Nobody kicked you. You literally said you were leaving and then you left. I don't understand how you have Jesus though. Like, well, yes I do because Jesus lied. So you have you. I mean, you literally have the spirit of a liar. Lucinda. I think Lucinda is asleep. Lucinda. All right. Yeah, she's asleep. What's up, Shep Dog?
If you're in the comments, please let us know. You want to
Jesus
come up
lied
if
about
you
a
hit
lot of stuff.
requests. What you say?
Somebody in the comments said Jesus never lied. He lied about a lot. He did. Jay Knowledge. Jay Knowledge.
So
Yeah,
too.
I mean, you can just keep typing. No, he did not. Like, I don't care to go back and forth with you on that. The all that matters is that I know he lied. That's all that matters. I'm not gonna go back and forth with y'all on that. That's not the topic today. It's okay, Jay Knowledge. Imperious. How about you download TikTok and bring your ass over here? Come to TikTok since you're gonna make this Donkey Kong cry. And if you don't have TikTok, seeing me cry, Imperious, should be worth you downloading it. It should be worth you creating a username, and then get all of the people in the YouTube comments who follow you to follow you over here, right? So that you can come and make me cry. Oh, your excuse is that TikTok is for pedos. You only need it for one day, for maybe about 30 minutes, Imperious. Download it. Come on. Hey, Dr. Bowen is in the guest box. Imperious, download TikTok and come on over.
You said Dr. Bowen? Hold on. Oh,
It's so crazy. Like he's mad because I said that Jesus lied. And so now he wants to make me cry. That's so Jesus-y of him. Do you see him in there? Oh, there you go. Eric?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
I'm alright, and hope you're doing well.
I'm doing good. Are you
Good,
a
good.
Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Let's just say I'm deconstructing. In terms of I was a Christian before, and for a very very long time, and now I'm deconstructing from what Christianity believes, from what we have we have learned and been indoctrinated from the Christian beliefs. So yeah,
Okay.
let's just say I'm deconstructing, because looking at your
It's
topic.
okay. Like, yeah, I don't need to like go into detail on that. Okay.
Okay.
But which topic did you want to discuss?
Yes, no, yeah, the topic with which you align regarding slavery, in Egypt, or slavery as a whole.
I'm sorry.
Okay, first of
You're I'm sorry, Eric.
yes.
You're choosing the Old Testament condone slavery. That's the topic
Oh, say again.
that you're choosing the first topic to discuss.
Yes, yes, yeah, yeah.
Okay. And do you agree or disagree with that?
Um, Look, if I say I agree that the the Old Testament condoned slavery, of which it no, it kind of like disgusts me, in terms of like why Old Testament allowed slavery in the first place. You see,
Right, but I still
uh,
need to know whether you agree with that statement or disagree so we can start a discussion. I don't want you to just come up here and just spout things off and just talk about whatever you want to talk about.
okay.
About slavery. There is a topic there, right?
Mm. Yes, because I can see, yeah, the Old Testament does condone slavery, and
Okay.
I agree that they have condoned slavery. I agree, but what I'm saying is, it's disgusting to me to have
Mm-hmm.
such a thing happen, be it in the Old Testament, and even if you go into the New Testament, where it says that slaves obey your masters. You see,
Mm-hmm.
now it's still, you see what has changed from Old Testament to New Testament. To me, nothing has changed. We've condoned slavery in the Old Testament. Now we are in the New Testament. It still says slaves obey your masters. So nothing has changed, honestly. Nothing has changed. And we know all the horrible things behind slavery and all the horrible things which has happened. Because I'm also coming from a country whereby there has been slavery. There has been forced slavery, whatever name you can call it, and then there have been indentured labor. Indentured laborers, I'm putting it in quotes, but it's just slavery. It's just the same thing. So, what I see, the pattern which I see here is just an agenda, because the slavery did not start with Africa. It started a long time ago. Just hold on a second. I'm just having a lot of wind in my house. Just hold on a second. Okay, sorry about
Okay. Well,
that.
hold on.
Yes,
So
yeah. Can you
I
hear me?
understand. I understand you're saying I agree that we agree with each other that slavery is condoned in the Bible by this God. In the
Yes.
New Testament, it's not condemned, right? And we see it, continue on into the early church all the way through, still happening today around the world.
Yes.
And you're now making the decision. Is the understanding of how this God's laws participated in the acceptance of slavery around the world? Is that what's influencing your decision to deconstruct from Christianity?
That would be one. Oh, sorry about that. There's such a wind in at my in my place now. Okay, yes, that would be one of the topic which makes me to deconstruct. There's more others which I can share about, But
No,
if
that's
you
okay.
allow
I
me,
just wanted to know. No, that's okay. I just wanted to know if it was because of the slavery thing, because that's the topic that you chose to talk about. But I agree with you that it condones slavery. It's not condemned in the New Testament, and so I don't have any further questions to discuss. I don't know, Dr. B or Lala. Do y'all have any questions for him regarding that?
No, I'm good.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I think we agree with each other here. Is there anything else you want to say before I drop you down?
A little bit further regarding the Old Testament and how it has been written down, and
What
you
has
see
been
this
written
whole
down?
thing. Yes, this whole thing which has been written down, it brought us to show us that this is just a mind control thing. It's a mind
Yeah,
control statement.
I get it, but that doesn't like have anything to do with the slavery topic, right?
I think it does have to do with the slavery topic.
How
Yeah,
so? Because the
because
topic is that
because
the Old Testament condones slavery. We agree, right? I think you've already shared with us, your disgust for that and what you think about that. Like, I don't think there's a need to like elaborate any further because we agree with you, right?
okay, no, I wanted to add something because in terms of the mind control situation,
Yeah, I'm not interested in discussing the mind control. Like, that doesn't have anything to do with the topics that we're discussing right now, okay?
all right, okay, no, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Good morning, Dr. B.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. It's been one hell of a night.
If I could just for a sec. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say about the woman that was speaking before. It saddens me, and I'd love to get both of your perspectives on this. Like when I hear, and I said this in the comments, especially women, when they talk about slavery and they say things like, well, what if the slave had it really good? What if the slave was treated really well and they had a really nice family? In other words, the way that comes across to me is set aside the duress factor. Um, it's justifying owning another person as property because they're being treated well or better than what slaves were stereotypically treated like. And that saddens me when it comes from anyone, but especially when it comes from women, because like I feel like women have to do this to survive regularly in their own existence, right? Well, yeah, I mean, he I don't know what word to say. Shma abuses me, um, physically and mentally, and there's, but gosh, it's such a nice house, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I've got a place to stay, and boy, what would it be like if I didn't have this? And and that saddens me because like there is no justification for someone owning someone else's property, and there's no justification for SA against a woman or anyone else. But I mean, like especially in this case, and I would hope, and I can't remember her name, but I would hope that she would agree that in Deuteronomy 21, we wouldn't say, well, yeah, I mean, sure, she doesn't have to give her consent, to have a guy marry her and go into her and bear him children.
so that he can have an heir, a legitimate heir. I mean, sure, she doesn't have to consent, but I mean, she wouldn't be a captive, like strictly slave proper anymore, right? She'd be some sort of a wife, which is, I mean, a lot better. I mean, hopefully she wouldn't say that, because that would be gross. And I don't know. That's just what I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think I'm off on that, or?
No, you're spot on. A lot of times women stay in abusive relationships because they don't have the money to leave, and then they either have children to think about, and so they justify the abuse that they take from that spouse and say, I'm doing this because for my children, or I don't I financially cannot leave, so at least there's shelter over my head. And sometimes they try to run away and they end up going right back because there's nowhere for them to go in a shelter. So I think that you're spot on, and I think it was gross. And I was trying to when I asked her that question about, is there a reason, right, that you are distinguishing between indentured servitude and chattel slavery, right? Like what is it that why do you need to say that the God only allowed indentured servitude and didn't allow the chattel slavery, so that we could discuss, right, the laws with indentured servitude with the women being chattel slaves, right? And they're Hagar and Bilhah being given by a woman Israelite to their Israelite husbands for their bodies to be used as procreation during the time of indentured servitude. Does it make it better because the Israelites were allowed to not allowed to treat each other as slaves? Does it make it better because you saw it as a job? I'm sorry, is somebody snoring up here?
I took
Who
her
is that?
down. I took her down.
Oh, okay. But yeah. I think you were spot on, and it's very dangerous, and and honestly, I just think that she was being disingenuous as fuck. I don't think she was up here to listen. She thought she was gonna come up here and eat. She had the wrong agenda when she got on the stage in the first place. So she just got up here and made herself she embarrassed herself, really, is what she did. So, yeah, no, you were spot on.
Yeah, I agree. The whole thing was disturbing.
Lala came off mute. Lala was like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, but I'm not shocked anymore when they do that. Like when they're willing to defend slavery and like go as far as say that slavery is okay. I'm not shocked anymore because I understand that they're not that. Let me not use the word understand. I can see that they're willing to say what the fuck ever to defend their belief, even if they don't necessarily mean it deep down inside. Because if today somebody came and said, God said we're slavery, God never condemned slavery, so we're a Christian nation now in America and we're going back to slavery. Europeans are the new chosen, and black people are going to be the slaves of the Europeans again. She's not going to say yes, boss. She's not going to say yes, Lord, yes, hallelujah. She's not going to sing that song, will your heart and soul say yes. She's not going to do that shit. She's going to fucking fight. She's lying, but she was willing to say whatever she needed to say to defend her belief. And probably because she feels like it could never happen again. She feels safe.
That's what bothers me. I don't know about the most, but significantly about this, because it's becoming clear that this is a feature, not a bug. And like watching it happens almost invariably this way. There are a few bizarre people out there that will come up starting off saying, yeah, owning someone's property is great. Like there are a few bizarre people out there still. that will come up and say that with their full chest publicly. But most of the people that I encounter, and when I hear you talk to them, it seems like it's the same sort of experience you're having, is they'll come up and when you say, do you see how the Hebrew Bible endorses? Oh, no, it doesn't. Definitely doesn't do that. So that they're starting off from the position slavery bad, which is great, right? That gives me some hope. What really bothers me is that when you say, no, look, see, here's where the Bible does, either condone or endorse the social institution. The fact that they believe that the Bible is the inspired, inerrant word of God and therefore has to be morally perfect, that fact allows them in the conversation in real time to transition from slavery bad to maybe slavery no bad. And I just like that. That's what's so dangerous to me, because it's so easy to take someone in that position where they have this other thing that they hold to that will drive their conclusions even against something that they know to be horrific, and so quickly. It's the perfect recipe, I think, for people to be led back into something that they began by knowing. It's absolutely atrocious. Anyway.
Yep. And just think about, like, this is, if we look at the conversations that we're having today and just imagine the way that the text was used to make people agree to become a slave, right? Or not fight back or give up their current, way of life, and believe that they are savages and that they need, a specific group of people in a specific God. They need to serve those people in that God in order to no longer be this savage of a person. We've seen it happen before. We see it mentally happening today. We see the laws that are changing in America today. We see the similarities, again, with the Reconstruction era, neo-feudalism. Like, you can recognize the ingredients to a feudalistic society being implemented within our court systems today, and this high structural hierarchy. Like, it's without it's a dangerous place to be with people who are willing to they're willing to just outright condemn something and say that it's wrong. Without that ability to outright condemn it, it's scary. I said neo. Yeah, I know capitalism is feudalism. I said neo feudalism society, like a new form of feudalistic society, where they have literally taken away our power in the lower courts through arbitration, and they did that over the course of several years, where the corporation has become the lower courts. uh there are a lot of things that we don't even have the right. We've literally given up the right to take corporations. We've literally given up the right to take corporations to court when we sign these contracts, when we get these loans. And they tried to do it with leasing. They're still working on trying to figure out how to get us in longer leases. They're buying up all of the property, and the corporations are becoming the landlords again, and we're not paying attention. That they're literally trying to get it to where leases are more than 1 year, and you're bound to that lease for that specific amount of time. You're not paying attention. And it's scary to see y'all not being willing to outright condemn shit. The Jane Doe, are you there? The Jane Doe. Oh, okay. If you're in the guest request box and you are in there on purpose and you want to come up on stage, please comment so that we can bring you up.
And just a final thought. Sorry, you've talked about passages like Ezekiel 16 before, and this flows right in line with this. I have a chapter in, I think, the second volume of the Atheist Handbook on the laws about rape and adultery in the ancient Near East and the Hebrew Bible, and making that comparison. But one of the things that I point out toward the end, and I'm obviously not the first to do this, but is the justifications that were used in making these kinds of laws. And when you look at passages like Ezekiel 16, what frightens me in this regard is how much people buy into this type of mentality. So, like, and academics, not just like, but subject matter experts in the field. Daniel Block, who wrote, what might be considered, a monumental 2-volume commentary on Ezekiel, has gone off the deep end of late. And he wrote an article, I think in 2015, about violence and divine commands of menacide in the Hebrew Bible. And one of the things that he said is he pulled up this Ezekiel 16 passage as a sort of a case study. And to paraphrase it, I quote him directly, but I can't remember it directly, but he says essentially, look, when we read these passages about violence metaphorically, I make a big deal out of that. It's metaphor. Yeah, that doesn't help you. Because there's a reason metaphor lands. When we read these passages about, SA against women in these metaphors, we can't just we have to read them, he says, in the context of God's divine grace and mercy. And when you read it, you can have to swallow that bit of vomit that's come up into your mouth. Because what he then follows it up with is, she who tramples on his good gifts and grace and that like the good things that he's done for her should expect to experience his wrath.
Wow.
And pick any handful of red hat wearing Americans today that are men, and they will stand behind that statement. And that is terrifying to me.
Yesterday, scrolling the FYP, Dr. B, there was a woman on here with a black eye, bruised chin. I'm talking about she was beat up. And she was calling out a creator on here who she dated. They met up and he beat her. A man responded and said, "You probably deserved it. You women." What did it say, Lala? You got it. I sent a screenshot to Lala and do that because like it made me so angry. She responded to a comment and damn near had to like explain to him why she shouldn't be why she didn't deserve to be beat up, why she didn't deserve to have a black eye. But he said, you women act so fucking innocent, but you do the same shit to men. No empathy whatsoever. He's in the comments going back and forth with her, right? Talking about how spoiled women are and justifying her being abused.
and it's everywhere, right? I mean, this is nothing new. Obviously, all the women in the comments are like, yeah, like at least like somebody else sees this, right? I mean, I get it. Like it's got to be nightmarish. But I mean, like I'm trying to remember the TV show where I heard this, but it was like a sitcom, and the woman was getting ready to go out on a date, and her friend said to her, "Oh, you should order the lobster." Right. And she said, "Oh yeah, maybe." And then her friend said, "Of course, then you'll have to put out." And her other friend that said you should order the lobster looked over at her and kind of like nodded, like, "Yeah, you will." And
That's ridiculous for a fucking fish.
but right? But that's the mentality. This is why, and I promise I'll shut up. But like, this is why I think men especially, right? But I mean, just people need to reevaluate their understanding of the word consent when they come to the biblical text, because we've been so desensitized. I mean, you say this all the time, but I mean, like, just to sort of boost that thing that you're saying, like, we become so
But Dr.
desensitized.
B, somebody,
Yeah.
a man just said, "How do you know she was telling the truth?" You see him, Mega Man 4547. Of course, you know that's a Trumper, a red hatter. How do you know she's telling the truth? As you are saying this, Dr. B.
Guarantee you that man, if a man went on TikTok and said, X woman did this to me, he's not going to come into the comments saying, "How do we know you're telling the truth about that woman?"
Nope. That this is like the conversation we had the other morning with that guy who was trying to say that the Levite's concubine deserved to be raped all night and her body cut up
Right.
because she played the whore. This is exactly that same concept. She deserved to get beat. How do you know she's telling the truth? She's spoiled. Y'all want everything. It's the same thing. Did she play the whore? It's the same thing.
As Joe Baden so aptly puts it, miss me with that shit.
That part. Chris Dalcon, first I want to say thank you for joining the nerds. I did see that you subscribed just now. Thank you for that. Are you a Christian? Are you
No problem.
deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am deconstructing right now.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
The Old Testament. Well, God, the Christian God is evil. That's the one I wanted to
Okay, go ahead.
discuss. In even in my deconstructing, part of me says no, he's not. But then there's that crazy, it's that voice that says absolutely he is. So I don't know. When I read over the text and what I was taught all my life, parts of it I just cannot reconcile with myself in saying that he is not evil. But then there's parts of it that were indoctrinated in me that makes me just kind of like blindly believe that he was a loving God. So I don't know. And I hope, if this is wrong, I understand. I watch your TikTok all the time. My sister actually put me onto your TikTok. So if this is, against the conversation, I completely understand. So honestly,
No,
I'm kind
you're
of
right
like
on
torn in
topic.
between the two. Like, yes, he is, and no, he's not.
You're right on topic, right? Trust me, if it was off topic, I would have already stopped you and put you back on topic. But
Right, yeah.
so yeah, let me ask you a question. So the part of you that is saying that he's not evil, what do you think about in this book that makes you say, "Oh, he's not evil"? Like, what would you go to in the book to justify that he's a loving God?
and it's such like stock cliche things that I will go to that just don't have much substance to me. So I would like go to the when the 5 loaves and the 5 fish and 3 loaves of bread and things like that, and healing the woman with the issue of blood, stuff like that. But I don't know if it's enough for me to then say, okay, everything else that I've learned or become aware of in the Bible by studying on my own, that those things can cancel out the evil that I have saw and that I've read about. So, it would be things like that. Those
So
stock stories that were told in church.
okay. So Dr. B asked somebody this question the other morning, like if Schindler did something nice for a group of orphans, would you no longer say that Schindler is evil?
Absolutely not, right? And that's the battle within my head that I have, because I'm absolutely, you know, a free thinking person, but I think I hold on to some of this stuff just because of my mom. And I don't want to hurt my mom's feelings. And so I make myself subscribe to this stuff, but I would not give a pass to anybody that was flesh and blood who did these things outside of the Bible.
Yeah, and then I think there's another aspect to it as well, because the God is immaterial, and doesn't have a physical body here on earth. Most of the evil things that he commanded, he had to command a human to do it, right? And so,
Right.
seeing, yeah. So, and then like if we look at today through, believers of Jesus Christ, when they are talking, when they're saying that Jesus said something, or God said something, like there was two more tonight. One of them, her name was Listen, or his name was Listen, said that my time was coming, right, and put a heart there. She said, just wait, and put a heart there. And then after that, she said, until now, y'all have a good morning. But she was essentially threatening me, right? Saying that something was going to happen to me because of this live. And then there was another one who came after her and issued another threat. So tonight I've received 3 threats, one a death threat, and the other 2 some type of, no, the third guy said, y'all are going down, right? It's coming. Y'all are going down. So that's 3 threats in one night. Now, these are humans, right, who believe that they are acting on the behalf of the God. Similar to Moses, right, who would say, God told me to tell y'all to go and kill all these people, right?
Right.
So in both dispensations, you have humans doing what they say a God told them to do, or what they feel a God told them to do. And so the way that I look at it is that regardless, it's still a human doing evil. I don't necessarily see a God doing evil, because I don't believe the God exists. It's a human who believes in a God that is choosing to do something evil. That's how I see it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And I think that's part of my thing too. So just like I said, I was raised in church. My mom is an evangelist. I've went around with her from city to city preaching. So and I won't say my sister's name because she watches you regularly, and that's actually why I started watching. My sister
Well,
has
hey
stage
sis,
4.
and thank you. Oh no, what are you
Right.
ready to say?
So my sister has stage 4 breast cancer, right? So
Oh no.
my sister was diagnosed at stage 4. And I've seen, like, my mom has worked tirelessly in the church, right? All her life, my grandmother, my great grandmother, that's all I've known. So I just don't understand how then with it. And I've heard people, and I get so angry, I'll hear people say, God's going to heal your daughter and all this stuff. And my mom just feeds into it so just wholeheartedly. And it angers me because I'm like, my mom's done all this good work. And according to the Bible, she should be within reward. So why is it that she should have to watch her daughter die? And I just can't. I don't understand. And people assume that I'm just like angry with God and things like that. And I don't know, maybe I am, but part of me feels like that is evil for somebody to dedicate their whole life to you and then you turn around and let their child actively suffer. And my mom prays day in and day out. She says things like, "Oh, I hope this cancer is taken out of my baby's body." And I'll say this, since my sister has started deconstructing, I've seen a peace within my sister that I've never seen. And we weren't even like communicating that we were on the same path of deconstruction until we just randomly had a conversation one day. And she said, "Hey, you should go watch this live on TikTok." And so then, and it is scary because I know if my mom ever found out that we were having these conversations, she would just be terrified. And it's just like, I don't understand that. I can't reconcile that in my mind, how God would, how this God that we are supposed to serve. And I've watched my moms tirelessly serve, like feed people, start soup kitchens at different churches in after school programs. And I can't, I don't understand it. And maybe, and then part of me is like, are you just like being manipulated by the enemy? And then I just don't know. And I don't know. I don't know.
So, oh man, let me first say, and I don't know if your sister's listening or not. I hope that you know that your sister does get well. I don't know much about. I know that breast cancer is one of the most that has the highest survival rate. So I don't know what it means to be at for stage 4 with breast cancer. And I don't want you to go into detail, on her business, but I just want to say that I'm sending you love, if you are listening. And no, it's not a trick of an enemy. It's not anything that anybody did, right, to bring this on. Cancer fucking sucks. Y'all know right now I have a cousin who's battling stage 4 glioblastoma, stage 4 brain cancer. And I sent Lala and Dudette some text messages of the prayers, right? That God's going to heal. The Facebook post where they're tagging my cousin, God's going to remove that cancer. And it, in my stomach, because I know, like, when it comes to glioblastoma, that's one of the ones that's really difficult to overcome. And so it's nothing anybody did, and it's not a devil, right? It's not a test of a devil. It's not a test of a God. We know it's life. But I agree with you for it to be for your. I understand why you would be angry. I understand the questions that you have about her spending her entire life worshiping this God, giving to the God, believing the God, having faith in the God. And then when it comes time for her to cash in on that, she has to beg. And she still has to hope.
And
Your
I don't think
anger
people
there is
understand that.
validated. Yeah. They don't. Your anger, right? And you're not wrong for that. Are you there? I think I cut out.
Yeah, I think it cut off, but yeah, and I try not to be angry because my sister's not angry, and she, I, ah man, and it's like I wish that she can live openly in front of my mother too, but she hides this too. But I'm telling you, since she has started releasing the bondage of Christianity, my sister has just like, and my sister is my best friend. Always has been. It's always been like me and her since day one. So even part of me just tries to like comprehend the ideal of a world without her. And I'm still working on that. But she has such a peace about her that I have not seen in years, because it's like she's not constantly checking herself to make sure that she makes it in. If that makes sense. Like she's just like
That makes so much sense.
living.
Yes.
She's just living, and I love it. And I wish my mom had that freedom too. And part of me holds on to it because I know it would break my mom's heart. And, like my grandmothers and my dad, even, my granddad was one of the first black preachers on American television. And I won't say who he is or anything like that. And most of my family is very well connected with big names. And I don't know if you guys ever heard of Church of God in Christ. And
That's where
I
this
have
Church of
even
God in Christ.
family members on the board, the general board of this. So it's so hard because if this was ever to be exposed that like my sister was going through this, and I'm glad that she's keeping it quiet because I can only imagine the attacks that would come her way. But then I still
Mm-hmm.
have fear about it. Like, is this right? But I'm not dumb. And that's one thing, like my parents never raised us to not educate. So within that, I'm like, didn't they prepare for the fact that we will educate beyond kind of what they would be comfortable with? And I just, it just makes no sense to me, some of this stuff. And I don't know how to make it make sense. But then I don't know how to soothe my heart for that. I don't know. It's really confusing. But it feels good, but it's confusing.
And it will be confusing for a while, because you're at the beginning stages of it. Um, the more that you continue to allow yourself to question and seek answers, eventually that confusion will go away. The feelings of guilt will end up going away. I'm Kojic too. My dad was a Kojic pastor. My mom is a Kojic. Before my dad died, he left Kojic. Let me say that he went to non-denominational.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but but my mom like Kojic, when you're Kojic is in you, no matter if you're non-denominational or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my mom, she found out that I was doing the research, and she, told me. She said, "I know that you're researching," and she asked me not to share with her whatever I find, right? Because she said that it would break her heart if she learned that what she had dedicated her life to was not true. But she said that's all she know.
And I
So
think my mom's there too. And I'm
yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I respect that for her, and I don't want to do anything to break her heart. And I know, like, how Kojic, how Kojic is, the way that like they have to engulf themselves in it.
Oh my God.
Tuesday and Friday fast day. Like my mom been fasting Tuesday and Friday since I was a kid. She wakes up at 3 o'clock every morning and prays. She's been doing that since I was a kid. To the point where she feels like when she dies, I think she believes that she has a seat right next to him.
I think so too.
Like
Like
she's so,
my mom's on Facebook Live praying in tongues right now with her bishop. Like as we speak. I just got the notification. And one, I just want to clarify, I am a female. I know my voice is deep, and that's another conflict. Like, and I think that's the conflict I see in my mom, because I remember one year out the blue, my mom just randomly sent me some pictures of her and one of her best friends at a Pride Fest in New Orleans. And it was just like she was trying she wanted to understand her baby. And she made it a
wow.
point to go and discover, like who I was and what I was. And she had a blast. And she, like, as far as my sexuality, she just doesn't, I know what she believes, but she doesn't let anybody condemn me. And it's
Oh
because
my gosh.
she says
You have an
all over, she's like,
amazing mama.
I do. And my mom, and if, like, I will never speak my family's name on here just for their privacy, but my My mom is an amazing mom, but she is even a more amazing Christian. And that can be scary at times, but she actively seeks to understand her babies. And I think that's part of what me and my sister fear is that she will have her heart broken because it's all she's known.
Yeah.
Like that's all
Do you
she's I
think
tell
that
people
she
I was
would
born on a
know that,
Saturday.
like, do you think that she would understand? I don't recommend you say anything right now because you're still at the beginnings of it, right?
Right,
But do
yeah.
you think that she would understand that, you know, your journey and her journey are different? Like, when, like, what Koji believe, when we all get to heaven, right? Like,
Man,
you you gonna be before this God by yourself, like, so, like, do you think that she would understand? Because one thing I can say, that at first my mom, we couldn't get along. Like, she was blocked for 6 months. Like, there were times where I had to block her multiple times, right? And as a matter of fact, tomorrow's the first Thanksgiving dinner that I have been to in years. And she loves Thanksgiving, and I'm excited to to go and spend the holiday with her that I haven't in years, because she could not understand it at first. But she has gotten to the point to where she respects my boundary, and she respects my own journey, right? And so we set a boundary that we don't talk religion. If we talk on the phone, religion is not a topic that either of us can discuss with each other, so that it maintains our relationship. We're able to have a relationship. It's not the best friend type relationship that I wish I could have had with her. But I do,
mm-hmm.
but it is a relationship where I'm there for her when she needs me, and she's there for me. When I had cervical cancer, she took care of me. When I had thyroid cancer, she took care of me. Right? When I had my hysterectomy, she took care of me. She was there. Right? When the whole time I was there, she said God did it so that she could talk to me. But, like,
Right.
yeah, but and I'm the one that snapped back and said, "How you know I'm not here so I could talk to you?" Like, you're the one putting
Yeah.
value on that. But the fact of the matter is that we are there for each other, and we have both decided that we're not going to allow our beliefs to cause us to not have any type of relationship.
I think that is a possibility down the road.
Yeah.
So I tell my mom often that, even with my sister, I was like, no matter what, mom, she's going to be okay at the end of this, no matter what. And I try to, like, coddle her beliefs in that. But I think that she would be in too much pain for me to do that now that I would be comfortable with. And even now, like, I know why my sister is kind of hesitant about Thanksgiving dinner this year. I can't tell my mom that, but is she just, like, seeking information, what's going on, like, why? And I know why, but I can't tell my mom, like, hey, mom, like, she's kind of uncomfortable about maybe some of the conversations that will be had, because I just know she's not there yet. But I'll tell you this, I
You could
enjoy
run
this
interference.
live. You
You
said
could
what
be
now?
there. You could be there for, like, without you having to tell your mom the exact reason, right? Like, you could run interference and kind of, like,
Mhm.
change the topic a little bit, like tell a joke or say, "Man, did y'all hear about, look at this video." Like, you kind of help her by running
And I'm the
interference.
goofy one, so I'm good at that. I'm the
Yeah.
goofy one, so I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to do that, for sure, because I know my mom's the family's just really big on us spending as many holidays together as we can. So I'm definitely, trying to do that. But I just want to say, and I'm going to hop off here in a second, that no matter what, thinker, you are setting people free on a whole nother level. And just keep up the good work. I'm so glad my sister told me about this live. I work overnights and I'll listen to this live even while I'm at work. And do I understand everything? No, but it makes me go out and learn. And I appreciate that. Y'all keep doing what you're doing. Um, it just every day that a Christian gets on here and cuts up, it reminds me of what I already know, what I grew up with, especially being Kojic. I know that. Oh, you going to hell? Don't put your mouth on the word. Don't put your mouth on the word of God. I know that. So, but every day I see that, it just makes me kind of like be more comfortable in my decision to deconstruct. So just keep doing what y'all doing. I appreciate it. Y'all really are out here helping everybody, and thank y'all for your time.
You're so welcome. Do me a favor and give your sister, although I don't know who she is and I respect her privacy, give her a big ass hug for me tomorrow and tell her that it's from me. And I hope y'all enjoy
I definitely
your
would do it.
holiday.
And she
Thank
she would
you.
love it. I'll do it. She's a big fan. I
Thank
would
you
do
so
that.
much. I appreciate that. And I hope y'all have a
Will do.
good dinner
Y'all have a good
tomorrow.
night.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Can you drop me? Because I don't know how to get off
Yeah.
this because I don't do
Yeah, I
TikTok.
got you. Okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I can't get the box open. Lala, are you there? Never mind. It
Yeah,
just
I'm
opened.
here. I'm here.
It just opened. If you're in the guest request box and you want to come up on stage, please comment. I'm here. Shep Dog. Ain't it nice to be a nerd and to have your request prioritized? Do you see Shep Dog?
Let me check.
I was finna make a joke. Have your request heard. Become a nerd
I
and
do
have your
know.
request heard. Oh, he's on stage now.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Chef Dog, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. Last day of work before 4-day weekend, so I'm doing pretty good. Ready to get today over with. I had a question for Dr. B. Is it okay if I ask kind of an off-topic question from the three that we got?
Yeah, that's your benefit as a nerd.
Okay, yeah, I was just making sure. Okay, so Dr. B, whenever in the Old Testament is talking about like covering somebody's feet or something like that, it's not, the word there isn't feet. Does that carry over into the New Testament when Jesus is washing feet? Are those the same like words used between the Septuagint and the New Testament?
I can look. I don't. I feel like you always ask me questions that are like somewhat esoteric, maybe. And no, I'll have to look. That's a good
No, it's
question.
just the more I deconstruct, the more weird things I see in the text, and so it makes me question.
I mean, there's no question that at least in the wider ancient Near East, feet are you know sort of euphemistic for genitals. So like there's a Sumerian text where the god Enki steps into his boat, and like the context sort of makes it clear this is a sort of sexual reference. So yeah.
Yeah, that was my question. Yeah, it was
I'll have to
weird to
take a
me,
look.
the washing of feet, like coming all of a sudden, and then you have these mistranslations within the Old Testament, the Septuagint, and it made me really be like, wait, what the heck is going on with Jesus and his followers?
I don't know when you put it in the context, like because I in my research of it, I haven't found like a definite yes that this feat is euphemistic for genitals. But like when you put it in the context of Peter's reluctance to have his feet washed, and he's like, "You ain't washing my feet. Like, are you gonna wash my head and my hands too?" Like Peter is like very, um, resistant to it. It's
Right.
funny when you
Right.
read it that way.
That's
But
what I'm saying.
theology says that this is like, I guess it was showing like the importance of no, saying that once you get this baptism, you'll never need it again. And so I think some of the earlier sects um, believed that they didn't necessarily have to take baths every day once they got baptized, because to prioritize their body, like cleaning their body meant that they were paying too much attention to themselves, and they also saw like the Roman bath houses as a lug and a sin. And so that's what some uh, uh, theology says, what that scripture is referring to. But I mean, I don't know if that ain't what Peter is giving off. But also, Peter is a funny character. Like he's funny. But I think it is leaning more towards that. But I don't know. I don't want to say definitely.
Yeah, I didn't know that before. So yeah, thank you for educating me this morning, both of you.
I mean,
You're welcome.
I'm sort of just looking through some of the usages here of padas, and sorry, like obviously I don't think this is the case, throughout whatever interpretations of them, but it's funny to just sort of Mary therefore took a pound of very costly perfume and to an art and anointed the feet of Jesus and wiped his feet with her hair. Like the mind can do all kinds of interesting things with that. So
yeah, and Judas
Yeah.
is like, wait, what's she doing with that? Judas is like, we can sell that. And Jesus is like, no, let her do it.
get down, girl. Yeah, get down. And I'm just thinking it is the same word in John 13. Padas.
Wow.
Oh no.
Wow.
Bum bum bum.
I don't know if it would be bum, but
Oh, boots.
Oh my God, that is hilarious. That makes it even more funnier with Peter.
That was my question. I'm going to hop back down to the comments.
All right. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day. I hope you enjoy your 4-day weekend and your
Thank you.
holiday. You're welcome. That was funny. All right. If you're in the guest request box and you are in there on purpose, let us know.
by the way, I suspect that I use so many of those phrases completely out of context, right? But that's probably what makes it humorous.
Yeah. One night, I was on Mezzo's live, hanging out with them, and Mezzo was playing the bong while I was reading Peter's response, like that whole the feet washing story, and it was hilarious because you got that 70s music, like the music they would play in the movie to let you know that there was somebody, they were being intimate with each other, but they at that point in time on TV, maybe the 90s, maybe they didn't actually show the lovemaking on TV, but they would play that to let you know that they were getting it down. He had that playing in the background while I was reading that. Boy, it was hilarious.
Now,
It was hilarious.
if you want to lose respect for me, if there is, any of that still sort of lingering, if you go to Digital Hammurabi, Megan and I did a stream where we read Sumerian erotic poetry. And if you think that like Song of Solomon is explicit, like the Sumerians leave little to the imagination. And we dressed up as porn stars.
Oh my God.
Which, I mean, like, within reason, but like I've got a big chain or
Oh my gosh! And this is
it's
in a
funny.
video?
Yeah, it's if you go to
Like
Digital
y'all?
Hammurabi, and I think it's like erotic Sumerian poetry. I mean, it's nothing like graphic, but I mean, like it's still funny.
Oh my gosh, I gotta see it. Oh Lord, why y'all saying not J Moss? J Moss, are you nice?
Yes, I'm nice. I'm actually not going to be here long. I want to thank you, first of all. I want to thank you. I've deconstructed, but I didn't leave the faith. So all I'm saying is the things that I've heard you speak on, I went back, researched, looked into it. It's giving me more insight and things to look at. So I wanted to say this to you. I tried to get on with Bash when you was on there yesterday. On yesterday evening. So basically, that's all I wanted to say. I'm totally a Christian. My faith is where it is, for plenty of reasons. But I just wanted to say thank you for the information that causes me to go a little bit deeper in finding out more about the different religious beliefs out there, and like the Ethiopian Bible. I'm actually getting ready to get that, and some other things that you mentioned that caused me to just want to find out more, because I'm always hearing like this, that, and the other thing, and I'm like, okay, if this is not real, then I would like to see what is real so that I can go that route. And with all the information that you're providing, I'm sorting through it, I'm reading through it, I'm doing the historical, background, all this stuff. But I just want to say thank you. Basically, I'm not up here to try to defend anything, but just to say thank you. I'm sorry, and my condolences, meaning for you leaving the faith and everything, but I understand where
Why are you issuing condolences? That's
well, I
not a
mean,
friend.
I don't like to say sorry because no one's sorry. It's just
But
words.
why are
So
you apologizing for me leaving the faith?
that's just that's just that's just that's just me. That's just me.
Yeah, but that I don't need condolences. I did not die.
No,
Like actually,
I,
if you want to speak metaphorically, right? I
right.
would say that I now live.
Okay.
Right? I didn't know who I was. And I say this all the time. Like I didn't know who I was. Right? I wasn't happy with myself. I didn't love myself. I hated myself. Right? Like I've learned so much about myself since I've started deconstructing, and I started deconstructing the beliefs that I had about myself before I started deconstructing the beliefs I had about this God.
Okay. I can
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. So I don't need condolences. Like you ruined a thank you with
Hey,
like.
I didn't have the right word, so I apologize for that. I just don't like saying sorry. That's just me. I don't like that word. So that's the only next thing that could have came out my mouth and off the top of my brain cells. So, but I do truly appreciate just the insight on things that I've gotten from you, where it's put me in in a direction that, hey, look at this, because it was one day you stated that I don't want to mess it up, but you're just like, it's all of them have the same thing, except for, I think it was you said the only two things that's added in the 10 commandments is to have to love the Lord God, put him first, and it was one other one. I think that was you, because I'm also in Bash, and then I'm also in Christina. I think her name is Christina. Crystal.
Yeah, Christina.
Yeah. And I listen, and I'm like, it's funny but sad, but then I'm still learning something on how to look at things. But as I said, I haven't left the faith, but I appreciate again what I've gotten from you and what you've given out, as far as the knowledge and information to go check. And every time you say something, I do go fact check, and then I write that down to now go look more into that. And right now, I'm like in college right now. I've gotten so much stuff from you. I'm trying now how to balance it out so that I don't jumble all this stuff together and mess my own self up as far as not knowing which way or what it is that I'm looking at. So I just wanted to say that I'm actually getting ready to go clock in. I just want to say thank you. You know, and I listen in from time to time. So that's all I wanted to say. I thank you.
Well, thank you for coming up and sharing that with me. And just remember that there's no rush, right? Take your time and don't try to like take in too much so that you get overwhelmed. Also, be very careful with jumping from one thing to the next. Just take your time.
Yeah, I
And
appreciate it.
thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great day. Okay.
You too. And their 4-day holiday, everybody on the panel.
Thank you. I'm not going to get a 4-day holiday. Y'all want to get on here and talk to Christians tomorrow night. They like, we ain't taking no break. All right, who's next? Yeah, I asked the nerds. I was like, y'all want to take Thanksgiving night off? They was like, no. Z Zenon. Okay, one moment. While I bring up the next guest, y'all remember Lowen, one of our mods. Grandmother passed away 2 days ago. They did ask if we could help them with a financial need. If you could send anything to my Cash App. We don't do this a lot. We do this for community members when they have a need. I think the last time we did it was maybe 3 or 4 months ago. And just if you can spare anything, you can send it to my Cash App, and I will be sending it to them at the end of the live. And I appreciate y'all for anything if you can, whatever you can. Zenon, hi, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? How's it going? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you a deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I think what you guys are doing is very interesting. I grew up in a Christian household, but I had put down the Christian title years ago. So so I'll put it this way. I believe the God that I believed in as a boy, that I've experienced miracles and felt, like, for example, the Holy Spirit. I believe and know these essences to be true, but I don't believe in Christianity. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in the Christian church.
All right, but you believe in, like, you follow the teachings of Jesus.
I believe that this being did exist, but I believe that the text that we've been given is not accurate to the being in itself. This is what I would say. I feel like people that really, if you're connected to the being that created everything, if you believe there's a being that created everything, there's no need for a title or any type of structure for that. That's a real relationship. If you don't have a real relationship with this being, or you feel like someone else can come to you about your God and tell you about a book to tell you about something you say you're willing to die for, I don't think I don't believe in that. So I don't have any religion. Like, I understand Buddhism, spiritualism,
Right. So
everything.
Okay. So what I was just asking is, like, to make sure that you qualify, right, for the conversation, because we are talking about the God of the Bible, aka Jesus. Okay. So you do still follow the teachings of Jesus. And I know, like you said, it that you don't necessarily subscribe to, like, a label or Christianity. Just so to make it easier, the next time that you come up on these panels, what we call that here is a Sadakmak Biftoj, right? And it's short for, so I don't actually call myself a Christian, but I follow the teachings of Jesus. And you can just shorten it to Sadakmak. That way we know automatically that you're not a Christian, like, you don't identify as a Christian, but you do believe in the teachings of Jesus. That just moves the conversation along further. Not trying to, like,
I understand. No. Yeah, I need to know this. I'm new. This is new. Like I said, I like what y'all are doing, so I wanted to jump in and get perspective on something. I don't know the format, how it goes. Just listening to the last guy, listening to the individual talking about the Kojic upbringing. I think it's important. So I said, let me get in and just see what I can get out of it.
Okay, sounds good. Which topic did you want to discuss?
So yeah, when I was looking on the post, it showed that basically the Christian God is evil. Um, my question and concern is this: so, what do you have any, or in the on the panel? Is there any type of belief that you guys have about the way that Christianity was brought? Like, for example, my people are from America. I'm Choctaw. The people, I believe that we believed in God. I believe we had something comparable to religion, but it's not the way that the conquistadors and the settlers forced it on us. So whenever I hear the brother who say he's giving condolences because he feels the weight, but he's searching, it's beautiful he don't rush. And it's beautiful that you respected the dude who talking about his mom, because a lot of movements that talk against Christianity have good intentions, but to a people that have lived their whole life off of this, if you take them off of that and drop them off, you got to give them somewhere to go. You can't just take up under their feet what they believe in. So I wanted to know, do you guys believe that any of it is true at all, or do you believe that it's all made up?
So you're I know that you have good intentions, right? So the question that you're asking me though doesn't feel like it's aligned with the topic that you chose.
Well, it said, well, so one of the things that I saw was it said the Christian God is evil. Do you believe that the Christian God is being depicted? Okay, so are you believing that there is a, just to understand what you all saying, are you believing that there is an actual creator that's separate from the Christian God, like the demiurge, or do you believe this is a created God that's presented in front of the people, or do you believe that the actual Christian religion and Jesus Christ and all of it is under a being that's actually evil?
So I don't talk about my beliefs, right? Like I don't
Okay,
allow people to come
respect,
up here
respect,
and ask
respect.
me what I believe. I don't
Okay,
believe in this God, like right?
okay,
Um
yeah.
yeah, so and that question is like it's so far off from whether you agree or disagree that the Christian God is evil.
Okay, so the Christian. Okay, okay. So then, for the question with the Christian God being evil, this is my thing. The essence of what created everything is going to have everything in it. I believe that for us to observe the Creator as good or evil is not respecting the fact that it consciously created both essences and would have to definitely portray both essences to be everything. It wouldn't pick a side. That would be our opinion or observation of something that is infinite. Do you agree or
So
disagree?
so do you believe that I just want to make sure, are you saying that the Christian God is amoral? That it is incapable of being good or evil?
I believe it would display both. I believe if the Christian God is the essence of all that exists, it would have to be both, because nothing can exist outside of it.
So it would be good and evil at the same time, is what you're saying?
To be in
So
full balance, it would have to
both
be.
God, it would have to be both God and Satan.
It has to be.
So
Satan couldn't have been created
the
outside of God.
so one thing that I do say is that I think that the Christian God is Satan, right? Is the devil that
Agreed.
Christians believe in. Not that I believe in a Satan, because I think the Satan of this book belongs to Christians. It doesn't belong to non-believers. But if you look at the things that, the Christian God does in the book, it's not too far off from what they believe a Satan wants to do to them. And there is no actual devil in this book doing any of the things that a Christian believes that a devil wants to do to them. There are only
Yes.
claims, right?
Yes. Yes.
Of what a devil wants to do. Now, from the aspect of it being both good and evil at the same time, so I would say that the God in this Bible has the same capabilities or the same makeup of a human, who have the capability of being or choosing whether to be good or evil at specific times.
Agree. Okay.
And then and then sometimes we as humans can choose to be more of one or more of the
Mm-hmm.
other, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what this book portrays to me is that the God of this Bible tends to lean more towards the other side while
Evil.
proclaiming to be the other, right? The good that it does, right, is subjective at best. He says, I brought you out of the land of Egypt, but for you to be my servants. So you're like, I brought you out of Egypt for being slaves in Egypt because I want you to be my slaves, right? And
Mm-hmm.
what he wants them to do is to build nations, right? To be a group of people that are selected to rule every other human on earth. Build this nation up, right? And the way you're going to do it is you're going to go into a land that's already flowing with milk and honey, and you're going to run it over. You're going to kill everybody, and you're going to take their spot, right? And then you're going to convince everybody else to bow down to you. You're going to be the light unto the nations. You're going to tell them that I'm the one and only true God, and the only way to get to them is, to get to me is through y'all, through y'all are the chosen people.
Right.
But the way that he does it is it's presented as love for the Israelites, and through that love for the Israelites, everybody else, it's, I love you enough, right, to include you on what I've given to them. But the way that he goes about getting it is through murder, right? Slavery, greed, manipulation, right? So again, it's subjective though, right? Because like Dr. B was talking about earlier, some people see that type of, oh, he loves me so much that he was willing to kill the Canaanites to get rid of the savages on earth so that I could be safe. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's a mental illness.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that from your observation and what you're sharing with everybody is from the biblical text, that the acts of Christians over history, when we look at the Holy Grail when they're slaying everybody, or we look at whenever they come to America, enforce a religion on people that were peaceful prior to, that the Bible actually does state these things, and that is backed up. So what these people have done under the name of Christ, what the Pope has done, and the way that they slay people is also done in the Bible, and it's still being done today. That's the Christian God that you're saying is evil.
Yeah, like if you read Deuteronomy 13, right? Like, if we go to Deuteronomy 13, you let me know if you see what was done in around the world with the imperial Abrahamic religions. Like, we don't even have to just say Christianity, right? Just a second. We're gonna go to Deuteronomy 13, verse 12. If you hear it said about one of the towns that the Lord your God has given you to live in, that scoundrels from among you have gone out and led the inhabitants of the town astray, saying, let us go and serve other gods whom you have not known, then you shall inquire and make a thorough investigation. If the charge is established that such an abhorrent thing has been done among you, you shall put the inhabitants of that town to the sword, utterly destroying it and everything in it, even putting its livestock to the sword. All of its spoil you shall gather into its public square, then burn the town and all its spoil with fire as a whole burnt offering to the Lord your God. It shall remain a perpetual ruin, never to be rebuilt. Do not let anything devoted to destruction stick to your hand, so that the Lord may turn from his fierce anger and show you compassion, and in his compassion multiply you as he swore to your ancestors. If you obey the voice of the Lord your God by keeping all his commandments that I am commanding you today, doing what is right in the sight of the Lord your God. So he said, if you go into one of the towns that I've given you and you find out they're not worshiping me, kill everybody. Destroy the whole town. Right? Do we find that in early Christianity as, through like these imperialists were moving throughout the world, and how they, we see the Christianity spread throughout the world?
By force, absolutely, absolutely. No, you telling us. I screenshotted this text so I can refer to it because I think that the interesting. Before I go, you mentioned when I was listening, you had stated it was three Christians in the chat that had stated that your time is coming and that basically unfavorable events for you. And I think that the interesting thing is Christianity as a whole presents itself as good, but what I've noticed with people who proclaim what I've noticed is that under the guise of a religion, the human can put their either jealousy or hate or judgment on someone under Christ or God and state things that are hatred towards another human being. Then honestly, I would tell he was one of the guys was talking about his mom. I know me and my brother had just got into it, and he did the same thing to me. And I told him, hey, bro, I don't want to talk about religion with you because we keep getting into it. Like what I believe in I believe in the divine feminine, right? I believe we all come here through a woman, right? So God created it, or whatever essence created all of us, it definitely values a woman. She the one, the only way you can get in the game. So they disrespect what I believe, and they look at your life. I'm like, Jesus never talked to anybody like that, though. The stuff that y'all are saying, even the Christ that you say you serve, he never said any of the stuff that you say. He never said you're going to burn forever or nothing like that. And that's what they do. So, but that's why I jumped in, because I resonated with some of the points that you stated. And I was like, this is crazy. It was dope to hear the people. Like, I didn't know that it was so many people like what you guys are having you calling deconstructing. I didn't know that. I grew up Christian. I thought it was just a few of us that's like, man, we know it's something behind the scene. But I respect the guy who's not rushing, because if you don't have nothing under you, that's why, like, for example, I told my dad and my brother this. You guys, honestly, before you were a Christian and after, you're better after you became a Christian, though. You're better. You're not stealing from people. You're not finessing people. You're not just lying. You probably still lie, but you're not boldly doing it in a way because you believe something will happen to you. Before I go, I'll just say this. My thing is, I feel like a lot of the people in the religion, they only believe in it from fear that they won't burn forever. When I was a Christian, it wasn't because I didn't do it because I didn't want to burn forever. I still don't do that. I'm not going to lie to nobody. I'm not going to steal from nobody. I don't want to take nobody's life. That's me. That ain't got nothing to do with whether I'm judged for that or not. So I think it's some type of guise, but I think the information you're bringing is helpful. And then when you could teach it through the scripture, it's beneficial to us, because we were whooped in a way with religion that I can't blame us for being afraid. Because if you didn't believe in it, you were killed and sent to the God that they were saying anyway. It's going to be judged anyway.
Yep, exactly. But it also doesn't excuse because like one thing that I see, it's us that are willing to come in here and say you're going to die.
Crazy.
And that doesn't, and it doesn't excuse that.
No.
Yeah.
No. Like I told Buddy, he told me, yeah, look at your life. Because some unfavorable event happened. It's just life, right? It's a cycle. You're supposed to go. He said, look at your life. I said, what? I said, now the God and the religion that you believe in, you're not supposed to do nothing to me. But the way that you're talking to me, I'm going to put my hands on you, kinfolk. That what I believe in don't have nothing to do with stopping me from fading you like that. So you keep talking all hot in this Jesus stuff you believe in. Jesus would tell you, don't turn the other cheek. My religion say, give him the business for talking crazy to you.
Yeah,
And I
that's
think
what.
that's
What you
another
know what's
thing.
so crazy? Yeah, in this book, in their same book, the same thing that they teach. Paul said the same thing. Paul's like, I ain't turning no other cheek. He said, You've heard the
He
turn of cheek."
said
Paul's
we.
like, I ain't turning the other cheek. Huh? He said, you let people
He said
slap
I'm
you.
about to
I'm
ask, and
not.
that's my boy. Exactly. And
Yeah.
but look at Paul's past though. Like the people talking
Yeah.
about Jesus being sweet and stuff. I'm like, no, Jesus was he was live. They was live. Saul was live. Like, come on, man. The things that these dudes did is crazy. So I think that, like I tell them, Christ wasn't the way that you seen him as. He was a carpenter. I don't know no carpenters that saw. He was about
I don't
actions.
know.
They
I don't know. I don't know that I believe the claims on that. And then like there's some. I honestly think Jesus was pan. Right. I think he was pan. I don't think he was.
hmm
That he had a preference. I think he definitely was pan, and he had women that traveled with him, and he let the women foot the bill for him as they traveled around. So like he definitely knew what he was doing. He was charismatic, right? And this is me talking from a story perspective, like internal critique. But I don't think that he had a preference for himself. And then he literally he literally said that the men who choose to be celibate, right, that was the best way to go. And he said not everybody can do that though.
Right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't even the command though either. That it's funny, the that pastor will give the church an instruction, and the church won't verify it by text. And even if they do, they'll only verify by one version. But a lot of these things are suggestions. It's very few things that are dead in stone. And then even the things that are dead in stone, we see that it's done. So it's confusing. Like I say, with the Christian church, we've got it, guys. You got to explain to me, how did the Crusades and how did all of this occur under the guise of the name if you're not supposed to kill anybody? We just continue on and keep going on with life like, oh well, it's that. Or how was the Caucasian Jesus portrayed as if, but then someone else, like you, like I think the dude said earlier, the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian Bible was apparently the oldest one, and it wasn't like that in there. So it's so much confusion. But this is my thing: nobody wants to take responsibility or the time to research that, let alone themselves or who they really are. I think this. Like my thing is like y'all don't want to work. It's easy if I could just get a ticket to say, "Oh, I'm gonna go to heaven. I'm good." No, you still gotta work. You gotta heal your self trauma. You need to know your history. You gotta work. A wealthy man just sent me a text today. I was talking to him, a mentor, talking about, in the Bible it talks about having different streams of income. I was like, yeah, it talks about casting your bread on the water. He sent me the scripture talking about have 7 to 8 different streams of income. I said, oh, it says numbers in there. It says 7 and 8. So yeah, the Christians
Like
don't want to talk about that.
it literally talks about not charging each other interest, not marking up pricing on each other. Like don't make a
Come
profit on
on.
each other. But this was about cult living though, right? Israel was a religious cult. Everybody else, like in Israel, you take care of your neighbor, like your Israelite brother and sister in the cult. Everybody else outside of the cult, you exploit through
Mm,
slavery, right? Through business practices, right? Through war, genocide, right? Imperialism. That's why we saw that same plan play out in North America, right? Like it's, if people say, well, how did they do it? Like it's honestly, it's a book of colonization and conquering and war plans. Like there are literally war plans in this book, right? There's plans of indoctrination in this book. And when I read the book, right, I don't necessarily just see one specific type of message, right? Like there's a way for the uh, imperialists to read it and get instructions. There's a way for the teachers of it, like those that are like the second line, right? The so-called God, to read it and get instructions, and then those that are indoctrinated by it to read it and get instructions. Like there's there's different ways, right? But yeah, like literally Jericho is a whole ass war plan. Solomon, not Solomon, Samson is a whole ass war plan. Like it's a lot, but yeah, I agree. And then the nurse would kick my ass if I let you leave thinking that the Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible. It's one of the oldest, but it's not the oldest Bible. And I don't know, like a lot of Black people believe that this is our story because they believe that Christianity originated in Ethiopia, and it didn't. Ethiopia was converted to Christianity. They were first Jews. Like a lot of them were
Yes.
converted Jews, and then they were converted to Christianity. So it's not, they didn't start Christianity, if that makes sense. Like
Would you say
yeah.
that the Christianity started with the Nicaea Council?
Like Christianity as a whole, no, it didn't start with the Council of Nicaea. There was a Council of Jerusalem way before that.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that's I it's so much truth out there that the more you search, the more you find, the more you realize you don't know, and then at some extent, if we get on journeys of being awoken or searching for truth. At some point, you gotta go with what you just believe. You just gotta go with what, because it's in you, right? So, at some extent, like I'm interested because I love knowledge. So the knowledge you're giving me, I'm gonna look into it and figure that out. But even if I didn't follow it, I know me and I know what I believe, right? But I'm not just believing something somebody else gave me. My thing is this: if you're gonna take a boat, like I say, hey man, if somebody come to me and tell me, well, like me and my dad got in an argument one day. He's like, yeah, well, when I die, when you die, you'll figure out. I said, so you telling me I'm gambling all of this on if that day come to figure out then, bro, that's a finesse. I'm gonna wait until I die for what if I'm wrong?
Right, your whole life
Come
has been
on.
spent. You
No,
like you
I ain't
can't
put
go
my
back and be
bet
like
with you.
do over. But I
No, you
don't know, like
can't.
yeah, there was
No.
and this is just a joke that I'm about to make, but there is a kid on here, like brand new baby, beautiful baby. His mom is like giving him a kiss, and he looks at her like, "What the hell am I doing back here? And who the fuck are you?" Like when she kisses him on the cheek, and
Yeah, they
I'm like,
lied to
damn,
me.
yeah, like he done hop back in the body, like what the fuck, like why am I back here?
I
Like
messed
yeah,
up again.
yeah, do over. Yeah.
Well, that's why we take everything. And look, we take everything. That's why these non-dogmatic. My thing is this: if something is kind and patient and respectful, but straightforward with you, that's something that's more honest and true. But if they're telling you everything to try to get your buy-in, like the people who want to convert and convince, hold on, that's suspect. What are you getting out of it? Like a lot of people, they get this ego. I remember growing up, my pops used to tell me, yeah, I'm building up my mansion in heaven with those that I save. The older I got, I said, man, you're not saving anybody. Everybody's life is already set where it's going. Where do you get credit in that at? Why are you getting credit for that? They decided to believe what they believe in. You didn't make them believe. And if you did, what credit does that have to them? And if God is so great, why do you have to keep baiting somebody in on something? We know in life anything that's valuable is rare and hard to get. It's not something just for free every day. You just come and get it. Come on, anybody can get it. That means it's not valuable.
Yeah, like you also ask, like a great question to ask is, why is the body of this Christ so divided? Like you have the Catholics are fighting the Protestants are fighting the Eastern Orthodox, the Eastern Orthodox are fighting the Calvinists. Like they were all fighting and killing each other. There were no groups of heretics or atheists or heathens killing the Christians. The believers of this Christ was killing each other over whose belief, who understood the book, who were, whose orthodoxy, right, should take the most power, right? And then so when you take that and you see that there is a church on every fucking corner with a different preacher, right? Who claim to
Mm-hmm.
all be preaching the same thing. Why can't y'all join together? Why are there two churches side by side and you got 200 members and you got 300 members and y'all church is as big that can hold 1,000? Why can't y'all join? And is it the
Mm-hmm.
reason why y'all can't join is because this pastor, right, needs his teachings to be like this pastor feels like he understands it better, right? And this pastor feels like he understands it better. So the heads can't even agree, right? So the body
Mm-hmm.
can't come together if the head is divided, right? And then
Mm.
in Nigeria, there's literally a building with 8 churches in the same fucking building, and the building is so ran down. It's poverty ridden, but there are
My
eight
God.
churches. Like I'm gonna pull it up and show y'all this. Hold on, 8
That
churches
is
in one
crazy.
building.
And they got the biggest churches in Africa.
This ain't even a big church. Like, look at this. Hold on. There you go.
Like their energy harvesting or something. It's so crazy.
Let's see if I can make this picture bigger.
Eight churches in one building.
Look at that. Look at that.
What?
And
Like the
like
hood.
you can tell, yes. Why? Why? It's not like y'all can't join together and have one church, right? Like this to me just speaks volumes. Like this is 8 men, 8 heads that need power, like ego, right? There's a
Mm.
reason why these 8 can't come together and you're all preaching the same damn message. You're in the same vicinity, in the same damn building, and you still need to be divided,
Mm-hmm. The
right?
suspect.
Like very suspect. Very.
But it honestly, it's all really suspect. Even driving through the plains area where the indigenous people used to be in Texas, where I'm from. When you go through there, you see in every little town that when you do the history on the town, it used to be an indigenous community there. It used to be Indians there. And when they brought the train system through to come through, they took over, the settlers came. But interestingly enough, in every single town, there's the little church and there's a little sign, Jesus saves, come to Christ. But when you look in the 1800s, when Manifest Destiny came upon America, that Manifest Destiny stated that God told us it's all right to come and take this land because these people are savages here. God told us that. But in even every town, it says Jesus saves. It come to church. I'm saying, well, guys, if that's the same God, why wouldn't that be the same God then today? That they got all of the land and all of the crops and all of the bison and all of the tobacco and all of the cotton, but you are but it's crazy because I hear brothers and sisters in any race of people that are hurting because they're confused because they want to believe truth, but they're like, man, I know God is real. But it's like, but if you look at the history of how it came to you, though, you would understand why it's such a pull on your spirit, though, because spirit is real, right? You know, that's why
I don't know. I think indoctrination. I think indoctrination is real. And before I move forward in this conversation, I do want to make sure that I address you saying Indians, right? For
yeah,
Native Americans, right?
indigenous. I would say
Indigenous,
indigenous because
yeah.
they called us that, but we didn't call us. But today in TikTok and social media, it's the most easiest way to that we know what we're talking about. But I'm like
Okay, so I
Choctaw.
do have to. I was trying to stay. So I do know. I don't know much about Choctaw,
Uh-huh.
and I don't subscribe to the Black Americans are the real indigenous. I don't subscribe to that, and I don't know if that's what you're saying. That if that's
No,
what
it's
you're
in my blood.
saying.
It's in my blood. I don't think that, just like I tell people that whole indigenous stuff now, just like then the reason why what happened is because it's like we do this group thing where we get all excited. We're like, it's us. It's like, nah, even in your group, you got to watch who's in it. I'm not, you can't just say, yeah, I'm indigenous. We're all the same. No, you could have been a part of the group of the people that sold us out then. You know, you could have been just like with the Black Panther movement, everything. There's always somebody in it that they'll they're the issue, and you think that y'all all together. I don't say it based off of no DNA test. I don't say it based off of no ancestry. I say it based off of my great grandmother, and the tribe came out and buried her, and she's black. So I know it's true
Okay.
because how dark she is and where we from, and the story she come from Oklahoma. Well, if you look at the
But you have
trilogy,
roots to the tribe.
real
You're
talk,
not
like
saying this. Yeah, I
no,
know.
this
I
saying
talked
I'm not a
to.
part of the wave. Yeah, there's a wave, and
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
with the wave.
That's what I'm trying
I
to make sure, because
understand
that
them,
I
but
don't subscribe to.
yeah, but you
That
know
like
what?
there's
I'm
there.
not Pan African either. Like I think they're both the same. The Pan African people and we're all indigenous people are all you would need to know your direct history to really
Yeah,
know. Like
exactly.
black isn't from a place. Like there's Indian people that are dark. There's Mexican people that are dark. There's Jamaicans, Haitians.
Indigenous people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah. So
yeah.
no, we're not doing it.
So
I'm telling you based upon now. I can't say each town that I drove through is that. I'm not saying that. I know what I know based upon my family, and when I look at my family, then I look at history. Like I will go to museums in different towns. Like there's a video I should post it on my TikTok that in Opelousas, Louisiana, there's the history of Louisiana is very deep in indigenous. When we look at that, there's dolls in the Opelousas Museum that say Indian dolls, but they're black, and they're Indian boy and Indian girl, but they're black. These dolls were here far beyond the internet, and when we look at the tobacco people, the Indian smoking tobacco pipe, he's dark skinned. Does that mean
So
he's
I want to make sure that we're not using that word Indian, because it's
I
really
apologize. I
offensive.
apologize.
Yeah,
It is.
and
No,
then
no, it is. It
I
is
want
just
to
like the N
I want to
word.
change the subject. I want to change the subject
Please
because
do. Yeah, please do.
I
Let me jump.
don't.
I'm
Yeah,
getting.
because
I'm
it's
re-railing it. Look, I'm gonna ride the
yeah,
train.
yeah.
Look, so let me get out of the way. No, I enjoyed the conversation. Though so the conversation got there just because it was crazy to me. Because when I go through these different cities and I see this, Jesus is the way. I'm like, hold on, y'all. Manifest Destiny in the 1800s. You said the same thing, and you took everybody's stuff like what you're saying. The Bible says in Deuteronomy, and what is occurring with in Nigeria. It's almost like to me so do you believe spirit? Do you believe the spirit is real? Like, do you believe in? What do I say? Of course, our bodies have a spirit in it. Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, we where is the spirit? Like to me the spirit. Let me say it like this. I think when people are talking about spirit, they're talking about their emotions, right? Their personalities, their
Okay.
thoughts, right, and their intentions, right, is what they're
Mm-hmm.
calling spirit. I don't necessarily think that spirit has like a definite meaning or definition, because people define it differently. I think the
Mm-hmm.
spiritual world is the place where a lot of ambiguity lives, and it allows people to be very manipulative, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like one would have to say, where when you say the spirit is in our body, like where is it in the body? Like where does it reside? And is it something that we can actually like pinpoint through biology, right? Through like empirical testing,
Mm-hmm.
empirical evidence, like testing, and then provide evidence of this spirit. It's like saying this the soul, right? We believe that we have a soul because we've been told that we have a soul, but where does the soul reside, right?
True.
In the
True.
body.
True. True.
And so like I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing that people say, oh, my spirit. I say that like I feel that in my spirit, which means that like in my heart, when I say it, like, oh, I can feel that in my heart, right? So I think people just use it different ways. So
So how
I
do you
don't know. I
identify
honestly
your
don't know.
conscious? How do you identify your conscious self? Because you don't identify yourself as the physical body though.
What do you mean? I mean,
Like
I do have a
like
physical
when you
body.
come out of sleep or you go into sleep, how you can still be aware of something, but you're if somebody looking at you, your eyes closed or you're laying there, you could be snoring or whatever you're doing. But the essence of you, even from a child, like I don't know how early you remember life, but there's an essence that's you that exists, that whether you're asleep, wake, conscious or unconscious, maybe people intoxified, that they experience and observe life differently, whatever that is. What do you call that?
I used to have dreams thinking that I was astral projecting, right?
Yeah.
I used to have dreams that sleep paralysis demons would come into my room and like do things to my body, right? But
Uh-huh.
once I healed the trauma that I was suppressing and dealing with, I don't have those dreams anymore. So
Yeah.
is that really,
Power to you on that.
a spiritual experience, right? Is it really consciousness, right? Or is it just things that we are thinking about in our minds while we're asleep that's creating that experience while our bodies are asleep? We know that our brain, right, operates, and our brain doesn't sleep when we sleep, right? Our brain is constantly processing information. And so, and our eyes don't ever close. Like our eyes are constantly moving while we're asleep. They don't shut. The eyelids go over them, but they're constantly moving while we're asleep. And our
Absolutely.
brain is constantly, processing information. So are we having an experience in our brain while our body is asleep, right? And that could be
Hmm.
what's happening. And the reality is that I don't fucking know because I'm not a scientist,
True story. You just
right?
giving your feedback. No,
Yeah.
no. I understand what you're saying. The reason I'm saying it is because, um, wherever it goes in the conversation, I know it's not going to last too much longer. But the Christian people, what I subscribe to, is there is a so the way I look at spirit energy is just like how let's say it's 100 of us in a room and we all start talking. If we all start kind of gravitating, certain ones gravitate to a similar thing. It's like we're on a wave or something where we could all get excited. Oh yeah, this is the truth. This is truth. And then other people could be offset by that. They'll go and vibrate with other. Like for example, even in the conversation, people to come and go. There could be some people who come here and say, "Man, they just talking. Oh, they need Jesus. Oh, they gonna go to hell, whatever." If a group of them got together, they would all start. Yeah, that's true. They could almost build a church off of that. Yeah, they all gonna. Yeah, Jesus gonna get them. Yeah, they got devils. They got demons, and so they're in a group that believes that, whether they knew each other or not. Right? Even somebody that didn't go to church or didn't read the Bible, and wasn't a Christian, could listen to them and be like, I can see what they saying. And somebody who don't know nothing about all the stuff we talking about could be like, I see what they saying. The way I look at that is like turning a radio channel, and it's a spirit energy wave that you can get on. The reason I say it's spirit is because it's not physical, right? That's all I'm saying, is that it's just not physical. Like we live in a light world where we go off of what we can see, and we go off of what we can read and study. But you never know. If you go back in the past, if I go back in the past, if we listen to this conversation, even being religious, we may have listened like that kind of sound like it's something in us that's not physical, deeper than that. So all I'm saying is I feel like the Christians that say you're going to hell, you got demons in you, this is the way. There's a fear spirit that they're attached to, that they live off of. When you talk about the 8 churches all together, I look at they're draining energy from people. I feel like you drain the energy from the people, and then you can control the narrative, and you get them to do it. You can tell them to give you 10% of everything they got. That's a crazy tax for your whole life. 10%. For what? Because I said so. Come on. So I'll leave it
Yeah.
at that though.
Well, I
I'll leave it
definitely
at
thank you
that
for
though.
coming up. It was a great conversation.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay.
I'm gonna do it. You too. Take it easy.
All right. You need help getting it down?
Oh no, I'm drunk.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah, that the spiritual realm, yeah, is that's a conversation that can take people everywhere because there ain't no definite to it. It's almost like imagination. It could be whatever you want it to be. Like there's no that like you can't literally say no. The spirit realm is this because you can't prove it, right? Like I'm trying to get the box to open up, y'all. Hey, Fee.
Hey, Baker, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Did you get some
Oh, I
rest?
am rested. Girl, I knocked out last night. I was trying to stay up. I was like, I'm gonna try to do 2 nights in a row. Oh, that is not my that was not in my spirit. I can tell you that.
I fell asleep yesterday while I was waiting on my Euro food. I bought food for
Hmm.
everybody in the house, and it took them 45 minutes to make the food. And I fell asleep in the car, and I woke up, and I'm like, "Damn, I'm still here."
Oh my god,
And
what kind of
uh,
food?
Euro, chicken Euros. But my
Oh,
sons were
oh,
with me,
okay.
so yeah, so they were inside waiting on the food, and I was outside waiting on them. And I woke up like 35, 40 minutes later, and they were still waiting on our food.
That's
But
crazy.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I literally just swiped in and heard the last part of that conversation. Has it been good combos last night? Gotcha.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
mm, it's been a night. We had a slave apologist, a black woman.
Oh my goodness. What was this? What
How
was her
you know they
claim?
didn't want to? How you know they wasn't happy to be slaves? How you know they wasn't thankful for the roof over their head? And she kept calling chattel slavery cattle, and then camera slavery, and then said, "I know what chattel
Camera.
slavery is." Man, she just I don't know. She called it some of everything but chattel, and claimed that
Oh, I'm
she
gonna
did
have to
not
check that
need a
playback.
definition of it. It was crazy. It was crazy. But
When I pulled up, you know how your FYP, you know how it does its thing. The first video was a stitch of, and I didn't watch it all because I'll go back and watch it later. But it was a stitch to this guy showing billboards from various churches, and a lot of them were talking about turn your brain off and connect to faith. Reasoning is
what?
the I mean, that was the pattern. I only listened to like the first two. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to definitely have to go back to this one and post it in the Discord. But he was just reading through like different billboards from churches, and the main theme was stop thinking and just believe. And so I'm wondering if we're going to see this trend
What?
happening as yeah. I'm wondering if we're going to see this trend building up just because we are having more people having these conversations over TikTok, and I'm pretty sure other social media platforms as well. So I'm thinking the church, especially the ones that are, just a little mom and pop church, not connected to any larger organization, they're probably going to have to push this narrative to keep people in that church, in those churches.
I saw one where a preacher was talking about the deconstruction movement on TikTok, and he was saying like deconstruction could be a good thing, and then he started like bashing deconstruction. First he said it was bad, then he started saying that it can be good to question, and then ultimately he led to just believe. But I do
Mm.
think that they are noticing. Like either the Christians are going back and telling their pastor, or asking
Oh
them
yeah.
questions they were asking, or they see it too. But yeah, they definitely talking about it in their churches.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before, like, the churches are ultimately just going to be filled with those fanatical folks who either for whatever reason cannot um, critically think or have too much fear to critically think. It's going to be those who are just choosing to stay dissonant. I don't know that dissonance can remain in the mind of a person who truly wants to know what if their belief system is true or not. It just can't hold up. It can't stand up to scrutiny. You're going to have to either really choose your beliefs or really believe. Like, I just believe that you cannot stay in this space where they're teaching things that just don't comport with reality. I think it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, like tonight I had a conversation with a guy. Nelly was conversing with him. Y'all, I'm so sorry that you can hear the food in my mouth. Please forgive me.
You're
Give me just a
good.
second.
You're
Oh my
good.
goodness.
Lala, you sleeping?
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm up.
Okay. I just didn't want to come up here and not say good morning to you. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. Rested.
That's good. That's good.
hmm I think I went to bed at like 7:30
Um.
last night.
Oh, that's good. You got some good sleep.
hmm
What's
Um.
up,
You
Lexington?
cooking? You cooking today?
We're Yeah, well, yes and no. We're not doing the traditional Thanksgiving. My son wants some like Philly cheesesteak egg rolls. I want some chicken fajita quesadillas. My mom wants something different, so we're just gonna do this little random smorgasbord of different things that don't relate, but and some couple of friends are
That's
coming
what's
over,
up.
bringing some stuff. Hmm.
Yeah,
What about
that's
you?
cooking. Uh,
You doing a
yeah, I'm
traditional?
going to my mom's. I
Okay.
we always cook just so um we have leftovers if we go somewhere. So for the last couple of
Hmm.
years, I've done the cooking here, and it's just sweet potatoes, macaroni and cheese, and
Yeah.
turkey. Like I don't do anything big, and I
Hmm.
also don't cook these types of foods all year long. So this is like something that we'll eat on for like 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. So
Same here. We'll do that big one on probably Christmas because my other sister and her son are flying up, so everybody will be at my house for Christmas. But right now, my mom and my older sister are here for Thanksgiving, and we'll just keep it small.
yeah, yeah, and I'm going to my mom's for the first time in a long time. So
Oh, that should be fun.
I'm excited though because I haven't seen my mom since her birthday party in August. I went
Okay.
to her birthday party in August, um, and so it's what's that? 3 months? I haven't seen her
Are
in
you guys
three
in the same
months.
state?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We don't talk that often. Like
Hmm.
we have a family chat. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, so tomorrow be where we actually will be in the same place where we can have like where we're gonna have a conversation. But like I said, we don't talk religion, so I'm not worried. I'm
Yeah,
expecting to have a good celebration with her tomorrow, and I miss her cooking. I do. My mama can throw
that's
the fuck
good.
down,
The girl, well,
so
enjoy. I
I'm
love that.
excited. So what I was going to say, like last night we had a conversation with a guy. Nelly was talking to him, and he had mentioned that the free will of the Israelites in the book of Enoch, no, of the angels to teach the humans bad things, right? And so
Hmm.
I wanted to ask if he, thought that Enoch was really written by Enoch, and we went into that conversation, and we talked about how there's a 3,000 year gap from when Enoch would have lived and the first book of Enoch written. And he said that basically it came down to magic, right? Like, yeah, he believes that the stories could have been told down orally for 3,000 years. And that finally, when whoever, like nobody knows who wrote the book of Enoch, but whoever wrote it told it, every detail pristine, didn't add anything, didn't take anything out. And he said ultimately, it would have to be, the spirit of God, like magic.
Mm.
And just talking about like the not wanting to accept information or logically think. There was somebody on YouTube who was like, "Come on, lady, come on, lady, just because they told the stories 3,000 for 3,000 years doesn't mean they didn't take books out the Bible. Like that's not. First off, that's not what we said. Two, like we're talking about like logically it
Hmm.
doesn't make sense because if we know that every time we play the game of telephone, what's said to the person at the beginning is not what's recited by the person at the end. And if we can see
Yep.
that, in the same setting, in the same time, right, the same day, that the message gets misconstrued or told incorrectly, what I'm saying is logically for you to be using the book of Enoch as proof of free will, that and saying that you're taking this stuff as fact does not logically
Yeah.
make sense, right? But
At
all they
all.
see is, lady, you're not making any sense. That doesn't mean that stories ain't true. They took books out the Bible. Okay, yeah, they did. They did take books out the Bible, but that's not what we are discussing. And that's kind of how the conversations have been going tonight.
And I noticed this, I think it was a couple of days ago when that very thing kept happening in conversation after conversation where you make a point and they bring up what they thought was a counterpoint, but what they brought up had nothing to do with what you just said. And I'm wondering if that's just the way that they communicate and it's an indication of the lack of critical thinking. Like when you brought up that picture of the 8 churches in that one rundown building. And very great point that if the body of Christ is supposed to be so united, why would there need to be 8 churches in this like raggedy ass building with 8 different leaders? If y'all are truly teaching the same thing and representing the same God, get together, like work together, be collaborative. If it's not about ego and wanting to take the lead and be the controller and all those things, then just do what makes sense. And somebody in the comments, Stalin was an atheist. Friend, what the fuck does that have to do with this building with 8 churches?
I
Like,
saw
what does
that, and
have
I was like,
yeah.
I was like, I looked at that comment, and I was like, what? Why is they saying that? Why are they saying that?
Like, who's talking about Stalin? But I've noticed that it's, like you said, it's like specific rebuttals that they use from this drop-down menu in their brain, the apologetics drop-down menu, when that response doesn't have anything to do, and it really doesn't address the question that's being asked. It's just a way of I think, avoiding the realization that they know is in their minds, that there's something not right about this. You can't talk to me about, well, you can, but I'm just not going to accept there being a spirit, and that's representative by people that like a certain topic, talking about that topic in a room. If you want to tell me or use the example of 100 people in the room ultimately gravitating towards each other around specific topics, show me that happening absent a brain. Then maybe you demonstrate that happening outside of the human physical brain,
then you could say,
and then maybe we can
spirit.
talk. Right. But
Yeah.
that doesn't indicate that's a spirit. That just means that different people's brain operate or feel that certain things are interesting and certain things aren't interesting. That doesn't lead to the belief in a spirit. That's a bridge too far.
And then I started implementing the question of, now, why did you do that tonight? And the guy called me narcissistic. So I went as far as asking him, okay, because I want to understand, like, y'all coming in here, y'all calling me narcissistic. What narcissistic traits, right, am I showing? And he kept saying, you already know, you know. And I'm asking him, like, okay, what are the narcissistic characteristics? And he refused to answer. And it reminds me of when I was married, and my husband would tell me, things that I would, like, tell me that he's mad at me, or, things that he was displeased with. And I would ask him for an example so that I would know, right, what I'm doing, so that I would stop doing it. But he would never give me an example. He would always say, you just do. You already know. I ain't got to do all of that. Right. Like, so I never really understood what his issue was with me until years after our divorce. And he finally told me that we were from different sides of the track, and that he felt that I was, that I thought that I was better than him. And it came down because I teach my daughters not to use nasty bathrooms, right? And he said that I was teaching my daughters to be like me, and I was teaching them to be bougie. And like, even to the point to where one day they were over there, they was, spending the weekend with him. He told them that he had to bring their head down, their confidence down, because he said I was teaching them to be too confident, and that the real world was going to eat them up. So he started making fun of their hair. Yeah, he started making fun of their hair. My daughter, she had just done her hair for the first time by herself, and he dogged it out, laughed at it, and told them that he was doing it because I was selling them pipe dreams and teaching them to be too confident, and that when they go out in the real world was going to eat them up.
Wow.
When I tell you, they came home, and this was at the time where, I used to like meditate a lot. Yeah. So they came home, they were so fucking broken. Crying, broken. So I called him. I went the entire fuck off. I told him that he couldn't see them anymore. And then I did a circle and we meditated, right? And I talked to them, and I, explained, to them that their dad was not well, and, built back up what he tried to tear down. But he called that love, right? Like, for him, that was him loving his daughters and preparing them for the harshness of the real world. And like, that's like, for me, that, like, that's how, Christians see what the Christians think that that's when they do that, that's them loving us.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And also, me take not accepting your diversionary statement as an answer to my question is not me not accepting the answer. You just don't want the answer. No, you just didn't give one. Like you gave an ancillary point that you think addresses this topic, but you didn't answer the question. And why would a parent ever want to intentionally make their child feel not confident?
And he
That
did it
doesn't
to my
make any
older son
sense.
too. Told him that if my older son wanted to play, go to the NBA, wanted to go D1, and he was, doing good, he told my older son that I wasn't teaching him reality. And him and his brother, my ex-husband and his brother, laughed at my older son when he was telling them his dreams. And he told my older son that he needed to take classes at Lowe's and learn a trade instead of trying to go D1 to
Wow.
college.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
it finally came out that he did, like, he was scared of my son accomplishing what he wanted to accomplish, right? He was scared of my son becoming better than him. And I told him, I was like, every parent should want their child to be better than them. Like, I would never,
Absolutely.
ever tell my daughters, don't pass me. Like, I would never tell my
For
sons,
what?
don't pass. I fucking hope they pass me in life. My 16-year-old texted me the other day, 4 mansions. Which one do you like? I knew what he was doing.
Love
He's
it.
setting his plan in motion. He like, this is the house I'm going to buy her, right? He's setting his plan in motion. Like, I would never tell him the reality of that coming to pass is small. That's never going to happen. Like, the fuck? Like, why would you do that? Exactly. But for him, that was his way of preparing his kids for the realities of life.
Well, you're not only hurting your child, you're hurting yourself in the process, because I think a lot of parents don't want to entertain the idea of their children surpassing them, or not moving beyond them, but doing better than them, because they feel like as a parent you need to be in the driver's seat at all times. And that's just simply not true. There are so many things that I learned from my son. There are things that I learned from just being like, I'll be in the kitchen doing something and he's over with his friends and they're sitting around the table talking, and I'm just listening to them converse. I learned things about the way that they think. I learned things about the things that this generation knows that my generation didn't have to deal with this shit. Like, there's plenty of things that we can learn from our children. But when we let our ego tell us that we have to be the ones always in the lead, we have to be the ones directing them, this bullshit system of vertical control and parental dynamics and other relationships, that does not always have to be that way. When they're younger, yes, you have to give them the direction and the discipline and the things that they need. But especially after they get to an age where they're figuring out who they are, why would you put them down? Why wouldn't you learn from their experiences and hear what they have to say? I don't understand that.
Unresolved childhood issues, right? Their parents didn't do it for them, so they refused to heal as they got older, and they decided to do it to their own kids. And then you have some parents who live, vicariously through their children and say, because I didn't have this thing, right, I'm going to make sure you live the life that I didn't get to live. We also can't do that either, because our children don't have the same dreams that we had, growing up. So the best that I try to do is to support them in the things that, that they want to do. And that may change. And I think we have to, be open and willing to allow them to test certain interests out and let them change their mind. But
Yes.
we don't do that either. But I brought that up because the guy was using the word narcissistic and he didn't know how to define it, and then he got mad at me and said that I was bullying him because I wanted him to tell me what was the narcissistic thing that I was doing so I could check myself. And then he eventually ended up leaving. And both times with the black woman that got up here and condoned slavery, defended slavery, and this guy, that each time they left the stage, they both got in the comments and lied and said that we kicked them, but they left on their own. Like, yeah, it's been a wild, crazy night. That ain't those two are not even the. There was another. I've had 3 death threats tonight. Well, 1 death threat and 2 other kind
What?
of harmful threats, like something was gonna happen to me
Yep.
tonight. Yeah, it's been a wild
Oh,
night.
I'm so sorry. Wow. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that one on YouTube later.
That that's crazy that all this shit is on YouTube. I hope y'all Christians are listening, because all y'all that come in here talking about something's gonna happen to me, you are on candid camera. Just know that.
Your your YouTube streams are gonna do for the next generation of deconstructioners exactly what the Austin community of Texas, the atheist community of Austin, the ACA with Matt Dillahunty did for so many of us. Because I hear a lot of people like in the comments talk about the fact that when they first started deconstructing, they went to YouTube and they watched all of these replays of the call-in video, the call-in show, the ACA, the atheist experience of Austin is what it's called. Like those videos and listening to those conversations is exactly what woke me up. So I think your streams on YouTube are going to do this for so many other people, because these conversations are so eye-opening. And they're not, I don't even think that Christians realize that by coming up here behaving the way that they do and not being able to engage in these conversations civilly and provide logical, reasonable answers, they're giving the linchpin that a lot of people are using to just go ahead and like, yep, I can't do this. We see it like with the people that come up. So yep, these conversations, they show me I can't do this anymore. So I appreciate
Yep.
you doing this.
Yep, that part. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate the contribution that you bring to it too. Like I said, you are a wealth of knowledge. I learn from you every day. There was one guy that joined the stage tonight that I was wishing you were on stage at the time that he was on stage. He became a nerd tonight, so hopefully you'll be able to talk to him.
Oh, that's awesome. And
One
thank you for
day.
saying that. I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Oh, it's true. You're welcome. It's true. I was like, damn, I wish he was here as he was talking, because he definitely could have used some theology, and I know that you would have had the perfect thing to say to him. So hopefully you'll be able to talk to him soon, because he is a nerd now, and his sister
Awesome. Very
is
cool.
an avid watcher as well. So, but are you ready to bring up another person?
I am.
All right. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose and you want to come on stage, please put a comment in the comments and let us know that you are still in the request.
There's some new emotes. So when you get a chance, can you get those?
Yeah, actually, there I did download. You talking about I did. I downloaded
Okay.
them on my phone, and I just got to add them and replace them. I can see yours a lot better now. I see she remade yours. Did you see it in
Yeah.
there? Guess who is okay. To all of you in the comments who were trying to call yourselves getting on me about Living Heart, guess who's back in the request? Guess who's back in the request
And
box? Huh?
I said, oh my goodness.
Yeah, of course you don't care. You just like to judge. You don't give a fuck that they don't respect my boundaries. You don't care that I very specifically said don't come back because you keep coming and wasting time. But he's right back in the request box. Damn, the live almost went down because I didn't see the verification thing. Larry, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian. Well,
Okay.
kind of.
All right, Fee, you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, Larry.
Okay.
Good morning.
Do you want to go ahead and pick a topic?
I'm having trouble hearing you, though.
I'm sorry. You want to go ahead and pick a topic?
Alright, so I should be able to pretty much answer most of this. So you can pick a topic if you would like.
No, the way the show works, I'm not sure what you're interested in conversing about. Just go ahead and pick a topic that you feel comfortable discussing. Just pick one. We normally do one topic per guest.
Okay. I would like to talk about free will then.
Sounds good.
All right, so what do you believe about free will? Do you believe that we do have it? Do you believe that we don't have it?
Well, definitionally, free will is the ability to act without the constraint of necessity or fate. Um, no one has that. All of us are bound by the consequences of our actions, right? So I used this example yesterday. I can't decide or make the choice to drive my car at 100 miles an hour straight for a wall and have the free will to not get hurt. That's just not how it works. I believe this in this book. There are certain scriptures that say that this God gives us the ability to make a choice to serve him or not. There are other scriptures that say that this God gives mercy to whom he chooses to show mercy, and that he makes certain vessels for honorable use and some for destruction. So I think the Bible is contradictory on where it stands or what it states that humans have in terms of choice, but it never states that we have free will. And from the definition of free will, no, we don't have it. The vast majority of Christians who use the word free will, they're actually talking about choice, but they, for some reason, have latched on to this term.
Fee, I
Okay.
made a diagram tonight for you. You want me to put it up?
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Like, would that be helpful?
It would if my blind ass could see it. Let me see. I see free will.
Oh,
And on the left, it says
fate.
need. Oh, on
Need
the
and then fate.
oh, need and fate. Okay.
Yeah. Then choice here in
Can
the
you?
middle. Can you see it? I'll take it down if it doesn't help. But
I just can't. It's probably very helpful. I just can't see it because I don't have my glasses on and I have no idea where they are.
oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
So that's okay. It was just saying that free will has to be absent of need and fate, and so if they can get rid of need or fate, then they can get to free will. So, like any
Oh, okay. I
scenario he
love
gives
that.
you, yeah, thank you. Any scenario he gives you, he would have to eliminate these two to get to free will.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay, Larry, maybe that'll be helpful for you as well because I think this diagram shows like it demonstrates the correct definition of the word free will.
Okay. So, in regards to like your metaphor here about you don't have the choice if you drive your car into a wall to not get hurt. So, you have the free will per se. It is your choice to drive your car into that wall. But I don't know how to explain this. So,
I
you
think it'll
cannot
be easier
decide
for you
whether
to,
what's that?
if you're are you of the belief that you have free will as a Christian?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's probably easier for you to argue your point if you abandon the word free will and just replace it with choice. Unless you feel that the definition I gave for free will is accurate and you do have it.
Choice works too. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, so yeah, we can argue from choice. It's going to make it easier for you. I mean, if you want to go down the road of free will because you believe we have the ability to act without the constraint of necessity or fate, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but based on my understanding of it, the vast majority of Christians that are using the word free will really are just talking about the ability to make a choice.
Yeah, so we have the choice to by free will, by choice, we have that choice to do pretty much anything. You could drive your car into a wall, and no, you couldn't. Well, you couldn't decide not to get hurt by it. It was your choice to drive yourself into that said wall. We ourselves, as men, we're susceptible to being hurt. So it's one of those things that, no, we can't choose not to be, unless you don't drive your car into that wall.
Right. So that by definition, that means we do not have free will. We do have choice. I don't think that choice is a free choice. It's quite expensive based on the book that you guys follow, but we do have choice. If I cannot make the decision to drive my car into a wall at that speed and walk out unscathed, then I do not have free will. I do have the choice to complete those actions, but that's not free will.
But if you didn't have free will, we would all essentially be robots. We wouldn't be able to make choices for ourselves.
Well, what are you understanding me to say the definition of free will is?
So the definition of free will is, like you said, it's our ability to make choices. So, like,
no, Larry, you're missing the secondary part of the definition. It is our ability to make choice, but that's when that choice is not constrained by necessity or fate. If that choice is constrained by necessity or fate, or if that choice has a consequence of any sort, it's not free will. And that's the part of the definition the vast majority of Christians ignore. So I'm agreeing with you. As an individual person, I have the ability to make a choice. I can choose to go down and make a cup of coffee today, or I can choose whatever I want to do. I have the ability to make a choice, but that is not the same as free will.
But that is your free will, though. That's the thing here.
So it's not, because free will is not choice by definition. Like if you look up the definition in the dictionary of what a choice is, it's the ability to select between options presented to you. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Free will is the ability to act without the constraint of necessity or fate. And if you look at Thinker's diagram, Thinker, can you tell me what those words are under need, or what would be the category of necessity?
So I did this one on the example of Lorna, who came in and said that God told her that I was going to die, right? And Lorna has either a choice, right, to either act out of violence or do nothing, right? And depending on what choice she makes, it's driven by either a need or a fate. So she can choose to do nothing, right? Because the ultimate fate would be jail, right? And then her decision to do nothing would come from the need to have her freedom. Right. So ultimately, because need is there, she's not coming in here out of her own free will to say Yahweh told her to tell me that I was going to die. Right. She's making the choice to obey what she believes is Yahweh, but it's not out of her own free will because it's driven by fate. Does that make sense? And then
it does.
and her
Yeah,
fear.
thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah. So basically, we can say that these are the options that we have, and what drives us to make the choice between the options that we have in life. Is it need or fate? And if it's neither, then it's free will.
Gotcha.
So, with our choices, the choices that we make here with that per se free will, or if you want to call that your choices, defines our fate. So, if your fate is to die when you crash into this wall, it was your choice to do this. You knew the outcome. Well, you probably wouldn't have known all the outcomes, but you knew that you would get hurt in doing this, but you chose to do it anyway. And that's your free will. If we didn't have that, we would have never been able to make the choice leading up to this.
Yeah, but her will isn't to crash into the wall and die. Right? So the fate would be death. The fate would be death.
Yes.
Right? So divine punishment there, right? Like death. Right?
That's
you see
not
that?
Divine punishment.
Who ordered the death? Like, where did death come from in your religion?
Well, we were, as men, again, our bodies are frail. We are susceptible.
No. Who said that if you eat of it, you will die? Where did death come from?
Death?
Yeah. Why do y'all die?
Okay, so we die, again, because we are made as men. In the Bible, when it talks about death, when they ate of the fruit of the tree of life...
This is why it's so hard to, because y'all all have different... Yeah.
So,
do you not subscribe to the original sin concept of Christianity?
Well, that's what I'm talking about here.
So then death was a punishment handed down by the God, correct?
Spiritual death.
I don't. Were they going to die before they? Were they going to die physically before they ate from the tree?
Quite possibly, yes.
That's just
So
being
then what?
intellectually dishonest with the story, though,
Yeah.
right? Like, why put Adam and Eve in a garden and tell them that they will live forever if they don't eat? I'm sorry, you're saying that death was part of the plan to begin with?
Well, probably, yes, because if we had no death, then we would have no savior. We never would have had a need for a savior. How
So
could
it was a
Jesus
setup
grow?
so Adam and Eve were set up from the beginning.
Possibly, yes. I
Then
wouldn't
I
say
mean
set
The
up,
reason why he's
but
saying it's
doesn't that
possibly, he's trying to run from the point. He's
no.
literally trying to
right?
run from the point.
Because how could they have free choice or free will if that was the case?
Well, because the Heavenly Father still had given them that choice to reject the temptations to eat from the tree, starting with Eve, because she was the one who initially had eaten from it. He didn't force
But
them to,
according
but he knew it was going to happen.
right, but you also said that death was part of the plan anyway.
Yes, which I can explain if you would like.
Wait, what was the
Okay,
purpose of
yeah,
the tree
please.
of life?
The what?
The tree of life in the garden. What was the purpose of it?
Well, I don't actually know that either. It was never explained.
Then I think you're being dishonest.
No.
It literally is explained. It's in Genesis 3:22.
The purpose of the tree of life?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe so, but if it was explained and I'm missing something, might you explain it?
Like, it literally says, then the Lord God says, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent them forth from the garden of Eden to till the ground from which they were taken. He drove them He drove out the humans, and at the east of the garden, he placed a cherubim and a sword flaming and turning to guard the way of the tree of life. Like, I don't know why you're saying that it doesn't say what the tree of life does in the garden. And then when he passed down the punishment to Adam, he says, you will return to the ground. You shall eat bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. You are dust, and to dust you shall return. And he blocked the tree of life so they do not live and eat forever. Before that, they could have eaten from the tree of life and lived forever. We shouldn't even have to go through that, because for some reason you're contesting the death of her crashing her car as a divine punishment. Like, she can't will herself out of that death.
Well, no.
So is your position that we have free choice granted to us by this God?
Yes, again. So, eating from the tree of life, that would have given Adam and Eve eternal life, yes, in the aspect of spiritual life, but not physical. Yes, they would have lived forever, but again, not physically.
So are you saying that eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and bad was the sentence of their spiritual death? Was a
Yes.
spiritual death sentence, so they were going to die physically anyway?
Yes. We were made lower than angels. We were made lower than God. Whereas he would not have experienced something like this because he is the God of the spirit. He is the God of the living. We were created as physical beings. However, we do, of course, have a soul and a spirit, but these are spiritual things, not physical. Our vessels are a shell, hence it was made from clay. We were made from clay, essentially.
I was made from my mom and dad. Like,
Me too.
Yeah, I get it. Like, because it doesn't really go anywhere. There's no consistent Christian position on this. Because 3 other Christians will pop up here and say, yeah, if Eve hadn't eaten the apple, then we'd still be in paradise.
Spirituality is like Vegas, anything goes. With the $5 super chat from Flanker on YouTube, Flanker says, how can you have free will if God knows all outcome? Also, if every decision led up to your actions, how could you have done different?
He allows us to
Exactly.
make the choices to get there. Well, he
Does
knows
he know
it's
what's going to
going to
happen?
happen. He does
He
not
knows what's going to
intervene.
happen.
Yes.
Can we make him wrong?
Well, what do you mean?
If God knows something is going to happen, can I make a different choice to cause him to be incorrect in what he knows will happen?
No.
Then I don't have free choice.
Well, it's your choice, though. You're making the choice to get there. Just because he knows it does not mean that he's forcing you to do it.
What if I don't want to get there?
If you would just inevitably would.
Right, then I don't have choice, friend. Like if you're telling me what God knows is going to happen will happen, and I can't make him wrong, and if what God wants to happen is not what I want to happen, then I don't have choice. I don't even have will.
But it's your
I have to
choices, though,
ultimately just.
that lead you there.
When did God make the decision of what my final outcome would be?
He didn't, you did.
How did I make the decision when there are choices I haven't even made? The choices that I'm going to make at 62, I haven't made yet. I'm not there yet.
Because the choices that you are making now and have made are leading up to that point.
But ultimately, no one has been able to explain to me if God knows what my ultimate outcome is. Are you saying that God already knows whether or not I'm going to go to heaven or hell, if that's in your belief system? Does God already know that? He already knows that.
Of course, and he could intervene, but he won't.
Hold on. Can I intervene is the question. Is there anything I could do to either, if God's saying right now, hey, if he's going to go to hell, is there any choice I can make to ultimately end up in heaven?
Yes.
Then I can make God wrong.
No.
So what God knows can change.
So, in a way, you're kind of limiting what he knows. So the Heavenly Father
I'm
knows
limiting?
all things. He knows exactly where we'll end up. So say I'm on a trajectory where I'm going to blaspheme him, where I'm going to do all this horrible stuff. He knows that I will go to hell. But he also knows every alternate choice that we may make. So if I choose to seek Jesus Christ, to repent and to not blaspheme, then I will go to heaven, and he knows that. It's all based on us. He doesn't intervene.
So divine punishment then.
Well, yes, but that's only if we make the choices required to get there.
So the choice is driven by fate.
No, we create our own fate. Our choices make our fate.
You don't. Did you create heaven and hell?
No.
Did you create the requirement to go to heaven or hell?
No.
So you didn't create your own fate. You did not create your own fate then. This God did. And so your choice is driven by that divine punishment. So because you don't want to go to hell, you choose to follow Christ. Not out of your own free will, but by fate.
Well, he still, again, does not force us to make the choices we make to end up in either of these places. Yes, the bar was set, but hell might be a little bit of a misconception. Heaven is...
It doesn't matter. You don't have to get...
Yeah,
that doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if they were inverted. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, the point is, if there is an ultimate fate, then, and your God knows where I'm going to land, and I don't have the ability to make him wrong, then I cannot then also be said to have free will or free choice. Ultimately, I'm just following the script that your God has written.
He didn't write this script. He's just watching us play it out.
But he knows how it ends? Does he know how it ends?
Does he know? Yes. But
so explain to me how he knows where I'm going to ultimately land. I can't make what he knows to be incorrect. and I still have free choice. That doesn't logically follow.
Because the Creator is outside of the laws that govern us, like time and space. He's
Where is he
outside of
then?
these forces. So he
What
can
is
see.
outside of time and space? What
He
does it mean
is.
to be outside? No, I know what you're saying. You're claiming that he is. I'm asking you to explain to me what that means. What does it mean to be outside of time and space? Where is that? And
It's
when is that?
essentially the spirit. I can't exactly explain that. When, I don't think there is a when. It's just, it is. I don't have the means to explain that.
You don't have the means to explain it, and I don't have the ability to understand something that hasn't been explained. My brain can't conceptualize a concept you can't explain to me. So you're saying that this God is outside of time and space. My brain is
Yes.
limited to time and space. Like, I know where I am, and I know when I am. When you're
Yeah.
talking about anything that exists outside of time, what does that mean? Existence is temporal by definition.
Well, he is eternal. He does not age. He is not like we are.
Well, I know that's a claim that you're stating. I just don't know what that I don't know what that means. That doesn't carry any actionable meaning to me, and it also doesn't address the topic that we're discussing, which is about free will. If God knows already what my ultimate location will be after I die, according to your belief system, and I do not have the ability to make him wrong, I can't say, oh nope, God, you think I'm going to hell? Watch this. I can't do that. Then
Well,
whatever I do, it doesn't matter.
it's not a matter of making him wrong. Think of it like this. He is witnessing this happen, but we are making the choices to get there. So,
That still doesn't even if that was the case, it doesn't change the fact that if he already knows what will happen, and I cannot make him incorrect in what he knows, then I don't have free choice or free will. Unless you can explain to me how you can square that circle. I don't follow that.
well, again, I've already explained it. He's not forcing us to do anything, so we have free will. If by definition it's the choices that we make, the freedom to make those choices, we make the choices to end up in these places. And yes, well, hell is a consequence of being without the Heavenly Father. It is the absence of Him, and heaven is eternity with Him. Yes, we have that bar set for us, but He doesn't make the choices to get there for us. We do.
It can't be eternity with him because I haven't been around eternally. Like, I just got here in 1974. So even if you say I'm going to heaven after I die, that still won't be eternity with the Father because there was time prior to me being alive. So that doesn't even make sense.
That's a
But
misconception as well.
a misconception of what? Never mind. It doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about. Still, explain to me how, and just walk me through it slowly. Today is the 23rd of November in 2024.
Yes.
If God knows, you say God knows everything. He knows when I'm going to die. He knows where I'm going after I die. He knows all of these things already today. He knows that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what he knows will be full stop, period. It's going to happen. That is my fate, correct?
Well, technically, yes.
Okay. How can any choice that I make between today and the day that I die, how can any of the choices that I make be important or have any impact if what God already knows will without certain happen?
Well, that depends on how you're looking at it here. If just because he knows, again, he doesn't force us to make these choices, so technically him knowing the outcome of where you will end up, that leaves you without... Okay, I see your point, but that's still free will. He's witnessing this.
It's not free will. How can it be? Explain to me how that can be free will.
Well, again, because your choices lead you there. You end up there by your own actions, your own decisions. That is the free will.
That's why I asked you, when did he come to the realization of what my fate is? When did that happen?
When he watched you commit these actions before you had been created.
So if I committed the actions before I was created, and I didn't know when I didn't know any of this. How is this not like, you're making my point for me, Larry?
He knows all that was, all that is, and all that ever will be. The Heavenly
I'm not
Father...
taking that from him. I'm not taking that from him. I'm going to let you leave that, at his feet. He can keep that ability. All I'm saying is that with that ability, you completely snatch away any free will or free choice that I have. Because if this God knew exactly who and what I was going to be before I was even born, what choice did I have to be anything different? Considering the fact that I can't make the ultimate fate that he sees for me wrong.
Well,
somebody said that he know Larry was a weird name.
I mean, yeah, it is weird. So
I thought I was the only one who thought Larry sounded funny.
It does sound funny. I just got this TikTok today. I logged in, and Larry was the name. That's not my actual name, but
you just kept it. That makes it even funnier.
TikTok named you Larry just off the whim. Did you have any free will in that?
No, I used to work at a lumber yard, and there was this guy who used to call everybody Larry. So,
what did that have to do with TikTok?
That was just the username when I got the account.
So did you get the account from somebody who worked at the lumber yard with you?
No. At some point or another, I must have made a TikTok and put the name Larry on there and then forgot about it. And then this morning,
so you did pick.
Yeah.
Okay, I was confused, friend. Let me ask you a quick question. If you say, I did this out of my own free will, right? I made this choice out of my own free will, right?
Yes.
And so if the choice is to do nothing, right? Let me see this. If the choice is to go to heaven, right? And you say that you made the choice to go to heaven out of your own free will. Are you saying that your choice to go to heaven had nothing to do with the not wanting to experience the fate of going to hell?
That all depends on you as a person.
I'm talking about you, Larry.
If you want to make the choices.
I'm talking about you, Larry. Larry, I'm talking about you. And I just answer directly for me, okay? When you say I made the choice to go to heaven out of my own free will, does that mean that the opposite fate of hell, like, had nothing to do with it? Like,
no, that wouldn't have. Me as a person, if that is what you're referring to make the choices to get into heaven, which by free will, that would be without the influence of any other. It doesn't have to be because you're afraid of going to hell. It could be out of love. It could be out of anything.
Okay, so hold on for a second. Okay, so that means that, so you made the choice to go to heaven, right? There was a necessity, a need of love, whether that need was for you to be loved by the God or for the God to be loved by you. So you made the choice to go to heaven, and that choice to go to heaven was driven by the need for love.
Well, not by the need for love, but, it could be, though. But personally, if someone was in the heavens or the Heavenly Father himself because I loved him, I would make the choices required to go there. Not because I was afraid, but because I loved. It's an example.
And so it was driven by that love, right? So it wasn't out of your own free will, right?
But I would have chosen to love.
Right, your choice, right? You made the choice to go to heaven, right?
Yeah.
And that choice was driven by the love.
Well,
So
yes, but I could have done
yeah,
it
so
for
it
another
wasn't, so
reason.
hold on, Larry. So because the choice, right, was driven by something, right? It's
Yes,
not free will.
but that
If
something is within you.
Larry, listen to what I'm saying, and then you can respond, okay?
Okay.
Even the words, like the words you say, I made the choice from my own free will, except now you're saying you made the choice to go to heaven for love. So love replaces free will in that sentence, right? So if we say, I made the choice from my own free will, but in reality, you're saying, I made the choice to go to heaven for love, right? So because love is the driving force of the choice that you made to go to heaven, free will is absent. There is no free will there because choice is love is the thing that you made that choice from. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but it's also inaccurate.
You literally just said that it would be love and not fear.
But who said that that love forces you or that fear
That's
forces
the
you?
driving for. I made the choice, right, to
Yes.
go to heaven. Then there's a word because is giving a reason of love or for love. I made the choice to go to heaven for love or because of love.
But the reason
That because hold on, Larry. The word because or for is assigning a reason to the choice, right? And the reason isn't free will. The reason is love.
Yes, but that does not obstruct your choices. You could still love.
I never said it obstructs your choices. We're not questioning your choices. We're questioning whether you have free will, right?
Yes.
You can make choices, right? You can choose to go to heaven. You can choose to go to hell, right?
Yes.
Okay. Both of these choices are going to be driven by something.
But you have the
Either
free will to
love.
make that choice to love.
You don't have free will. If you would stop interrupting me, okay? You can make both of these choices are driven by either fear of going to hell, right? The need to not to be with your family when who have died on, right?
Yes.
The need of love, the need to follow God's will, right? So the choice to go to heaven is driven by either a need or a fate. So nobody's taking your choices away. We're saying what made you make the choice. Was it free will that made you make the choice? Or was it a need or an expected fate that made you make the choice you made?
Nothing makes you do anything. Can I give you an
So, okay.
example?
All right. So why did you choose Jesus to worship Jesus?
Why did I choose him?
Yeah, why did you choose to worship Jesus?
That is actually not something that I can answer. It's something incomprehensible to me.
You literally said it earlier. So, why did you choose to worship Jesus?
Well,
You already said it, so there's no point in playing games here. Why did you choose Jesus and not why did you choose to believe and not believe? How about that?
because as for belief, it's because of my experiences that drove me to this point. I have
Okay,
made
stop for a
choices
second. Stop.
that
Just stop right there. I don't need a life story. Stop. All right. You chose to believe and then you said the word because, right? Life experiences drove me to that point. You used the word drove, right? It wasn't free will that drove you to that choice,
I made the
right?
choice.
It was, wait, it was not free will that drove you there. It was a fate, right? That drove you there, or a prior event, right? A need that drove you there, right?
Yes, sort
Yeah.
of, but
So it
not
was
really.
not, hold on, because need or fate is the driving force for the choice for you to believe, it wasn't out of your own free will. Your past experiences caused you to believe in Jesus. It wasn't out of your own free will.
It was out of my own free will and the free will of others. We each have free will.
You know what? Fuck it. Y'all got free will. Y'all go ahead. I can't. This is the dumbest argument ever. They'll
It is.
never ever get it. Like, I just fucking cannot. He literally says in his
It's very
own
frustrating.
words. Yeah, it's very frustrating. He literally says in his own words it was past experiences that drove him to the choice. And then he's like, yeah, free will drove free will down the street to the choice. No.
Right. Yeah. And I don't even know that this conversation can go anywhere because Larry, I don't know if you're intentionally being I don't want to say obtuse. I don't know if you're intentionally like avoiding the point, but the reality is in some of the things that you've said yourself, you've kind of demonstrated that you've demonstrated our point. So I don't know if this is going to get anywhere. If you feel you have free will, okay, I hope you enjoy it. But the reality is that there are things that influence our choices, our decision making, that ultimately almost very it very strongly leads to the fact that we don't have free will. There's neurological determinism, there's environmental influence, genetic factors, unconscious biases, all of these things I have no control over whatsoever. I had no control over who my parents were. I had no control over what their genetic makeup was. I had no control over that. Yet the choices that I make are often driven by those factors. From a scientific perspective alone, it's difficult to argue for free will. From a biblical perspective, your Bible clearly does not show that. Like, the God speaks about hardening people's heart to get them to do things. The fact that there are prophecies, if the people didn't do what they were supposed to do in these prophecies, would they have come true? Did Jesus have the choice not to be crucified? Like, did Adam and Eve have the choice not to listen, or to not listen to the serpent, or all of these things? Like, the way you talk about the biblical story across the board does not even support the notion of free will.
How not?
Judas definitely didn't have free will.
Judas
Exactly.
had free will.
No, he
could have
didn't.
chosen not to sell out Jesus.
Was he created
just knew
for?
it was gonna
Was he
happen.
created for destruction?
Was he created for destruction? No.
Yes, he
None of
was.
us are.
You sure
Book
about
says
that?
otherwise,
Like, you
Larry.
also said exactly. You also said that the book did not explain what the tree of life was.
Yes. No, he was not created for destruction. It is the choices that we make that lead us there. God knows what we're going to do, yes, but he doesn't force us to do it. Nobody does.
So why did Satan enter Judas's
Nobody's
body?
arguing for force, Larry. Nobody said that.
Why did Satan enter Judas's body to make him go and betray Jesus?
Why does he do it? I don't know.
Why did he? Why did Satan have to enter Judas to make Judas go and betray Jesus? Why didn't Judas just do it out of his own free will then? Why did he need Satan to enter him to do it? If Judas was just going to make this choice anyway, right? There was no need for Satan to get inside of him and cause him to do it.
Well, that's Satan going based off of his free will. He made
No,
the choice.
why? Listen. I don't care about Satan's free will. Why did Satan need to enter Judas? If Judas had free will, right? Why did Satan have to enter Judas and cause Judas to betray Jesus?
He might not have otherwise.
So he did.
That's the free will of two different entities.
Oh my fucking gosh. Do you not realize what you just said? He might not have done it. That's why Satan had to enter him, because he might not have done it. He might have chosen not to. Like, do you hear what you just said?
Yes.
That means he did not have a choice. Your God wanted it to happen because it was part of his divine plan. So he had Satan enter Judas, make Judas go betray Jesus, right? That's literally what your book says.
He did not have Satan do anything. He does not control our actions.
Hold on. Does he control Satan? Does Satan have to ask permission to do anything from your God?
Yes, because if he
Okay,
didn't,
hold on. So if Satan, if Satan asked permission to your God to enter Judas, then what did your God say?
Please repeat that for a second. I did not
If
hear it.
Satan went to your God and said, "Hey, can I enter Judas and make him betray Jesus?" What did your God say to him?
I'm not actually sure. From what I remember of the gospel, he never actually asked for anything.
Okay, we're going to use some logic here. Does Satan have to ask permission from your God before he can do anything?
He could make the choice not to. So technically, no.
Show me in this book where Satan is doing anything without your God telling him to.
I could show you actual examples of that.
Okay, let's go.
We have the book.
Huh?
I don't actually have a book on me, so I can't.
Well, then why did you say you can show examples if you can't? What scripture?
Because I myself have been struggling with Satan for a long time.
Are you in the book, Larry?
Am I in the book? No.
Yeah. Then why are we talking about you? Show me examples in this book where this Satan is doing anything that your God did not tell it to do or allow it to do.
Satan is only mentioned a couple of times in the book.
Okay. Show me a time where he's doing something that your God didn't tell him to do.
Well, he had asked God permission to test Job. The Heavenly Father
No, he didn't.
Do this.
He didn't. No, he did not ask for permission. Your God told him to do that.
He asked for permission. He wanted.
No, he didn't. Like, y'all don't know your book. Y'all don't read your book. No, he didn't. That's not true. Jesus said to Peter, Satan has asked permission to sift you as wheat. Do you remember that scripture?
I do not know.
Okay.
I mean,
It's kind of hard when you don't know the book. Go ahead, Fee. I'm sorry.
No, you said exactly what I was going to say. It's difficult to have these conversations because these conversations center around what's taught in the book. And the problem is that the vast majority of believers come up here talking about their position on these things when they have not read the book. Because it clearly states that Judas's betrayal was foretold and necessary for the fulfillment of prophecy. And it clearly states that your God was the one who mentioned Job to Satan. Satan didn't bring up Job to your God.
But it didn't necessarily have to happen, like with Judas, for example. If Jesus Christ never would have came, Judas never would have even been an apostle.
But according to you, that was required all the way back in the garden. So Eve had to eat the apple or the fruit or the papaya, whatever it was, in order for all of this to happen. Like, according to you, earlier in this conversation, you said it had to happen for Jesus to be necessary. By stating anything has to happen for something else to happen, that removes the notion of free will or free choice. It's got to play out the way the God wants it to play out, the way he's laid it out. We all have to follow his script, right?
No. Okay, so I don't even know how to explain this.
Hold on. Let's read this scripture right quick. And then I want you to tell me how this isn't a plan. Okay?
Okay.
While I was with them, I protected them in your name that you have given me. I guarded them, and not one of them was lost, except the one destined to be lost, so that the scripture might be fulfilled. Right? That's talking about Judas. Okay. All right. And then let's go to John 13, 26, 13. keep in mind, it said that because it was his destiny, so the scriptures might be fulfilled. All right, that means that it was part of the plan. Okay, and then Jesus answered, "It is the one to whom I give this piece of bread when I have dipped it in the dish." So when he had dipped the piece of bread, he gave it to Judas, son of Simon Iscariot. After he received the piece of bread, Satan entered into him. Jesus said to him, "Do quickly what you are going to do." So you have Satan's influence. Jesus knew that Satan had entered Judas, right? And you have the proclamation that it was Judas's destiny for scripture purposes.
Yes. But it was his own choices that led him
Okay.
there.
Did Judas have a choice?
Yeah.
Did Judas have a choice? Where is the choice here? Show me in this scripture right here.
His entire life is the choices.
If it was his destiny, no. Listen, where is choice in the word destined?
Well,
what choice is in destined?
That refers to a prophecy, if it was per se destined. So Jesus Christ...
It's talking about Judas. No. It's talking about Judas. I guarded them, and not one of them was lost. This is talking about the 12. He said, I guarded them, the ones that you have given me. I didn't lose any of them except the one destined to be lost.
Yes.
Where is choice and destined?
Because again, he did not have to choose. He could have chose not to have been his disciple. He could have still chose not to sell out Jesus Christ.
If it was his destiny, if it was destined for him, what does destined mean?
Destined does not mean he is forced to do it, but that
what does it mean? What does Larry? What does destined mean?
Destined, it means that is a defined outcome.
The definition of destined is of a person's future developing through according to a plan. That is the definition of destined. A person's future developing as though according to a plan. Where is the choice in that? Who had a plan? Whose plan was it?
He knew these things were to come.
Whose plan was it? Larry, whose plan was it?
If the Heavenly Father knew...
Okay, I'm done. You're not answering questions. I'm done.
Yeah, me too, Thinker. He's just not, Larry, you're just not engaging honestly. And that's a frustration because the Thinker walked you through this very clearly. And you're kind of obfuscating around the definitions of these words that ultimately lead to and point to the fact that there was not free will for Judas. And the dishonesty is frustrating because we can't have these conversations and truly engage authentically if you're just kind of skirting past or trying to, go around the reality that these definitions bring to this conversation. So thanks for coming up, but I don't know that this is going to get anywhere.
Yeah. And Milka, whatever her name is, she said it was Judas's plan. So all praises to Judas for saving the lives of the Christians. Like, don't praise Jesus, praise Judas. Milta, whatever your name is, Mita, I don't want to hear you say give your life to Jesus anymore. You need to say give your life to Judas, since it was Judas's plan.
That's ridiculous. What does that even mean? For the purpose of being right, or for the purpose of not admitting that these scriptures point to the fact that we don't have free will. Oh, nope, it was Judas's plan. What?
Since when? Like Judas planned all of this from the beginning of the foundation of the world. Like they literally, in order to protect their free will, they will depower, de-glorify their God to protect their free will. That free will is more important to them than their God. They will say their God limits his power to protect their free will. Their God can't do something because of their free will. Their God failed because of their free will. And they just gave their God's plan away to Judas to protect their free will. That is fucking nuts. Like, y'all might as well be serving free will. Y'all should be praying. Maybe that's why y'all prayers ain't getting answered, because y'all praying to God and you need to be praying to free will.
So WWJD is what would Judas do?
Yep. Yep. We had it wrong all this time. What would Judas do? Yolanda said sending love to Judas. The Satan belongs to you, Mr. Big. There's no need for, if I don't believe in your God, why in the hell would I believe in your Satan? If you're in the guest request box and you want to come up, please comment so we can bring you up. Thank you. Yeah, that's your Satan. Without a Satan, your God is useless. Like, there's no point in your God. There's nothing for y'all to be afraid of. There is no reason for y'all to thank you for noticing my aggressiveness with your scary ass. Like, if you think I'm aggressive, then you are a timid ass motherfucker. If you think I'm aggressive. Like, you get scared of your own shadow. Like, somebody could like drop a book on the floor and you gonna shit your pants.
I think you almost made me spit my coffee when you said with your scary ass.
Like, they gotta be scary. Like, if you type it in the comments, you're so aggressive. Oh my God. Like, my voice, being projecting, like me projecting my voice, like, to them, that's aggressiveness. Like, that's crazy. Like, y'all some scary motherfuckers if that's the thing that y'all focus on.
I mean, don't undersell yourself. Like, I wouldn't fuck with you in real life. You know what I mean?
I'm like, I'm one of the sweetest people I know unless you fuck with the people I care about. Saved by grace.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How y'all doing this morning?
I'm doing good.
That
Are
is
you a
good.
Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Oh, I'm a Christian and I'm a disciple of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss? And free will is off the board right now.
Yeah, the Christian God is evil. Yeah. Well, slavery. Yeah, and that maybe.
Which one?
Let me start with the slavery then.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
All right. Dr. B, you want to do this one?
Yeah, sure.
All
Steve,
right.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so my God, when he came down to the earth, he's actually didn't come to liberate the physical slavery of the earth, but he was preaching the eternal life, the other kingdom. Not this kingdom. This kingdom is already given to another God, which is called the Lucifer. So he already.
Let me pause you,
Now,
Saved, just for a second so that we don't go down a rabbit trail. When it says the Old Testament condones slavery, what kind of slavery do you think that's referring to?
what kind of slavery? The Old Testament?
Do you think it's referring to like a spiritual kind of slavery?
Yeah.
So you think that Thinker put up on her board, the Old Testament condones spiritual slavery. That's what you think she meant?
The slavery, basically.
Saved. The answer is no. No, that's not what she meant. I think you know that, right?
Well, maybe she can explain to me, and then I can.
Well, I'm explaining it to you.
Yeah,
Okay, go
no,
ahead.
I don't mean spiritual slavery.
Okay, go ahead. Physical slavery.
Social institution of slavery. People owning other people as property.
I do agree with you. Yes, because.
Wait, I'm confused.
Because
When you thought it was spiritual slavery, you said no.
No. What I'm trying to say is, slavery in a sense, when my God came to earth, the New Testament and then the Old Testament is different. But when I was trying to say at the beginning was, when my God, Jesus Christ, when he came down to earth, the Romans...
Right, but saved, I'm so sorry to stop you. Like, it's... Let's start with the Old Testament. Let's at least talk about the thing that is up on the board, right? So I don't want to move to the New Testament because it's about talk about the Old Testament. So unless you're saying you agree that the laws in the Hebrew Bible condoned or endorsed the social institution of slavery, including debt and chattel slavery, I mean, do you agree that the laws in the Old Testament endorse the practice of slavery?
Well, okay, I can tell you this. Those who sell humans and buy, they go to hell. So,
can you show me that in the Hebrew Bible?
Yeah, I can show you that.
I'm super excited.
You super excited?
Yeah, for you to show me this passage in the Hebrew Bible that says people that buy and sell people are going to hell. When you show me, I'm going to encourage you to write a peer-reviewed paper and present it at SPL next year in Boston.
Yeah. By the way, I just read it this morning. I'm gonna.
You should have no problem showing it to me, and quickly, right? Because you just read it.
Go to 1 Timothy.
Okay, let's review. First of all, you're going to be reading me 1 Timothy 1, 9 to 10. That's not what it says. But remember how we talked about the Old Testament. Where is 1 Timothy?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it. I think when I
can summarize. You don't need to read 1 Timothy 1, 9 and 10 to me. Like, I know what that says.
Okay.
So do you know what an andropodistase is? Do you know what an andropodistase is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so the Greek word that's being translated there is like somebody that illegally operates in slave trading.
Yeah.
Okay.
Illegally.
So yeah, that's right. Illegally. That's the key word here. So, are you allowed to sell your car?
Stole my car.
Sell, S-E-L. Are you allowed to sell your car? Okay. Are you allowed to steal somebody else's car and sell it? No. Okay. So there you are. That's what an andropodistase is. It's somebody that illegally acquires slaves in order to trade with them.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to understand even how you standing. So your standing is like the Old Testament condones slavery. So are you for it or you're against it?
You asking me? I mean, are you seriously asking me whether I think that the social institution of slavery is good?
No, I just want to understand where you standing is.
Okay, well, let me be very clear. Owning other people as property, wrong, grossly immoral. Do
Yeah.
you understand my position?
Okay. I understand. I'm with you on
Legally
that.
Okay.
or illegally.
Yes, that's right. Legally or illegally, in any way, owning someone as property, grossly immoral and atrocious. So
Well,
I will notice. I mean, I think you should.
how
I
do
think
you,
you should notice. Hang on. I think you should notice, intentionally or unintentionally, you were very confident about your First Timothy 1:9-10, and
mm-hmm.
now that I've explained it, you've just sort of moved off of it, like it never was, like it never happened. What do you think about that?
While he's
Well,
waiting on, welcome to the Nurse Lady Erica from YouTube. W Lady Erica in the chat. Go ahead.
okay, so I'm against it, that's for sure. But I could also understand there is what is, you have to see the words. Like, for example, we do work here, right? We all work. And then some people can say, like, let's say you have servants and things like that in other countries. Doesn't mean people can take that you're not owning people, but they work for you.
Do you pay
Okay?
them a fair
So,
wage?
fair wage,
Yeah.
yeah.
Are you paying them like a
Yeah.
regular job?
Yes.
Then
You
they're
have to
not
be,
slaves. Then they're not
yeah,
slaves. Then those are not
they're not
slaves.
slave.
Yeah, they're not
Exactly.
slaves. Yeah. So don't make that comparison. A slave is a slave.
A slave, you mean like you're not giving them a fair wage and
Saved.
Someone
then
that
you
is
are
owned and it has to be forced into labor, has to follow whatever rules their master has, right? That is a
without the
slave
will.
when you're owned by said person.
Okay. Okay,
Saved.
without a will.
Save. Here's something that I want you to do moving forward here. Any argument that you're getting ready to give me that is like contextually derived, in other words, yes, slavery, I think that's immoral, but if you think about it in the context of X, right? I want you to make that same argument, whatever it is that you're going to argue, pretending that you're living in Georgia in 1805.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay. That's wrong.
What's wrong?
Well, if someone holds me against my will and then, is not paying me, I condone that.
You condemn it or condone it?
I condemn it.
Okay. Whew. I almost lost hope for you there for a second. Okay, that's good. I mean, like, that's good. So are you aware of what the laws in the Hebrew Bible say about the social institution of slavery?
Why don't you tell me?
Okay. So there are three main passages in the Old Testament,
Mm-hmm.
in the law collections, that deal with slavery, that give laws about slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Exodus 21, Deuteronomy 15, and Leviticus 25. In Exodus 21, just very, very briefly, the law states that if an Israelite sells himself to another Israelite as a debt slave, that Israelite master is allowed to keep him as a slave and make him work as such for 6 years,
Mm-hmm.
and he has to be released in the seventh.
Yes, I do know that.
Okay. In that same passage, it says, if the debt slave comes into debt slavery, without a wife, then he leaves without a wife at the end of the 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
If he comes in married, like if he's married when he comes in, then his wife goes out with him. Then it says, if his master during his term of slavery gives him a wife, and the debt slave and the wife that the master gave him have children, the wife and their children belong to the master.
Mm-hmm.
And when the debt slave leaves, if he leaves at the end of the 6 years, he leaves by himself. The wife and the children are the property of the master.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
Well, I think of, you can explain to me again, how do they get into that?
I'll explain it, but does that matter to you?
Hey, but
Yes.
you just did though. He just explained to you that if it was the Israelite that,
Yes. Let me
surrendered themselves to a fellow Israelite to pay off a debt, that's how they get into it. Were you not listening?
Well, I was listening. What I'm trying to, he's trying to tell me whether I'm condemning that or not, right?
Yes,
Is that
that's correct.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I don't condemn that.
Okay. I'm losing some hope for you. Can you tell me why?
Okay, good. So we have people. The way they get in is once God sets it in a way that these people go sell themselves, like that's what you're saying. They
I
they
know we
go.
want to focus on the male debt slave. I know we want to focus on the male debt slave. I don't
Yeah.
want you to focus on him for a minute. As atrocious as I think that situation is for him, I want you to focus on the child that is born to the female slave that was given to the male debt slave. I want you to focus on the child.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So he allowed himself.
The child allowed
No,
himself.
no, no, no. The man.
Okay. Okay.
Then his offsprings, right? You're talking about his offsprings
Hmm.
will be
Yep.
slaves, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's the man's choice, and then he brought upon himself that. Then it goes on because God says He allows 7 generations. I think the other time He said that there's a law God sets up. You know what I'm saying? Like you go, and then, for example, here even right now we're talking about abortions and stuff like that.
Okay.
People
Wait.
make a decision.
Because
People
I
make a
understand what you're
decision
saying,
to their
right?
offspring.
Let me see if I can steel man what you're saying, because I really don't want you to go down this path and make things worse for yourself here. You're saying that sin has generational effects.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to set aside for a moment the idea that debt slave is there because of sin, because that's not in the text at all. Now, remember what I said about making this argument in 1805, Georgia?
Mm-hmm.
Now I want you to make that argument in 1825, Georgia.
Okay. That 1825 in Georgia without a will. Is that what you're saying?
Would you make the argument standing in 1825 Georgia after the law of 1807, where you can't kidnap people, like now the people that are enslaved in the Americas, or at least in the United States, are almost exclusively those that are like second or third generation born into slavery. Would you say to them, listen, sin has its effects generationally? So yeah, you're slaves. You're owned as property, but that was like your great grandfather's decision.
I wouldn't say that. That's a different case.
Why? What's different about it?
Well, you were saying that earlier with his own free will that he went and enslaved himself, but these people, African Americans, it's not a will.
Okay, so if the person that is initially enslaved, if that is against their will, then it's bad if their children and grandchildren are chattel slaves. But
Yeah.
if the grandfather, the great grandfather, voluntarily becomes a slave, then owning the children and grandchildren as chattel, that's okay.
Yeah, free will, we call it.
I'm not sure what else to say to you.
You know that there's people that actually, they don't have nothing to eat or anything. They go and then slave themselves.
So let's say that somebody who was, that's just a hypothetical free person in 1775 or 1782, right? Says, I've come on really hard times. I had some bad crop years. I can't feed my family. Like, I've got to do something. You know what? I'm under extreme duress here. What are my options? I'm going to go over to this white landowner and I'm going to sell myself to him. You know what? It's that or die, right?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like what you're saying, and I'm trying to give you all the opportunities in the world here, Save,
Yeah.
to correct me. It
I,
sounds like what you're saying is that if he does that, then a Georgia slave owner in 1840 who owns his great-grandchild sucks to be that great-grandchild, but it's perfectly justified.
Yes. Let me tell you why. Because
Thinker,
upon his
I think you
will,
may have to take over here. I don't know what else to do.
no, listen to me. Okay, thank you. If that person is going under debt, he is going and then freely, I'm against kidnap. Even for that, we have a law. Even for that, it says you have to treat him and then pay him a fair wage.
No, it doesn't say that.
Well, it does. That it does.
I am so excited again for you to show me in the Hebrew Bible where it says that those that are slaves have to be paid. I'm super excited.
Even it says that if the masters, if they don't pay the wages,
No, don't give me a paraphrase, right? Give me the verse because I'm so excited to hear it.
Okay.
Again, I'm going to want you to give a peer-reviewed paper at SBL when you show me this.
Yeah, I'm going to give you, but
slaves are paid. That's what I'm really excited to see.
Okay, yeah.
Thinker, I'm not missing something here.
No.
Maria Lala, I haven't gone off the deep end here like this.
Not at all.
Okay. Thinker, this is what I was talking about. Like, I think if you'd catch this guy on the street and say, hey, totally out of context, what do you think about owning other people's property? He'd be like, oh my God, that's awful. It's terrible. Put it in the context of if you have to say it's awful or terrible and that the Bible then endorses or endorsed something immoral. Go ahead. Sorry. All set.
Can you read it for us?
Sorry, we didn't hear what you said.
Ephesians.
Do you know?
What?
Do you know what I mean when I say the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible?
Well, for me, it's the same.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to do.
What do you mean?
Do you know what the Old Testament is when we say that?
Yeah, you're saying the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Yes, so you understand those terms.
It does not conflict.
So okay, that's a great theological position to take. But when I ask you, can you show me in the Old Testament X, and you say 1 Timothy or you say Ephesians, you can understand why I might be baffled by that.
Well, okay. Could you take that and then read it, what it says about slavery? Because you're talking about 18 something, which is in the New Testament area, right? 18 is not in the Old Testament era.
I don't think I understand what you're saying.
We are
so
in
you're
the New
saying,
Testament. You understand?
You're saying that the New Testament,
yeah,
everything after let's say
Jesus
100,
Christ. Yeah.
150
After the birth of
CE,
Jesus Christ.
everything after that, we can just ignore the Hebrew
No,
Bible.
that's not what I'm saying. But
Oh,
I gave you a scenario because you are trying to relate from Old
okay.
Testament.
So here's what I want you to do, Saved. In the future, I want you to operate with me in good faith here. So when I say to you, do you have a verse from the Old Testament? And you say, yes, I have a verse from the Old Testament. And I say, I'm excited for you to show me the verse from the Old Testament. And you say, I will show you the verse from the Old Testament. And then you say, read Ephesians.
Yeah.
That's not in the Old Testament, is it?
Okay, so you are believing that the Old
Yes, it's
Testament,
in the Old Testament. No, it is not in the Old Testament. Which one?
like I was telling you,
Yes, it is in the Old
The Old
Testament. No,
Testament
it's
is
not in the Old Testament. Saved. I
a
need
shadow
I need
of.
to know that you're going to operate on good faith with me. Yes, it's in the Old Testament. No, it's not in the Old Testament.
Mm. So the argument is
Yes, it's in the Old Testament. No, it's not in the Old Testament.
Free thought. The answer would be no. I don't know.
yeah.
For,
Could you hold on a second? Yeah, you can
yeah, I'm
do
sorry, I
that.
wasn't talking to you. Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I was talking to somebody in the chat.
I don't know how much more I can do here. This is scary.
You can give up whenever you want, Dr. Bo.
I will take the L. No, I think the point has been made, much to my chagrin.
Somebody said it's an unfair debate. Mita says you cannot define slavery by your own perspective. I'm wondering what she thinks that we should be using to define slavery.
I
Feelings.
just
Because I don't. Yeah, I think so.
I can't
God. I think God.
I can't understand. I don't know how you do this every day, because you must get confronted with these things every day, thinker. I like I think better of humanity than for someone to say, well, if their great grandfather volunteered for it, then it's perfectly moral for the great grandchild to be a chattel slave. I don't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
You're born into it.
So that makes it right?
Well, what I'm saying is those people don't have a chance.
Do you
Sometimes.
understand when I ask you a yes or no question?
Mm-hmm.
Can you just answer it yes or no and then explain? So it makes it right that they're born into it, or it doesn't make it right that they're born into it?
Well, look, you say the father.
So no, you can't. You
Hey, hey,
can't answer
how
yes or
about
no.
you yourself
You
here
can't answer yes or
now?
no.
You
Listen, I'm
have.
going to give you one more chance to do this, and I'm going to say I'm done. Is it right? Is it moral to be a chattel slave, for someone to own another person as permanent property and hand them on as inheritance to their children? That is moral if that person that is a chattel slave is born into it.
But you answer yourself that because if you right
All right,
now
I'm
have
done. He
have
can't do it.
well, I was gonna give you.
Did somebody take him
To
down?
read that.
Saved by Grace, thank you so much for coming up.
I usually apologize at moments like this when I feel like I was probably a little too hard on somebody, But this is one of the few times that I feel like that one was necessary.
Yeah, but you know what? Like you're not as hard as I am on them. So, like when I can't stand repeating myself, and so I probably would have been saying cuss words already. Especially like when I feel like they're being intentionally obtuse and then not answering the questions. That's why I said I'm working on my control on that because I don't have patience with that. So you were not too hard there. If you're in the guest request box and you want to be on stage, please comment so we can bring you up. Ria, do you want to do the next one?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Why is he back in the guest request? Why is he back? It's weird.
Why do y'all want to be
What
saved so
pastor?
bad? Like, what
Bring
pastor?
what pastor up? Bring what pastor up?
Is there a pastor in the request?
What pastor are y'all talking about? I don't see a pastor in the request. There's 38 people in the request box. If you are one of them that want to come up on stage, please comment I'm here so that we can bring you up, please. Thank you. You can only come on stage to ask off-topic questions if you are a member of the community and have one of those nerd badges next to your name. A lamp on a hill? Is that what it is? Is that the name? I am a lamp. I mean, what did it say? I saw it. It went by. Lamp on a hilltop. Go ahead, Ria.
Okay. Hi. Are you Christian? Or like, what are you?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Okay. All right. What topic did you want to pick?
The Christian God is evil.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't know if anyone's read the verse where it says that. Sorry for the noise in the background. It says that God created evil. Has people read that?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
It's Isaiah 45:7.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
It says, "I form the light and create darkness.
Yeah,
I
I know
make
what the
peace."
verse says.
Oh, I
That's
thought
what
you
I'm
asked me.
trying to. Yeah, I said yeah. Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
Wait, is this the Mezzo clone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey,
Yeah.
how are you? Welcome
I'm
back.
pretty good. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Oh, this is Mezzo.
No, they
No,
just said I
it's
sounded
not
like him.
Mezzo.
He
I think
sounds
it
like
might be.
Mezzo.
Yeah, I think he may. Well, we went through this before. Me and Fee, we wouldn't debate him because we tried, but he sounds like Mezzo, but he's not Mezzo. And he might be Mezzo's little brother. I don't know, but yeah, he's not
Mezzo, come
Mezzo.
get your man.
No,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I want to stay, on topic because I know you guys have a lot of trouble with people just going left and right. But I did want to say that I enjoy Dr. Bowen. I believe that's his name. I like hearing him because it helps me look at different things, and the dude is really knowledgeable. So,
Yes, he is a scholar.
Yeah, no, that's cool because I'm not, you know. So
Yeah.
I just like I read when I can, you know, life is busy, but to hear someone who, you know, goes through it like that, like it's interesting that you guys are studying more than Christians. But I think for me, I always kind of like to go into conversations that are more difficult because it helps me learn, you know, like where holes are in my faith or like, you know, things like that. So
Right. So
I,
going back to the topic, you
for
said
sure,
you were asking about reading Isaiah 45. Okay, we know that verse. Go
cool.
ahead.
Yeah. So it's I create evil. There's this difference between evil to us and evil to God. And I think because there's other ways that the word
What's the difference?
so there's other ways that like the word evil is used throughout Scripture. As I'm learning this, I'm going through this, you know, as I speak. So I'm not saying I know everything, but
Right.
evil.
In the verse that you were talking about, how is
Yeah.
that word used exactly?
So God, He does everything.
Yeah.
Whether
So
you know,
when it says I
it's
create evil, that
yeah.
word specifically, like what kind of evil is it talking about there?
It could mean like the destroying of a entire community. It could mean on a lower, on a that's on a bigger scale, on a lower, like an individual
Like
level, killings.
genocide.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
All those
So, and
things.
you said that's different for humans and God. So, as a
Yeah.
human, you don't think that's evil. You don't think that's wrong
No, as a
to
human,
commit
I
genocide.
would. Yeah,
But
as a
to God,
human.
but
Yeah,
okay. So, just follow me here a little bit, okay? I don't want us to get
sure,
confused.
sure.
So, you gave the verse saying, well, sometimes when they use evil, it doesn't necessarily mean blah blah blah, and it can mean so many different things. And then you said God's evil and humans' evil are different. So if in this verse he says, I create evil, and the evil he's talking about here is also evil that we would say is evil,
Mm.
I'm confused.
Uh, yeah. I mean, I understand. I mean, so am
So
I kind of.
in this
But
verse, human beings and God agree to what evil is, correct?
sorry, could you say that again?
In this verse that you gave me, human
Mm.
beings and the God are agreeing what evil is here, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think to some point. I think to some point, but
Okay,
I
then
think.
can you give me
Yeah.
the difference? That's why I was asking you. What would be the difference here? So if human beings were to see the word used here and it means distress, it means to be, to cause chaos, to cause people to be in pain, right? To be
Mm.
malicious. And
Mm.
human beings also consider those things evil. Where is the difference?
Um, I don't know if I know how to answer the question the best. Uh,
Okay, I'm asking you because it's something that came out of your mouth. You said evil to humans might not be the same thing as evil to God. You said there's a
yes.
difference.
Yeah.
But in the verse that you're giving me, we're both agreeing here that God means calamity. He means genocide. He means horrible things, right?
Mm.
That is evil. That is something he considers to be evil. And he's saying he created said thing. But then as
Mm.
a human being, when you look at that passage and you look at that word, what it means, you also agree that that is evil, correct?
Mm.
So where is the difference?
Because the difference is the mind of God. I mean, that's what I'm saying is the
So you
difference
know the
of,
mind of God.
you know, what I'm saying through Scripture. We get to know the mind of God is like I could look at this and I'm like I don't agree with slavery. I'm not like for
No, but
slavery.
we just agreed. We just read the definition for this is the God speaking here, correct?
Hold on,
Hmm.
hold on, hold on. What do you mean? Like you don't agree with slavery? But like
I
you
don't
see it
agree
through
with
the.
slavery.
No, I'm saying, but you're saying like through the mind of God. Like, what do you mean? Like, is there a difference on?
Yeah, yeah,
What do you
there
mean?
is. I mean, because because this, when I look at the mind of God, when I look at God, I may not understand so many things. So that's the issue I think that you guys are having when you're talking to Christians is because Christians like to believe that they know everything about Scripture
But
or
what
about it.
what inside the mind of God would make slavery not evil?
What inside the mind of God would make it's the
Yeah.
way. Yeah, I mean, it's slavery in my eyes would be evil. I'm destroying,
But it's
the
not
destroying
evil
a
when God
nation.
does it. Right, but you're saying like through the mind of God,
Mhm.
it's not the evil that we see. Like what
Yeah,
is it?
it's
What is it?
something. It's something else. It's something that is left to be understood. That's why
Like
it
what?
says that. I mean, it says that God is a mystery.
No, no,
So
no. Well,
there's,
no, I'm saying like
yeah.
other than you saying that, oh, it's just God, so therefore it can't be evil because God did it. I don't see it. I don't understand how you're saying that, from the human mind, slavery is evil, but through this God's mind, it's not. Like I don't hear a because in there, right? Other than the fact that He's just God.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking into it, as we speak, why? Because I see it's like slavery is evil, wiping out, an entire world is evil, and saving eight is evil in the view of me being a human. And
Matt,
I think what I'm
I'm
saying
sorry.
is there is a difference. No, you can go ahead.
No, Mezzo is trying to shift your voice now because of what you're saying. Mezzo was like, "That ain't my voice no more. That's Dr. Bowen's voice now." I'm I'm trying to understand when you say like through the mind of God, right?
Hmm.
You're saying that we see evil, right? As a human,
Yeah.
we see slavery, we see evil.
Uh-huh.
But when you look at it through the mind of God, then what?
He's doing
Then it
something
does it become
else.
so then is it justified when you as a Christian look at slavery through the mind of God, then slavery is justified?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Can
Yeah.
I? Can
So,
I? Can I? It's just so that I can understand and maybe get. So,
mhm.
are you saying this is akin to like Genesis 37 when Joseph is sold into slavery? That slavery was evil, but later he says you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. That ultimately there's some good, on balance, good outcome that God plans through it. Is that what you mean? So
Yes.
the act remains
Yeah.
evil, but the outcome,
Hmm.
okay.
That is, yeah, that is what I mean.
So it's still the act itself is still evil.
Yes.
So you're not saying that there's a context in which, unless you're saying that good means on balance, in the end, it brings about God's God's plan. Like in other words, that Joseph's brothers couldn't turn around and say, okay, God meant it for well, so it was good that we did that.
Hmm.
They wouldn't be able to say that, is what you're
No,
saying.
because they don't know because it's the blindness of being a human.
So
They
what
don't
was
know what they're
the
doing.
the goodness of the Gentiles being enslaved to the Israelites?
Well, I think the entirety of the Old Testament is the point of the Messiah. Like that's the is like the
Except it's not.
mind.
Except it's not, right? What so for the Gentiles, right, that were enslaved, actually let's go to the women that were enslaved to the Israelites for life.
Yeah.
And uh their sexuality was sold to men. What was the good of that? What was the good in that in your God's mind?
Um. What is it? What does it say?
Women were property of men for life when they were sold into slavery, and their sexual organs were sold, right, to men for the purposes of procreation, sex, and marriage, right? Um, what was your God's plan of goodness for that?
I mean, I can't give you like a great answer. I also would have to read. I don't know exactly know what you're talking about. Um,
In Exodus 21, when it says that you may sell your daughters into slavery,
mhm,
and they shall not go free like the men go free,
mhm,
and uh, the slave master can designate her for himself, or he can designate her for his son, right?
mhm,
If he takes on a second wife, he can't downgrade her to a concubine. He has to keep treating her as a wife. If he doesn't do any of that, then he has to set her free,
mhm,
right? In this Bible, women slaves were often given to Israelite men to have sex with for the purposes of carrying a baby for the Israelite woman if she was barren.
mhm.
So their bodies were used as a surrogate against, whether they want to or not, because they could not give consent. What was your God's purpose of good in that? For you as a believer of this God to look
Mhm.
at that through the mind of God, through the Jesus goggles, and say, "Yep, that's good. That's not evil."
No, I believe that it is evil. I believe I like kind of what
But through the mind of God that you are telling us that we need to look through, right? Through the mind
yeah.
of God and through Jesus' eyes, tell us the good in that.
I can't necessarily tell you the good in it, but what I could say about it is that the view of God is us like children, is us like like kids. So we're all kids. Even when you're 90 years old, you're still a child to God. So when you see kids outside playing and they're doing something, you almost allow them to do things that aren't. I mean, obviously, what I mean is you allow them to do dangerous things or things that aren't necessarily what I would do. But in allowing them to do those things, which are kind of these really hard to even think about things that you just mentioned, something is happening. So,
Yeah, what
and God is
happened to
doing
let these
something.
women's bodies be used? Like this was
I can't give you a good
thousands
answer.
of years ago. So you don't have an answer for that. Like this happened
No.
7,000 years ago, and you still don't know an answer as to why your God allowed women's bodies to be sold through sex slavery.
Well, because I'd have to go back and read, all of that in the context to get an answer. I don't want to give you an answer just because I think I know all things, because that's not the case. So since I can't give you an answer that I'm comfortable with, like I can't, you know what I mean? So,
So why
um,
would you come up with this solution if you don't have an answer to explain it? Like, did you think that we were not going to ask for examples of that?
no, I came up to talk about these things
No,
because
you
I think
gave us this
oh,
solution. Like this was your answer, right? You brought up
yeah,
Isaiah 45:7 to Ria.
yeah,
This
mhm,
was your explanation of Isaiah 45:7.
yeah.
And then you said that we need to look at it through the mind of God,
No,
right?
I didn't say that you have to.
You said that we'll see the evil unless we do.
No, well, I mean that's the you don't have to do that. I was just saying that that's how I view it.
Right. You're saying that we see evil, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Because we don't understand the mind of God,
Hmm.
right? But
Yeah.
if you as a believer, right, see it through the mind of God, then you see good.
Well, I think it just goes back to what Dr. Bowen said. I can't, like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't,
I
I'm
mean,
not
you
trying
see
to
a good
be,
outcome. I know what Dr. Bowen said. You said you
yeah.
see a good outcome. There is a reason for the slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you're saying. You're not saying anything different than what anybody else has come up here and said. There is a reason for the slavery, and I'm asking you what that reason would be that your God would allow women's bodies to be sold for the purposes of sex.
I'll have to look into it. I'm not like on board with that. I'm not like stoked on that. Like, I have
Doesn't matter.
girls,
You're still saying
like,
that basically you're saying it's moral and just in your God's eyes. You're not saying anything different than what anybody else has said up here on this stage. You're basically saying it's just because God did it.
mhm,
It's moral because God did it. It's not evil because God did it. God is good, therefore God must have had a good reason to allow it. That's what you're saying.
mhm.
I don't know,
Yeah. I mean,
Dr.
that's,
B. Am I
Yeah.
clocking that wrong?
No, I mean, sorry, having a tough time finding the mute button. No, I mean, I feel like that's this is. I think this is sort of the essence of biblical theism, right? Like, it's the Isaiah 55 principle. God's ways are higher than our ways, and so we can't, we can't really know. Uh, we can't really know what it is that ultimately God is going to do, but we trust that He's doing something good, right?
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
I think that where I would obviously I think that the problem here is that this probably goes against pretty hard against your intuitions, right? You probably have intuitions that it's like these things are really bad, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, I think this this is the it's an honest position, um, but I think the way that it's employed often is kind of calloused. I'm not saying you're employing it that way, um, but I think that it often is, and it becomes a very sort of not a way to. It's a way to essentially, intended or not, hand wave away the
For sure.
atrocities. And again, I'm not suggesting that's your
Yeah.
intent here, but I think that's the reason that it's so problematic because you know what it's like, and I'll shut up. Sorry, but it's my dad lost his older brother. They were very close, and I'm sure all of us have experienced something like this. And we were out at a restaurant having dinner like 2 days later, and a friend of his came up and said, "Hey, how you doing, man?" And my dad's 6'4", 280 pounds. He's like a monster, and I've never seen him cry except at my uncle's funeral. And so he was sitting there like still visibly quite shaken. And the guy like kind of slapped him on the shoulder and said, "Well, he's in a better place."
Yeah.
It's the whole Romans 8:28 thing,
Mm.
right? All things work together for good,
Yeah.
and I think the problem with that is a very pragmatic problem, and that is that it takes the Bilhahs and the Zilpahs and the Hagars and essentially sweeps them under the rug.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm not suggesting that's your intent here. I want to be very clear about that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's where it ultimately ends up practically. It says, yeah, that stuff. It sucks that your brother died, but hey, all things work together for good, brother.
Yeah.
And there are very few times that I've actually been afraid of my father. That was a moment that I would not have wanted to be that guy. So anyway, sorry, Thinker, you asked me a
No,
very
man.
simple question, and I droned on. Sorry about that.
No, it's good, man. I mean, I appreciate these types of conversations. That's what I was saying. Like, I don't want to be the slippery Christian that comes up here and do that, but I want to give honest answers. I want to, like, I'm studying, I'm looking. I had an experience with God, and now I have to. I read it and I'm like, oof, some things you read, you're like, oh my gosh, like. So but then you have to go into it and be like, well, why is this happening? Why, and then because if you're saying I'm following Christ or I'm taking the book as a whole as the truth, well, there's some things in there that are going to be really, really hard for you to like hold on to. And I think every Christian deals with that. And just like what he was saying, Christians sometimes like, and I figured this out early, like, at some points, and everyone sucks at some point, but a lot of times Christians do because they just chalk it up to like, oh, he's in a better place now. And like that standpoint does suck. And
Yeah, that's literally what you just did, though. And then when I asked you for an example of a good outcome when slavery is a good thing, right? You said I don't know, but that's what you came up here and got. Like, you brought up slavery.
And I
I
also
brought up slavery.
Yeah, you did. That's why I stopped, because I don't think Rhea caught it.
I don't even remember.
I
Sorry.
I also think when we have this mindset of this ends justifies the means mindset that a lot of believers do with this God, often what that means is that we're relegating a human being's entire life experience to a lesson for us. And that just doesn't seem kind. Like, I don't feel like I'm
Yeah.
any more extravagant than any other human being, right? But I
Hmm.
wouldn't want my entire existence just to be relegated to a lesson that this God needed to teach, when there's so many better ways to teach a lesson than utilizing a human being's life.
Yeah. I agree. Um, why would God allow men to essentially rape women and steal something precious? Why would he allow this? I, I can't give a great answer. That's why I was, like I look at it, I'm like, I see it. And although I want to give you some answer that's going to be like, oh, like I can't, and I'd have to look more into it and I'd have to study that part. The main thing I was talking about is the idea of evil, which, you know, um, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I care about you guys the same way I care about, other friends that I have, and I came up here because I enjoy talking to you guys.
Well, I mean,
If
to be
I
honest,
can.
we've only talked to you one time, right?
Yeah.
And so to say that you care about us when you don't really know us, and you don't know how to care about us, right?
Yeah.
You do, you don't know that the things that you're saying, if you knew that, then if you did, then you would know. You coming up here saying that slavery was a good plan for God to bring about good in the world, then you would have known that would not have set over well with us.
Yeah, I know, but a true friend isn't someone who always says, lie or says something that isn't hard for the person to, like if someone has a booger on their nose and it's easier to say like, oh, I don't want to say they have a booger because it's awkward, but it's better to tell
Mm-hmm.
them. So I believe that, that's what I mean
Yeah,
is I
but you
can
came up
care.
here half cocked. You don't have anything, like you didn't have anything to follow that up. You came up
Well,
here and said, no, what you did was you came up here and said, slavery. And again, I don't know why you brought up slavery when you chose, is the Christian God evil, right? But you came up here and you said, just like slavery, right? You have to look at it through the mind of God, right? Humans see it as evil, but through God, it's not evil, right? There's a better purpose for it. That's what you came up here and said. And when I asked for you to clarify that, expand on it further, give me examples of when slavery came out to be a better thing for the Gentiles in this book, that your God allowed the Israelites to enslave, you could not do that. So you
mhm.
came up here half cocked, right?
Is
Unable
that okay?
to
Can I come
expand
up here
on
that
that.
way or because I
No, you
mean,
cannot, because because the next thing that I'm going to do, right, is I'm going to say, looking at this text, which one of these people that owned slaves saw God and heard God say that it's okay to own other humans?
yeah, I mean, if I came up here, I unprepared, I apologize. I'm,
No, I'm asking you a question now.
oh, sorry. What was the question?
Which slave owner saw God and talked to God face to face, and God told them that it was okay to own another human?
Which prophet was
Why,
that?
why, why did what slave owner in this book talked to this God face to face and got the okay from the God that it is okay to own another human?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Moses.
Okay.
Moses was the only person who claims that he was talking to this God and gave them the directive to go and enslave other humans. Now, the people who followed Moses, did they talk to this God? Did they see this God saying, go and own other humans, or it's okay to own other humans? Or did they get this information from another human?
Yeah, they got it. Like when it's talking about it, they got it from Moses, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they got it from another human. Every claim in
Hmm.
this book is from another human.
Yeah.
So to be trying to justify slavery and justify it through the mind of a God, when when nobody has ever seen a God, right?
Hmm.
And no one can prove that they talked to a God, is
Hmm.
quite disgusting.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's another topic about people seeing God. But
No, it's not. I'm not
do you want
talking
to
about
talk
what
about
I'm
that?
not talking about. No, I'm
Oh.
not talking about people seeing God. You
Oh,
are
okay.
saying that slavery was done for a good reason,
Hmm.
because it was through the eyes of God or through the mind of God, right?
Hmm.
It has to be good because God said that it was okay. Except the God was a man named Moses, or whoever wrote this book, because it wasn't Moses. It was a
But God was.
human being. It was a human being saying, "This is what God said to me."
Yeah, well, it was God speaking to Moses, and then Moses speaking into
You
the people.
so do you know how do you know that? If I were to
That's
tell you
just
right
that's what
now,
it.
if I were to tell you right now that God spoke to me and said
Mhm.
that it's okay to enslave people, right? How
Mhm.
would you know that I actually spoke to a God?
If you told me that God spoke to you today, that it's okay to enslave people,
Yeah, how would you know that I actually spoke to a God? It doesn't have to
well,
be today. Pretend I'm Moses.
okay, back then, I would have to, it's. I guess it's the circumstances. If you said that now, I could say that it wouldn't be true and it wasn't God because of what we're dealing with now.
What? Because of
Um,
what? Your God never condemned slavery in this book. It was not your God who said slavery was bad. It was human beings. So if I came to you today and I said your God said that it's okay to enslave other humans, and if you go according to this book, then all you would have to say is okay and believe it. But your God never condemns slavery.
he gives like parameters with it.
No, no. What parameters does he give with it? Don't enslave other Israelites.
Yeah, is that what you're talking? Oh, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You're talking about the. So what you're saying is that the idea of slavery came from Moses, and it wasn't from God.
No, I said you have no proof. Nobody has any proof. This is a claim in a book saying that a man named Moses got these laws from a God that
Yeah.
nobody can prove. And then even inside the book, there are people inside the book who are just blindly following Moses
Mm.
because Moses set these laws in place.
So are you asking me how does one know if God is truly speaking to a man, and how is it just not from the mind of a man?
Yes, this whole book is from the mind of men. This whole book is written from the mind of different men saying God said.
Yeah, because it's because of the actions of the man, the things that the man is saying, uh, the just what's going on in the time frame. I mean, it's kind of a broad question because there's so many, people who do say that they spoke with God and God showed them this and God showed them that, and
And
it's
then
also
so what
something
you
that.
base your morality on what other people say or God said to them in their head, something that you can't even verify?
So if someone, it's verified, like that's what I mean, because these topics are kind of like different topics because it's
No,
spiritual.
they're not.
So if, well,
They're
I mean,
not different
I'm down to.
topics.
No, they're not. I just didn't know if we could go. I wanted, I didn't know if you wanted to
It's
stay
the same
broad
topic.
or
This is
not
the
broad.
same topic. This is the same topic. How do you verify when a man comes to you and say God said?
When a man
How do
comes
you
in, yeah.
verify that a
Hmm.
human comes to you and say God said? How do you verify what that human is talking to a God, and that God actually said what that human said? A God said to it.
The character of the man.
And what? So because you believe in the character of the man, then you do what that man said or God said to do?
You know what I'm saying? If that man, if the character of that man was like aligned with the characteristics of the fruit of the spirit,
Can I ask a
then what the
question?
man.
What character would you need to have to be like for a slave owner, for you to look at a slave owner and say, "Oh, this is a good man"? What character? Like, do we understand that we're talking about owning people here?
Oh,
You're
well, I
saying
didn't
the
know if she was
person's
talking about
character.
that or just kind of broadly, like, how
Yeah,
do you know if a
you're not.
man.
It doesn't sound like you're paying attention to the conversation at all. She's asking you about Moses. Moses comes down with laws saying that the Israelites can own people as property. That was a revelation he says he got from your God.
Mhm.
So she's asking you, how do you say this is God talking to this person or this is God not talking to this person? Like, can you engage with that?
I don't know
Uh,
how anybody would say this is the same thing as a doctor. This is not the same thing as a doctor. That makes no fucking sense. Doctors use x-ray machines. Doctors use CT scans. Doctors use things that can verify what the fuck is going on in your body. There are pictures that they can use to verify. You don't have a picture of your head of a conversation of a god.
No one else can witness that conversation.
yeah, and sorry, Thinker, I didn't know you were specifically still talking about Moses. I thought you were kind of going into more of a broad, like, how do I know it's God
It
speaking
doesn't
to a
have to
man?
just be Moses. Was Moses not a human being?
No, I mean, I just didn't know if she was, specifically talking about that or just being more broad about how you know.
No, she's asking you in general. If someone were to come and tell you that the God says they can now own other people, how would you be able to verify that a God told them that? Just like Moses.
What's his name? Said, "Oh my God, she's manifesting." I did manifest, Stephen. I just got $1,000 deposit into my PayPal account, and I manifested that shit. So thank you for noticing that.
I don't know. I mean, I again, like, context matters. I don't know how it was for those guys around Moses in that day and the things they're thinking about and the things that are going on. I don't know how it was to be a man in that time. My view is from right now and the way things are in this life. So I can verify, I can look at a man now who comes to me and says, "Oh, God told me this." And I can look and be like, "No, he didn't," or "Yes, he did." I can verify that now, today. Back then, it's a little different because I didn't come up then, and there was different constructs and different things happening. So the context was very much different. But I can tell you honestly that today, if a man comes to me and says, "God said," I can verify whether he did or he didn't.
No, you can't. How can you
I can.
verify?
That's what I was going to
How?
ask you.
How?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
That's
through the
that's
spirit.
literally what we've been asking you. How can you verify?
Yeah, it's through the spirit. It's through characteristics. You can tell by the
That
voice of
doesn't mean
someone.
that a God is talking to you. It like literally every fruit of the spirit that you're talking about, right? Gentleness, patience, long
Yeah.
suffering, right?
Yeah.
Every fruit of the spirit that you're talking about, any human, regardless if they believe in your God, can have those characteristics. They
True.
don't need your God or that Holy Spirit to do it. It does not mean that a God is talking to you.
Well, it depends, because I've had people who aren't followers of God say something to me, and then I'm like, wow, I could tell that it was something that was different than what they thought.
Oh, you would have
That
fun
doesn't even
here
make any sense.
because we
Well,
hear
if I
followers of Christ every single day go to hell and back and say the most atrocious things, the most disgusting things, like things that you don't even want to hear on a regular, things that keep you up at night.
yeah,
Believers in your Jesus have said those things. So I don't know how amazing that radar is for you.
And you also
well,
apparently can't utilize any characteristics of the God. Like you can't say, well, this message doesn't seem like it aligns with God's character. Because apparently the God can do awful things. So he can direct his people to do things that are outside of his character. And it seems like when he does that, then believers just go to, oh, he must have had a reason. So what is the methodology that you utilize that to determine whether or not a claim somebody says comes from God is really for God, from God, other than it sounds right to me?
Yeah, I mean that's the whole idea of being a Christian is that when you're following Christ, is you're really going into that spiritual mode. You're looking at life spiritually. You're looking at things spiritually because you, as a human being, it's very hard to handle the things that are going on. So what you do as a Christian is you're clinging to that spirit. You're sowing into spiritual things.
Do you talk to the spirit?
I talk to God. I have a
You
not
talk to
to bring
God.
up.
Okay. Let on the hilltop. You talk to God. Did
Sure.
God tell you that the story of the Israelites in Egypt was fake? That it never
No.
happened? Did God tell you that?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Sorry about
God
that.
God is your friend. Lap on the hill. God is your friend, correct?
Um,
God, he's your
I've
friend. You
never
talk
thought of
to
it
him.
that way. I look at it more as my father, as the one who made me.
He's your father. Okay.
Yeah.
And you talk to him. He cares
Hmm.
about you, correct?
Yes.
But he didn't tell you that the story of the Israelites in Egypt was a
No.
myth.
No. Sorry.
What did he
You can
tell
kick me
you?
off.
Did he?
I have to
No,
handle
no, no.
something
Wait a
really
minute. I
quick.
thought.
No, because the kid.
Hold
I
on.
just have
You
to
said
go
what?
because my girls are going crazy. I have to handle something with the kids real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You can take me off, or I'll stay on.
You could mute. Oh, I'm not changing subjects. Trust that, Daryl Washington. It's the same subject. I see the super chat. I'm gonna wait for just a second because I want to make sure that we stay on this topic right here, and then I'll read the super chat. To those of you that are asking to be added, I don't do more than one person on stage at a time unless you are a host. So you can stop adding me, stop adding the host. When Lep on the Hill leaves, we'll add the next person.
These fruits of the spirit, y'all got to turn them on.
I genuinely want to know why God didn't tell him that the Israelites were never enslaved in Egypt. Like
Well,
if God is, teaching him to see slavery through his mind and that there is a purpose for it. Like Joseph was never in Egypt as a second in command. That was you, Yah, right? A Hissock. They weren't enslaved in Egypt for 430 years. At best, they would have been in Egypt for 210 years, and it throws off the whole entire chronology. There's no record of them ever being enslaved in Egypt, ever. And if they were enslaved in Egypt and he did all these miracles to set them free, then why would he send them into Canaan when Egypt was the occupier of Canaan? He would have been sending them from Egypt back into Egypt and Canaan. I just want to know why God didn't tell you that. If we just trust in man's word and you can test it out like that, I want to know. No, there is record of the Israelites. The Israelites were real people. Around 1207 BCE is the first that you see them in history.
There's just no Israel. The land itself, that's what did not exist until modern times. I think that's
Right.
what people get confused
Yeah,
about.
exactly. There was a northern kingdom that the Assyrians did destroy, but they didn't reach full statehood. The Assyrians destroyed them before they reached full statehood. And while the north was booming, the south, Judah, was a small little 20 village land. Like they didn't have a kingdom the same time the north did. That's made up too. Their kingdom didn't wasn't established until like the 7th century BCE. A lot of the stuff in this book is made up. It's mythology. I'm just trying to figure out why the God didn't tell y'all that if y'all talking to him every day.
Okay. Because I didn't ask him. That was what I was
Well,
gonna
I
say.
mean, but he's teaching you how to see slavery through his eyes from something that never happened. Now, why would a God teach you that? Like the Sinai covenant, right? The Sinai narrative was not created until 7th century BCE, which means that like even the Jews, the Jewish people know that Sinai narrative with Moses on Mount Sinai never really happened. So why would a God be teaching you how to see this institution of slavery through his eyes as something good and beneficial for something that never really happened? That's what I would like to know. Are you there?
Oh, I guess I got muted again. Sorry. Um, I was just saying that my historical stuff is terrible. So as far as like everything connecting biblically and then what people say happened, I haven't really looked into all of that a lot.
But why would you
I
need to if you have access to the God and you talk to the God? Remember, you don't need to verify whether a God is talking to a human if that human has good characteristics, right? If that human has the fruits of the Spirit. So there's no point in you studying, right?
no,
There's
there
no
is.
point in you
Yeah,
validating the
because
claim. You came up here and you said that there is a
yeah,
good reason for slavery if you look
yeah,
at it through the mind of God.
yeah.
Except this didn't happen. The slave laws in this book were not even used in Israel.
Oh, so you mean so like what it says in the scripture is different than the historical facts?
They didn't use these laws to decide uh slavery in Israel.
Yeah. I don't.
So
I'm sorry.
what I'm trying
I
to
don't know
figure
about a
out
lot of
is
that.
like the God has you justifying something, right? That somebody in Israel, right, in history, a Hebrew in history wrote this stuff down and said this is what Yahweh would have wanted,
Literally everything here.
right?
Okay.
Not what it was. This is the way Yahweh would have wanted things, how Yahweh would have wanted things to be. And you're like, "Yep, this is how it's supposed to be. This would be good because God said so." But it was a human who said that a God said this. And it wasn't Moses. They don't even know who wrote this.
Um, Yeah.
Justifying evil, right? And saying,
Hmm.
"Oh, it's okay because God said," especially when the God can only speak through a human, is dangerous. It's dangerous because that's where manipulation lies. That's where humans are manipulated to do evil things for other evil humans in the name of a God.
Yeah, that's why everything is so. That's why it's so hard. That's why it's so hard because people can claim that God spoke to them and they do something, and then people believe it. And you have cults and all these things. I mean,
Yeah,
look
but
at
where is your
Christianity.
God? Where is your God coming down to say, actually, this denomination is not for me? That cult that just unalived themselves, that's not actually my cult. Like, where is the God coming to denounce these people?
Through people who are actually walking
Through other
in.
human beings, right? So you still need to rely on another human being like yourself to say, oh, that's not of God. Where is the God himself coming to tell you that, oh, that man that has a slave, I didn't actually tell him to go buy slaves. Oh, that person that committed genocide in my name, actually, that's not my follower. Where is the God coming to say that?
And you justify
Yeah.
genocide. Like whatever God you're talking to never said, lamp on a hilltop, I would never condone genocide. I would never condone slavery. Like one of the examples of two different men having two different conversations with a God is going to be in Jeremiah 7 and Exodus 20. And I'm going to show you. Give me just
Okay.
a second.
All right. My name is Michael. You don't have to call me Lamp. It's just a stupid name that I put up there. Well, it's not stupid, but and yeah, sorry if I have twins and they're crazy, so I'm trying to keep track of them. While I do enjoy talking to you guys, but that's why I'm kind of parted. They only allow me a certain amount of time.
So this would be Moses talking here, right? This is Exodus 20, verse 22, right? The belief, when you read this, the belief is that this is Moses writing. This is Moses talking on behalf of the God, right?
Hmm.
However, we know in actual history that Moses did not write this. It was written during the 7th century BCE, and we have no idea who the author is. Okay. And the belief is that there are multiple authors, right, of the Sinai narrative. Okay.
Yeah.
So Moses, this writer says that Moses said, the Lord said to Moses, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, you have seen for yourselves how I spoke with you from heaven. You shall not make gods of silver alongside me, nor shall you make for yourselves gods of gold. You need make for me only an altar of earth and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and your offerings of well-being, your sheep and your oxen, and every place where I cause my name to be remembered. I will come to you and bless you. But if you make for me an altar of stone, do not build it of hewn stones, for if you use a chisel upon it, you profane it. You shall not go up by steps to my altar, so that your nakedness may not be exposed on it." Jeremiah says, in Jeremiah 7 and 21, Jeremiah says, this God says to him, "Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices and eat the flesh. For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. But this command I gave them: obey my voice, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people. Walk only in the way that I command you, so that it may be well with you." Right? So Jeremiah's God, the conversation that Jeremiah is having with a God, or this God, says, "I never said nothing about burnt offerings. I didn't want burnt offerings. I didn't talk to them about burnt offerings when I brought them out of Egypt. Burnt offerings and sacrifices. But this writer says he did, that he commanded it. He commanded them to build an altar. Two different conversations with the same God from two different writers. One accepts sacrifices and one does not. One doesn't want them, never asked for them.
Okay.
Who's telling the truth? The writer of the Sinai covenant or Jeremiah?
Well, just kind of going through those couple verses, I'd really have to go into it and look, why he's saying particular things, because there's a lot of things that look as contradictions, but then there's always like a reason, and the
I never
reason
said these were
is,
contradictions. I never said these were contradictions.
well, he's telling one to
They're
do
not
one thing and he's
contradictions.
telling the other not to
They're
do it,
not
or that he
contradictions. These are
didn't do
two
it.
different authors. The Bible is not univocal. These are two different authors having a conversation, who believe they're having a conversation with this same God. No different than you as a Christian believing that you are having a conversation with a God, and then another Christian coming up here saying they're having a conversation with that same God, and the messages are different. Earlier tonight, we had a somebody coming here and say, this God told them to tell me that I'm going to die. Another Christian was on stage at the same time, said, nope, God didn't say that.
Mm-hmm.
God wouldn't say that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But they worship the same God. All of y'all worship the same God, but all of y'all are having a different conversation with the same God.
Mm-hmm.
Who's right?
Well, ultimately, the one that's right is the one that where it comes to pass, because nothing that God says doesn't come to pass.
Except Nineveh was not destroyed in 40 days. All you got to do is make up a narrative as to why it didn't come to pass. Ezekiel said that Nebuchadnezzar was going to take all the wealth of Tyre. That never happened. And then Ezekiel said, well, God said he's going to make up for that and he's going to give you the wealth of Egypt. That never happened. Right? But y'all still go by Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Isaiah. All of them have prophecies that have never come to pass. And then to this day, people are reinterpreting these prophecies that never came to pass. And in 2024, y'all are living your lives by them.
Yeah, it's messed up. I haven't studied it all. I haven't looked, and you've looked probably more than I have. You have more knowledge about the scripture than I probably do in some of these
But you're
aspects.
the one that
So,
has a relationship with said God, though. Like, you wouldn't, like, if I were to have a relationship with someone, I don't need to go do heavy digging to find out information about. All I gotta do is ask them, or at least at some point in our relationship, they must have mentioned these things. Like, what is the point of having a relationship with a God and you still have to go, like, he's not even giving you some clues, he's not giving you some inside knowledge. Every day you talk to him, he's not giving you any new information, like nothing that you can verify.
Mr.
That's
Big, I
crazy to
know
me.
that Mr. Big, I know that very real example of how two people can have two very different conversations with a God hit you. But what I think you need to be focused on is the fact that your fellow brothers and sisters in Christ will come in here and offer death threats in the name of your God, and you don't say shit. You've been in here complaining all fucking night about my attitude, about the things that we say in here, but you haven't said shit to not one of your brothers and sisters in this space about how they behave. So you can't say shit to me until you can talk to your own.
well, what you just said is biblical.
I don't give a fuck about your God. I'm not talking to you. I don't give a fuck about your God, but I do give a fuck when a motherfucker come in here and threaten my life. The fuck you think I'm gonna be mad about? You want me to go give him a hug? You want me to give them the gun? You want me to say thank you?
So what this is the thing is like this is where for me my gift comes in is that we do have to rebuke other Christians in situations, because if someone comes in and says you TikToker, you're going to die, um, if you were a real prophet of God, if God was really speaking to you, you would be and have the wisdom enough to not come in and say such a thing. You would say something if God showed you something that was true.
None of y'all
You're
are real prophets of God. Like when I
well, I
y'all have wanted me dead for a year. I've had
no, I don't.
multiple Christians. Like I hold on. I don't think not. I don't think any of you are prophets of God. Hold on. I do not believe any of you are prophets of God. Y'all have wanted me dead. When I say y'all, I mean Christians have come in here since December of last year and have prophesied my death once every couple of months. Hell, last earlier this year in April, I was supposed to die in 7 days. We were supposed to. One guy came in here and said that we were supposed to be invited to somebody's church and they were gonna kill us when we got there, and we still fucking here. This ain't the first death threat that we've gotten. It's the fact that y'all do it while preaching love. Y'all say this hateful shit. You condone it by saying it's evil to humans, but through the eyes of God, it's good. That's the problem, and y'all aren't seeing that. One of y'all threatened to kidnap my kids. All righteous anger and because it through the eyes of God is justifiable. You can't see the immorality in that. You can't see the immorality and fellow Christians sitting in the comments watching it happen and not saying shit, sitting back and allowing that shit to happen all because they don't agree with us in here. You don't see the hypocrisy in that. You don't see the danger in that. And then you come in here and say, oh, it's evil to humans, but through the mind of God, it's good because there is a purpose on the other end.
mm-hmm.
That is dangerous.
There's a lot of things that are dangerous.
I'm not talking about a lot of things. I'm talking about what you came in here and said.
Well, I mean, the real truth of the fact of the matter is that we take this life and we take the body that we have and we think too highly of it. We think that it's us. We think that the body is us. And when you
I ain't got
die,
nothing to do with that. I ain't got nothing
you're
to
not
do with
going to
that.
take
I
this
do
with you.
listen. I do value my life.
You're not going to take this thing with you.
Hey. I do value my life. Okay, I have things that I care about, people that I care about, right? Things that I do. I do value my life. You can not value yours. Don't put on me, right? What you put on yourself.
No, I'm just
If
talking
you
about
if it that no, you have to say you.
sure.
That is your belief.
I mean,
Just because you don't value your life, don't mean I don't.
Well, I wasn't
to
saying I don't
to
value my
even
life. I'm
start
talking
that
about
comment to
something
even
different.
start that comment by saying the fact about it, right? You're expecting people to not give a fuck about their physical bodies. Don't care about this world. That's not what's important. That the real problem here is the eternal life, right? That's what you're about to say, isn't it? Right? The problem is that human beings care too much about their bodies. Why should you care about the life that you live right now? You should be more worried about the imaginary one that you have no proof of. You literally started off that statement by saying, the fact of the matter is, what fact do you have? What other life, what other body can you actually say you will have outside of this one? Factually is the point here. What fact do you have to back up that there's any other life outside of the one that you have as of right now? Factually. You want people
Look,
not to care about the life that they have, but you don't even have any proof of anything else that they could hold on to. Just
and then
belief. Just think about it.
a Christian's response in the comments is, and you have no proof that it doesn't exist. Duh.
Right. The fact that you can show, like, I'm not the one making the claim, you are. I didn't come up here and tell you, oh, yeah, there's a life somewhere, and then I can show you how it does not actually exist. That makes no sense. You are the one that claims that there is a life after this one.
Yeah.
Like, what?
It just comes from faith. I mean,
Exactly,
I
faith.
don't.
Next time, don't say fact. Don't start off
No, I'm talking
your
about
statement
because it
by
is.
saying the fact of the matter is, because
Yeah.
you all it is faith. Faith.
Well, no.
That's all you have.
What I'm saying is that we tend so much to the desires of the body. And when we do that, that's what I was speaking on. But this is a Christian, this is a biblical perspective, something that helped me in my own life. It may be personal, it may not be the way that you're going to view it. I could have clarified that before, but I didn't. I kind of just said something because honestly,
That's
like I
why I
forgot,
asked
we're
you to
just having a
clarify.
conversation.
No,
Yeah, like
that's
I'm
why
at
I
the
asked you to
point
clarify.
where,
Like you came up here half cocked and you said something that is
yeah,
very dangerous. Like there are people today that believe that God is talking to them. There
I
are people
know,
who have killed their kids. There are people who have
I know,
gone into buildings and killed people because they believe that a God is talking to them. And
I know.
what you said was very dangerous, and you didn't even have any examples to back of goodness to back it up. That's why I gave you multiple opportunities to substantiate the claim that you made, and you didn't have one.
Yeah, well, there's a place for me to, go into, and that's why I came on the conversation because I'm like, this is going to be hard. It is hard to, to come on here and talk to you guys because it's, we have such different beliefs about life and how things go. I
You
don't know.
believe that there would be a good reason why a God would tell somebody to kill someone.
Nowadays,
No, why? What do you mean nowadays? If he was telling people to kill back then, why wouldn't he tell people to do it today?
because there's been a change.
What change?
Jesus.
And after Jesus died, were people not killed in the name of this Jesus?
Were people killed in his name?
Yeah. Did the Holy Ghost not kill Ananias and Sapphira over some money in this book?
Yeah.
Exactly. So no, nothing's changed.
Okay. No, good point. Yeah. Again, I can't have I can't hold a good conversation anymore because of my life. But I won't come back on here again. Um, and without having something to share. I think I've just kind of found myself coming on here for maybe selfish reasons. So I apologize for that. But I just do want to say that, like you said, I can't care about you because I don't know you. I care about you in the sense that I can, where I can have a conversation with you and I'm not going to get mad at you. I'm not going to tell you that God told me that you're going to die. All these things like I care about you as another human being, stuff like
Okay.
that. But yeah,
Yeah,
you can
because
take me
God
off.
told you to. Have a good day.
All right. Thanks,
Bye.
guys.
That really does water it down, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like once
Yeah. I
you
care
start,
about you because I'm such a good person. Like, yeah, no. I'm such
if
a good
God
person. I
said so,
believe. Yeah. The fuck? The fuck out of here with
if
that.
God didn't say it, that would be a different conversation.
I can't believe I thought that was mezzo. That's the most dangerous thing that anybody could say is that, oh, it was good because God did it. Like, and then you can't even verify if a God told somebody anything. Like, that's crazy. And then say, oh, I'll believe that a God is talking to a person if they are a good person, if they are gentle, if they are kind, right? If they have self-control, if they are patient, then I'll believe that God is talking to them and telling me to do something. The fuck? And then, like, here's my thing. If God is talking to so many of you, why the fuck are so many of you struggling? Why are so many of you in poverty? And don't say you're not, because then you be lying, you be capping for Christ. Because we got the stats, right? Like we literally have the stats. Christians are one of the poorest religious groups. Why are so many of you in want? Like he literally told y'all that if you seek first his kingdom, that he'll give you everything that you need. He'll give you all the desires of your heart. Why are so many of y'all in want or in need? Not even want. A lot of you are in need. You're living below the poverty line. I think the average median income is under $13,000 for a Christian. It's $13,000 or below for a Christian, and only 8% of Christians make $100,000 or more. Why?
He is the God of the oppressed and the suffering.
Yeah,
So if you're not suffering, he can't be your God. If you're not oppressed and in the dirt, then he has no use for you. So yeah.
it probably is the 8% the pastors. This person is not connecting. And then, like, why do y'all come up here to try to explain something that y'all barely read?
Or something that they don't even understand themselves. Like they just say sometimes I ask, like, did you think about that? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, do y'all even think about the things that you say before you say them? Because that's how you get up in these hooks where you're like, oh, well, I have to study some more. Then why did you say what you said? Like, did you not think about it?
Yeah, and I understand, like, not understanding what they read, like, right? Like, that's understandable. I don't understand everything that I read in this book either. But they be coming up here to explain something they've never read. Like, y'all don't read your book. You come up here to explain a book that you barely read about a God that you don't really understand. Why? That you don't know. And why don't y'all need to read the book? Why don't you need to know the historical context? Because it's just all you have to do is just believe. Why would that be the only thing? Ask yourself that. Why does your God require belief so much? Why is that the thing? It's like Dorothy, right? You click your heels and just believe. Why?
The fact that Dorothy was asleep the whole time.
Exactly.
She was just dreaming.
Yep. Yep. It don't make sense. Like think about it. Like an all powerful deity, right? Is just like sitting in heaven on his throne. He's like, I'm gonna make some humans and see if I can make them believe I exist without showing myself to them. And the ones that believe that I exist without showing myself to them, I'm gonna bring them to heaven. That's literally the plan. Why? Like, make that make sense. What would be the purpose? Why would your deity need to do that? Like, is it fun for him to see if he can like play hide and seek with y'all and get y'all to believe in him? Like, what's the point? I mean, well, come tell me, because I need to know. What is the point of hiding himself from you? Like, what's the point of creating this whole plan where the goal is to get you to accept him through belief? That I need to know. Why does your God need to see if you can have faith? Are you going to have faith in heaven? Is this like this, whatever it is he's training to see if you can have down here, will you need to use it in heaven? Like, is he trying to get the best faithers, the best believers for his army in heaven? Like, what are you going to have to do with this faith and this belief in heaven? I need to know what you're in training for. It's not an argument. It's a question. It's asking for understanding. It's not an argument. I said I need to know why the belief. Why does your God need you to believe in it? Why is belief the thing? Right? What y'all are telling us that we are to believe is that this all powerful deity decided to create humans, right? And then see if he can get them to believe in him without them ever seeing him. And then those that believe in him, having never seen him, will get a reward in heaven. Why? Why? That's the question. Uh, If you want to come up and answer that question, let me know. Just comment in the comments and let me know. There's 51 people in the guest box. No one in the guest box wants to come up. Who is that? That's who just typed. Alan. Mm. Rhea, do you see somebody named Alan in the guest box on your end?
This one?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Hmm.
Hello, Alan. How are you?
All right.
Did you hear the question that I asked?
Oh,
I'm sorry, your phone is going in and out, Alan.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get a good signal. Which question did you ask?
I'm sorry. So I asked for people to comment if they could
Hello?
come up and answer the question. You didn't hear it.
I heard part of it, but
No,
I mean, are you denying
I'm
God?
not inviting you up here
Or
to
are you
discuss.
judging
I'm
Jesus?
not
Are you?
inviting you up here to just talk about anything. I asked a very specific question. If you did not comment to answer that question, I'm gonna move you back down to the comments. Okay. What I'm looking for is for someone who wants to come up and answer the question or discuss the question that I asked. If you're willing to come up and discuss that question, please comment in the comments so I can bring you up. I've already asked the question 3 times. I shouldn't have to ask it again. I used to be a missionary, backwoods dipper. I used to preach for this God. I used to work for him. So I'm not green to the God. I used to believe me and this God were best friends. I was one of you. Alan, I took you down. It's kind of weird for you to be back in the guest request box. I don't know what bills you mean. Has nothing to do with college. I was a Christian in college. The fuck? He said until you went to college. Wait, are you saying that Christians don't have college degrees? Are you saying that when Christians become intelligent, they're too intelligent to be Christians? Because you're literally saying the things that people said about Christians in the Bible. Like, do you have to like lack education to be a Christian? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Big?
That would make sense.
Like, it's so crazy. He's a Christian. And he's literally calling Christians uneducated.
Poor babies.
What the fuck? Like, why are you downing yourself? Why are you insulting yourself? So nobody has anything to say about the belief, the need for the belief. Nobody. Have y'all ever thought about that? Have y'all ever said, why does God need me to believe in him so much that he's willing to put me through all of this to see if I'll believe in him even though I can't see him? Nobody's ever thought, Delamora, what type of name is that? What do y'all be naming yourselves on here? Delamora, you want to come up? I'm not saying that name. I'm not saying that. I understand it's called faith. The question is, why does he... Fuck, Mr. Big. Maybe you should have went to college. The question involves the need of faith. I know it's called faith, Mr. Big. So that we trust in him. How can we have a relationship with him if we don't trust him? So he created a world and decided to hide himself from humans to see if he can get humans to trust in him without them actually knowing whether he exists or not. Like, without actually seeing him, just so that you can trust him. So he created humans just to get humans to trust him. Am I understanding this correct? The purpose
That doesn't
is to
make
get
any
humans to
sense.
trust him. Huh?
But that doesn't make any sense because you don't
No,
need
it
belief
doesn't.
for trust. You can trust something that you don't believe in. Like, you don't need to believe that someone exists before you trust them. Because what are you trusting in? Like, what are you trusting? You don't know anything about the person. You don't know if they're even gonna follow through with what you like. Like the fact that you have to believe it means you can't even trust it. Like, what do you believe? What are you trusting? Something that you can't see.
That's a great point, Rhea. But also, I would like to know why a all-knowing deity would need to create humans just to get those humans to trust him. That still doesn't answer my question. It's still point. What point? What for? Did he need more angels after Satan left heaven? Did Satan take all of his workforce? Like, are y'all auditioning to replace the angels that left with Satan? I'm trying to figure out the point. Preacher, where are you? I don't see you in the guest request. Nope, you can answer this question because you're the one who chose to believe. So you should have an answer to this question. You should have an answer to this question. I don't see you in the guest request. Bria, do you see somebody named Preacher on your end? Lala, did I call you Bria?
Yeah, that's okay. Same thing.
Oh, God. I'm so used to saying my daughter's name.
Preacher. I don't see a preacher. Preacher, you got a request, sir.
He said they said they requested several times, but they're not in the guest request at all. Y'all, that's my daughter name. It just came out. I'm so used to saying her name. You're so weird, Alan. I took you out of my guest request and you're back in there. Like, y'all got access to this God, but this God don't teach you boundaries. Okay? I took you out. Don't request again. Okay? That's weird. Mac is in here. I don't see you, Preacher. Can somebody else come up other than Preacher? Because for some reason, your request isn't going through, Preacher.
Preacher, you got to request in real time, not the spirit. Because if you request in the spiritual world, we can't see it. You got to do it in this time.
Yeah, you are crazy.
The Holy Ghost requested by proxy. The Holy Ghost in the queue.
Oh my gosh. They say that denial is the first step. Thank you, God, Adonai. Allow your work to be done in this place. Lord, y'all are something else. Come on stage. Have Adonai bring you on stage and explain this plan to have you in here trying to force your will on people for a God that you can't see. Come explain to me why Adonai wants you to convince me to believe in a God I cannot see and why that's important to him. Why is my belief important to him? Can you do that? Since you're going to sit in here and you're going to pray and ask your God to change my will and to match your will, can you come up here and explain why your God wants you to pray to him that I believe in something I cannot see? And why is it that important that I do? And why is he willing to send people to hell for not believing something they cannot see? Can you do that since you're in here praying? AOL. Can you hit request? Yes, I do choose not to believe. Well, actually, I can't choose not to believe. I don't believe. But y'all are steady in here praying that I do believe. So I'm trying to understand why you need to fervently pray that I allow myself to become delusional. Why does your God need me to do that? To the point to where you're in here praying that I do. You believed that one time? I don't understand what you're saying. I already told you I used to be a believer. You have to believe because God is spirit. That doesn't answer anything. The only God there is Rastafari. Okay. I believe if your God can convince me that I'll believe. Right, Waking Bones. I mean, none of your business. But if you did it, how the hell do you build a relationship with something that you cannot see? Why does your God want you to believe that you're in a relationship with it instead of actually being in a relationship with it? You cannot exactly like you're like literally the relationship is in your head. The conversations are in your head. The conversations are in your heart. The conversations are in wherever part of your body you think you feel your God.
Because what if the God walked away in the middle of your conversation? How would you even know? How would
How
you
would
know
they
that
even
there?
know? How would they even know that he's even listening? Like at what
Right.
point? Right? This is why I said like at what point are you forgiven of a sin? Right?
What if Satan tagged in?
They wouldn't know.
He's the ultimate
Because
deceiver.
they like honestly like they are the same to me. Their spirits are the same. Satan, the Christians believe Satan would tell somebody to go and harm another person. This God says go harm another person. Like they are the same. This God says go take these people's shit. Satan would say go take their shit. Like you want it, go take it. You deserve it. You're more superior. You're a Christian, right? You're a child of God.
Mm-hmm.
You deserve it. Go take it.
Yeah, I mean they throw out that the promised land thing so casually. Like not I don't know if they like really think about what it means to like have somebody else's land promised to you. Or to believe that
Preacher,
you
I feel
do.
sorry for you. I feel sorry for you, preacher, because you believe in something that you can't see. Somebody said you believe in electricity, but you can't see it. You
What?
enjoy electricity not because you can see it, but you see the effects of it. You enjoy electricity not because you can see it, but you see the effects of it.
Yeah, but you can see it for one, and two, it's also objective. I can have you plug something in, and I plug something in, and we would experience the same thing. We would say, "Oh, okay, this radio turned on when I plugged it in." Try that with a God.
Try going without electricity.
It was not fun.
You can see God. Okay, you and two other Christians describe God. See if you come up with the same thing.
Not them calling a rally call. Praise the Lord God Almighty. Believers, give him praise in this place. like seriously,
Hallelujah.
come on stage, AOL, and answer the question that I asked. Like, come and convince me. Tell me why I should, right? Try really hard to convince myself that I believe in this God. Singing a song ain't gonna do it. Like, are you expecting the walls of Jericho to come falling down or something?
I keep asking that question. What exactly do y'all expect to happen when y'all say those things in the chat? Like when you just type things in the chat, what exactly do you expect to happen? No one has answered yet.
I mean, if you believe that I believe in God, I can't stop you from believing that, because belief is belief, right? And if you want to believe that I believe in God, then you would be right, because that's your belief. The difference is that I can show you that I do not believe in your God, and I can show you why I do not believe in your God. But again, your belief, right, is your belief. And that's the thing that I want to know, why your God wants that from you so bad. The thing that cannot be proven, the thing that has no foundation. Why is that the thing that your God requires of you? That's what I would like to know.
Somebody said, how do you condemn the slavery in the Bible and you live in America? What exactly do y'all expect people that were brought here against their will to do? Just kind of pack their bags and go back home, or what? Like, what? I'm confused. I'm confused.
Okay, Rhea, but I didn't hear you condemning slavery in America.
Right? How dare I?
Oh my gosh.
Just for the record, slavery bad.
But why are they talking about everything besides what we asked about?
They don't have an
Would they be
answer for it.
changing the topic because they don't have an answer for it?
Precisely.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mythical Pisces, your name is Mythical Pisces. I don't know that you are a Christian. So I'm not looking for people with spirituality. So please comment and let me know if you are a Bible believing Christian. Oh, there's Preacher finally. Why didn't they come up? Hold on. That's like professing that you believe in God in the comments. What does that do for me? Why do I need to know that unless you're trying to come on stage? Moses didn't exist. The Old Testament is not something you read. Then how do you know that you're talking to this God if you don't read the Old Testament? If you don't read the Old Testament, how do you know that the conversations that you're having in your head are with this God? When you're in a relationship with someone, don't you learn about them? Don't you ask questions about them? Don't you learn their history, where they came from, their experiences, their nature? Y'all are fucking telling me that y'all are in a relationship with somebody you don't know, all because you were told to. That's what y'all keep professing. Where did Preacher go?
That Bolo crime guy says he gets a weird feeling there's a lot of smart people in hell, which is
what the fuck?
Kind of telling, right?
It's very telling. Like, it's like saying God doesn't want intelligent people. God doesn't want you to be intelligent. He wants you to be ignorant, right? And he just wants you to blindly follow him. The question is, for what? That's the question. Every time I try to add Preacher to the live, I don't know what happens. This is the second time I tried to add them. Are y'all able to add them from y'all's end?
I don't have that permission, but
Oh, I was
wouldn't
talking to
ask you
La
me
La.
I
anyway.
don't
Yeah.
see him. I'm trying to. I don't see him at all.
I
Preacher, what?
just
What is it?
they were in the box. They were in the request box, and I hit accept twice. The first time I hit accept, they didn't pop on stage,
Hmm.
and then I just hit accept again, and they still didn't pop on stage.
Yeah, I don't see him at all.
I don't know where. Maybe how many followers does preacher have? Maybe they don't have access.
Then they wouldn't be
Yeah,
able
it wouldn't be
to
allowed to request.
request.
I don't know why.
Did you try requesting them?
No, I can't send requests through TikTok Studio.
Oh, you're in studio. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. They were
but
just in here, and
it's
I hit
probably his
accept.
service. Like, or if he's exiting out after he requests, then that's probably why too. But it's either
Swiping.
his service or he's exiting out of the app.
He was just in the comments.
Can a mod?
Preacher, are you still here? Huh?
Can a mod request them up?
Y'all can see if he shows up on the list.
Where
Do
is
y'all
he
see
in the
him?
comments? Can he say something in the comments? I don't see him.
Preacher, are you still here?
I thought I heard somebody talk about a difference between if the person can request up versus the host inviting them. Like, if that's affected by the number of followers, that may have just been somebody spitballing.
Oh, I don't know. Thank you, Gary Squad. I appreciate the love. Thank you. Okay, somebody else other than preacher comment, please. How many do you see on your end? I see 46. Anybody
It
else?
doesn't give me a number. I
Yeah.
see 42.
If you're in the guest request box and you want to come on stage to discuss belief, BJ, thank you. You see BJ?
How are y'all doing?
Good. BJ, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you see at the top where it says you have to be 21 and older?
My birthday is in March.
I'm sorry. I can't talk to somebody else's children about faith, okay? All right.
Mine's in November. Are we just sharing birthdays?
21 and up, guys. If you're in the guest request box and you want to come on stage, please come up. BJ's under 20. He's under 21. Whose birthday is it? Oh, Mac's birthday is past. Mac's birthday was last
3 weeks
month.
ago. 3 weeks ago.
Oh, it was at the beginning of November?
Yeah, it was the 6th.
I thought it was in October. Oh, it's the 6th?
Yep.
Oh. Mac Free Throat said, how old is that spiritually?
Spiritually, like 74.
Damn.
It's just an inversion of my actual age.
Oh, okay. I thought you was basically saying how the spirit has weighed on you, has wore you out.
I mean, look. Not exactly untrue. I got a pretty carefree life, actually.
You said a pretty wet life?
Pretty carefree life.
Oh, yeah.
I'm fortunate in that, but I'm also, I'm okay with solitude.
Yeah. I think, too, like, a lot of people put a lot of value on some things that causes them to worry.
Mm-hmm.
And I think another part of like my deconstruction, like when I sold my house, my big house, and I was really mad at myself, right? And I moved into a smaller house and literally, refused to like unpack, refused to like decorate. And then I got like really used to it and loving it. Like I don't have a desire anymore to like need a big house. Like everything that I need, that's all I need. And then the kids are grown now. And of course I have grandkids, but I was thinking yesterday, like what would be the purpose of me going and buying a big $300,000 house again, where there would be rooms that would be empty. And of course they would be available when the kids come to visit. But while those rooms are empty, it's just space that other people, right? Like people without shelter. Like to me, it just doesn't make sense to like have all these empty rooms in a big house when there's people who are unhoused. You know what I'm saying? I can't see myself. I can't see that. And so like I have no desire for that. And I know my younger son, his hope is to be able to buy me a big house. That's every child, right? But I don't have that desire because for what? Like I just can't see it.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously like it's sweet that he wants that, but it's also like maybe consult you first when it comes up, once he actually lands that contract.
Yeah.
maybe don't
Just give
surprise you
me
with a
a nice
mansion.
backyard. Yeah, just no,
Yeah.
like literally give me a small, nice
Yeah.
house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give me a nice backyard for our family gatherings, like so I could play with the grandkids in the backyard, like that. Prioritize the spaces that I would use, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't need all these rooms, like for what?
Yeah,
Like
my house is not a tiny house by definition, but it's very small. It's like 900 square feet.
the Bolo crime. What the fuck do you think would happen when children grow up and move the fuck out? What do you think happens when they grow up and move out, Bolo crime? Huh?
You grow up and move out with them. Duh.
Like what? No, you literally commented and said, "Come to visit." Makes sense now. Like, what do you think? What do you think happens with adult children? Like I literally said, I am a grandmother. What do you think happens with adult children, Bolo crime? Like I think the thing is like a lot of us when we do these lives, like it's just the fact that y'all won't let yourselves think. You don't let yourselves think, and what you're trying to convince us is that your God likes it like that. And I just want to understand why. Why does your God not want you to think? Why does he need that? No, that's what they call my mama. I they call me Ganny. Well, they don't call me anything yet because they can't really talk yet. But Ganny. Nobody want to come up here and discuss that need. I'm trying to figure out the need for y'all to not think, like the need for y'all to just blindly believe. Nobody loves you quite like. I feel like that song is so befitting right now. Even. Oh my gosh. Nope, blessed child. Nope, not you. You sent a request, Dwayne Clavin. Blessed child, we ain't got time for you to be caught up here talking about your dating life. Not today. Hold on. Dwayne Clavin. Okay. Dwayne.
I don't know if I'm doing this correctly.
You're on
Okay.
stage. We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. First of all, thank you for allowing me to come on. I've never done this before. And I do not believe in this mythical being, first of all.
I'm looking to
And,
talk to somebody that does, Dwayne. I'm so sorry. Right now, I'm looking to talk to
excuse
somebody
me?
that does. Right now, I'm looking to talk to somebody that does believe in him.
I
So,
know that,
so that
but in answer to your
I,
question,
I hold on.
but you had asked a
So,
question, and
I
the
hold on,
question was
hold
about
on,
why.
hold on. I'm asking it from a believer's perspective, right? Not a non-believer's perspective, right? I need to hear this from a believer, not a non-believer, right now. Okay. I appreciate you for coming up. I'm gonna take you down. I'm looking to get this information from a believer. If you are a believer, right? I am looking to have this conversation with you. It doesn't do me any good, right? To gain understanding from somebody who already sees things the way I see them. Jumaine, you from the hood? What? Jumaine, what does you being from the hood have to do with anything? What does that mean that you're from the hood? Like, where are you in the guest request? I don't see you. I don't know. I don't see you in the guest request. Why would there you go. Did it add him? Alan, you can say and believe whatever you want about me, okay? The difference is I'm not gonna try to force you to believe something different. The reality is that I don't care what you believe about me. Jermaine, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Can you hear
Hey,
me?
what? Yeah, I can hear you. Why did you tell me that you were from the hood? What would that do?
I'm from Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. Why didn't you say that you're from? Like, why are you telling me where you're from? But also, why didn't you just say, "Hey, I'm from Philadelphia"? From like, why the hood?
Because that's where I'm from. That's how I am. Just because I'm a firm believer don't mean I can't be from off the sidewalks of Philadelphia.
But is, did I say something in what I said that made you think that I believed that?
I mean, no, but that's my stance. That's how I'm always come. Sorry, I'm introducing myself. My name is Jermaine. I'm from Philadelphia. And I'm a super firm believer. I believe the Bible is true. I believe there is a God. I believe there was a Jesus, and I believe through misinterpretations and translations, a lot of us fell off. But before you cut me off from what I'm about to say, I just want to say the truth, the secret into believing in a God is just doing good
Now
deeds
you make me
for
want to cut
maybe
you off because nobody cut you off this whole time. Now you make me want to cut you off because then nobody cut
do
you
good
off
deeds
first.
for 10 years
Literally,
and
we
you'll
gave you
to
10
the
minutes to
point
do
where
it
it
and you
Hey,
had
becomes
hey,
in
to.
your heart.
hold on, stop. I didn't ask you like how to become a believer, right? I didn't ask you that. I The question that I asked is why is your belief, right, so important to this God? Like, why is it important to this God that you believe in Him, although you cannot see Him, right? But before we get to that, you said a bunch of stuff, right? You said that you
Yes.
believe in the Bible and you believe that the Bible is true, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
when you use that word believe, do you just blindly believe that without reading and studying it, or have you studied it and validated your belief?
Through the difference of how you say micro and macro, maybe through macro, I was able to go through. I do this. I got like over 30 something years in every day, all day, nonstop. I'm from Philly. I'm from the hood. I don't work. I do this. So I've been
So the answer
all
is
day.
yes, I study.
Even
Yes, I study all day. Yes,
I've,
I study.
I've,
No, I don't
I've,
study. What do you do? Please listen. I need you to just answer my question. Like all the I'm from the hood stuff. I don't need that. Okay?
I study all day. This is what
Okay.
I do.
All right. And so you've validated your belief and the claims in this book, and you validated them to be true. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I study as well. Okay. So we're on
I
a
heard. I
even
see.
knowledge level. All right. So when you let me find out, like when you say that you study and you validate, are you saying that you read or like to validate the claims to be true? Are you like looking for extra biblical resources that corroborates the claims in this book when you say that you validated it to be true, or are you leaning on some type of spiritual interpretation that you believe God or Jesus or Holy Spirit has spoken to you while you're reading this and you're like, yep, this is it, this is true? Let's define truth here.
Okay. From the the Bible, the collection of stories, I've been able to search through these stories and I find no flaws in them, especially if you look at them in the original language in which they was translated. I cannot contest them.
All right. When you say you look at them at the original language, do you speak Hebrew?
Hebrew is a recent invention language. I do not speak Aramaic. I speak a little bit of Arabic.
How recently was Hebrew invented?
Yeah, but Hebrew, the new Hebrew, it's not far from. Yeah, I mean, you are aware of what I'm trying to say. The languages don't differ from much.
I'm not aware
I don't know what just
what
happened.
that means.
Wait.
Did y'all hear my last
I heard
statement?
you. I heard you said the
Heard the
languages don't
words that you
differ.
said.
The
If it
languages
made
don't
sense,
differ
it's a
from
different
much.
conversation.
What?
Yeah,
I
that's where I finished.
Hmm.
That's where what I didn't hear it. I walked off. What did you
He
say?
said the languages don't differ from much.
the
Right.
But
We heard
you
words.
had asked if I speak Hebrew or
We heard
Aramaic,
words,
and my
Stinker.
reply
hold
None of
was
it makes sense,
hold on, y'all.
Stinker.
I need to stay on a one track thing because I'm trying to understand something.
He's still
Okay.
I
answering
can
like
recap. I can
Hebrew.
recap it for you, Thinker.
He's okay. Never mind. I'm gonna go.
You asked him if he spoke Hebrew. He said Hebrew was a recent invention, a recently invented language. I said, when was Hebrew invented? He says, I think you know what I'm saying. The languages don't differ by much.
What
And that,
languages don't differ by much?
no.
Arab.
Well, he was close. He was close. I said that I speak. You asked me if I spoke Hebrew, and I said, well, I believe that the Hebrew that we have now is newly invented. And I said, but I do speak a little bit of Arabic, and I don't speak a lot of Aramaic. If you was gonna ask me about the Bible and stuff, like
So
in the languages
why
in
did
which
you
it was
bring up the
written.
original why did you bring up the topic of the original languages if you don't read or speak them?
To the point where I was doing some research, like I said, and I was able to see the difference in the translations. Like one thing for, like he said, the word Satan, it has different meanings to it,
No,
and
wait,
it's
wait. No, no,
not
no. Wait. No. I'm trying to
okay.
understand. Okay. To the extent that you say that you have validated the claims in this book and found them to be true.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand your methodology of validation. Okay? Like your process of validating these claims. Did you validate them by studying, right? Reading
Yes.
and researching extra things that are outside of the Bible, right? Like other books, other articles, things from other nations, or are you saying you just read the Bible, and the Holy Spirit or Jesus gave you some interpretation, and you're like, "Yep, I don't see anything off here, so this is true." Right?
The
What are you
first one.
calling truth? Okay, so you did outside of the Bible type research.
Yeah, and but
Okay.
you have to
Okay.
use the
Hold on. Hold
Bible.
on. Right. Yep. I agree.
Sorry.
I agree. You have to use if you're studying the Bible, you have to use the Bible to study the Bible. I agree. Okay.
Can I say something real quick before I
Wait.
forget?
Hold on.
The
Hold on. Let me catch up. Okay.
Okay.
Go.
All
There's
right.
an echo. Can you go on mute for me?
You was asking me to do that.
Yeah. You have an echo.
How do you mute it?
I'm afraid if I
I
mute
got it.
you,
I
you
got
have.
it. I got it. I
Okay.
got it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Now the next thing is, what you're saying is, in your extra biblical research, you also read and researched the original text in its original language, and you found no issues in the translations. Am I understanding you that that's what you're saying there by you saying that you read this in Hebrew, although you don't read or speak Hebrew? Is that what you're saying?
I use the translator.
Okay. So you read the Hebrew Bible with the English version, like the Hebrew on the side and then the English translation on the other side?
Through the research, I was able to track down certain words, and I was able to distinguish by looking and seeing that these words were just translated differently back then. Like, for example, the Virgin Mary could also be translated that she just had a baby at a young age.
Hold
When
on,
you
hold
when
on,
you use the
hold on,
language that it
hold
came
on,
from,
Jumanji.
yes.
Did you knock yourself out, thinker?
I am so sorry. Oh my God. I am so fucking sorry. Shit. I am so sorry. Shit came out like, oh my God.
It's legit, man. It's truly legit. And if you have a passionate heart, you would understand.
So do you I'm gonna talk a little while Thinker recovers. So you don't speak. Are you descended from the tribe of Judah?
I'm just curious. Oh, you see my picture? Oh, that's corny. But no, I don't think so.
What do you mean? What's corny? What do you mean?
No, I was going to ask you what made you ask that question.
Just people in the comments seem to are pointing that way, so we always ask people.
Are you asking me if I have a religion?
No, I'm
or my
asking
bloodline,
if
like
you
my
are
23andMe.
if you are descended from.
Oh no,
yeah.
no! I don't know that. I don't know that yet.
Okay.
I do know most of my family came from Nigeria, some stuff back there.
Okay. So not a Hebrew Israelite.
Not that I know of.
Okay, that was just some chatter in the comments, so we always like to check that because Thinker doesn't platform Hebrew Israelites. So.
Oh yeah. I see. I know you talking about those kind of people now. I'm kind of explain it, man. I'm more of a free soul. I grew up being trained as a Christian. I went to Sunday school. I read the entire children's Bible. My middle name has something to do with God. Like it's a prefix, like God East. So everybody used to call me God. So I always thought about it. And from a little kid, I've always been curious and aware that there was something. Like all of y'all know something else is there. Y'all just got twisted at these stories. It ain't that you don't believe in God.
Don't make assumptions like that, okay?
Okay,
Yeah.
just talk about yourself. Talk
I was
about
just seeing if y'all was listening.
Yeah, no,
let's make sure
that's
that we're
not what
only
you were
talking
doing.
about
That's not what
ourselves,
you were doing. Be
please.
honest, right?
Okay.
Be honest. That's not what you
I
were doing.
was, though,
Okay.
'cause
No,
y'all sounded dead.
Jermaine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we got that. You studied it and read it in the Hebrew, and you found no issues. Now I can explain to you how I study, right? And the issues that I did find in studying the same things you've studied. So one of the things that I find is that a lot of the Torah was written much later than we are led to believe that it's been written. There are a lot of cultural things, right, and historical things mentioned in the book of Genesis that did not exist until 8th century, 7th century BCE. Also, people that were not a people until around 8th century, 7th century BCE, right, historically. In the book of Genesis, the Philistines, Gerar would be one of them. So for Abraham and Isaac, right, to have did this thing with Sarah and Rebecca, with the Abimelechs, it's impossible because they did not exist at the time that Abraham and Isaac would have existed in this book, right? Historically, Gerar or the Philistines were not a nation until around 8th or 7th century BCE. Another issue that I found when I was studying is the story of the Israelites in Egypt. there is no historical archaeological evidence that they were enslaved in Egypt or ever in Egypt as a people. There's also logistical issues with them, over 600,000 men plus elderly plus women plus children and infants leaving Egypt all in one day. The estimate is about 2.3 million, right, would have had to leave Egypt in one day. And that would cause such an issue because of the garrisons and the administrative forces that Egypt had set up along that route to keep after the Hyksos were expelled from the lower delta around 1570 BCE, Egypt set up garrisons to protect any type of further infiltration. They also had vassals planted in Canaan. They had vassal kings in Canaan. They had military living in Canaan. And they had a army of 50 army men marching through Canaan 24 hours a day to protect Canaan from any type of rebellion or infiltration. And so the lack of mention of, the Israelites going into Canaan and engaging Egypt again is highly unlikable, right? Also, getting through those garrisons would cause quite a stir. The amount of slaves leaving Egypt all at once would cause an economical shift in the ancient Near East, as Egypt was doing business with the Hittite nation, with the Hurrians, and so because there is no record, right, in any of the Hurrian chronicles, Egypt's chronicles, of a financial shift that would be quite large because of the trade routes, right? The trade that was going on at that time is highly unlikable. It would literally shut down trade, right? Because the slaves at that time were the ones that were working on the wood and the things that was being traded. So the absence of that, right, makes it highly unlikable that the Exodus story ever happened. Then you have the Egyptians, the Israelites camping in the wilderness for 40 years, right? And so there are two cities that they claim that they, set up camp in for the longest, and one of them was for 38 years. Over 200 excavations of these sites, and not one shard of evidence of a Israelite camp even being in that area, right? So that alone, right, to me says, hey, here's a problem. Now, that doesn't mean, right, that you can't get value from the story. There are some people who say that the story is symbolic for King Josiah, the time that King Josiah was battling with Pharaoh Necho II, and that is symbolic of that story. And so whether you get symbolism from the story of the Israelites being in Egypt, that's a matter of interpretation. But did it happen literally? The answer, as of right now, would be no, because there is no archaeological evidence to corroborate that claim. Does that make sense?
I'm at the terms where I do shake hands with you. I do agree that there's tons of editing, but I just want to say to you that I'm quite sure you're aware that if you are the king, that you would write the story according to how you choose to see the story. And that's basically what has happened in these stories and situations. It's just the kings, but don't have anything to do with God.
Hold on, Jermaine. I didn't just.
Yes.
I did. I did not just depend on a written story. I incorporated archaeology, right? I incorporated uh, archaeological data, right? Extra biblical resources in that. So I'm not just banking on a story that somebody wrote. Like they excavated the sites looking for settlements of any proof of Israelite life during that time, right? And there is none. There are no Israelite settlements. There are no mentions of Israelites in any records at that time. The first time Israel is mentioned as a people is in 1207 BCE. Now, in the
Yeah,
Bible,
I
the
kind of.
Israelites, in the Bible, the Israelites say that they helped build the wall for Pi Ramses. Now, Pi Ramses was the pharaoh of Egypt around, I think it's 1279 to 1239 BCE, something like that, which puts them outside of the range, right, for this Exodus to have happened, because they show up already a people in Canaan around 1207 BCE, and already not necessarily a nation, but a group of people that were in a battle with Kamash, with the Moabites, and they lost that battle with the Moabites along with the Canaanites. The Canaanites also lost a battle against the Moabites, but they're listed on a line. Like they're not listed as like this mighty nation at that time, right? So I'm not just talking about books or stories that people wrote. I'm talking about actual archaeological findings.
What about science? Are you into science?
Yeah, what science do we need to discuss when it comes to the Exodus story?
I would say, well, who was it? Was a guy that was talking on here earlier. I would ask him if he had any experience with symptoms of volcanoes.
Right, and what does a volcano have to do with the Exodus story?
The Exodus story, as far as the splitting of the sea and the fire and the wind, is all volcanic symptoms. The deaths of the first children, all everything is a symptom of a volcano.
So
Even when they split the Red Sea.
okay, and so your explanation to the firstborn of every person in Egypt, the firstborn child to every person in Egypt, including the slaves, is that a volcano randomly selected the firstborn child. That the fumes from a volcano skipped over every other child in the house and just randomly selected the firstborn of every household. And that's why you believe it happened, because of a volcano?
The firstborn of Egypt, their beds were, I would say the boys, the babies. The babies were placed in a basket close to the floor. And that's why the gas killed them all. This is something that happens often, even till today. And we found out that.
What are you talking about?
Does it say firstborn baby boys in the text?
And does it say that you're supposed to put every single one of them in a basket? Wasn't there just one baby that was put in a basket? What are you talking about?
No.
Moses.
The Egyptian culture at that time, the whole Egyptian culture, it was a cultural thing for them to place their children.
Where does it say that the firstborn is a newborn?
Boy.
I ain't say nothing about no firstborn or newborn. I'm saying
that you did mention the firstborn
on the floor.
And you said,
yeah, I was in the Bible, in the scriptures, the way we got it today. That's what it say in there. But if you go back and you get involved in the research, you basically gonna come to a culture
What if the
whose
firstborn is
children
12 years old?
slept. Wait, listen. The culture, their children slept in
This
baskets
culture that you're
that were
speaking
low to
of,
the
can you
ground.
tell us what these people were called? Like, how do we find this information?
Jermaine, what
You
if the
talking about
Jermaine?
the Egyptian
Yeah, those
culture?
Egyptian babies that you're talking about. Where do we find this information?
The entire Egyptian culture lived that way. They placed their children.
Jermaine,
Even
Jermaine.
even before the time that we
I
may be
understand
talking about,
you
where we
repeated
calling
yourself.
it Egypt.
Hey, Jermaine, you're repeating yourself. I said, where do I find this information?
Where do we find out about 12-year-olds sleeping in baskets?
Yeah, in the Egyptian
Not
culture.
12-year-olds sleeping in baskets.
What?
So
Why
if
would you think?
do
Why would you think?
research,
Jermaine, why would a 12-year-old not be the firstborn if he's the firstborn in that house?
I don't understand that question.
The
If
plague
he's the
was about the
firstborn, why would he
firstborn.
not be the firstborn?
Right, you're saying you are character. I can answer for you if you stop interrupting. You're characterizing these firstborns as all being like infants and babies, but why wouldn't the firstborn in a family be at that time 12 years old? Is he still going to be in a basket?
No, I'm not contesting your question. All I am is showing you the signs of something that happens when a volcano is about to erupt. We can look back in the time period. We can look back at the time period.
Hold on. Okay, stop for a second. Okay, stop for a second. Okay, stop for a second. So what I was trying to see is how you validate your belief, and I think I have a pretty good idea. When you say that you validated the belief, no, you're not using science. You're not. You're looking for things that make your belief true. No, you're not. You've not talked about any history. Like you don't. When I asked you, right?
About the whole time.
You've ignored the history that was presented to you.
No, I said I agree with you, right? On the fact that the history
You
is
agreed with
off.
Thinker when she said that Ramses wasn't the pharaoh?
I didn't hear that. So all I'm saying is at a certain time where the Exodus was supposed to happen, there's a volcano that erupted right there on the other side of the water. So you'll get fire, and snow, which is in the Bible. You'll get the gas that came across the ocean.
Hey, Jermaine.
You'll get the frogs, the flies. It's a system.
Where is it? Where can you find it?
Come on, man.
Like you're just saying words right now. That's why Thinker is saying she understands how you're getting your information because you're just making things up. Where can we find this information that you're speaking of? Where can we go find it and verify what you're saying?
So you want me to cite you with an exact
Absolutely.
So that's
Tell me,
that's why I was saying, ma'am, right? I'm not trying to be blunt or fight against you guys.
If you're not gonna back up the things that you said, hey. If you're not about to back up the claims that you just made, then you have nothing else to say because you're just saying words.
I'm backing them
then
up.
Back it up. Show me
Offering
where I
you
can find
the
it.
truth.
Where can I find it?
Can I say it like that without you getting mad at me?
I'm not mad. I'm frustrated because you can't answer a simple question. Where can we go find this information that you're spewing out of your
and
mouth?
she this is her platform too,
you
right?
made me forget what I was going to say.
No, this is her platform. The thing is that this is her platform too, right?
Yes,
she's hold on, like she's 100%. Like you are saying things that you cannot back up.
Wait. Oh, that's the thing. I'm offering you the truth, or I'm offering
Your
that
definition,
you cannot
Jumanji.
Invalidate. You cannot disclaim what I'm saying is what I meant.
Jermaine, that's why she's asking you. That is why.
Calm down.
Jermaine, if I told you that the universe, Jermaine, if I told you that the universe was created by a pink unicorn that lives in space, and you can't see it, it's undetectable, even with our best instruments, would you believe me?
I was trying to put together my sentence
Well,
so
that's
y'all
okay.
can
It's a yes or
understand
no
what I'm
question. It's
saying.
really
So
just a one-word
I missed your
answer.
question.
It's a one-word. Sure, I'll ask it again. So, if I were to tell you that the universe was created by a pink unicorn, it's actually invisible, that is undetectable by any devices we have, but it's there, and it created the universe, and now it just lives in space. Would you believe me?
No,
But you can't disprove that.
I probably could.
How? Go ahead and disprove it.
Also, anybody in here that's championing this, right? I'm just going to go and block you. And there's a reason why, right? Because your definition of truth and my definition of truth are two different things, right? And I think that's where my frustration is coming in. And I don't think I can deal with it anymore. I cannot see and watch people like Nari, E3 champion this type of dishonesty, intellectual dishonesty, lack of knowledge, and co-sign it. In good faith, I cannot. That is the thing that is frustrating me, right? You have, you do what you do for yourself. You do what you do for yourself. That I don't want in this space. I don't want that in this space. If you are someone who champions ignorance, this ain't the space for you. This is not this ain't it. Because what the goal of this space, right, is to research the history of the claims in this book, and we do it from a place of historical, cultural history, right, archaeology, scholarly resources, right. Like, we're not in here looking for theology. And if there is any basis to this book, if there is any truth to this book, that for me, that's going to have to come through objective facts. And that's just how my brain works. I'm not interested in your fairy tales, I'm not interested in your in like the things that you have concocted for yourself in order to tell yourself that the claims in this book, that what you do for yourself, for you, that's for you. It does not work for me. My brain is not wired that way. Okay? And it frustrates me the way that it just frustrates me. I'm not willing to go there with you. Okay? Aaron, Nairi, I'm just going to block you, sis. The way you're up here championing this ain't the room for you.
Can I give you that? Can I give you that piece of concrete? I guarantee you.
I mean, if Mac, hold on, if Mac and Rhea want to continue with you, that is perfectly fine. I'm telling you that I'm not.
I'm
All
good.
right.
This man comes the whole volcano out of nowhere. I think I'm good.
Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah, I just a quick closing thing. Okay, never mind. I just gonna say, like, the whole point of that. I mean, I think everybody in the room except for Jermaine saw what I was getting at, right? The point is, you need to have a justification for the thing you believe, and saying you can't disprove it does not make your claim any stronger at all, ever.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know what you mean, Bolo Crime. If you think that what he was saying was truth, please comment and let me know so I can block you too. Go ahead and clarify yourself. It doesn't make sense for you to stay in here. You're going to frustrate yourself and you're going to frustrate me.
Yeah, he's been talking so much shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, relentless. Has he been up here before?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I've talked to him before.
Weird. Weird to be
but
talking
I've talked to him through the comments. Huh?
Yeah. I said it's weird to be talking so much shit and not request up.
Well, thank you for commenting. Like again, it's not for defending truth. It's for you calling that truth. Whether you like you, it can be truth for you, right? It's just not for this space. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and block you. Let you move on to your truth. Okay, I wish you the best. All right, we're gonna go and get you out of here because I'm tired of being frustrated. I'm tired. I'm sick of it. Right, and you're not here for a reason. You're all you do the whole time you're in here is fucking complain in the comments anyway, and talk shit. Anybody else? Like, I would rather that you not be here. I would rather that you not be here. If you are here to hate watch, if you're here to hate watch, I don't want you here. Okay. If you are a Christian that isn't afraid to like research, isn't afraid to like ask the hard questions or have conversations with people who do not believe, and discuss the hard things about your belief system, right? You are more than welcome to stay. You're more than welcome to participate. The whining about us asking these questions, I'm just gonna ask you to please just don't come back. If you feel like this is offensive to you, it's okay, right? You don't have to be here. Just don't come back. Okay? I'm over it at this point. I'm over it. I don't agree with the level of hatred that comes from a lot of people who believe in this God. And I'm going to always speak about that, right? About how harmful ideologies, harmful belief systems affect society, affect us. Okay. And when you say that a God is telling you to do something, right? And you can't prove, right, that you're talking to a God. And then you want to go and tell somebody else that they have to listen to you. That's dangerous to me. And that's not something that I want in this space either. I don't know what you mean by that, J Moss. Go ahead, Ria.
This man literally came up with his own story on what happened, and y'all are in the comments saying, yeah, that's true. That's what? Literally anyone can get away with anything with this belief. You just make up anything? That's something, man.
Ria, you
Matter
were
what,
not
they
here
gonna
when that
catch.
lady, yeah. Like when they backed that lady up for saying that she had a Bible written in language.
Language.
In language.
You wasn't
I
here?
I saw the
No, she
video.
wasn't here. She was not here. And then it was something
Oh,
else they co-signed. Like it's for me, it's the intentional. It's like you watching your best friend do something that you know will get them hurt. And just because it benefits you, you co-sign her. Like you don't tell her that she's hurting herself. You continue to let her hurt herself because you're benefiting from it. Like you are a terrible friend. And
exactly.
yeah, when y'all do that in the comments, I don't understand it. It drives me crazy. And so I would rather that you not be here because y'all are fucking driving me crazy with that shit. Like with agreeing with nonsense. And nobody in here can say that like all of you know what a proper answer to what language is it written in. And for y'all to co-sign her answer, that was intentional. That wasn't a misunderstanding. That was intentional. That means that you are here under false pretenses. You are bringing the negativity to this space, and I want you gone. I don't want you here anymore. And I'm just being honest with you, and I'm setting the boundary.
I mean, even building up to that language answer, she was being like evasive for no good reason. It was weird behavior. Like that you say it's written in 3 languages, but you can't say what they are.
Because they just go through life like that. Like they literally have conversations where people just believe the words that are coming out of their mouth. No one's asking them any
And no
questions.
pushback.
Yeah, no pushback. That's why they're able to come up here with so much confidence because they've said these things before, whether to themselves in the mirror or to actual people, right? They've actually said these things out loud. And Sometimes it's their reflection agreeing with them, or it's actual human beings saying, "Yep, you're right." No pushback, nothing. Like they're not there. There's no questions to what you're saying. So they think I can go and repeat this nonsense to other people, and when they don't believe me, they're devils and they're Jezebels.
Yeah,
Like
like you gotta literally agree to grape and genocide, right, to not be considered Jezebel. And like the like, which I'm okay with being considered a Jezebel. Jezebel, like I said, was a boss. She helped her husband Ahab, who was a sickly king. They ran a very successful kingdom, honestly. Um, they she did she didn't they embellished the story, right, of the whole Naboth valley thing. But like if you knew the true story behind Jezebel, like honestly you wouldn't be using her as an insult, because I love the fact when y'all come in here and call me Jezebel. I'm a
Me
Jezebelian, and
too.
I would, yeah, I wish that there was a Bratz doll named Jezebelian.
Oh, that would be super dope.
Yeah, a Jezebelian Bratz. um, but yeah, like you literally have to agree to grape and genocide, uh, to slavery, in order to not be considered to have to, somebody that's going to burn or be demonic or satanic. And so the reason why I asked the question about the belief, because someone could be a really decent human being, right? They could go through life, never causing harm to another human, doing whatever they can to help humans when they are in times of distress. They could be someone who like learns from their mistakes, right? They're not perfect. They make mistakes and they work hard to accept accountability and learn from those mistakes. And if that person does not, what I'm learning from y'all is, if that person does not believe in this God that no one can see, that person still deserves to burn and fire for eternity. And I can't get anyone to tell me why. I can't get anyone to tell me what the difference is between the person that I just talked about and then a believer with a nasty spirit who is willing to grape, who is willing to pillage,
Mhm.
who is willing to kill, simply because they believe in a God. That's what I need to know. Go ahead, Lala. Lala, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Did you say something to me?
Yeah, I thought you were getting ready to say something. Did you want to say something?
Oh, no. Um, Z-Bay said Jezebelian Rebellion. I think that'll be cute on a t-shirt.
Oh, yes. Jezebelian Rebellion. I like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna screenshot it so we don't forget.
Thinker, your thingy won't let me use my PayPal. I think maybe it's my problem, but it won't let me check out with PayPal.
It doesn't. So I can do for you what Justin did for me. I can
Oh,
give you the sign in
uh-huh.
to the shop. You'll have to add funds to PayPal and then pay. Like and then you'll get it at cost. You'll get it at
Okay,
cost doing it that way, so it'll be cheaper anyway.
gotcha. All right, I'll hit
Yeah.
you up
So
to look at it.
okay. Let's see.
Did
Somebody
you
named.
fix everything like you said, or
Yep.
you need more time? Okay, good.
No. Yep. I lowered
Uh,
the prices. Yeah.
okay.
Who's something you asked if you could come up? I don't see you in the guest request. Can you send a request? You said you can answer the question that I had. Your name. There we go. Oh, it's what's going on. Okay, hold on, y'all. When I tell you, it took a minute for me to get my breath back. Like I had tears coming down my eyes when I caught that man Jumanji.
No,
Like,
not Jumanji.
oh,
like, yeah, that was. I mean, the silence. Like I thought, like
I'm
I
you needed or
couldn't
dead.
something. It was just
believe it.
like,
I could not believe it when it came out. The first thing in my head was, "What the fuck? Like,
Those intrusive
yeah, I had
thoughts.
to like, huh?
Those intrusive thoughts sometimes bubble up to the surface.
It's
Like,
the
don't call
Juman, like
Jumanji.
it's his
Don't call
name.
Jumanji. Yeah.
It it came like it looks like it to me, and then like it.
Yeah, it gets
I,
locked in.
oh man,
Wait, that wasn't his name? That is
No, it
no,
funny.
was Jermaine.
He did start talking about volcanoes, so I mean,
yeah, he did, yeah.
I feel like we're living in Jumanji. Somebody need to close. Oh, cat opened it up. Anyway.
Yeah. What's going on? Thank you so much for coming up. So, to be perfectly honest, I'm gonna tell you, I'm asking this question from current believers. Are you a current believer?
I am.
Okay, awesome. And you said that you can answer the question that I asked. Go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Mercy. I'm from Buffalo, New York. I'm 36. I grew up in the church, and I've always been a kid to push against the grain. So, I've always realized that the Bible is more of a parable and not to be taken literally. And also,
So, hold on,
so
just a sec. So, do you
the
know the question that
question,
I asked?
yes. So to answer that,
Okay.
people are led blindly without. God did give us a freedom of our own brain, so He does not see. That's
Hold on. What's going on? Hold on. The question that I asked is, what's the like? Why does a person, right, who lives, uh, um, like they don't cause other humans harm, like they live a life where they don't cause other humans harm, and they try to be intentional about that, right? When they do, they work hard to take accountability, right, and own up to that, ask for forgiveness, right, and do what they can within their power to make it right. They try to help people when they are in times of distress or trouble, right? Be mindful of other humans, and give whenever they can, right? Um, they're they're not out here oppressing other people, harboring resources, things like that, right? They're living, right, a wholesome life, but the only thing that they do not have is the belief in a God. And what I'm trying to understand is why that person deserves to be considered a demon or demonic, or deserves to burn in eternal hellfire for not believing in a God that they cannot see, and that it is impossible, right, for them to believe in, right? Because belief is not a choice, right? And then you have the person who believes in this God, right? But a lot of times, let me not even say a lot of times, this person, right, has a very nasty attitude, is incapable of taking accountability, fights petty, and takes jabs whenever their ego is struck, right? But they are very individualistic when it comes to helping other people. It's I got to take care of mine first. That's not my responsibility type person. But they give money to the church, like they pay their tithes, but when they pay their tithes and offering, there's an expectation of their God that they believe in to double their money. So it's kind of like an investment account, like playing God stocks, right? So there's motivation, like a material motivation attached to the giving, but they do give, to people who are in need every now and then. They may like make a video and be like, look what I did, because God told them to do it. It's like, I have to do it because God told me to do it, right? And that person does not deserve to be called a demon, or a Satan or a devil, and that person does not deserve to go to hell because they believe in a God. What's the difference between the two, outside of the belief?
Okay, so that was a long-winded question. So can I not answer it? Can I be long-winded with my answer?
Well, the reason why it was long winded, right, is because I was
No, no,
giving
no. I'm
you.
asking about
I'm
my answer.
sorry.
Can I
No,
be
yeah, no,
also?
and I'm the reason why I'm explaining to you why there shouldn't be a need, right, for you to be long winded, because what I gave you, right, I had to repeat myself, right, because you came up here and started answering a question that I didn't ask. So I repeated and I re-clarified to make sure that you understood what I'm looking for. What I need to know is what is the difference between a person who lives morally, right? A wholesome life and they don't believe in a God, and a person who lives a immoral life but they do believe in a God. What's the difference?
Okay, so can I give you my response, or is it like
Yeah.
how many minutes do I have? 1 minute?
No, if you're like, I don't want you to monologue and I don't want you to preach, right? What I'm looking for is the difference between the two people. Like, why does one deserve to burn and the other does not?
Okay. So me personally, I think the person that you described that doesn't subject themselves to a certain title to be a good person is just a good Samaritan. Like they're just good overall. They does. So I think a lot of times with religious people, me myself, I personally am a Christian because I like to always be held accountable to something that I believe is higher than me, in a sense. But I don't think that a person that's doing great all around is going to burn in hell, and that's subjective too. I don't think religion is because it's so many. So with me being a Christian, that's just something I subscribe to because I believe in God, and that's because I want to be held accountable by something other than a human. So I want to be, so I'm putting myself and holding myself accountable to something higher, whether it's there or not. So that's why but I do push back on a lot of what is being taught in the churches and things like that, and how they carry themselves as holier than thou because they're in church on Sunday, but Friday they just left the club Friday night, stumbling in church either Saturday. So I do not put Christianity as a cover of being a person, a nasty person. I also want to give you guys a scripture. It's Exodus 21:16. And it says, whoever kidnaps a person must be put to death. Rather, he
Wait, why are we?
sells
Why?
him.
Wait, 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 wait,
She's
wait,
going
wait,
back
wait.
to
Why are we going
slavery.
to slavery? Why are we
Oh,
doing
because it
that?
said, I thought it
No, no, no.
said
We're not. No,
here,
we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. Like, we're on a
the Old
different
Testament
topic.
condones
We're not.
slavery.
We're not. Hello. We're not talking about the topics on the post. We're on a different topic right now. So what I want to ask you is, like, you say that, you don't believe that the person that does not believe in this God or your God will burn in hell. Do you believe that there is any type of punishment for not believing in the God, or any reward for believing in the God?
Honestly, to be truthful, I think it's just a punishment for you not to be a good person, because I feel like it's a guide, like a recipe, right? Some people follow this recipe, some people follow that recipe. If it's a good recipe, it's a good recipe. So that being said, religion for the most part, unless you're worshiping and doing satanic worship, I believe all religions is the basic principles: do good to others for the most part. Not everybody in every religion, because there's some people who don't believe in God that are bad people. So we can go that back and forth. I just believe, for me, I was raised in Christianity, but I'm not blindly led by Christianity. And I do feel like there's a lot of faults in the narrative of being a Christian, because we want to put ourselves on such a high pedestal to where it's not realistic and not actually what's going on with Christian people. We're humans. We make mistakes. We curse. We drink. We make mistakes and things like that. But I feel like there's not a heaven or hell. I feel like we can create heaven on earth. And I believe that was just pushed on to us by the YT man to make us believe that we need to suffer here somehow or something like that, because we have to wait to a later date. Like I said, I put myself to I am committing myself to God because I want to have a higher power in my mind. It's in the mind. It's all in the mind. That I'm going to be a better person for a good cause, for God or the Creator. I pray to my ancestors. But I think everybody can define that differently. And God gave us a free will. That's why if we,
Okay,
don't
hold on,
step
hold
out
on.
of line.
Hold on for a second, because I definitely don't want to get into the free will topic. That's one, like I said earlier tonight. I don't want to get into that topic. So what I think I hear you saying is, right, and you might not realize that this is what you're saying to me, is that there is no need or purpose in me believing in your God. Like it does nothing different. Like you're saying that you believe in the God so that you're not responsible for holding yourself accountable.
Okay, no,
You
that's not
need
what
to
I
believe
said.
that a higher
So,
power is holding you. Hold on, I'm clarifying, and then when I get done, you can say, "Nope, here's actually what I said." Right?
okay.
I'm telling you what I understood. You said, you said that you need to hold you need a higher power, right, to hold yourself accountable. You don't want to be responsible for holding yourself accountable or for a human holding you accountable, right? And that you don't believe that another person who does not believe in your God will be punished or deserves to be punished for not believing in your God. So what I hear you saying is that there is no need or purpose for the God if you are a person who's okay holding yourself accountable and don't see a need for a higher power to do that. Is
Yes,
that
that's what.
correct?
Yeah, yes, it's individual. So, like, as long as whoever you believe in, even if it's just yourself, and if you can hold yourself, because a lot of people have to be held accountable, weight loss regardless. So, a lot of people need that extra overlook or feel like there's somebody else, rather it's true or not. But if you, as an individual, can, take that weight and carry it alone, more power to you if you're doing great and you're doing right. But do I fault anybody for, believing different versions of how to be great? If as long as you're being a good person, I don't care who told you how you got to be a good person, you're being a good person. And that's the end goal.
Yeah, and I think you and I are saying the same thing. Give me just a second. I'm going to respond to what you said in a minute. How many microphones are on this stage? Do y'all see? How many people
Microphone?
got a mic? Yeah, how many people have access to a mic on this stage?
About 5 of us.
5, right? 5 people have access to a microphone. So is it logical to say that whoever has the mic controls this conversation?
No, that would be chaos.
That would be
I
chaos,
would
right?
know
And
because
then
they control
just one
the
second.
narrative, but you can believe it or
No,
not.
Hold on,
no,
hold
no, no.
on.
That's
Wait
not
till
what
she
they're saying,
finishes.
right? That's not what they're saying. They're trying to say that because it like I'm on the mic here. They're trying to say that I control the conversation, as if me saying, "Hey, let me respond," so that you can understand what I'm saying, right? You can understand what I'm understanding you to say, and then you can clarify whether I'm right or wrong. Me saying, "Let's have a proper conversation. Let's not talk at the same time," right? So that we can understand each other, is me dominating the conversation.
Well, this is the thing. This is your platform, and you should dominate it to a certain extent. But I do understand the fact that I have to hear your complete thoughts to respond. So I don't see an issue with what you got going on.
Well, dominating the conversation wouldn't benefit anybody, right? But enforcing boundaries, right, for my space is beneficial to me, and it's beneficial to the community, right?
Correct.
There are rules that we set in this space, right? There is uh, uh, a um, a goal for the conversations in this space, and if we just allow anything similar to just accepting anything as a belief, then what do we get out of it? But a bunch of confusion, right?
Yeah, and
Nothing. You don't. 1 second. What's going on? You don't reach any conclusions, right? No resolutions. If everybody is talking all at the same time, the conversations are turning 5, 6, 7 ways, right? The topics keep changing. I don't think that way. That's not the way my brain thinks. And so I run the room the way my brain works, right? And I say this a lot. I think in a straight line, right? And so when I conversate, I conversate in a straight line. It breaks my brain for somebody to start at point A and jump all the way to D and have not resolved A and just completely skipped over B and C. I can't think that way. And I don't, if you can, that's on you, and you have to set your platform up that way. I would never be a guest there because I wouldn't, it wouldn't be valuable to me, right? But go ahead. What's going on?
that's a good statement. I don't know what was the question. That was a good statement.
Yeah, and so I think you and I think the same way, right? When it comes to the belief, I think that if people
Oh,
respect other people's right to not believe,
this is
people
what I wanted to
respect people's
say.
right to believe. 1 second. Um, your beliefs are your beliefs, right? I think that people should keep their beliefs to themselves and not push it on other people, right? And if we are able to do that and maybe like understand each other, right, then it wouldn't be so chaotic. Now, people will say, why do you host these lives, talking about Christianity, deconstructing from Christianity? Because one, it was, we were indoctrinated into it. We have a right to deconstruct ourselves from these belief systems, and doing that with knowledge, with as much knowledge as we can. If you need the knowledge to deconstruct, some people don't need that. Some people just see the illogical aspect of it and be like, no, I'm good, I'm out, right? And then some people need more. Some people need to talk it through, right? And then if Christianity, right, had not embedded themselves into every aspect of our lives here on this planet, then we wouldn't need to raise awareness and talk about how these belief systems are affecting our lives, to where some people aren't able to have a pleasant experience on the earth.
That's correct, but also too, I just want to probably say, people probably do kind of forget their train of thought if you don't let them get certain things out in a like fair shake of it. But I just want
That's
to
why
say
you need
this.
to, when you come to conversations like this, it's best to have a notepad and a pen. I do. So like,
Okay,
not,
well,
yeah.
I want to say
I'm
this
sorry.
because there's certain things that
Hold
come
on.
up in the
Hold on.
conversation that
What's
you
going
cut
on?
prepared for.
What's going on? Like, so if you notice, like, I don't cut you off unless I need to, right? And I haven't cut you off a lot, other than me saying, hey, let me talk. Like, hold on, let me talk. Needing to interrupt because you're scared that you're going to forget what you need to say, it's not an excuse to interrupt somebody. And a lot of times, I'll let the guests know when they come on stage that the goal is for us not to interrupt you. But as the host of the space, right? There are a couple of times where we may need to interrupt you, and that is if we ask a question and the guest is intentionally bypassing the question and being dishonest, or um, you know being obtuse. We're not gonna let them move forward, right? We're not gonna let them play in our face that way. So we're gonna stop. We're gonna keep interrupting until they answer the question and stick to the topic. The second reason would be if we need to clarify something that you said to make sure that we're on topic. Kind of like we did earlier, and I said, wait, why are you talking about slavery? Because that's not the topic, right? That's our job as host in this space. And then the third time is going to be misinformation. We are responsible for what goes out through this platform. Okay. And we can't have people on here saying things as fact if they're not able to offer a resource that will allow the people listening and allow us to go and research it for ourselves. I don't allow that here. And so I'll stop you and I'll ask you to provide the resource. If you can't, then you can't say it from here. You have to say it from your own platform. Right? Those are typically the only times that we will interrupt as a host. Go ahead.
So I wanted to say, and I acknowledge the fact that African American people, the Bible was pushed on us at a time where we couldn't read, and I questioned myself until I got old enough to kind of break it down and define it for myself. But I always gave it a pushback. I always said, well, how does it make sense that we were able to read the Bible? And, a lot of times, and, Bible school and things like that, a lot of the disingenuous messages that they will push on us, I would fight back against that. So I am in total agreement of you have to just define any type of belief and do not get blindly led by anyone. Always challenge it. Always seek out your own knowledge. And it's a lot of parts of the Bible, and it's a lot of parts that were left out because it would have shown that certain things weren't okay, and people should have acted a certain way in
I'm
their
sorry. Can you say
lifestyle.
that again? Can you say that again?
Okay.
You cut out.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's certain parts in the Bible that were left out, and even in black churches weren't even taught to us, and it did feel like, and that's why I will always push back, because my whole thing was, why was this the only thing piece of literature we could read? And it did seem like it was put, but when I started researching for myself and found different scriptures, I was like, whoa, this was in there to denounce these certain occurrences, but it was left out. So I just feel like people need to do their own research. Do not be led blindly by anyone.
Can you give
And
an
pick it apart.
example of what you're talking about? Something being left out of the Bible that was originally in the Bible that denounces certain things?
Yeah.
Like, what
So
would you say this was in here that denounces it? Like, what are you saying?
So Exodus 21:16, it says, whoever kidnaps a person must be put to, whether
You
he
can say death.
sells
We're
him
grown.
or the person
You can say
is
death on here. We're
okay.
grown.
What?
I
Okay.
know some. I know some lives
Different
don't.
platforms,
Yeah, we
unalive.
can.
Every
Yeah,
platform is different, so
yeah,
I just
yeah.
want to respect all platforms, and or whether he sells him or the person is found in possession of them, and that was never preached to us even in the black churches. So a lot of these things, which, like I said, that alone does not excuse or put a blanket on us partying and things like that, because it's like hypocritical, and I always believe a sin is a sin. So I was always the black
So
sheep of my
give me just a
family.
second. I'm gonna ask, why do you think what is it that you think that's denouncing? Are you saying that that's denouncing slavery?
Well, if that was such if the Bible and Christianity was the threshold, or the put on a pedestal, then why wasn't that specific verse followed?
So what it means, right, is that you can't steal a free person. It doesn't mean that slavery is wrong. It means you can't kidnap someone that is already free, or you can't kidnap someone else's slave and sell them to make them a slave.
We were
I'm
born
sorry.
free,
Hello,
and it said
hello,
whoever
hello,
kidnaps a
hello. I'm
person,
sorry.
not
I'm
free
sorry.
or
I'm
unfree,
sorry.
because we
I'm
were
sorry.
born
I'm
free.
sorry. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Like I just explained to you, right? The whole thing about like interrupting, right? That does not mean that it's denouncing slavery. And saying that we were born free, that does not negate the fact that in this book, this God said that you can enslave other humans, right? Saying don't steal a free person is not the same as saying don't own one. You can't steal a car, but you can own a car, right?
A person, though, it says a person. It doesn't say free or it says whoever kidnaps a person, assuming the fact that we were born free. We were born kings and queens. So to assume that we were already enslaved, I'm talking about since the beginning. Since the beginning, we were born free. So with that, what I'm just saying is, I don't understand why the black community does not ride on that verse, and also the white community does,
Because it
if they're
doesn't
so
mean what you
Christian.
think it means. Because it does not mean what you think it means. Like in Deuteronomy, it clarifies, right? So you go from the Sinai covenant in Exodus, right, to the Deuteronomy covenant. I think it's Deuteronomy 24:6. It says, "Don't kidnap an Israelite," right? And anybody that kidnaps an Israelite, right, will be put to death. Give me just a second. Let me find the scripture.
And I just want to say too, that's another issue. They push their program, and it's always a loophole, just like in the law. But the facts are, it said in Exodus 21:16,
Verse
it says
7,
a
thinker.
person.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's
One
you know
moment.
what I'm saying.
One moment. Okay, so keep in mind that I said like we deal with facts in here in historical context, right? The
Exodus
sign. I'm sorry. Please
21:16 is
don't
a fact.
interrupt me. Please do not interrupt me. Like I literally just went over this with you,
Yeah, I'm
right?
getting
What's going
Tinker,
on?
I'm
Like,
getting tired of it. I'm sorry. Like this is the 100th time that she has had to tell you what's going on. Okay? Like you don't have to do what you're doing right now. You're doing it on purpose. You need to stop. That's the last time I'm gonna say something to you. It's the first time and the last time. Stop talking while Thinker is talking. It's not that hard. Okay? You're going to let her finish. When you hear her voice, you will be quiet. You will go on mute and let her speak.
You could
I'm
drop
tired of
me. You could drop me. You
I'm
could
not
drop me.
no.
asking. I'm
You're
not
not my
asking
parent,
for your
bitch.
rebuttal. I'm
Fuck
not
you,
shut up,
bitch.
shut up. I'm not asking for your
Drop me,
Deconstructing,
response.
the
bitch.
real
I did not
Christian
Drop me,
just
ask you
bitch.
for
came
your
out.
fucking response. I did
Drop
not
me,
ask you for a
bitch.
response. Shut up. I did not ask you for a response. So you will be
Fucking
quiet. Shut up.
I don't give a fuck.
Shut the fuck up. You're not saying nothing
I'm
of substance, sir.
flying.
Okay? You need to
I'm
shut up.
flying fuck.
Let the host speak. You see the real person coming out now? The real you is coming out. We see you for who you are, ma'am. We are seeing you for who you are
You
now.
ain't never
You see that? Yeah,
touched
yeah.
me,
Go ahead and crash out. The real
bitch.
Christian is coming out. There you
No,
go. There you
real
go.
me.
There you go.
I'm
Good
the real
job.
me.
Good
I'm
job. There you
the
go.
real me.
Good
I'm the
job. We
real
see
me.
you for who you are
Exodus
now. Yeah,
21:16.
shut
Hoe
up.
ass
Shut up. You
bitch.
ain't saying shit.
Yeah, you
You ain't
shut the
saying
fuck
shit.
up. You
Shut
shut the
your
fuck
ass
up
up because
and
all you
eat
be
a dick.
saying is
I just love when
nonsense.
they do this because they
Stupid
show who they
ass.
really are.
Bitch, I
I
been
love
said I
it.
was me.
I
Big
love, I
dog.
love, I love screaming a
You
Bible
ain't
verse
big
you don't
Done.
shit.
You're done.
screaming a Bible verse you don't understand. It's like a perfect
What?
encapsulation
She
of
been doing that
Christianity.
on purpose.
What
She's
the
been doing
fuck
that
Oh
on
was
yeah.
that?
purpose.
Like there's at least 5 ways to legally for someone to legally become a slave in the Bible, and none of them violate 21:16. That's just insanity.
Like they come up here with that facade and yeah, I just shut the fuck up. We see you for
I
who
If you're
you
just
never,
a
are.
good
anytime they
person
do
and
that,
you
I never
treat people
believe that
well,
shit.
yeah,
The
it
minute
doesn't
they
matter
no
what you
no no
believe. If
la
you're a
la.
good
The
person and you
minute
treat
they
people
start like
well,
that,
shut
I
the
just
fuck
be
up,
like,
bitch.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Everybody talking at the same time. That was wild. That was crazy. Mm. I'm just trying to see who's going to co-sign that and which believers are in this room is going to say anything about what they just saw. Oh, somebody just said, why is it always 4 against 1? And literally, that whole conversation was just me and her until she started doing what she was doing.
Like, I didn't say a word. Didn't nobody say nothing to her this whole time? Because I literally kept giving her the benefit of the doubt. Like, is she not hearing? Is she lagging? Like, what? Like, old girl been lying since she got up here.
I definitely predicted that response because, or that
Now we're belittling her.
Like,
Are you
that's what
fucking
happens when you
kidding
don't
me?
let them talk. You
So
disrespected
we're just
yourself. What's
supposed to
going?
let her sit up here, over talk, interrupt, be rude, call us bitches and hoes.
Like you,
Okay, I got it. It's the Christian way, right? It's
she
the Christian way.
disrespected herself.
And literally the only person, like when Rhea was reinforcing the rules of the space, the only person going back and forth with her was Rhea. It was not 4-on-1. Never was it 4-on-1. Never. You see 4 people on the stage, but it was one person talking to her at both times.
Yes, we were muted.
For a very long time. Like, I'm gonna speak for myself. I was holding that in for a long time because she kept doing that on purpose. Every time Thinker had something to say, she had something to say. Like, shut up for 2 seconds.
She snapped because she was interrupting or because no one was hearing her perspective. That's not true. That isn't true at all. When she said what she said about Exodus, I was trying to offer her the historical context and she didn't want to hear it. So that's not true.
And that's a reason to snap? So you're telling me that even if she didn't get her point across, her going from 0 to 1,000, she had a good reason for it?
The fact that
Y'all are such liars.
Liars. Like, Thinker kept giving her like a chance over and over again. Thinker kept giving her, like, I don't even know how you do it, mama. The fact that you kept telling her, like, hey, stop talking while I'm talking, like, let me finish speaking. Oh girl, she disregarded all of that. That is the grace that you swear your God is giving you. She gave you all that grace and you did nothing with it, you dumbass.
She didn't snap for nothing. You have to be able to see things. Hold on. But she didn't snap for nothing. It's going by so fast. Hold on.
So you have to be able to see things objectively. We don't have to agree.
What were we able to get to the objective facts, which is what I said that I want to deal with in this room? Were we able to get to the objective facts regarding Exodus 21:16 to the person that typed that? What objectivity was it that we were not seeing? She snapped because I believe she was trying too hard and the ones closed off are closed off. What were we supposed to do? Believe a lie? Exodus 21:16 does not denounce slavery. Exodus 21:16 says you cannot steal somebody else's slave and you cannot steal a free person. And as I was trying to explain to her, the Deuteronomy renewal covenant, which is what it's called, right? The Sinai covenant, the way that is written in this book in Exodus is the law that was given to Moses, right? On Mount Sinai. Deuteronomy, right, is the renewal covenant, and Deuteronomy 24:7, and it clarifies if someone is caught kidnapping another Israelite, enslaving or selling the Israelite, then that kidnapper shall die. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Okay, so the Deuteronomy renewal covenant replaced the Sinai covenant. But as I'm trying to have this conversation with her, she snapped. She wouldn't allow for me to say, wait, that's not what that meant. So she rejected that because it did not. During the reign of King Josiah and his religious reform, when King Josiah went through and destroyed all of the altars in Jerusalem, when he burnt all of the altars to Baal, Deuteronomy was written during the time of King Josiah. You look it up. It like literally is right here in your book. But you wouldn't allow for that conversation. You can't tell somebody to look something up for themselves and you haven't. And then you came up in here and said they took it out and it's literally in the Bible.
That was
Like I don't know what you meant by that.
I was expecting some apocrypha or something.
Yeah, just because your preacher didn't preach about it and just because you didn't read it doesn't mean it wasn't always there. You did say they took it out. That's why I reiterated. What are you saying that they took out that debunked certain things in this book? And you went to do Exodus 21:16. You did say that. And then you came up here and literally said what you believe versus what I believe. It should not matter. And then you snapped and started calling us bitches and hoes and told us to, I'm not going to say what you said because that would get me banned. But you literally did the opposite of what your lips came up here and said.
Because you can only lie and pretend for too long. The real you is going to come out either at some point. Eventually, the real you will show. You can only lie and act like you have the fruits of said spirit for too long. You came up here think, oh, I just wanna, sure.
And then the fact that like y'all are trying to justify it. But if I snapped, I'm a devil. I'm a demon. Right? Like it's not okay for me to snap when someone's disrespecting me, clearly. It's not okay for me to snap when someone's threatening my life. Y'all want to know why I'm mad. Y'all want to know why I'm so emotional, why I'm so aggressive, right? But it's okay for y'all to snap when you feel like your belief is being rejected. Nobody belittled her, right? I rejected the information that she was giving me, right, as fact, right, and engaged in the conversation to offer another perspective, and she flipped, but that's acceptable to y'all. And then your response is, where is the book you believe? I don't have a belief. That is why I asked the question, why is the belief so important? The fact is in front of you, Deuteronomy 24 and 27. The fact is in front of you. Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, which is after Deuteronomy, after Exodus, right? This is the holiness code. This is the third set of laws that were given to the Israelites. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have. Do you see that? That's Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44 through 46. After the Deuteronomy renewal covenant, after Exodus. Another thing that you can look at and see that the evolution of the laws, Exodus 21, verse 7 through 11, the women, when they were sold into slavery, they could not go out as the male slaves do. Deuteronomy 15, the women can now go out as the male slaves do. The law was updated. The law was changed.
I'm gonna recommend a more obscure passage known as the Ten Commandments.
Let's see, I think it started
Commandment
at verse
about
13.
coveting, saying that you shall not covet your neighbor's slaves.
Hold on, I want to show the laws regarding the women. Give me just a second.
Mhm.
This is chapter 15. 12 through 18. Remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. For this reason, I lay this command upon you today. But if he says to you, I will not go out from you, because he loves you and your household, since he is well off with you, then you shall take an awl and thrust it through his earlobe into the door, and he shall be your slave forever. You shall do the same with regard to your female slave. Do not consider it a hardship when you send them out from you free persons, because for 6 years they have given you services worth the wages of hired laborers, and the Lord your God will bless you in all that you do. So in Exodus, if the husband wanted to keep his wife that was given to him, he had to become a lifetime slave in order to stay with his wife and his children. And Deuteronomy, he no longer has to do that. Give me just 1 second. As a matter of fact, let me do one thing, because this is going to be easier. So I don't have to try to find the scriptures. One moment, y'all. I don't want y'all to see me log in. Hold on.
Y'all, let's get these likes to 450K. And please, please get the host and co-host. Oh, and don't forget about Thinker's store. We have merch now, so click the link in her bio.
Honestly, I think she needs to start charging y'all to come up, because I feel like if y'all paid for these conversations, you won't come up here with so much nonsense, you know?
Real
Were we just
definitely
talking
do
about
not be
the
The
playing.
way
median
she said
income?
you would come up here with such nonsense is taking me out.
Okay. Deuteronomy, the treaties of the Canaanites. Deuteronomy 15, 12 through 18. The difference between the woman wanted the permanent ring. Mm, 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 mm.
Eric, what do you think your pastors are doing on that pupil? What do you think? What do you think your pastors and your preachers are doing? Talking about pay somebody to spread the word of God? Really? Duh. Yeah. You've been doing it for ages. I don't know why this has to be different. You've been paying your pastors rent all day.
So in Deuteronomy, the only way the woman was able to go out is if she was married. If she wasn't married, she couldn't go out in the 6th year. So the difference between let me see if y'all can see this. The difference between the Exodus laws for the woman, right, was that when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who designated herself for him, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as with a daughter. Actually, no, I need to read verse 1 through 6. That's what I need to read. Okay. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years. But in the 7th, he shall go out a free person without debt. The men in Exodus went out in the 6th year. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. But if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out a free person. Then his master shall bring him before God, and he shall be brought to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life. Deuteronomy 15:12 through 18. If a member of your community, whether a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, is sold to you and works for you 6 years, and the 7th year you shall set that person free. So now a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman can now go out in the 6th year. Before she could not. This is the updated law, the Deuteronomy renewal covenant. So you see the change from the Sinai covenant in Exodus, right, saying that women could not go out. You see the update in Deuteronomy and the renewal covenant saying now they can go out in the 6th year. So in Exodus 21:16, when it says don't kidnap a free person, right, who is a or you would be killed. And then in Deuteronomy, it says, don't kidnap an Israelite. It was updated to clarify that an Israelite cannot be kidnapped and sold as a slave. That's the evolution of the law. What's going on? You asked me to prove it. You asked me to show it to you. It doesn't matter if it was for their convenience or not. This is the book you believe in.